Dreamscape presents Vows We Never Made by Nicole Snow, narrated by Carly Robbins and Tor Tom. 1. All or Nothing. Hattie. If this was another day, it would be perfect weather for lunch. On any other day, I'd eat up the clear blue sky, the hint of summer fresh breeze, the chance to wear shorts and a tank top for the first time all year. I even shaved my legs for the occasion and picked out my cutest white shorts. But today is so not the time to kick back and enjoy the good things in life. I step out of the Uber and stretch my legs, rolling my shoulders as the sun streams down the cobblestone sidewalk. Girls bounce by in airy sundresses, and there's a pop-up churro stand on the corner. The place must be killing it, because who doesn't love a churro on a sunny day in Portland? My stomach growls. I'm about to have my usual iced caramel macchiato, and I don't need the extra calorie bomb. Still, on a day like this, where it's so scenic the universe demands I enjoy something, I cave and get a small pair of lovely chocolate-filled churros, gobbling one down before tucking the paper bag in my purse. I'll save the other for my bestie. Margot has a sweet tooth, and moral support is the reason I'm here. Our usual meeting place is one of my favorites, an adorable cafe bookstore called Book Club. Its old brick storefront with the forest green paint and the smell of potent coffee and pages instantly makes me smile. Like I said, any other time this would be wonderful. But on this day, I'm taking a deep breath and steeling my nerves as I step inside the cool building, pushing my sunglasses up over my eyes. While I patiently wait for my order, I pull out my phone again, unable to stay away from the local news. Leonidas Blackthorn's death is everywhere. I think half of Maine is in shock, like people forgot that one of our most wealthy and powerful men was actually mortal. He's been a local fixture for decades, only second to the historic headlight itself. The old lighthouse will live on, of course, but I'm not sure how we'll manage without the money he poured into the art scene here. That's what has everybody freaking out the most in local groups. Nobody loved Maine's culture and natural beauty like he did, and everybody loved his generosity back. Me, though? The gaping hole in the art world isn't why there's a lump in my throat. I'm going to miss that man because I knew him. Our families have been unlikely friends forever, since the day I was paired up with Margot at summer camp. And while the online chatter writes him off as a charitable old grouch who kept to himself in his older years, I know better. Old Leo could be hilarious. His dad jokes were the worst, and he could clear the room with one well-placed grandpa pun. More than anything, he was kind. Sure, he was rich, but he never let his colossal fortune go to his head. Plus, he was always nice to everyone around me. Whenever our families met up for Christmas or New Year's, he was the life of the party. When I'd hang out with Margot, I was family. He'd take whole days away from his business empire to spend time with us. Big dinners on the beach with seafood Alfredo and lobster bakes he'd whip up with his own hands, and a little help from his crew of kids. I still don't understand how his heavenly blueberry cheesecakes were real. The memories are a gut punch, but not unwelcome. Sailing out on his gorgeous yacht to spot whales in the summer, story time in front of his huge roaring fireplace in a library too beautiful for life, he kept us spellbound. Reading Greek mythology or sometimes just Tolkien or Narnia. He made my crush on old books an obsession. He'd feed me, tease me, and make me feel like I belonged. He wasn't perfect, who is? But that man could make people laugh or break down in tears. I can't believe he's gone. Despite the pristine summer day, the world feels colder. Every news article screams it, too, taking my disbelief and shoving it down my throat. Real estate titan Leonidas Blackthorn, dead at 85 from cancer. Blackthorn family reeling over sudden loss of patriarch Leonidas Blackthorn. Seeing it written out makes me regret the churro, but I force myself to read until my eyes sting and my belly hurts. I can't go to pieces like the emotional little kitten I normally am. When Margot gets here, I need to be strong. I also need to be up to date on the news. I can work on coming to terms with it later. Leonidas Blackthorn is dead. But Margot has it rougher than I do, even if it's been a few days. The family waited to make it public, but it still came without warning. I mean, yes, we all knew he was old and he'd gotten kind of reclusive the last few years, but I had no clue he was sick, and I don't think Margot did either. Not until it happened. From what she'd said, no one had a chance to catch their breath before he was hospitalized and gone less than 24 hours later. I shake my head as a text comes in. Margot telling me she's just a few minutes away. When my macchiato comes out, I order a vanilla latte with oat milk for Margot. Then, with both drinks in hand, I head to the back of the cafe for some privacy, where old paperbacks are stacked on towering bookcases, almost hiding our small table. I sigh. This place feels like home today, a comfort when we need it most. I return to my bittersweet scrolling on social media until the bell on the door jingles. In comes Margot, dressed down in a pair of faded jeans and a burgundy t-shirt. Not her usual look. Oh no, the damage must be massive. She keeps her oversized shades plastered on, and I resist the itch to pull them off her face to see how red her eyes are. Hey, babe, I say gently, standing up when she gets to me and crushing her in a hug. She's like my opposite, tall and graceful, where I'm short and clumsy, slender where I'm curvy, and she has the softest blonde hair. She squeezes me back with a slight rattle when she breathes. Hey, you. When we let go, she glances at the table. Hattie, you didn't need to do coffee duty. I'm not crashing out that hard. I smile because a little quiver of her lip gives away the lie. I figured you didn't need to talk to more strangers than necessary today, I say, sinking back in my chair and subtly reaching into my purse for the churro bag. Hey, try this. Just scored it from the new food truck down the street. You'll thank me after your flight in. Oh my God. Her sunglasses come off as she grabs the bag and pulls out the chocolate churro, staring at it in awe. Art, I say. Or diabetes in a few small bites, but, you know. Yeah, you know how much I love dangerous art. She bites off the end and smiles as she chews. You know what? It's official. Churros can be better than sex. I giggle. Bad girl. I'm telling the vendor that. He'll be so thrilled he might ask for your Instagram. Her dusky blue eyes narrow. Laugh it up, lady. You know how I feel about dating. Joking, I say dramatically. I would never. But I'm eating the entire thing now, and I don't care. She clutches the churro jealously, not minding the slight dusting of sugar it leaves on her shirt. Holy hell, that's how I know things are bad with my always put-together friend. Margot could be a model. Not just because she has arms and legs for days, and high cheekbones, or because her natural style pairs up with designer clothes like chocolate and peanut butter. She's also a shoe addict. Even today, when she's dressed down so no one recognizes her, she's wearing a pair of elegant, strappy, slide-on sandals that I'm 90% sure are some custom Louis Vuitton creation. So for her to shrug when she's dusting her flawless self in sugar says a lot. I lean forward, slurping my drink. Rich sweetness explodes in my mouth, and the rush of caffeine and caramel goes straight to my veins. "How was the flight?" I ask. "Fine. Seatmate kept hitting on me, though. That's what I get for not buying the other seat." She grimaces, taking a sip of her coffee and toying with the arm of her sunglasses. She rolls her eyes at the indignity. I laugh because she could buy out an entire first-class Delta cabin without breaking a sweat. But she doesn't flaunt her money. She just talks straight. The sick part is, she has no clue how fantastically beautiful she actually is. She's too busy rushing from one place to the next, being adorable, driven, and fabulously wealthy to think about men at all. Unlike me, I think about men too much, and I usually wind up drooling over guys who barely notice my existence. "Did you threaten to throw him out of the plane?" I ask. "Nope. I think the guy in the other row might have been an air marshal. He was pretty fit, and a flight attendant joked about the bulge around his belt." "Missed opportunity," I say flatly. "You could have made some scary threats and gotten yourself all tangled up with a hottie who packs heat at 30,000 feet. Try harder next time." She gives the tiniest hint of a smile. Victory. A shot of serotonin hits my system. Speaking of threats, did you know Pop once offered to sick his lawyer on any guys who hit me up? She pulls out her phone and glances at the screen before laying it on the table. I mean, it might have worked. Legal stuff is a big turnoff. "I can see that." I smile. "Did he ever offer to bail you out of jail?" "Only twice." She snickers and I laugh. "Do you remember when he took us out on Delphi to watch the seals?" "Oh, yes. I have very vivid memories of our excursions on his luxury yacht." The large sailboat had everything you could imagine. A fully outfitted kitchen, several widescreen TVs, plush leather seats built like clouds. Forget the hot tub when it had its own sauna. Most of the time, we hung out on the deck, throwing our hands out to catch the wind while Leo told stories about his worldly travels or pointed out wildlife. When it got dark, sometimes we'd sit there and look at the lighthouses glowing in the distance. It made the world feel endless when the engine cut, and there was nothing but stars and sea and silence all around us. My chest aches at the memory. I wonder who gets the old boat. So many seals that time. I've never seen so many since even up in Bar Harbor, I say, trying to focus on the happy memories. They were so close. They didn't care that we were right there. That little pup swam right up to the boat. Margot gives another tired smile, though this one doesn't reach her eyes. Pop was pumped. Honestly, it might have been the last time I saw him laugh like that. In another life, he could have been one of those crazy globe-trekker wildlife photographers. Margot shakes her head. Nah, he was too impatient for that. He could have never stayed still long enough. I laugh, because it's true. Leonidas Blackthorn lived as long as he did because he was always moving, bustling around, making food, building elaborate sandcastles with us on the beach, taking us sailing, or just handling one of the 1,000 things that kept his money-making empire intact. "Remember when Gramps loaned me Aries the first weekend at college?" Margot asked. "Aries?" I smile affectionately. Leonidas's dog was a chill companion, a grumpy old basset hound who loves only one thing more than pets: sleeping. At least, he was Leonidas's dog. I don't know who will own him now. Margot, hopefully. "He wouldn't budge no matter what we did, and he was a lot younger then," she says, taking another sip of her drink and sighing when the caffeine hits her veins. Cubed carrots, chicken, steak. Those were good bribes. I count the food on my fingers with a smile. "That dog lives to nap." "Relatable," I snort. "Remember that time I crawled around the garden for like half an hour, hoping he'd follow me?" "You look like Cousin It." Margot's face screws up. "Or something out of a Japanese horror movie, I guess." All part of the charm. Aries didn't think so. Excuse me? I huff. He finally got up and shuffled after me so he could lick my face. Well, yeah, you made that peanut butter pie. I sniff, tossing my head to the side in mock outrage. Aries and I understand each other, okay? We're both peanut butter motivated. If Aries could read, we'd really be in trouble, Margot jokes. Yes, I'll learn 10 new tricks if there's a book involved. If only it motivated me to walk more. I sigh. Walking isn't a trick, Hattie. But you look good. Don't be so hard on yourself. She's too generous. We both know I could stand to shed some pounds, and finding motivation is harder than the workout itself. I pull out my phone and do a quick search. Actually, I say, holding up a finger, Merriam-Webster defines a trick as a deceptive, dexterous, or ingenious feat. Margot folds her arms, but she's smiling. Another surge of victory. Keeping her smiling today is a huge accomplishment. Walking isn't exactly ingenious or dexterous or whatever, she says. Actually, I would say that when I'm walking, I'm being deceptively healthy. She gives up and looks back in her chair, covering her face. I grin as I take another long pull of my drink, giving myself a whipped cream mustache. I wipe off with the back of my hand. But when her laughter dies down and her eyes turn pensive again, I know we can't avoid dancing around the pissed-off elephant in the room forever. Neither of us wants to avoid it, really. It's the whole reason we're meeting this morning. So, how are you doing? I level a gentle look. I mean, really. The polite answer? I'm coping, Hattie. She exhales until her shoulders slump. The reality is, total shit show. I can only imagine. I wince in sympathy. We had hyper-demanding dickheads on 6 different continents beating down our doors so they could be seen paying their respects. Rich people are so fucking obnoxious. I keep my mouth shut because it's true. But seeing as she's rich, and my personal exception to the rule, I don't agree too enthusiastically. And let's not even talk about the scammers. Holy shit, now that he's dead, everyone wants to swoop in for a few crumbs of his pie. Dad had to throw this guy out who showed up all the way from Boston, trying to sell handcrafted funeral wreaths. Oh yeah, the funeral. How's that coming along? I asked cautiously. There wasn't one. Gramps insisted he didn't want any big goodbyes and made sure he let us know it through his lawyer. My parents were relieved at the savings, but you know what they're like. I do. Let's just say Leonidas Blackthorn's business genius skipped a generation. Margot's folks like to call themselves entrepreneurs, but what they really are is pampered, living off the family trust. Without it, they'd go broke before you could blink. At least, the rich people version of broke, where they need to downsize to 2 mansions to keep eating at Michelin star restaurants. Then there's Ethan. Margot throws her hands up. My heart sputters. I clear my throat, aiming for cool and totally sophisticated. Ethan? My voice cracks slightly on his name. Ethan. Ethan, Margot's older brother, also the biggest savage ever born. You mean Ethan? I clarify, just in case she's randomly sprouted another brother named Ethan in the last few years, like a nicer one who isn't moody, despicably attractive, and who didn't tease me remorselessly growing up when he noticed me at all. It didn't happen often. Not unless he wanted to laugh at my expense. That's how it is with older brothers and their kid sisters' friends, though, especially when they're born with a chip on their shoulder the size of a 2x4. He's only about 4 years older than me, just old enough to be around during our formative years and treat us like dirt. When he wasn't raising hell and getting locked up by Leo's bodyguard, he bullied us mercilessly. I'm not sure it ever dragged Margot down much. She gave back as good as she got, but me? I was let's just say, I wasn't a very confident teenager. When Ethan came in with cruel jokes, they had teeth. The one and only, Margot answers, not noticing I'm in stage Ethan of heart failure. It shouldn't shock me so much. He's family, and I knew he'd come up at some point. And what about your cousin Cleo? She's so sweet. She's crashing out. Margot shakes her head. She's taking it crazy hard. I don't know if she'll even come back to meet with the lawyer anytime soon. Sad. I wish it was someone else ghosting, but meh. She sips her latte. I don't know. He should be here, right? I rasp. My throat feels like a desert despite the coffee. Caffeine isn't strong enough to erase Ethan's harsh laugh and malicious blue eyes. Actually, their eyes are almost the same, but his are empty, so much colder. He's been back in Maine for a while. You know, Margot flicks her wrist, like this information won't bowl me over. He came back a few months ago to help Pop-Up and the team with some new acquisitions. He did? Oh, wow, I say weakly. I should have told you sooner, but the bone had sworn me to secrecy. Portland's just a place to crash for him. She rolls her eyes. Leave it to Ethan to treat a job most guys would kill for like a death sentence. Yeah, that's him. Spoiled rotten. I force a smile as more sugar hits my system. But since we're on the subject, she stops and smiles. Actually, he's the reason I had to see you today. Why, does he want you on the team? You hate real estate. I frown. No, not that. Thank God. Margot's phone buzzes and she glances at the screen, nodding. Oh good, she's on time. She? I am so confused. Is someone else coming? Kinda? I honestly didn't think you'd believe me if I told you, so I brought in backup. She smiles shakily and turns, just as the bell trills and a woman walks in. I watch her through a break in the bookshelves. She looks like she was born in a business meeting, or maybe a catwalk, maybe a business meeting on a modeling runway. Everything about her is neat, from the small gold necklace around her neck to the perfectly starched collar of her blouse that contrasts with her light brown skin, formal but elegant. Her cream blouse is tucked into the kind of waist you usually only see on Instagram, so effortlessly trim and perfect, I start wishing I'd thought to dress up a little. Miss Sage. She gives me a brusque nod and an impassive smile once she reaches our table. Then she takes the seat Margot pulls out for her. I'm Jackie Wilkes, Leonidas Earl Blackthorn's estate lawyer. Did I hear that right? Estate lawyer? I say. Insightful. Nice to meet you. I shake her hand, which is pitched to be the right level of firm, without gripping too hard, obviously. I bet that's something they teach you in law school, along with impeccable fashion sense and how to scare the average person in under 5 words. This is Harriet, Margot says, making the introduction with a slightly wide-eyed grin. Just call me Hattie, I say. Everyone does. Hattie, Jackie repeats with another walled-off smile. Very well, you can call me Jackie. I don't know if I'm supposed to be honored or if it's common courtesy. What else are you supposed to say when you're suddenly meeting a strange lawyer, though? So, I know this is weird, Margot adds, but trust me, when you hear what this is about, you'll get why I went for the whole lawyer thing. I glance between them quickly, officially freaked. Okay, what's this about? Gramps, of course, Margot gestures at Jackie. Go ahead. The lawyer never breaks her smile, cool and efficient. As you may know, Hattie, Mr. Blackthorn was a highly successful man, but he had a few peculiarities. I nod slowly. Yes, I'm familiar. I trade a glance with Margot, but she's not smiling. Instead, she's chewing her lip, looking worried. Not good. These peculiarities extended to his last will and trust, and I'm afraid some of those conditions impact you directly, Jackie explains. She pauses and opens the leather briefcase at her side. Retrieving a neatly clipped pile of documents, she pushes across the table. My eyes flick down in horror. Some lines of text are already highlighted in yellow. I realize I'm looking at the will, or a copy of some section of it. As part of Ethan Blackthorn's inheritance specifically, Mr. Blackthorn set a rather unusual condition for his grandson. The grandson mention has me reeling again. What the hell could anything involving Ethan have to do with me? My hands shake as I scan the paper, the highlighted lines blurring. A sixth sense tells me what's coming, even if I can't believe it. This absolutely, categorically cannot be happening. No way, I croak. Ethan Blackthorn's inheritance, namely his full trust and controlling stake in Blackthorn Holdings, has a curious contingency, Jackie says, not beating around the bush, which is a good thing because I can't decipher legalese through my spinning thoughts. You must become his wife. There's the mic drop, and that's when the shock catches up like a relentless wave, pulling me under, until the world I know spins into blackness.
2. All the technicalities. Ethan. Preposterous. Certifiably fucking insane. I pace the floor of the law office like a caged animal, my shoes practically burning a hole in the plush rug. There are 1,000 useful things I could be doing at this precise second, but instead I'm here, cooped up in Jackie Wilkes's immaculate office, listening to the outrageous pile of crap my grandfather put in his will. The old man had to be senile. There's no other explanation. This is bullshit, right? I glare at Miss Wilkes where she's sitting behind the desk, her hands clasped neatly in front of her. As always, her dark hair is up in a neat bun, and her skin looks like a tan statue. Normally, I'd be impressed with her professional manner as she waits for me to get a damn grip. But right now I'm fucking livid. That's your opinion, Mr. Blackthorn? And you're certainly entitled to it, she says calmly. Not saying I'm right or wrong. Polite and poised as always. Probably training for her future career in politics. Bull shit, I repeat, snarling. I cannot believe you're even telling me this. It's in Leonidas Blackthorn's will. You're perfectly welcome to read it yourself, if you have any doubt. I know, but that doesn't make anything better. If it was in the old man's will, what was he snorting to put it there? No chance this was the result of some logical decision. No rational man decides to put a marriage clause in his will, especially in a state where it's goddamned legal. I can't overturn it, not without escalating this to high-level state courts, and that could take years. Kill me. Undaunted, Miss Wilkes opens a file and pulls out 3 papers, turning them around and pushing them to my side of the desk. Then she sits back and waits with the same iron patience as before. An earthquake could rip the ground open, and she wouldn't bat an eye. Gramps took her on 5 years ago, and she's been a force of nature ever since. A legal hit woman dressed in starched blouses and pantsuits, ironed so perfectly the creases remain all day. Case in point, it's 7 in the evening, and we're still going, and her creases are still fucking immaculate. A small detail I reluctantly appreciate as I turn to face her and the copy of the will she's printed. It's not that I don't believe her. I do. The issue is there's no good reason to uphold these lunatic terms. It feels like a constitutional infringement of my rights. And you see no reason to fight this. Leonidas was perfectly within his rights to make this request, per existing Maine law, statute. It's not a request, I clip, cutting her off. It's an unfair requirement for me to get my money, my inheritance. I need to marry a girl I don't even know. What the fuck? Correct. I reach up and grab my head, pressing the sides. I feel like my skull's exploding, and I need to hold it together. And you're fine with this. You're carrying this out.
I have no legal grounds to object, sir. I'm confident another attorney will reach the same conclusion.
No legal grounds, my ass. I'll hire my own lawyers. Hell, I'll buy out the whole fucking law office if that's what it takes to overturn this shit. Miss Wilkes glances at the time on her computer screen.
If that would help you feel comfortable, please do.
Comfortable? I can't comprehend the meaning of the word. I grind my teeth together as I stride to the window and do my best to stop my head from throbbing. Yes, this is frustrating, but I have options. Even if Jackie Wilkes clearly thinks I'll just be chasing my tail. Outside, the bay is stained orange and purple with the slowly setting sun, and Portland looks peak lush and green. Objectively, I know it's beautiful, but I can't look at this scene without seeing permanent gray. Everything that happened here when I was a kid. I never would have returned to this godforsaken place if Gramps hadn't made me promise. Now, it looks like I'll never get away. It's almost tempting to let the inheritance go, to walk away and figure out plan B for the rest of my life. But I'm done running. I told myself it was past time to grow up. He couldn't have been in his right mind, I say, snapping my attention back to Miss Wilkes, daring her to argue. What about Margot or Cleo? Is their inheritance this psycho?
Leonidas had his own keen and unique sense of fairness.
Of course she'd say that.
Also, he was fully mentally and physically competent until the end. None of his physicians ever raised doubts.
He was dying, Miss Wilkes. He never even told us. How rational is that? A lump hardens in my throat.
While unusual, it doesn't represent grounds to challenge the fully informed decisions he made and wrote into his trust well before his illness.
Fuck. So wait. You're telling me this is a totally reasonable decision made by a mentally healthy man?
With respect, nothing indicates otherwise. Not a shred of proof.
I stride back to the desk and slam my hand on the copy of the will she presented me. You need more proof than this? Marriage, Miss Wilkes. She presses her lips together, the only gesture of disapproval I've ever seen.
I reiterate, Mr. Blackthorn, he was well within his rights. Pounding my desk won't change that fact.
Fuck me. I rake a hand through my hair, trying to find the calm she's mastered. In the Army, discipline was paramount, but everything feels different back in the civilian world. You're right. I apologize, I say shortly. She nods.
Apology accepted.
But you have to admit, this is bonkers. This screams crazy and demented. If he wasn't, there's no damn way he would have made my inheritance contingent on marrying this girl. I can't bring myself to say her name. Not when it's my brat sister's tag-along from half a lifetime ago, and I can't process any of this being real.
Frankly, I met with your grandfather regularly before he died. I can assure you, he was just as sharp as ever.
Miss Wilkes taps a few keys on her keyboard.
When he realized how little time he had left, he met with several people, and all of them would agree he was mentally sound.
Then what the hell was he thinking? I demand. Marrying fucking Hattie? Out of everyone Gramps could have chosen, Harriet Sage makes the least sense. I lied when I said I didn't know her. I do. Barely. In another life, I did. Our families still know each other, certainly, and she's still Margot's sidekick. But we haven't interacted in years. I can't even remember the last time I saw her. Back when we were kids, she was my sister's shadow. Small and nervous and quiet. Meek, really. Totally not the type of woman that interests me. We rarely spoke back then, unless I wanted to mess with her like the bad-tempered punk I was. We definitely don't now. So why the fuck does Gramps want me to marry a girl I don't know? It would have made slightly more sense if the woman he'd specified was a mover and shaker in money. The daughter of a rival business, maybe. Those sorts of arranged marriages still happen, though everyone pretends it's for love, for the sake of the press.
But Hattie? Make it make sense. If the old man wanted me married off, he could have had the decency to let me choose a wife. Is this some twisted punishment? That's the only thing I can think of. Delayed judgment for what happened before. The way my life was held together by a thread in my grandfather's bony fingers. Hattie has nothing to do with me. She never has, beyond being my sister's friend. I can't imagine she'll want to change that when she remembers my attitude. My gaze snaps back to Miss Wilkes. I heave out a sigh. Very well, I say crisply. Working under the assumption that my grandfather was mentally sound, there must be a reason, a method to his madness, an explanation. A hint of consternation enters Wilkes's expression. It's gone a second later, but it's unnerving all the same. It's not madness, Mr. Blackthorn, she says. Then what would you call it? Me, married to Hattie Sage? All to get my inheritance, which should be mine by default. Normally my parents would have been next in line to control the company, but they don't do business. Plus, relations have been strained with them and Gramps for as long as I can remember. They showed zero interest in Blackthorn Holdings, as long as the cash from Mom's trust kept flowing. Gramps always tried to involve me in the empire, but until recently, I balked. Let them stay back in New York, fussing over how little he left them, while I'm over here trying to figure out what to do with an inheritance I never asked for, and a marriage I don't want just to get it. Marriage stipulations in wills aren't as uncommon as you may think, Miss Wilkes says. Yours isn't the first case I've handled. And in all cases, it's been upheld? In Maine, yes. Almost all. Almost. Mr. Blackthorn, she sighs. There's no precedent for the marriage clause to be overturned in this case. Must I keep repeating myself? She says that now, but I'm going to recruit an army of lawyers and pull this damn will apart piece by piece. Then we'll see if she sings a different tune. I drop into the seat in front of her desk, rubbing my fingers along the leather arms absently. Surely you can agree it doesn't make sense. I drop my voice. I'm not old. Hattie doesn't know me. How many years has it been? Last time I saw her, she barely looked at me. I'll admit I deserved it. I was a raging little asshole to her when we were kids. All the more reason this marriage could be fatal. What's the reason? I press. You saw him before he died. You knew his thinking, especially with estate planning. She shrugs. I'm afraid it's not that simple. What? When he added his condition, I questioned it. I did my best to understand why, and I was very thorough. However, he was set on it. He didn't care to elaborate. After the ink was on paper, I had no reason to press him before the end. I curse under my breath. Gramps and his damn secrets. He hid his illness from everyone until the day he died, not wanting us to worry or some shit. Who knows? There were never any limits to his pride. Only his security head, Holden, knew about his condition before he slipped unconscious. I wasn't even there to see him off. Everyone back at the office thought it was a stomach flu. If I'd only known, I never would have let him die alone. Neither would Margot or Cleo. He had to know I'd drop everything and come. Yes, we were in the middle of serious negotiations with Thompson over some new oceanfront property in Massachusetts, and the deal might have fallen through if I'd left abruptly. But fuck it. That would have been worth it to be by his side when he passed, instead of getting a call from Mom to tell me he was dead. Cancer. Fast-moving, relentless, and secret. There was barely any time to diagnose it, and it was way past the treatment window. He died like he lived his life, always in motion. And damn if that's not what I would have done too. Still, I would have told someone so they could mentally prepare. Not this. Not this fuckery. My hands ball into fists, and I force them to loosen. He made his decisions, and he's gone. There's nothing I can do. Just like this atrocious conditional inheritance. I know this is a lot to take in, Miss Wilkes says gently. I understand the whole situation is a shock." "That's putting it mildly," I mutter. "You're welcome to consult as many lawyers as you'd like, though I fear it won't change the outcome." I wave away the thought. Of course she doesn't think it will. And of course I'm going to hire them anyway. And of course, knowing my luck, they won't find a goddamn mouse turd worth anything. "There's some good news," she says softly. Exhaling, I turn to face her. "Yeah? What's that?" "The will specifies the marriage only needs to last 6 months." "Huh? Only 6 months? And that's the good news? Fucking peachy. 6 months of maintaining an unwanted bizarro marriage to a girl I tormented. And that's not considering everything else associated with it, like a big showy wedding. At least there's an out, I suppose. If the inheritance passes to me, I'll be an extremely rich man, and a public figure to boot. You don't just throw together a wedding with a complete stranger on a whim when you're a Blackthorn. Although hell, maybe that's what I should do. We can jet off to Vegas and find the tackiest neon chapel, Elvis impersonator and all. If Gramps wants a spectacle, I'll give him one. Public image be damned. And I don't get my inheritance until I've tied the knot? I ask. That's also a bit more positive. As soon as you officially agree to marry Miss Sage and announce it publicly, you can assume your place as head of Blackthorn Holdings. Once the marriage hits its 6-month mark from the wedding date, the estate passes to you. You'll be clear to proceed as you see fit. I grit my teeth. And if I decide not to marry her? Then Blackthorn Holdings cannot pass to you. The terms are very clear about that. Yes, I knew the answer, but it still pisses me off. This company will only be mine if I play along. A stupid damn game designed for a reason no one seems to know, and no one cares about except me. Does Hattie know yet? I ask. She does. I briefed her this morning, per your sister's advice. She practically insisted when she saw the will yesterday. And what? For a moment, I try to picture little Hattie like I remember. Her curly blonde hair that never stayed in a bun and timid green eyes. Round spectacles, pale white skin. This baby fat she could never seem to lose well into her teens. The girl always looked at me like she was petrified. At the time, I loved it. How did she take it? Wilkes takes a moment to answer. I'd say she was a little rattled. I snort loudly. If Hattie feels anything like I do, she's more than just rattled. But that's just it. I don't know the first thing about Hattie now. I don't know if she still hates me. I don't know what she's thinking at all. No surprise, I say. It's not every day you get pushed into a marriage you never asked for. What girl dreams of that? But will she agree if, for some unearthly reason, there's no way out of it? Miss Wilkes does another disapproving lip press. It's impressive how she can convey so much irritation with such slight expressions. Miss Sage required a cool compress to revive her, she says. I believe your sister took her home immediately. She fainted? I frown. The shock was rather intense. Holy fuck. My gut churns, but I push the feeling aside. I need to see her, I growl. Wilkes stands. If I may, Mr. Blackthorn, I advise you to take a few days to think about this. Consult a few outside attorneys to look into this matter, if you wish. But please treat it seriously. What does it look like I'm doing? I snap. This is my whole future. I don't appreciate the implication that I won't give it due diligence. I just mean this is an unusual and stressful predicament for everyone involved. Miss Wilkes rises to her feet. My hope is, after you've given Miss Sage ample time to process, you'll approach her with empathy. For her sake, and yours. Empathy? I almost laugh in her face. Sure. Jackie Wilkes is concerned about Hattie because she apparently has the constitution of a hummingbird or some shit. But I'm the guy being asked to marry my sister's second shadow.
Hattie damn Sage. What does she even look like now? Is she still a book nerd who won't wear anything less revealing than a full grandma bathing suit? Is she more than a fragment from a nightmare I vowed to forget? Oh, I'll give her empathy, all right. But first I need to see her face to face.
3. All the leverage. Hattie. What is happening? Those are the only words floating around my brain as I slump down on my couch. Margot crouches in front of me, flicking the pages of one of my old books under my nose. Old book smell. Sweet Jesus. Better than smelling salts for sweeping the shock from your brain. If I was born in one of those Regency romance novels I pretend I don't love, I'd totally be one of those bookish wallflowers. Actually, maybe the truth isn't so far from that. Arranged marriages happened in those times too, right? Where someone older and richer and more powerful just decided your whole future, and the poor heroine had no choice but to go along with it. I have a choice, though. I need to remember that. Inhaling sharply, I try to think of something more coherent than, oh God, oh God, oh God. Not easy. Marry Ethan? Being asked to marry anyone on a whim would be bad enough, but when it's Ethan fricking Blackthorn? Keep breathing, Margot urges gently. Excellent advice, really. I take one of the books, which is an old leather-bound copy of Pride and Prejudice, how fitting, and inhale again. At least my lungs work. Now I just need to flog my mind back on track. My bestie looks down with worried blue eyes. She touches my arm. Will it help if you drink something? Water? Tea? Hot chocolate? I struggle up into a sitting position. It's my place, Margot, I point out. I can get my own drink. There's no way I'm letting her look after me when it's her granddad who died. I'm supposed to be the one comforting her. Ugh! Margot rolls her eyes. Yeah, but I've been here often enough. I know where everything is. It's fine. I can... My vision blurs. I double over. Hattie, sit down. She grabs my arms and wrestles me back on the seat. You've just had a crazy shock. I'm good. No worries. Hattie, she folds her arms. You looked lifeless a second ago. Whiter than paper. Well, maybe a glass of water. Then I'll be fine. She points at me and clambers to her feet. Stay right there or I'll yell at you. Be right back. While she's knocking around in the kitchen, I open the book on my lap and look at the first few lines. Elizabeth Bennet wouldn't have been forced into a marriage she didn't want. There was Mr. Collins, after all, and her mom was pretty certain Elizabeth needed to marry him. But no. Tragically, I'm no Elizabeth Bennet. What the actual hell am I gonna do? Refuse. That would be the logical thing. You don't just marry strangers over wonky legal contracts and money anymore. At least, not overtly. We're not living in a novel, and I shouldn't be forced down the aisle with a man I don't love. On the other hand, if I bail out, that means Ethan won't get his inheritance. As bad as he is, that's a terrible consequence. What was Leonidas thinking? Margot returns with a glass of water I slurp down in seconds. My hands are still shaking so much, I spill some down my chin. God, I'm a mess. We can talk this out, you know, Margot says, sitting next to me. I know he's my brother. He's also a colossal pain in the ass. I wouldn't jump for joy at having to marry him either. Yeah, well, that probably has something to do with the fact that he's your brother. Yeah, but if he wasn't, I wouldn't want to marry him. He's too appalling, I suggest, trying to picture him in my mind. I can't imagine his face without a scowl, or that smarmy smirk he'd always wear right before he decided to screw with me back when we were kids. Has the man ever learned any other human expressions? Be honest, Margot says. How do you feel about it in general? Ethan aside. Like someone ran me down with a truck? and backed over me a few times for good measure?" She nods seriously. "Fair. I used to call him Dump Truck sometimes when we were kids, and he'd get all angry. What am I going to do, Margot?" I bury my head in my hands. The worst part, the absolute worst, is that I don't hate the idea of being his wife in a freaky, abstract way. Who wouldn't want to marry a billionaire? There are whole reality shows like that, I think, even if it's just a chance to live it up rich for a little while. Attention isn't really my thing, but it would be a chance to be something more than my usual quiet, readery self, a rare chance to live an adventure. Instead of just reading about them, unfortunately, that's when I picture who I have to marry again to make this fantasy come true. Ethan, standing in a dark suit like he's waiting to collect my soul, devastatingly handsome and scowling like always. Scowling at me, disapproving and incredibly pissed he's tying the knot with a woman he'll never truly want, till death do us part. Yikes. I blink to clear the image from my mind. "You want me to marry him?" I whisper, knowing it's not a question. Obviously, she's on team hell marriage, or she never would have brought in the lawyer. Margot winces, but before she can argue, there's a buzz on the intercom and my mom's voice floats out. "Honey, it's me. I'm just pulling up to your building and I've got something for you," she sings. Holy hell, what timing. I drop my face back in my hands. "Oh man, not good. Want me to send her away?" Margot asks, like the babe she is. "I can say you're not well." I wave her away. That's not going to work. If you tell her I'm unwell, she'll insist on barging in to see me. "Even for a cold?" Margot blinks. "Especially if it's a cold. Try to keep her away and she'll break down the door. Although maybe if we mention a little projectile vomiting, it might give my mom second thoughts. Then again, she'd probably just talk up the bright side. How maybe I'll finally lose a few pounds and reset my system with a fast." I stagger up as the intercom buzzes again, and then my phone vibrates. If there's one thing Mom doesn't have, it's patience. "Hey, Mom," I say, trying and failing to inject some lightness into my voice. I feel so deflated. I'm just up here hanging out with Margot. "Oh, Margot. Tell her I can't wait to see her." Mom sounds delighted. I knew she would be. Probably because Margot is everything I'm not. Slim, pretty, and semi-successful. "Mom, you're like 2 minutes away. Tell her yourself." I buzz her up with a sigh and make sure to shift my shirt around so it conceals my small belly as much as possible. I regret that churro now. Unnecessary empty calories, as my health freak mom would say. My stomach knots uncomfortably. "Don't mention Ethan or anything," I hiss at Margot. "No weird forced marriage stuff. Got it." She makes a zipping motion over her lips. Grit scrapes my eyes as I rub them. I just want to crawl under my duvet with a new book and forget the world exists. "Hattie, stay strong." Margot clicks her fingers in front of my face. Mom chooses that precise moment to knock. As Margot dances over to let her in, I take several deep breaths, mentally fortifying myself for the visit. It's not that I don't love my mom. I do. It's been us against the world for as long as I can remember, and I know she loves me back. It's just the fact that we have very different definitions of success, and sometimes I wonder if she'd prefer having Margot as her daughter instead of me. "Hattie!" Mom gushes, stepping inside in her red designer shoes. Margot helped me pick them out for her 2 years ago for her birthday, and to her credit, she's worn them ever since. Unfortunately, the heels are lethal. I fear for my old wooden floors every time she comes over. The idea of my apartment, my rules, doesn't really apply to her. "Hey, Mom," I say. "Hi, Julia. How you been?" Margot waves. Mom's face brightens the moment she sees her. "Margot, honey, you look amazing. Have you been working out?" Nothing special, just the usual jog here and there, Margot says modestly, which really means a 2-mile run in New York City or a few laps in the pool at the fanciest gym big money can buy. And your hair! Mom gives me a pointed look. Margot's sleek gold curls have always been a source of Mom's personal anguish because they aren't mine. Inwardly, I'm cringing. I've tried to explain genetics a few times, but there's no point. Credit to my stylist. I went to the salon last week, Margot explains. Well, she does fabulous work. Mom finally looks away from Margot and frowns at my apartment. I'll be the first to admit it's not at its best with my throw rug slumped on the floor and some laundry still hanging on racks. Oh, and books everywhere. My standard environment. But Margot went above and beyond by ferreting out all my newest reads, piling them up on my coffee table with curiosity. Usually I tidy up before Mom comes around to avoid her pulling that lemon-sucking look of disapproval. But today I didn't get the chance, and I know when there's a good old-fashioned lecture coming. Really, Hattie, this place gets smaller every time, she says as she clops to the kitchen. Have you thought about looking for something bigger? I smile without actually smiling. Margot gives me a sympathetic look as I force myself to stand and follow her, even though I already know what she's brought. They're just books, Mom. Pretty sure I can fit a few hundred more in before we need to worry about doubling my rent. She shakes her head. Maybe it's time you moved on from that silly little bookstore. Do they pay you in books, too? She sniffs. This is a bit much, dear. Once you've read a book, give it away or sell it back to them. You don't need to keep them around, cluttering up your space. There it is. She doesn't get it. She doesn't get me. She doesn't even know I read more books on my phone, on my Kindle, from the library. But there are times when nothing beats having real paper you can hold in your hands. Especially my favorites, the special editions, the ones I'll adore forever. If I still have a beating pulse, I'll never regret clutter from my one true love. I like books, I say feebly. Yes, we know. But that doesn't mean you need to have them everywhere. I only have a handful myself. She says it like it's something to be proud of. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen her read anything longer than a magazine in her life. I almost roll my eyes, picturing the heavy art books she might have paged through twice before making them purely decorative. Holding in a sigh, I perch on the kitchen counter as she pulls several noxious green smoothies from her bag in giant glass jars. Homemade, of course. Nothing but the best for her little girl and her weight struggles. Kale juice, she says like Christmas just came early. If it has, I've just found coal at the bottom of my stocking. Goody, I mutter. You could be grateful, Hattie. I just made it this morning, so you could have a healthy lunch instead of those sandwiches you eat. I happen to like my sandwiches, and I usually pair them with an apple or a banana. Sometimes when I'm feeling extra chubby, I'll save half and skip the fruit. This mockery of a juice will just make me feel hungry and gross. This should last you a couple days, she says, putting it in my fridge like it lives there. Then she narrows her eyes. That's not great for your posture, sitting up there like that. I straighten my back until I hear something crack. Mom, would it kill you to make an effort? Look at Margot. Margot, curled up on the sofa like a regal cat, grimaces. Sorry, she mouths. What's wrong with my outfit? It's my day off. Mom heaves a sigh. Nothing, dear. It's just maybe you should pick clothes that suit you a little better. Clothes that don't make me look fat, she means. My jaw drops, but before I can lay into her and tell her she has no right to attack my wardrobe or my body, the intercom buzzes again. Seriously, what now? Can I come in? It's Ethan. A gruff male voice snarls over the speaker. Holy shit. Mom's face immediately brightens. I'm praying she won't remember him, but Margot's presence alone is a reminder. Also, Mom worships power, beauty, and wealth, and Ethan has the evil trifecta. Lucky me! I lunge for the intercom, but Mom beats me to the wall, buzzing him up. Margot sends me a wide-eyed stare I know how to interpret. Oh, fuck. Yep. Oh, fuck. And he's about to walk right through my front door. Mom sprints back to the kitchen, and I think she grabs one of those kale monstrosities from the fridge. I'm not sure because I'm running for the laundry, which has a couple pairs of my panties in full view. I barely manage to chuck it into the bedroom before Lucifer marches through the front door. Tall, coppery dark hair, midnight blue eyes. You never forget those eyes. Cheekbones that are probably visible from outer space, and a jaw so sharp it could engrave curse words on titanium. Everything about him is hard, from the wall of granite posing as a chest to the male-wide shoulders holding up a face set like an angry god. His gaze settles on me, dark and so intense, my breath stalls. Breathe, Hattie. Can we not make this worse? In my defense, he's wearing a full suit that looks painted on, open at the throat, just enough to show off a hint of tanned skin. It's the kind of healthy glow that's rare here in Maine, the type you only get from jetting off regularly to warm, sunny places. This man is atrociously handsome, and so far out of my league it feels like a cosmic prank. Oh, and he's scowling. Like always. I assume you didn't know anything about this insane arrangement, he says, before I can utter a single word. It's damn ridiculous, and if you had anything to do with setting it up. My hands clench into fists. My eyes are lasers. I have a biting urge to throw the heaviest book I own at his stupidly attractive, arrogant face. No matter how well dressed he is, he's still a fire-breathing asshole. Of course I didn't know. Are you serious? I say tightly. I didn't know anything about it, and if I had, I would have begged Leonidas not to do this. Because it's crazy. I had to make sure. His brows draw together, but he gives a curt nod. Also, I don't appreciate the implication that I somehow collaborated with your grandfather to spring this on you. Like, who do you think I am? She literally fainted, idiot, Margot hisses from her place on the sofa. That's not what happens when someone's plotting against you. You're still here? He scowls at her and snorts. Yes. I'm supporting my friend like a functional human being. Margot waves a hand at me. What else do you expect me to do? Drown myself in cocktails? If that's how you want to grieve, Ethan, fine, but count me out. We both know that's a great way to get Pop-Pop's ghost to come back and kick your ass. How about supporting your brother? He rumbles like a thunderhead. You know I don't drink like that anymore. Anger simmers in his eyes, mingled with the tiniest hint of hurt that's almost relatable. Margot rolls her eyes. Sounds like you're handling it just fine. Aren't you hiring an army of estate lawyers to fight the will? Not the will, he says, folding his arms. Just the marriage clause. Makes sense, I say, losing my mind a little. Wouldn't want to lose out on the big inheritance, right? He turns the full force of his glare on me. I'm almost positive the ends of my hair curl up and shrivel under the heat. My skin tingles. Damn right. Every syllable could cut glass. In the event I'm unsuccessful, I'm prepared to pay you generously for a mind-numbingly simple job. Walk down the aisle, sign a few papers, keep your distance, and wait half a year for the divorce. He nods like this is a perfectly reasonable proposal. Wow! My jaw drops. I feel faint. He said it so bluntly. Like I don't have a choice. Like I'm the kind of timid mouse girl who'll accept a little cash in exchange for a sham marriage and go on my merry way like it never happened. Typical Ethan. He hasn't changed a bit. I blink at him, and he stares back, blinking much slower. God, even his blinking feels arrogant with him, and it makes me want to throw a smaller book at his head. "Well," he says when I don't respond, "did you hear me say generous?" "Oh my God, Ethan." Margot pulls a throw pillow over her face. "You asshole! Please tell me that's not your final offer." "Listen," I say, holding up a hand. "I didn't agree to this any more than you did." He makes an impatient gesture. "Doesn't matter. I'm finding a solution." Feels more like bribery. My anger grows with every second. You're trying to pay me off, and not very nicely. Have you heard of flattery? A couple hours ago, this was thrown at me the same way it was thrown at you, and now you barge in here demanding, "You let me in." He shrugs. Technically, my mom did, but that's not the point. "You were rude." "Tell him, Hattie," Margot says from the sofa, lowering the pillow from her face. "Not helping," Ethan growls. "If you want me to play along with your grand plan, you're going to have to do a better job than—" A deafening squeal behind us cuts me off mid-sentence. Mom has finally left the kitchen, and she's speeding toward him with her hands outstretched. All my thoughts about taking Ethan down a peg or two evaporate. "Ethan Blackthorn! Is it really you?" Mom practically throws herself into his arms, peppering his cheeks with kisses. She certainly wasn't this happy to see me or Margot put together. "It's been forever." He blinks at her, finally shocked into silence. I don't even think he knew she was here. Fine. Today she can be my secret weapon. He's clearly not thinking about how to bribe me into a fake marriage scheme anymore. Not when he's occupied with escaping Mom's claws. "Mrs. Sage," he says after a pained second, where I want to fall through the floor. I've heard the center of the earth is nice and balmy this time of year. "Oh, no. Call me Julia." She playfully slaps his arm. So cringe. I'm positive she's not actually trying to flirt with him, considering the age gap, but it's a little too close for comfort. "It's been forever since we've seen you around these parts, Ethan." "I move around a lot. Spend some time in California," he tells her, right before she starts up again. "My, have you been working out? You look so handsome. You've certainly picked up your father's good looks." Sigh. Is spontaneous combustion real? Or maybe I should just pray for the inevitable death of the sun to hurry up and scorch everything on the planet to cinders. "Thanks, Julia," he clips. "So what brings you back to Maine? Are you staying in Portland again?" "Mom," I hiss. "Oh, right." Her cat-like green eyes widen as she finally catches up with the feeling in the room. "Your granddad. I was so sorry to hear it. How could I have forgotten? I guess you're here for his funeral? Closure?" "Close enough," Ethan mutters, his gaze cutting back to me. I'm pretty sure my head is almost a tomato. At some point he'll realize what a ginormous mistake he's made by offering me a way out of this. Mom lays a hand on Ethan's arm, probably meant to be comforting, but she squeezes him like a slab of beef. "You're so warm," she says, which is one of the most contrived excuses I've ever heard. "Come with me. I've got just the thing to cool you down." "No, that's all right. His protests are futile. He might be the heir to a real estate empire worth bajillions, but he's no match for Julia Sage when she wants to nurture. I suppose it's reassuring, knowing it's not just me she tramples on. Margot watches her big brother drag his feet into the kitchen. We follow him to the doorway, just in time to watch Mom pour him a tall glass of lovely green sludge. His nose wrinkles as the stench fills the room. It's almost like fresh-cut lawn meets wet dog, pungent and swampy as hell, the kind of fragrance only Shrek could love. "Here you are, bottoms up," Mom beams proudly. Ethan takes the glass and stares at it, like he's holding a radioactive core. I can see his mind racing in his eyes, trying to find a way out of green doom. But there's no escape, so he holds his breath as he takes a baby sip, barely managing to hide his revulsion. I press my hand over my mouth, holding in an explosive giggle. Yes, that muck tastes as good as it smells. Possibly worse. "We should save him," I whisper to Margot. "Nah, trust me, he can use a few extra vegetables, plus a little humility for the way he came charging in, taking his bad luck out on you." She's watching everything with keen interest and a slightly vicious smile. My anger has truly evaporated. Sure, he was rude. When isn't he? But he's had a pretty massive shock, and frankly, I wouldn't want to fake marry me either. "Mom," I call, stepping into the kitchen and eyeing the remaining kale juice like it's liquid cyanide. "Ethan actually stopped by to see Margot. They have a lot of family stuff to talk about, and it's not the best time for smoothie samples." "No, it looks delicious, Mrs. J." Margot slings an arm over my shoulders. "Go on, Ethan. Finish it. We've got all evening to talk about Pop Pop." His eyes could burn her to ash, but he takes another sip, his face puckering. Then a larger gulp. I guess he thinks he'd better down it as fast as possible, so his torment ends. It's fascinating to watch. I'm starting to understand why scientists love studying monkeys as social critters so much. What will this big, tormented ape do next? Will he have a human reaction for the first time in his life? "Well, what do you think?" Mom stares at Ethan hopefully. "Keep going, bro," Margot says before he can answer. "There's still some in your glass." But my rational brain catches up with my monkey-watching brain, and I grab Mom's arm. "Okay, that's enough. Time to go." "But why?" She looks genuinely confused. "So Ethan and Margot can talk. Don't be rude, Mom." "Oh, hun, if they wanted to do that, they could go anywhere," Mom says, her eyes narrow. "What are they doing at your place?" I start dragging her to the door. Behind me, I think I hear Ethan retching. "Margot needs me," I lie. Right now it's the opposite, and I'm the one who needs her. "But, bye, Mom." I shove her out, slam the door in her face, and latch it before I flatten myself against it for good measure. What the hell just happened? If Margot said she hit me over the head with a baseball bat and I hallucinated everything that came next, I'd believe her. Because I can't believe any of this is happening. And in my apartment? This must be a terrible dream. Unfortunately, when I open my eyes, no dice. Margot and Ethan are both standing in my kitchen. Margot laughs her face off, and Ethan tries to scowl through the biggest frown I've ever seen. I can't go through with this marriage thing. No way. If he'd come and begged and actually made it sound like he didn't think he could buy me, then maybe. But now? God. My hands shake as I drag them down my face, trying to flatten my rough thoughts. There's no question who I'm dealing with now. The same moody, older, entitled piece of jerk meat he was back when we were growing up. If anything, he's probably gotten worse with age. So I'll tell him no to his face. Just like that. One word. Easy. He said he'd enlist an army of lawyers, didn't he? I'm sure they can figure out something to get his money. "Sorry about my mom," I start. Mostly because I'm afraid he'll sick his lawyers on me if Mom accidentally poisoned him with that slop. But when I blink again, Ethan is standing in front of me, way too close. I can see small glittery flecks of gray and gold in his dark blue eyes. I also smell the kale juice on his breath, so concentrated it could start peeling paint off the walls. Man, he's pale. Maybe Mom did poison him after all. Would I have to pay damages if he gets ill here? Is that a thing? He's so close I can't think straight. "Hattie," he grinds out, and every muscle in my body freezes. Holy shit, why must this asshole be so fine? "Ethan?" It comes out like a whisper. Maybe I'm coming down with something too. That would explain why I feel so dizzy and hot. I'll admit I went about this the wrong way, he growls, and the corner of his mouth curves. Not a smile, but something that might be distantly related somewhere in the animal kingdom, like second cousins once removed. Okay, I say. I came in here swinging, pointing fingers, and I'm sorry. Hardly the best approach when I need a favor. He holds my gaze so strongly it feels illegal. Are my knees okay? Let me try this again, he says. If you'll consider my proposal, I'll give you a down payment today. I watch as he reaches into his pocket. A checkbook, I realize, as he flips it open. Half now, half on completion, he says calmly. Is that fair? Just don't expect me to get down on one fucking knee. I frown, staring at the check he tears off, already written out. My eyes need a second before the numbers come into focus. $250,000. $250,000. My eyes roll back in my head, blinded by dollar signs, and everything goes sideways.
4. All the memories. Ethan. As Hattie topples to the ground, I spring forward. I catch her a split second before she crashes down on one of the piles of books stacked up next to the door. What the hell is wrong with this girl? She's dead weight in my arms, knocked out cold, her eyes half shut and her face blank. Not again. Look what you did. Margot spits, exasperated. I twist around to look at my sister. How often does this happen? Does she have a condition? Low blood pressure, I think. Sometimes a bad shock makes her woozy, and she's had a few today. Let's get her on the sofa. Without waiting for Margot's help, I carry her over to the couch, trying to ignore the way she feels in my arms. When did she get so soft? Figures that little Hattie Sage would grow up to be a huge book dork and a hot mess. Emphasis on hot. Yes, she's filled out in all the right places, but I can't figure out what it is about her when she's nothing like my usual type. It's subtle, her attractiveness. Hell, I didn't notice when I stormed in like a runaway train. Didn't even notice when her viper mother grabbed me and did her best to kill me with swamp juice. What was that shit anyway? Tasted like I was drinking a frappe made from yard waste. I sit on the sofa, adjusting Hattie so her legs are propped up, her head lolling against my shoulder. Her hair, long and blonde with natural curly waves that I know Margot would kill for, tumbles across my arm and stomach. Her mouth is partly open. I don't remember her lips being so full before, so inviting. Every man's wet dream. Christ, what if she already has a boyfriend? Did Gramps ever plan for that complication? What now? What do? I demand. Margot doesn't look a bit concerned. Well, holding her until she wakes up again is a good start. Margot heads into the kitchen to get her a glass of water. And don't yell at her, dickhead, she calls back. Fuck off, I mutter, adjusting Hattie's head so she's not in danger of straining her neck. Her eyes flutter open from the movement, slowly widening. So much green. Deep, rich green with flakes of brown around her irises. Her breath stutters as she looks up and tries to speak. Ethan? She rasps. I practically shove her up to get her off my lap. God damn. What's wrong with me? You fainted, I tell her bluntly. You gotta stop doing that, hat girl, Margot says, approaching with water and what looks like a granola bar. Here, eat this. Hattie sends me a nervous look before taking a drink and accepting the snack. The glass clinks on her teeth. I take the opportunity to scan her shoebox apartment. It's small and cluttered. The living room resembles more of a library back room than a real apartment. She has 3 large bookcases crammed into the small space, and there are more books piled everywhere. Literally everywhere. At least they look organized, I guess. Carefully arranged stacks, some piled up in cardboard boxes, a few tossed carelessly on the coffee table. It looks like an army of squirrels came digging for books instead of nuts in here. That mess was me, in case you wondered, Margot says, noticing where I'm looking. I wanted to find all her classics. They're ordered alphabetically and by genre, Hattie mumbles, ripping the wrapper off the oat bar and taking a bite. Yeah, but I don't know the system. Margot rolls her eyes. My kid's sister has no clue how obnoxious she is. People say the same about me, of course. But the difference is, I'm aware. I just don't care. I lean back, pressing into the cushions. My anger from this morning in Wilkes's office has worn off, and now it's time to approach this logically. Demands and threats aren't working. When I pushed, Hattie shoved right back, calling me out for being an asshole. That's new. Old Hattie would have let out a squeak and ran. I can't even be mad at her because I was her raging cock. Still, she's apparently so delicate a check with the big number causes her to pass the fuck out. So I can't just wave money in her face either. Not without giving her some sugar first. Damnably obnoxious, this entire situation. Will she even make it through a wedding ceremony conscious? Not that the will says she has to be. I take another look around the apartment. She's clearly not living it up. So maybe it really was just the shock of a sudden windfall. Perhaps she needs time to get used to the idea of someone paying her well for a job. Yes, even in my thoughts, I'm an asshole. If she needs time, I can spare that. But there's a limit. I have a schedule, and I need a damn answer soon. I need to commit to marrying her, or I'll have to find another way to secure my inheritance. And knowing my luck, in Wilkes's grim assessment, that won't be easy. Fucking fabulous. Could you keep this thing away for now? Margot picks up the check and passes it back to me before sitting on Hattie's other side. Look, she whispers to Hattie as her eyes blink open. You don't have to go through with this. Don't let him pressure you. Yes, she does, I interrupt. Does my sister think I'm digging around trying to buy a wife for fun? I have 1,000 better things I could be doing. Hattie gives me a nervous glance. I try not to look like I'm pissed. It's a lot to take in, Margot says gently, patting Hattie's forehead. Fine, I'll give her that. It's definitely a lot, I agree. I know the surprise wasn't pleasant. Hattie nibbles on the granola bar, pulling her legs up under her. I make a point of not looking at them too long, even if she is wearing a pair of skimpy white shorts. I'm not an animal. Self-control hasn't been a problem since I was younger and dumber. Hattie shouldn't pose any challenge, no matter how unexpectedly curvy she's gotten with age. We need to think about this rationally, I say. Margot glowers at me, then looks back at Hattie. Don't listen. You don't have to do anything you don't want. It's a family favor. I think Pop meant it as a compliment. He thought the world of you, you know? You were basically his other adopted granddaughter, after me and Cleo. A compliment? That's one fucked up way to look at it. Not that I know what he was thinking. Margot shrugs and looks at me. No argument there. There are lots of questions. I can't fathom why he wanted this. I try to sound reasonable and undickish. The why doesn't matter in the end. It's your choice, Hattie, she says. I scowl at her. Stop telling her what to do, Margot. Guys, enough. Hattie crunches the snack bar wrapper in her fist and looks between us. I appreciate you, Gigi. It's fine. I can get through this. I stare at her, surprised at the sudden change of heart. I'm certainly not missing the opportunity. Excellent choice, I say. I can have the funds transferred immediately. If you don't want the check, I'll wire them, whatever you prefer. She fires me a heated glance.
Ethan, this isn't about the money. Honestly, I'm curious. If we go through with this, maybe we'll all find some answers. Leo must have had a reason for doing this. Not about the money she fainted over? Whatever. Still, if it makes her cooperate. Besides, she adds, it's not like we need to hang out that much, right? Ouch. Fuck. Sure, I came in guns blazing, but the comment stings more than it should. There are tons of women who'd leap at the chance to trade places with her. The taste of that green sludge fills my mouth, and I swallow past the rush of saliva. This isn't easy for anyone, I say sharply. I'm not exactly looking to marry right now. Also, I drank that shit your mom brought to keep the peace. So far, that's been the worst part of this black fucking day. Red dusts Hattie's cheeks. Weirdly charming, but I sweep the thought aside. I am sorry about my mom, she says, looking down. I know that it couldn't have been pleasant. Or tasty, Margot says gleefully. I tried one of her turmeric concoctions once, and I came so close to barfing. But I think it cured years of inflammation. Thank you, Margot, I snort. As it happens, I also nearly threw up. Probably would have, too, if this day hadn't given me a lot of practice with holding it in. But fuck, if I go 3 more lifetimes without having to taste that shit again, it won't be long enough. This is incredible, Margot says cheerfully. I can practically feel the awkwardness in the air. Is your entire marriage going to be like this? I barely spare her a withering glance. Our marriage will be as painless as I can make it. Our marriage will have a lot of ghosting, Hattie says, apparently regaining her calm. She tucks her hair behind her ear and sips her water. Right, Ethan? Yes. I unclench my jaw and stop myself from grinding my teeth. Once you learn to manage him, he'll be just fine, Margot whispers in Hattie's ear. And although Hattie doesn't giggle, she bites her lip like she's hiding a smile. Wrong time and place. For one, I need to speak to Hattie without my little sister raising hell. That might be her top talent, but I don't have the time or energy to deal with it, or her, right now. We should sit down and discuss the terms of the agreement, I say, ignoring the way Margot rolls her eyes. What now? Has she regressed back to teenage smartass when I wasn't looking? Or did she ever grow up at all? I haven't spent enough time with her lately to know. This is a business arrangement, damn it. I'm going to treat it like one. As soon as both parties know the precise terms, there's no more confusion, no room for misinterpretation. The moment we both know what's expected, the sooner we can fulfill our roles, finish this, and move on. Hattie chews the inside of her cheek. If we're moving forward, we should sign a contract, I continue. I can have my lawyers draft something up. You're welcome to add suggestions, provided they're reasonable. Amend away. Don't let him take advantage of you, Margot mutters in her ear. For fuck's sake, Margot. I grip my teeth again. I'm being perfectly fair. I want this to work for us both. This is a shitty situation, all the way around. Hattie turns her clear green eyes on me. What are your terms? Oh, hell. She's asking now. Fine. We'll need to make a few public appearances, I say. I have a reputation, and there's no hiding this from prying eyes. It's best if the general public doesn't know the details of our marriage, only enough to keep them from talking. I'm not asking for anything showy, just for us to look normal. I don't want a big wedding, Hattie says immediately. It can't be too small. Margot claps her hands. I'm in. You're looking at your wedding planner. Give me patience. Shut up, Margot. This is none of your business. Yes, it is, she pouts. Hattie's my best friend, and you're my idiot brother. I'm going to be the maid of honor. Right, Hattie?
Hattie blinks warily.
I mean, if you want. Yay!
Margot claps her hands together like the deranged pixie she is and points one sharp nail at me.
You hear that, big brother? I'll make your big day flawless.
Don't give her free rein, I whisper to Hattie. It would be the biggest mistake of your life.
Hey, don't talk to her like she'll hate it. It's your money I'm going to spend.
Margot shakes her head, offended. I try not to wince. That's why you're banned from organizing the ceremony without professional advice. My wedding, my rules. I aim my scowl at her. Trust Margot to make this whole process so much harder than it needs to be. In fact, why don't you head home now?
Nope. I'm having way too much fun.
She leans back lazily, smiling at us both.
It's fascinating, seeing you treat your personal life like it's just more work. Let's talk about the budget, Ethan. I know you're dying to.
Margot, Hattie says, but the corner of her mouth pulls up before she can get it back under control.
But wedding budget aside, how much do I get paid?
Damn. I need to stop looking at her mouth anymore. $500,000, I grind out. Half now, half on completion. Yours to do with as you wish, entirely unconnected with the marriage. Of course, we'll be signing a prenup.
How romantic.
Hattie trades a heavy look with Margot.
Not that I'd expect anything else.
No point asking what that means. It's obvious. Good. Then we're on the same page, I say.
Good,
she echoes sharply. I'll have my lawyers draw up a contract and send it over for your review this week. If you have any additional requirements, requests, or concessions, put them in writing and I'll have them incorporated. Margot leans in, her eyes still on me.
Ask for more, Hattie. He's bilking you.
Another delicate blush brazes Hattie's cheeks, and she swats Margot away.
It's cool. I don't need more, she says. But I do want to know what sort of appearances you're expecting me to make.
Hang on, and I'll tell you. I check my schedule on my phone, even though I have the next week memorized. There's a Developers Guild charity dinner later this week in Kennebunkport, I say. I was planning to attend, standing in for Gramps since he made a point to appear every year. This would be a perfect opportunity to make our introduction. Hattie's throat moves as she swallows.
Our introduction? Like, as a couple?
Obviously. If it's too much, you could just stay here and... I look around at the piles of books. Read, I suppose.
Hold up. We need some ground rules first,
Hattie says, inhaling.
If I'm going there as your... She chokes on the word. Your fiancé, you can't look at me like that.
Like what? I snort.
Like you hate me? I don't want people thinking I'm...
She leaves the thought unfinished, but it's clear what she means. She wants to avoid the gossip mill, and she has a point. Any hint that this marriage is some weird gold digger arrangement or something similarly scandalous.
Yeah, that's my point. The less reason they have to think we're anything different from another boring couple, the better.
Makes sense. Assumptions and whispers only cause more grief down the line, especially if we're trying to make this look authentic. That's a damn struggle guaranteed. Gramps, I hope you're laughing wherever you are. All right. I stand up to go, leaving the check on top of one of her books on the table. I'll see you tomorrow to hash this out. Don't be late. I'll have my assistant send you more details. She nods numbly, and I march out the door, leaving the two women to the frantic conversation they're clearly holding in. The plush leather sofa gives under me as I sink into it, a drink on a coaster by my side. Irish whiskey and no. I don't give a fuck what Margot would say about indulging an old favorite today. I know my demons. I know I've conquered them. On my lap there's a collection of photo albums I found from Gramps' house. The thick books smell old, and I have to brush dust from the edges. Aries stares at me like a stuffed animal from the rug. The basset hound's big droopy eyes are all judgment. His ears trapped under his paws. Better get used to it, pal. You're stuck with me now. He's another unexpected part of this inheritance. Unlike the company, there was no wedding clause assigned to him. What the hell will I do with this lazy old dog? I think he can spend whole days without moving. Even when Gramps first got him, he was a tortoise. Not the kind of dog you take on runs or into the woods for tracking. He's an ornamental beast, even if the roaring howl he lets out at any hint of an intruder doubles as an alarm system. The women of the family adore him, of course, but that's expected. Women love big helpless lumps they can cuddle. Only I'm his caretaker now. Crap. I rake a hand over my face, sipping my whiskey. Today hit me like a fucking Mack truck. I still don't know where any of this is going. The alcohol burns like a rocket on its way down my throat. I give myself a few seconds to appreciate the feel, the flavor, the reassuring warmth of the fire. Then I open the first album. Gramps' familiar face grins out at me, the photo bleached of color with age. I estimate it's from the 1950s, back when he was a young man, scrappy but infinitely confident. When he was comfortable, but not yet wildly rich, fresh from the war and gallivanting around the Mediterranean like some kind of Maine or Indiana Jones before Indy was even a thing. I take another sip before paging forward. Gramps at the beach. Gramps with my grandmother at their lake house upstate. I don't know what the hell will become of that retreat, but it's not my problem. I barely knew her. She died when I was young, and he never married again. Time moves through the 60s and 70s and things start changing. He's wearing more expensive suits, his hair slicked back. There are a few photos at fancy events with Grammy dressed up. A slender, pretty figure with eyeliner and big brown hair, even into middle age. Gramps fucking glows. It's his eyes, I think, lit up like stars. I never saw him look that happy when he was alive. Mom and Dad, conspicuously absent, aside from a few photos of my mother as a little girl, standing awkwardly with her parents. I page forward, watching him progress from stuffy old New England workhorse to modern and wealthy man of culture, rich beyond his wildest dreams. The old man made life look easy. There are a few later shots of him relaxing on his yacht, holding a glass of blood-red wine up for the photographer with a mysterious half-smile. "Damn it, Gramps. Why'd you have to go and complicate my life?" I mutter. "I don't need your sense of adventure." It's not like he ever got hitched because someone else forced him to from the great beyond. I never really knew my grandmother, again, but it's obvious he loved her. It was a natural relationship, the kind of fairy tale simplicity so many folks used to have. They lived, they fell in love, and then he missed her for the rest of his days. So why me? And why Hattie? I push the album aside and pull out another photo book, this one more recent. He looks a lot older here, like he aged 20 years in the 5 or so since Grammy died. Still, he looks good, healthy and active. If not happy, then at least confident, always in his element. Mom's absence hits me again, but they never seem close. For as long as I've known her, she's only come home to Portland a handful of times. Some old beef I'm not sure I care to understand. Also, I don't blame her. When we finally hit the 2000s, I recognized myself. Plus, Margot and my cousins and me as kids, all old enough to spend summers with Gramps. Sailing up and down the coast, bumping around bustling New York, occasionally horseback riding on Gramps' ranch in Santa Fe. He taught me to appreciate the desert as much as the sea. So did Gramps' hard-ass bodyguard, Holden Verity, his tall, gruff figure leering over my shoulder in damn near every photo. The guy wound up like a glorified babysitter in the later years. When he wasn't keeping Margot and little Cleo out of trouble, He was always there every time I stepped out at night, ready to stop me from raiding the wine cellar or lighting up a contraband joint. What a fucking pill. Though now that I'm older, there's a certain respect. The man was dedicated, and I guess he's still helping oversee Gramps' properties until they're sold off. Those long summers were half a lifetime ago, but I still remember them like they were yesterday, especially the sailing trips. Those continued well into my teens, the times when life made sense, when it was peaceful and innocent and stupid, the way every young man likes. Even if my bratty sister and her friend made my life hell, sometimes I deserved it. Punk-ass little prick that I was. I always gave it right back to them, too. Especially to Hattie. She was a textbook dork back then, with her frizzy hair, thick glasses, and round nose always stuffed in a book bigger than her head. I'm back to being 16, a sandcastle-stomping dick, full of teenage angst and testosterone. That summer was the first time I felt like I deserved a man's respect. But the girls tattled on me to Holden for smoking. Gramps put me under house arrest. Fucking house arrest. Marooned with this mute statue of a bodyguard. Hell, even Aries is livelier than Holden. Even now, I can feel echoes of frustration. I was supposed to go out on one of my many summer dates. Instead, I was stuck at home with nothing to do but play Xbox and text my friends. So, being the little bastard I was, I decided to get revenge. If the girls were intent on ruining my summer, I'd set theirs on fire like a flaming bag of dog shit. From my prison in the house, I watched them on the warm beach, spending the afternoon building pyramids and sphinxes in the sand. Hattie had some book about Egypt for inspiration. Their creations were impressive, honestly. At the time, I thought it was lame. When they were finally done, I managed to sneak past Bulldog Holden and crush their little wonders. Every last one. Stomped them into the ground like King Kong on a bender. Sweet revenge. For all of 5 minutes. After I was done, I hid behind the rocks, waiting for the girls' reactions. I guess I thought they'd go into a wild rage or something. I never expected the sadness. Definitely not the way Hattie burst into tears. She fucking cried her eyes out. God. Even as a teenage punk in perpetual victim mode, I knew I'd gone too far. That's why I woke up at the ass crack of dawn the next morning, so I could build them the grandest beach pyramid ever crafted. Gramps and Holden caught me in the act. The old man was always an early riser, starting his morning walks before sunup. But a squall came in, and so did the tide, melting the pyramid before the girls ever saw it. One more lesson I learned from Gramps. It's a hell of a lot easier to unleash havoc than it is to set things right. Sometimes, the universe itself is stacked against you. If only that lesson could have sunk in. I might have checked my attitude with no one getting hurt. Nobody killed. Blissfully ignorant to knowing this world doubles as Satan's pop-up carnival. I chuckled bitterly and finished my drink. Over in the corner, Aries lets out a low, discontent woof. Yeah, okay, big guy. You're right. What's this trip down memory lane getting me? I slammed the album shut. I wish my life lessons had been kinder. But Portland was a savage teacher. When I fled this town, not long after the happy photos ended, I only knew 2 things. No good deed goes unpunished, and karma is a cruel motherfucker. As I pour out a second whiskey, I think about the grown-up Hattie I met today. Her frizzy hair tamed into brilliant wisps of gold. Even her glasses are more stylish and subdued with their turquoise frames. I think about her fire, the attitude and backbone she sprouted, and I wonder what put it there. Annoyingly, I think about her magnificent ass, the way it felt when my hand swept across it, how soft and full she is. A feast of flesh for a man who moves through Instagram models and Central Park runners like eating chips. They work like hell for their boyish slender figures. They spin through the nose for a touch of glamour. But Hattie had an undeniable vibe that feels natural, authentic. From his perch on the floor, Aries gives me the lazy eye until I shake my head. I know what he's asking. What karmic hell am I in for now by making Hattie Sage my wife? And what sandy marvel will melt under me this time, trying to play fair?
5. All that glitters. Hattie. It looks amazing. I slide a hand down my belly, always the problem area. When it's rocking that stubborn chub, well, that and my thighs. But this dress is elegant and hip-hugging, and that's the issue. You don't want fabric hugs from anything when the world sees every roll and dimple like a flaw. And the world will soon be staring at me with wide, curious eyes. Ethan, too. No, don't think about Ethan. Not easy when he's all I've been able to think about, ever since I woke up this morning with a migraine and this off-kilter feeling. It's like when you accidentally skip forward a few chapters in a good book and you no longer have any clue what's happening. Margot smiles at me in the mirror. I try to ignore the angry bees humming around my stomach. The moment I tumbled out of bed, she dragged me outside for some retail therapy in one of the biggest boutique malls in Portland. "Are you sure?" I ask, turning to the side and sucking in my stomach. No matter how hard I try, it'll never be flat. Sigh. "Are you kidding, girl? Your ass will give all the old dudes a heart attack. You'll be the star of the show." Margot turns to the assistant, who's looking at me with a critical expression. "Accessories?" "Gold," she says immediately. "Subtle." "Find me something nice," Margot instructs, and the woman scuttles off. I look at my best friend, who's totally energized by the challenge. Me. I'm the challenge. A doll for her to dress up, and it's not that I don't trust her fashion sense. But I'm not sure her sense of fashion is me. See, this dress. On the hanger it looks incredible. All red satin, off one shoulder with a slit up the opposite leg, skirting the line between elegant and showy. The chic girls in Margot's world of money and fashion wouldn't look out of place in it. I'm so not a chic chick. The assistant returns with an elegant gold necklace and matching earrings with, holy shit, are those diamonds? I'm going pale, thinking about the cost. But did she really say Ethan gave me an unlimited wardrobe allowance? I don't know. The dress is an attention grabber. Do I really need earrings? I hesitate. But Margot grabs my hand before I can hand them back. Wear it all! You want the attention. Besides, it's all on Ethan's dime. What if I break them? You won't. Margot's tone is dismissive. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think we should bring up the hem a little. What do you think? The assistant nods and pulls out some pins. I stand still as they map out a couple alterations, shortening the hem and subtly changing the angle of the single shoulder. I'll have it ready this afternoon, Miss Blackthorn. Perfect! Margot claps her hands. In the meantime, we'll work on your makeup. Makeup? Oh, God. But before I can fuss, I'm manhandled out of my dress, and Margot reveals the arsenal of high-end makeup she's brought with her, filling in the gaps with new cosmetics she needs from the store. The Blackthorns have worked with this place forever. Even Mom still orders from here with everything in New York, she says. By the time we're done, they'll have your alterations wrapped up. I shake my head, biting my lip. Margot, I can't do this. Yes, you can. All you have to do is pretend my darling brother isn't an enormous jackass and be your gorgeous self. You've got that down. But everyone there will be rich, like daughters of former presidents and women way smarter than me. All thrown together in a palatial Maine compound everyone else will be used to, not to mention a date with Ethan flipping Blackthorn of all people. However fake. A date. It's the sort of thing half the girls in Portland would have killed for. How many lined up for him years ago, begging for it before he joined the army? And since he became the literal heir to a multi-billion-dollar company, holy crap, I feel vertigo. Margot sits me down and gets to work, using more makeup than I've ever seen in my life. I'm a slap on some mascara and I'll be fine kind of girl. Margot? No way. Our complexions are so different, with her getting sun in her travels and daily walks, plus the odd trip to Arizona or the Caribbean a few times a year. She has some new foundation and applies it with a heavy hand, concealing flaws I didn't know I had. At least this way they won't see it when I blush, which I inevitably will. She sculpts and contours my face, fashioning cheekbones from hills. My eyes are artificially widened, the subtle smoky eyes she's gone for deepening their natural green. By the time she's finished, I barely recognize myself. But I do look like the Hattie Sage my mom would love, the girl with money and confidence overflowing. See? Margot coos, blowing on her brush like it's a smoking gun. Stunning! I look like a mermaid with arched brows and tinted lips, big eyes and highlights that make me sparkle. The attendant brings the dress back while we make more adjustments, and with Margot's help, I stuff myself into it. Margot then does her own makeup, spending a lot less time on her own face and still looking incredible, and then sliding into her own black dress far more gracefully. Compared to me, she looks radiant, yet subdued. The wick beside the flame. How weird when it's always been the opposite. Again, I can't do this. Just have fun. You've got this, Margot says brightly, as if I'm not seconds from vomiting all over this very fancy tiled floor. I don't have anything. Her phone chirps. The limo's here. Are you ready? Hell no. I'm wearing heels that threaten to break my ankle with every step. The dress reflects the light and my thigh is visible. Despite the expensive perfume, I'm positive someone will still smell my sweat under it. Come on, let's go dazzle, she says as she leads me through the shop, hips swaying with every movement. I try to inhale some courage as we emerge outside and find a limo pulled up beside the sidewalk. A white limo with tinted windows and a crisply dressed driver standing by the door ready to help us inside. Keep smiling. Focus on that. Look pretty, but that won't take much effort now, Margot whispers as we slide inside the car. Easy for you to say, I whisper back. She smiles. Don't worry, Hat Girl. I'll handle the condolences. I'll also bail you out if anyone gets too nosy. Whatever you do, don't let my idiot brother ruin a good time. There's a ring on my finger and it's weirding me out. It isn't a cookie-cutter masterpiece or dripping in diamonds, which shocks me to my core. The piece he picked out, it's actually tasteful. All brilliant etched gold with a halo of smaller diamonds around a beautiful pine green tourmaline rock, the state gemstone. Elegant, intricate, and yes, expensive, but not some outrageous antique thing which belonged to a czarina once, or peppered with so many diamonds it weighs down my hand. Of course, he didn't hand it over in person, but the note it arrived with, dear God, green like your eyes. Let me know at once if it isn't suitable. I'm still flipping, spinning. Also, I think I've stepped into a billionaire romance novel. Kennebunkport is a small, quaint town with pretty wooden buildings and rustic vibes. The mansion that's hosting the event bustles with the rich and famous. Very rich, very famous people. Modern-day Gatsby stuff. There's art plastered on the walls of the ballroom in the large mansion hosting this gathering, and I already know it's the type that costs millions by real talents. I like the old-school paintings more than the modern splatter art, but it all screams heady and expensive. I wonder if Ethan ever developed a taste for interpreting this stuff. Oh yes, Ethan. He looks incredible. No surprise. Navy suit that looks like it grew onto his body organically. Seriously, why is he so tall and why are his shoulders so wide? And dark coppery hair slicked back. Refined. Clever. Intimidating. someone who fits in with a crowd intimately connected to major Atlantic real estate. Predictably, he's barely said a single word to me beyond the brief hello when he first saw me. After sizing up my outfit and giving a little nod of approval to say I passed muster, he just put his hand on my arm, and that was that. But the man did stare, a lingering, cutting glance that made me feel all kinds of confused. His eyes didn't match his neutral, disinterested tone, though, so maybe it's just my imagination. We float around the massive ballroom, moving between people like frenzied hummingbirds. "This is Hattie Sage, my lovely fiancé," Ethan says for the third time without a glance. I pin on a smile at the warm murmurs of approval and the odd smile sent my way. Their eyes focus, digging in, scanning for flaws. I know what they're thinking. Who the hell is this girl to bag the eligible Blackthorn bachelor? All my fancy words meant to impress dry up in my mouth. Fiancé is such a big word, especially when you're suffering major imposter syndrome. Who am I to be here, hanging on Ethan Blackthorn's arm? I feel like a fraud. Honestly, it's a relief he isn't paying more attention. If he did, I'd probably wilt like the delicate, out-of-place flower I am. I never had an acting bone in my body, and pretending to like a man I can't stand is a bridge too far, leading straight to hell. Just another smile, though, another nod, one more tiny lie, a few more words where I try to sound like I know the first thing about high society. Thank God for those summers with Margot and her grandfather, or I'd be screwed. "I hate to hear about his passing," a man with silver hair says. Leonidas. Everyone keeps bringing him up, and every mention of his name feels loaded. Even beyond the grave, he's the center of attention. After all, he's the whole reason I'm here. Why did he make Ethan do this again? And why me? I don't belong. All the ladies around me are skinny and regal and perfectly polished. They probably weren't born with body hair, and all the men look like they're accustomed to dropping a cool $2 million on a beach house they use 3 times a year. Breathe, smile, nod, mumble. I feel like a toy. Ethan guides me to another group, and we repeat the same awkward song and dance. I think I'm the only one in the room getting eaten up by nerves. He's just as polished as everyone else, at ease in a way I can't be. For the first time in ages, I wonder what he's really been up to all these years. It was kinda abrupt the way he enlisted and left Portland, apparently without ever looking back. He was still just a kid. Margot was certain he'd go right into the family business if he didn't breeze through college first. Leonidas was sure, too, she'd thought. But he didn't. For some reason, the Blackthorn empire only found him years later, seemingly reluctantly. I risked glancing up at his face, holding in a gasp. Hard jaw, lethal cheeks, the sculpted grays of stubble that makes him look older and harder than he used to be. Geez, everything about him is abrasive. Is it really a surprise? He might have gone off to do who knows what in the army, but he was always a moody young man, just like he is now. He's just gotten better at hiding it. He frowns down at me, meeting my gaze in a flash of midnight eyes. Tingles. Uncomfortable freaking tingles spark through me like a current as my eyes dart away too fast. Note to self, do not look at him when it isn't necessary. It's right up there with staring into the sun. I guess I can add that to the endless list of inappropriate movements at these bashes for the wealthy. Across the room, Margot laughs, throwing her head back. Her stance is perfectly calculated to show off the long lines of her legs. She's so effortlessly elegant. I'll never understand why she doesn't date anymore. It wouldn't be hard for her to find a rich and handsome husband at these balls, surely. That's what happens when you're born into it, I guess. A gong chimes shortly after Ethan has made his introductions, summoning us to dinner in a gigantic great room. I hope he can't feel my sweaty hand on his arm as he leads me across to our own table in a secluded corner. Joy. I'm not expecting the gentleman act when he pulls out my chair and helps me into my seat. When he sits across from me, his gaze lands on me for a heartbeat. Silence. Eerily intense. My face heats. We haven't really had a private conversation with just the two of us yet, which is absurd when we're technically engaged. When we were kids, he had no interest in talking, beyond screwing with my head. I wasn't exactly dying to spend time with a boy who lacked a moral bone in his body either. So now here we are. I pour myself some wine and take a sip. There are no menus. Ethan must have ordered for us in advance, so I can't even pretend to browse my meal options. Seconds later, the first course arrives. A summer corn soup with crab that gives me a welcome distraction. Just as we're finishing, another plate slides in front of me. I have perfectly cooked salmon with a savory glaze laid out in front of me. The smell is heaven. My eyes flick to Ethan's beef Wellington, then to his face. "I remembered you like fish," he says. "What?" I can't help the double take. Thankfully, he doesn't appear to notice. I dig my fork in the food and sigh happily after a bite. "That's nice of you. We need to talk at some point, though." He looks at me. I can't help thinking he looks at home in silence. It wraps around him like a second skin, adding to his guarded mystique. But it's making me a little antsy, amplifying the buzz from the attention being thrown my way. "Any time. What specifically?" He leans back in his chair, finally looking me full in the face. "Well, what should we talk about on dates? He should know. He must have way more experience than me." "This isn't that kind of date, Hattie," he growls. Good. I was starting to worry Mr. Insufferable was gone. I give my best attempt at a professional smile, pretend he's a difficult customer, just like at the bookstore. "People should see us talking, right?" He sighs. Poor man. Talking to me must be such a chore. It makes me want to shut up. But I force myself to find a topic that won't push too many of his oh-so-sensitive buttons. Impossible, probably, but I give it a go anyway. "What's your favorite color?" He raises an eyebrow. "Are we in second grade?" "Well, what's on your mind?" He runs the rim of his wineglass against his bottom lip before he answers, thinking, and I do my best not to admire it. "I don't think I have a favorite color." "What? That's ridiculous. Everyone has a favorite color." "Really?" he says skeptically, a drawl that heats my cheeks. Thankfully, the 50 layers of foundation means he can't see it. "In that case, what's yours?" "Red," I say immediately, smirking. Was that really so hard? It's just the best, nice and vibrant. "What study backs that up?" He leans in, exchanging his almost scowl for an almost frown. I'm not sure it's an improvement. "You can't make a claim like that without the data to support it." "Really, dude? You're trying to pick a fight over colors?" He leans back in his chair and snorts, the corner of his mouth turning up just a fraction. "All right, give me something worth arguing over." "Okay, fine. Tell me why your mother's the Blackthorn, but you and Margot have the family name. She never took on your father's name?" A whisper of a smile. "My parents are unorthodox people. Dad realized early on we'd be better off with a name that carries weight. When the time came to get our names on the birth certificate, he insisted. Hell, my mother never changed her name when they tied the knot. And around the time I was 2, Dad decided to hyphenate his name." Whoa. Unusual for sure, but not harmful, right? I smile and nod, take another sip of wine. You asked, he teases. Believe me, that's a light intro to the eccentric streak in this family. Should I brief you now on the rest or later? I swallow roughly. I suppose I should know what I'm marrying into. Is there weirdness why you left Portland years ago? His almost smile disappears. Irritation rolls over his face like a gathering storm. Margot must have told you, he snaps, tossing the rest of his wine back in one gulp. I enlisted. Oof, touchy. Getting more out of him feels like trying to milk a rock. Okay, fine. You went into the army and you served your time. Thank you, by the way. But what happened? Is that what kept you from coming home? Portland isn't really home, he growls, raising an arrogant eyebrow again. And what do you think happened, Pages? A cakewalk called Syria? What, you mean it's classified? He shakes his head. Then he gives me nothing, staring at his plate as he eats. The silence shoots heat through my veins. So does that ridiculous nickname, Pages. How many times did he snarl it with the ugliest tone when we were kids? All because I loved to read, and I could talk with Margot and Leo forever about grown-up subjects. You know what? Fine, I snap. Don't talk to me then, asshole. A woman glances over from the next table. I throw up a fake smile so bright it hurts. Ethan presses his lips together, but this time I think it might be because he's tempted to smile. I could only hack the military life for so long, he says, his voice softening. The place was a damn mess with so many groups at each other's throats, and you were always on edge, but it was doable. Later, we were stretched thin, and the government decided to get creative. That's when the mercenaries came, private groups with a ton of leeway. That's when I was done. They brought in bad actors, men who were happy to do things no ordinary soldier could get away with. What things? My pulse quickens. His eyes are flat. Better you don't know. It doesn't matter now. That's why I came around and made peace with the family business after I had some time to clear my head out west. Compared to that snake pit overseas, Blackthorn Holdings didn't have nearly as many vipers. Oh, I say lamely. I suppose that's understandable. This time Ethan does smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. They're like the empty pages at the end of a book, blank and unreadable. Less danger, for one. In business, I'll always make it home in one piece, even if I don't follow orders like a wind-up toy. There's also only half as many backstabbers. The bleakness in his expression chills me, but there's something else, too. Some kind of guarded hurt that aches like a bruise when it's touched. I also know he's not going to talk about it for long if I keep poking. Tell me about you, he says abruptly. He's toying with the stem of his glass now, looking at me intently. The weight of that question feels heavy, and my stomach squirms. I fumble around for my train of thought. Well, nothing as interesting as your career, I'm sure. Tell me, I haven't been in this game that long. My career doesn't count for much. His gaze sharpens. Let me guess. College. Work promotion? Margot always talked like you had it figured out from age 10. Surprised you weren't married off by now, and damn good thing you weren't. For my sake. My heart clenches. Actually, I haven't figured out exactly what I want to do yet. I shift awkwardly in my seat. All this would be easier if he wasn't looking at me like that. I started a library program, but it didn't work out. Yes, I dropped out. Far from a college grad, I'm a quitter and a loser. 2 fun terms shelved right next to failure in Mom's girthy thesaurus. You left? His brows pull together. And you were studying to be a librarian. Damn. I always figured you'd be a big-time writer or something. Or something indeed. That's a hard thing to break into. You need to know the right people, or you need a small fortune for ads and influencers to promote your stuff. Cranking out books doesn't pay the bills unless you're super lucky. So what's the new plan? I work at a bookstore. For now. He laughs gruffly. I'm glad, Pages. You always were a book brat. Remember when we were kids and Margot would run off to tan or look for crabs? You'd hide in the shade with a book. The monster stories were pretty cool, though. You mean the Greek mythology? He shrugs. Yeah, that. The guy who got jerked around for years, trying to come home. Feels relatable. The Odyssey? That's what I get for sleeping through classic lit. Frankly, I would have been pissed if you didn't wind up with books. I giggle lightly. Better a book brat than a money brat, I suppose. Although this whole conversation digs into the nagging thought that never quite leaves my head. The hateful little voice that whispers, "You'll never live up to your full potential." Mom always said I could be anything if I just put my mind to it, including thin. Instead, I'm a plus-size college dropout who can't even afford all the shiny new books on her wish list. No part of that screams American dream, much less billionaire trophy wife. I was the money brat, he concedes, and you haven't changed a bit. Flattering. You really think that, don't you? His lips curl up mischievously. It's not like I have you looking for Stephanie Meyer, do I? Wait, what? She's here? Why didn't you tell me? I whip around in my chair, giving the room a once-over. When he laughs, I realize he's repeating the same dumb prank he pulled on me the summer I was 13. He almost got me drowned. Ethan told me the huge yacht, parked next to Leonidas's boat in Portland, belonged to Stephen King. I was in my horror stage where I read Pet Sematary and The Shining religiously, so yeah, I was a little excited. Dumb little Hattie plunged right into the water and tried to swim over. Stupid, I know, but at the time I was so freaking excited I couldn't contain myself. All I wanted was to be close to the king of horror and score an autograph. Only, it turns out swimming while you're fully clothed in chilly harbor water wasn't nearly as easy as I thought. The freezing shock had me on the verge of being dragged under when Ethan jumped in to save me. I scowl at him, pursing my lips. I still haven't forgiven you for that. I could have gotten killed, or at least wound up with a bad case of hypothermia. The water was freezing. I saved you, didn't I? He throws back. You were never in any real danger with me around. And I wouldn't have been in danger at all if you hadn't lied to me. He rolls his eyes, but his mouth does that little twitchy thing again, like he's chewing on his guilt. I want to choke this man, ideally with both hands. I didn't know you'd jump in, Pages. Can't hold that against me. Out of habit, I push my glasses up before remembering I'm not wearing them. For special nights out, I go with contacts, and glasses definitely feel out of place here. But the gesture is so ingrained in my psyche, I'll always do it. So that makes lying okay, huh? I cluck my tongue, wondering why I bother searching his eyes for a shred of humanity. Same old Ethan, just as awful and unserious as ever. He looks at me calmly, waiting. You haven't changed at all, I mutter. Sure, he plunged into the water to rescue me that day, but he's acting like that deserves a medal. It's more like the bare minimum of acceptable behavior. So he didn't let me die. Well done. Let's rename a street in his honor. Have we been here long enough yet? I'm going to find Margot. I push back from the table in my half-eaten fish before he can answer. His face shifts back to being blank and bored. I think your people have seen us talking enough. I don't give him a chance to reply before I walk away. I've done my duty for this stupid engagement. Now it's time to drown in champagne worth more than this insanely expensive dress. With dinner winding down, other guests are up and walking around. I'm about halfway across the room when a man puts his hand on my arm. Hattie Sage, He says it so brightly it's like we're old friends. I take a step back and look at him. He's roughly my age, maybe a few years older, with icy blonde hair that's maybe slightly too long around his face and hazel eyes. His smile glows so blindingly charming, my heart does a flip. "Do I know you?" I ask. He sticks out his hand. "If you don't, you will soon enough. I'm Cooper Daly. I worked with Leonidas Blackthorn." "Oh, wow. I didn't know." I shake his hand. "So nice to meet you." "Not as nice as it is for me, I promise you." Still clenching my hand, he looks down my dress so blatantly, I almost stumble back. An appreciative smile curves his mouth. "So you're the young lady who's tied down old Ethan, huh?" Yes. We're engaged," I manage, spitting the last word for protection. "Super charming, you're killing it, lady." "I can't believe it, but I'll say this for him. The man has exquisite taste." His eyes spark. Something warm and confused erupts in the base of my stomach. It's been so long since any guy looked at me so hungry, even if it's a little too much. A far cry from Ethan, who only looks at me when he's hunting more weakness. Cooper leans in, lowering his voice playfully. "Take it from me, Miss Sage. You could do a hell of a lot better than a Blackthorn. No offense. Are you ready for that drama?" I gawk at him, unsure what to say. What drama does he mean? And do better than one of the richest men on the East Coast? That's just raw, ridiculous flattery. But Cooper winks at me, taking the edge off my uncertainty. He must be joking, I think. I'm sure he's one of those socially stunted rich guys who like to push the line between hilarious and weird. Just laugh and nod. That's what I should do. And that's what I tell myself. But I'm still trying to form an intelligent response when Ethan lunges between us, one possessive hand digging into my arm. I don't recognize his face. He's wearing the angriest look I've ever seen.
6. All the jealousy. Ethan. Cooper fucking Daly. I should have known he'd be the only man ballsy enough to flirt with my fiancée in the middle of a crowd worth over $1 trillion combined. Touching her, leaning in like they shared some kind of intimate private joke. No, absolutely fucking not. He grins at me like he can read the violence in my head. I have no idea how Hattie even managed to smile at the guy. He drips smarmy, and he also needs a haircut for that mop attached to his scalp. Hattie's arm presses against my side, and it's the only reason why I loosen my grip slightly. This isn't her fault. She didn't know what she was getting into with this glad-handing fuckstick. I only hope she doesn't fight me on this as I face him down. "Daly," I clip, keeping my voice calm, like I'm not about to lose my shit. "Don't you have a family, a wife, to get back to?" "Aw. Why so serious, Blackthorn?" he drawls. Hattie stiffens. I have to unclench my jaw. I don't want her missing out on anything important. We have other people to talk to, I tell him. "She's good. And hey, Ethan, I'm sorry as hell about the old man. He lived an incredible life. So many wins, up and down the coast." He's shitty enough to frown like he's genuinely upset, while my insides blaze with grief that has nowhere to bleed. I wouldn't be where I am today without his insight. No lie. I'm sorry as hell I didn't sign on to Blackthorn Holdings sooner. Then maybe inhuman slimeballs like Daly never would have been mentored by Gramps, handing him the keys to a rapid career climb. His rise has been shady from the beginning. I don't believe for a second that insight has gotten him this far. When I don't respond, Hattie steps forward. "Thanks, Cooper. We appreciate it," she says. "Don't we, Ethan?" Daly flashes her $1 million smile. Almost literally. The man must have spent 6 figures on dental work and jaw surgery. The first time I saw him, years ago when he was just an intern, he had crooked teeth. 100 miles from the Model S smile that's plastered on all of his ads. No wonder Hattie blinks like she's dazzled. Should have warned her to borrow some fucking shades from Margot's collection. What Gramps saw whenever he brought him on as an understudy, I don't know. "Thanks, Hattie," he says before he turns to me. "You've got a good one here, Ethan. Look after her, will you?" He grins. "Wouldn't want to lose her. Make your granddad proud." Is that a threat? I almost snarl it in his face, but priority number 1 is getting Hattie the hell away from him. She doesn't protest as I march her to the other side of the room, but when she looks up at me, she's frowning. I do my best not to notice the tiny crease in her brows or the way her eyes look close to panic. All evening, I've been doing my damnedest not to notice how stunning she looks tonight. That red dress accents curves for days. The way it clings to her should be criminal. I'm here for business, to make this engagement look legit, and she's stolen the show. Who knew she could clean up so well? No one can keep their eyes off her for long. Probably something to do with the flirty slit up her skirt, revealing that flash of leg every time she takes a step. Or maybe it's the wide, doe-like innocence in her eyes. Hell, maybe it's just the cleavage that drew Daly in like a piranha. Fuck. "Are you going to explain?" she prompts. "No," she huffs. "What was that all about?" That was Cooper Daly. Yeah. He introduced himself. But why are you freaking out?" She snags a glass of champagne as we pass a waiter, holding it like a weapon. Her other hand stays tucked in my arm reluctantly. "There's nothing to explain." I bite off. "Whatever. You guys don't like each other, clearly." "Nothing new. Lots of people I don't enjoy, especially in these circles." "Yes, but you really don't like him," she presses. I'm forced to look down at her again. Her eyelashes sweep up toward her eyebrows as she meets my gaze. The height difference drives me insane. Conjuring filthy thoughts better left muted. This is Hattie Sage, goddammit. Yes, she's striking, but I knew her as a frizzy-haired nerd. Annoying and stuck in her own world. Bookish to a fault. Also, ridiculously gullible in an adorable way. Now, she's developed a talent for being a grown-up pain in my ass. But when I think about the way Cooper caught her arm and leaned in and made her blush, I wanted to break something. Preferably his face. This fake engagement bullshit must be getting to my head. "Is it because he worked with your granddad?" she asks, when I don't explain. "No, not quite." "Then what?" "What makes you think it's any of your business?" I steer her to the left, avoiding another group that's doing their best to catch my eye. A moment to breathe. Just a minute. Then freedom. By then, hopefully Cooper will have moved on, if he hasn't left the building, gone back home to his pretty wife. Poor girl. He's left her alone while he attends these events alone. Also, he can chat up everything with tits. Hattie untangles her arm from mine the second we step into the cool air. Goosebumps prickle her skin, and I shrug off my jacket, laying it over her shoulders. "What's this for?" She blinks. "It's a cool evening, and that dress doesn't look warm. Too much exposed skin." Her lips pinched together as she looks down at herself. "Oh, thanks. And I'm sorry if this isn't what you had in mind when you invited me," she says quietly. "Margot thought it would be good, but—" "What the fuck?" I'm too confused to even think about being polite. "Why are you frazzled about the dress?" Her eyes are shadowed when she looks up at me. The sun is set, and the soft outdoor lamps are the only light. Being out here alone feels like a bad idea. Just not bad enough for me to storm back inside where Cooper Daly and a bunch of heavy responsibilities wait like hungry wolves. "You said you didn't like the dress." Unable to help myself, I eye the dress again. It's a journey dyed in red, wrapping around her waist, tied across her wide hips, draping over her breasts and one shoulder. And that slit? A siren call to skin. The dress is fine, I say gruffly. More than fine. But that's not the issue. You need to stay the hell away from Cooper Daly. He might have worked with Gramps, but he's no family friend. I never trusted his ass. Why? Must you know everything? I snarl. Yes. She folds her arms across her chest, which pushes her breasts up deliciously. I want to know. Just because I agreed to this insanity doesn't mean I answer to you, or that you can keep me in the dark about everything. I'm old enough to handle myself, Ethan. Like hell, I mutter. See that? That right there is the toxic alpha crap that doesn't jive with me. She jabs me in the chest, a gesture so unexpected I freeze. Keep it up, and I'm done. I'll give you your money back. So, explain. Why do you want me to avoid Cooper Daly again? Toxic alpha crap? I snort. Is that what they call a man protecting his girl now? What would you call it? What are you protecting me from? I'd call it common courtesy, and you're welcome. One more minute alone, and his hand would have been on your ass. I've seen how he behaves with women before. Her mouth opens, but no words come out. She sucks in a breath that's too loud in the evening air, with the canned laughter floating from the ballroom. I was never in any danger. You didn't need to protect me. She shakes her head. Jesus, it's like we're kids again. Too defensive. I jam a frustrated hand through my hair. And why is that so horrible? Even when I was a complete shit to you, I was looking out for you, Pages. You and Margot both. Yeah, sure. Her eyes glint with anger and another emotion I can't identify. The boy who used to wreck our beach castles was protecting me. The guy who almost got me drowned was just looking out for my health. Damn her. There's no way to explain the way my heart seized up when I saw her leap off the side of the boat, fully clothed. That awful moment when she went under by the pier and didn't surface again. I never hesitated. I was in the water before I knew what I was doing, and she was so frantic, so desperate, spitting water with wide eyes. I knew I would never be able to make it up to her. I grit my teeth. We've already been through this. I pulled you out. I kept you safe. Yes, we've established that. If only you'd never told me a literary icon was just a few feet away. And I'm fucking sorry, I snap. I never would have done it if I'd known you'd jump in. God damn, Hattie. What kind of shit wretch do you think I am? She hesitates. The kind who used to pull pages out of my favorite books for fun? Yeah, and I bought you new copies, didn't I? Better ones. I'd leave your hardbacks before you left to go home. I'm closer now, leaning over her, my hand on her arm, though I don't remember putting it there. Her perfume merges with the heady summer night, something rich like hints of mocha or plum. You were the one who sent the books, she whispers. Who did you think? Margot? I snort. Don't think she's ever read a complete novel in her life that wasn't for school or a fashion show. She absorbed damn near everything from the movies, the brat. And you weren't one too? She sucks in a breath through parted lips. I was a hellraiser, but I never meant to hurt you, Pages. The old name comes back too easily, landing between us like an arrow, ripping us back to our youth. Except neither of us are clueless teens anymore. Her face tilts toward mine, half-shadowed, and she's practically panting with frustration. Her chest grazes mine. My hand is still on her arm. Fuck. I don't mean to, but I lean in, the gravity taking over. Her green eyes widen. She doesn't move, yet the collision feels inevitable. This primal need to taste her, just once, to remind her who's in control, to know what it's like, to fix the fucking wires she's crossed in my brain. I must be insane, but it can't stop the way my body responds to her. Urgent, needy, and overwhelming. Her lips part. My muscles tighten in anticipation. Then the door flies open, and I hear heels on the pavement as Margot charges through. Hattie jerks back like she's been hit by lightning. I rip myself away, trying to clear my head. Be happy, you fool. Margot just saved you a ton of fucking grief. A brutal mistake. Yes, that's all it would be. I've gotten too caught up in the past, too mired in the unexpected web of this fakery. Congratulations. You guys are a huge hit, Margot squeals, taking Hattie's hands and dancing her around in a circle. See, I knew you'd kill it in that dress. I'm surprised no one has had a heart attack, especially the older guys. Right, Ethan? I glare at them, revealing nothing. Hattie looks at me, her brows creased, like my opinion suddenly means everything. God damn. My collar feels like it's choking me. Does she really need to hear it from me? Isn't it a given she looks fucking edible tonight? Yeah, I mutter. Pure knockout. Ignore him. He's a boring, spoiled asshole. Margot gives me the finger as she rolls her eyes. I scowl back. If she's come here to disrupt everything, she's succeeding. My head throbs. I turn my back to them, massaging my temples as Margot chatters away, complimenting Hattie and telling her how much everyone admires her outfit. Playing it up to boost her confidence, I'm sure. But knowing Margot, it's also because she picked the dress and the response fluffs her pride. In Margot's head, this is her win as much as Hattie's. Annoying. The crazy part is, no one believes Pop wouldn't let us do a proper funeral. Lots of weird rumors floating around. Margot says when I start listening again, twisting her mouth. Right. She would have wanted the big formal funeral, and the final goodbye. I hide a smile, knowing that's not what the wise old man would have wanted at all. He saved his pomp and extravagance for when he had a pulse. What damn good is it when you're dead? That's Gramps, though, I say, rejoining the conversation. He never wanted to waste a second on death. Don't think he wanted anyone else to bother. Or fret too much about his body ghosting the entire business community. Ugh, Margot pouts. Why are his eccentric hang-ups always our problem? We might get it, but everyone else? No. Funerals aren't for the dead. They're for the living. For us. And without one, people wonder. Then they open their fat mouths and speculate. She isn't wrong. I rub the bridge of my nose, watching her frown bitterly. Maybe the real problem isn't the lack of a public send-off. Gramps didn't give anyone close to him a second to stop and grieve. Not with the way he checked out and barred all funeral arrangements. That stuffy lawyer drove the point home several times. And Holden's stick-up ass would probably guard his remains against any mourners, if ordered to do so. Like Margot said, funerals are for the living. They're for grieving and cursing God over what you've lost. It's like no one knew how to handle Gramps' death, because all the usual ways, knowing about it in advance, preparing, hardening your heart, making arrangements for that black emptiness, they've all been stripped away. What's left is his joke of a will, filled with insane terms and conditions. If I had to guess, that might be why Hattie agreed to go along with this sham as well. She certainly doesn't like me. But what if this is her personal fucked up way of saying goodbye? I tune back into the conversation to see Margot has traded her sadness for a smile. You know I'll be good at it, she says. I don't know. Hattie's face scrunches. I don't want anything too big. This isn't a real wedding. And I'll work around that. Just let me start looking into venues, Hat Girl. Ignore the groom. He doesn't have a romantic bone in his body. I mean, it's not meant to be. Not for real, Hattie reminds her.
All weddings are romantic, even the phony ones. Come on, at least let me pick the flowers. And your dress. I know just the style for you."
My jaw clenches and I need more distance from them. So much for Margot leaving the wedding alone, despite telling her point blank she won't be organizing shit. Not for my wedding. Fuck.
"Don't look at me like that, dude,"
Margot says, giving me a smug smile.
"You signed up for this. Also, you get to deal with our parentals next week. They'll be so excited to meet the bride."
Bullshit. My parents are secretly pissed I've inherited the company, as far as they know. They would have preferred it dismembered and sold off with the money distributed evenly. But they don't want to piss me off by challenging Gramps' explicit wishes. Of course, they don't know about this lunatic marriage clause, and I intend to keep it that way. Unfortunately, that means we have to spend more time pretending to be a happy couple. Hattie's brows draw together. She hooks her bottom lip between her teeth. It shouldn't be such an effort to look away.
"When?"
she asks.
"When next week?"
"Wednesday. I figured we'd fly down to New York and make it quick. Get this crap out of the way." When the concern on her face doesn't ease, I fold my arms. "Do you have a problem with that?" Margot fires a glare, but I ignore her. Hattie's hold on her bottom lip deepens, turning it white.
"Wednesday,"
she says. "I'll fly us out," I say impatiently. "You won't have to pay anything."
"No, it's not that."
She finally releases her lip, and it's fucking intoxicating. Watching the blood rush back into her skin, redder than before.
It's kinda last minute to get time off. I don't know if my boss will, well, I don't want to disrupt the work schedule."
"Seriously?" I snort loudly, wondering if I'm hearing this right.
"We're trying to organize an intro to convince my parents this is a legitimate marriage, so I get my inheritance. And she's prioritizing her job at a damn bookstore?"
"We're trying to organize an intro to convince my parents this is a legitimate marriage so I can get my inheritance. And she's prioritizing her job at a damn bookstore?" Hattie peers up at me with eyes like green moons.
"Do I really have to be there?"
"Yes. If I'm getting tortured over this marriage, so are you," I grind out.
"Ethan,"
Margot smacks my arm.
"don't be a horsecock."
"Then don't let your friend be ridiculous," I mutter, dropping the subject. Hattie glares back with an offended green hellfire I haven't seen in years. Like the twisted freak I am, I fight back a smile, realizing how much I've missed it. The rest of the evening goes smoothly enough. I drop Hattie off at her place at the end of the night. She hurries to her apartment building, keying in the code and letting the door click shut behind her like there's a demon on her heels. She may be more correct than she knows. Her hair has started to curl naturally again, but it looks good on her. Everything looks damnably good on her now. I don't know how it happened. 1 minute, she's a nerdy average-looking kid, and the next she's a grown smoke show. Incredibly, she doesn't even know it. Would I have kissed her if she hadn't taken off? If Margot hadn't barged in, would I have been that stupid? Loaded question. The easy answer is no, because all this is a game. Neither of us have any real interest in each other. Yet somehow, the bitter truth is always more complicated. The way I felt back there at the event, so on edge and wound up. I'm blaming Daly. He did that, made me behave like a caveman, ready to go to war to claim what's rightfully mine. But Paige's isn't. Never has been, and I don't want her to be. I just can't stand a public humiliation ritual like a man I despise flirting with my new fiancé. Would I have fucking kissed her, though, before Margot showed up? Honest answer, maybe. And that pisses me off more than anything because I have no right. Hattie has no right making me want it so bad, not even for a split second. I don't realize I'm staring at the closed door of Hattie's apartment building until Margot punches me in the arm.
What was that for? I glower at her. You know what? She's my friend, Ethan. And that's not a nice look. What the fuck ever? I growl. Back then it was easy to ignore her. Little Hattie didn't have the spark she does now. The occasional flash of confidence that gives her just enough sass to grab my attention by the throat. Not many people dare to sass me. Not to my face. Idiot, Margot spits. If you're not careful, you'll confuse her. Don't make this silly wedding crap harder than it needs to be. Now you're just talking shit. I'm not making it hard on anyone. This was Gramps' idea, after all. Uh-huh. She scowls at me suspiciously. You're not being nice to her. I'm being me, sis. You're being a dick, she throws back. This is just as hard on her as it is for you. Harder, maybe. The least you can do is be more accommodating. Getting all huffy because she has a job and a life outside you and this goofy arrangement? That's clownish. If she didn't want to do it, she could have said no. She knows her obligations. The ship has sailed. Yeah, because when you tell her, she puts on a falsely macho voice. If I'm going, you are too. That gives her so much room to say no. It's Hattie. She knows me. She knows how much of an immature jerkwad you can be. You used to bully her so much. You can't do it again. I won't allow it. Margot flicks her hair over her shoulder. You're my brother, so I'm kind of forced to love you. But that doesn't mean I like you, especially back then. We all had to grow up, but I was also a kid once. Margot rolls her eyes, checking her makeup with her phone camera. I heard about you going off on Cooper. That's none of your business. I'm not the only one. A few Boston big shots overheard you guys too. They were laughing about it later. And so fucking what? I scowl at her, then at my own reflection in the limo window. Fuck them. Cooper Daly isn't the golden boy everyone thinks he is. Even though he really does have everyone eating out of the palm of his hand. It's nauseating how far a little contrived charm gets you. Just because he makes small talk and invests appalling sums in plastic surgery. Few can look past the Hollywood-grade smile and see the devil underneath. What makes you think he's so awful anyway? Margot asks. He used Blackthorn's market research to land his big breaks on Long Island. The ones that made him millions. It stings, knowing he took advantage of Gramps like that. They called it miracle real estate. That doesn't happen for rookies like him with barely any capital. Newsflash. You're a rookie. Hardly a year in the game. Margot reminds me, putting her phone away. Why did you even come back? Gramps wanted me to. Yeah, but he's wanted you to do that for years. Why did you decide you wanted trouble at the 11th hour? She sighs in exasperation. We could have sold our stake in the company and done basically anything else. What? Like started a shoe line? I raise an eyebrow. Yes. Don't talk about it like that. I don't even want to deal with whatever he has for me in the will. I could have started a shoe line, and you could have flown off to Greece or Hawaii for a year if you wanted. You could have been baking under the sun, sipping Mai Tais. Maybe it would have cured your bad mood. God damn it, Margot. Be serious. I am being serious. Why did you come back? My lips stay sealed. The limo hums quietly through the streets. This late, not many people are out in this sleepy little city. We pause at the stoplights, long enough to notice the odd intersection of modern glass and 200-year-old red brick buildings. Because I've been running away for a damn decade. Isn't that enough? I flare. I'm done with that. This is my home, far more than New York will ever be. If I'd realized it sooner, I could have dealt with a lot of trouble. Margot stares. And what trouble was that, my dude? What was so awful that you ran away from us and never came back? Gramps would never tell me. Good.
He kept his promise then. Nothing, I snarl. That rage in my voice is aimed at myself for cracking and bringing up the past. Ancient history doesn't matter now. Only the future, Margot. That's why I'm putting up with this. For half a second, I think she'll keep digging. That's my sister. More excitable than Aries when she gets a bone. But I guess she can sense a sore subject, because she chews the inside of her cheek and looks away quietly. Sorry, she mutters. Thank fuck. The rest of the ride is dead silent. When we finally pull up at the old house where I've been staying, Margot follows me inside. What? She demands, when I turn around and glare at her. I just want to see Aries. He's my nephew, and he likes me better. Fucking hell, I sigh, dragging a hand over my face. You have 5 minutes to pet him, and then your ass is gone. I turn on my heel, not waiting for her to catch up, as I storm into my study and slam the door.
7. All the rage. Hattie. Today might be the longest day in the history of the universe. It's moving like a sloth, and I've been moving like a zombie, shelving books and organizing orders and speaking to the occasional customer who comes in hankering for a new book. Not that there are many this early in the week. Sadly, brick-and-mortar bookstores are a dying breed, which makes my heart ache. There's so much wonder with books, so many instant escapes, especially when you can breathe the pages and touch them like pets. I've fallen in love 1,000 times by now, traveled to different continents and distant galaxies across time and space. I've lived countless lives, all from the comfort of my couch or sunning myself on the beach. The power of books is so freaking vast, I'm still mind blown. But I guess people are more interested in the instant convenience these days. Instead of browsing a bookstore, they jump online and order up at the click of a button. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. Not everybody has tons of shelf space or the money to burn on real pages. If you find your next bookish true love off a viral TikTok or whenever a curated newsletter hits your inbox with the latest hits, there's no shame. It's just the old school process I mourn. Somewhere along the way, forged by tech, we lost the magic that comes from being surrounded by real live books. That's why I love this job so much, even if I wonder why I picked a career that's about to go the way of video rental stores. I'm in the back, shelving a big pile of children's books when the bell dings. I don my professional customer-first smile as I head to the front. Only, it's not a customer. Hattie! Mom trills my name so loudly my ears hurt. I wince, wondering if I can get away with closing up early while she's here. Probably not. Hi, Mom. She gets distracted from whatever her vendetta is today as soon as she looks at my summer dress. When I threw it on this morning, I thought it was cute, but her frown says otherwise. A little top-heavy, don't you think, dear? She purses her lips. I know you have great assets. You inherited them from me, but you don't have to shove them in everyone's faces. Oh, my God. I consider telling her how difficult it is to buy clothes that don't show at least some cleavage when shopping for a dress my size is always a little unpredictable. But that would be wasted breath. I thought it was pretty, I shrug. Well, the design, yes, but you probably saw it on some Insta model, right? They just carry themselves differently. She shakes her head. Anyway, I didn't come here to gab about your fashion choices. Heading behind the desk, I shake the mouse to wake up the ancient desktop, which whirs its fan with annoyance. Right. Why are you here again? She takes a deep breath and leans over the counter, spooling up to drop a bombshell. Haven't I always treated you right? Fed you and clothed you and put a roof over your head? Debatable. But knowing there are worse mothers out there, I just smile and nod. And you trust me, Hattie? There's no daylight between us, right? I nod again, this time slower. Where are you going with this, Mom? Not where. Why? She says dramatically. Why on earth didn't you tell me you were engaged? Crap. My hand stills. Automatically, I look at the door, but there's no escaping this, and she has me cornered. Where do I even start? I don't. And to Ethan Blackthorn. The way Mom says his name is pure reverence. Terrifying. The last thing I need is her idolizing my fake husband. Well, look, my lips won't work. I still have nothing. The truth isn't an option, but to try and claim we're crazy in love also seems wildly inappropriate. Darling! Arms open wide, she struts around the counter and comes in for a bear hug. The widest smile splits her face. Honestly, I don't think she's ever looked this happy to see me since I was 5. I don't have a second to react before she's squeezing me so tight I can't breathe. Go ahead and laugh. Until now, I never had a plan for dealing with Mom. Obviously, she was going to find out I'm getting married sooner or later. It's not the kind of thing you can keep from her forever. Especially when there's a billionaire with princely looks and the personality of a poisoned toad involved. So, logically, having her find out without having to sit her down and tell her should be a good thing. It might be if every muscle in my body would stop locking up as she sways me happily side to side. How did you find out? I whisper. It's everywhere, honey, she gushes, finally pulling away and dismissing my shock at the news. I can't remember where I read it. At least 3 different articles online this morning. Some big charity thing? You couldn't tell me about that either. Lovely. That's code for reading one of her cringe gossip sites. She pretends she doesn't follow them, but she does religiously. Julia Sage doesn't do sweets, so she consumes crazy amounts of salacious rumors instead. The moment someone breaks up with their partner, or old friends fall out, or everybody's favorite heartthrob becomes a wretched cheater, she knows. Portland is a smaller city, but not so tiny it doesn't have a spinning gossip mill. And when the Blackthorns are involved, the rags from Boston to New York strike first. Oof. It just never occurred to me that I would be the talk of the town after I trotted out in public with Ethan Blackthorn. That's what happens after a whole evening together, announcing our engagement to glowy-eyed rich people. And now the whole world knows it. The only one who doesn't at this point is Mr. Sneed, my boss, and that's only because he wouldn't know town gossip if it hit him in the head with a hardcover special edition of War and Peace. I rub my eyes, suddenly exhausted. My entire life just flipped at the speed of a car wreck. So, Mom prompts, perched on the edge of the counter. Tell me everything. Start at the beginning. Mom, you can't sit there. We're still open. She looks around. There are no signs saying I can't. Mom, I work here, and I'm the one telling you, I hiss. Oh, Hattie. She sighs. Sometimes I feel like our roles are reversed and I'm the adult, but she slides off and gives me a dazzling smile. There. Now stop delaying. Dish. I wince. Guess I really was that transparent. What do you want to know? What don't I want to know? Her eyes are shiny and she's wearing a matte red lipstick, making her look a little like a painted clay character. How did you get together? Well, I say awkwardly, we knew each other as kids. Oh, I know that. But didn't he go away? And he just came back? Basically, yeah. I feel like I'm reciting bullet points of Ethan's vague personal history. But we kept in touch? Margot was an easy bridge. I think she always wanted to set us up. If he finds out I said that, I'm dead. Here I am, making up a history on the fly even I won't be able to keep straight. Wow, He's been in love with you since you were teenagers? That many years ago? Mom has whale eyes bigger than an excited puppy, clasping her hands together. No! God, no. We didn't get along too well when we were young, if you remember. She nods. Okay. I don't know. Things just changed. It was all very sudden. I think about Ethan's intense blue eyes and the way he forbid me from ever speaking to Cooper Daly again, almost like he was jealous. I'm misreading signals, I'm sure, because Ethan Blackthorn doesn't strike me as the jealous kind. Certainly not when he's only pretending to be into me. Then again, how can I know for sure if I've never seen him into anyone else? He used to be a serial dater, yeah, but that's not the same. It's not like I was there for that. There must be more. Tell me, Mom demands. They said you looked very cozy with him in Kennebunkport. She wags her eyebrows. I want to scrub the image out of my brain with bleach. Was the proposal romantic? Are his parents still nice? How long have you been dating? My, I haven't seen the Blackthorns in years. The questions keep coming like machine gun fire. I say, we weren't dating that long, but God, what do I say? My palms are slick. Whatever I say now, I'll need to remember to tell Ethan later and suffer the consequences. I haven't reconnected with his parents yet. We're having dinner soon. That is, if I can get the time off. Mr. Sneed is a notorious tightwad when it comes to PTO. He doesn't like to handle customers on his own, preferring to hole up in the back office. I'm way better at customer service anyway than his wooden, grouchy face. The ball of stress in my stomach snowballs. Oh, dinner? Mom echoes. That's perfect. Make sure you let me know when and where. I'll join you. What? My heart leaps up my throat. Mom, I don't think that's nonsense. We're going to be one big happy family now, and someone has to make sure you don't blow this. The Blackthorns are high-class people, practically New York royalty. You need to impress them and take it seriously, Hattie. I gawk at her. Mom, you can't come. Of course I can, honey. I'm sure they'll love you, but it's Ethan Blackthorn we're talking about. She ghosts a kiss against my cheek. You simply can't let a man like that start to wonder and get cold feet, can you? My eyeball twitches. So close to smacking her. A whole new humiliation opens under me like a portal to hell. I didn't know it was possible to dread an event more. But my mom pushes the limits. If she shows up with kale juice, I will spontaneously combust. The implication that I'll lose Ethan without her help also stings, even though he's not technically mine to lose. I shouldn't distract you at work, she says abruptly, flashing me the worst smile. You just figure that out, huh? Ta-ta, she calls, fluttering a hand at me as she heads for the door. The bell dings again, leaving me staring at her in disbelief. How is this my life? Queen of bad choices. First, there was that stupid librarian program when I didn't have my head straight and I knew the stress would get to me. And now this. Ethan Blackthorn, a fake engagement, my mother at a high-stakes family dinner where I'll already be hyperventilating. I could have lied. I was the one who blurted out the dinner plans with Ethan's parents. The world feels darker and smaller, like I've been dunked in oil and tossed into a storage container. All I want to do is scrub myself clean. Everyone will know me as Ethan Blackthorn's better half now. I'm no longer nice, anonymous Hattie Sage. I'll be Ethan Blackthorn's fiancée. His wife. Eventually, his ex-wife. Holy shit. Breathe. No, I didn't think this through. I'm going to be a divorcee with a media footprint before 30. There are so many bad implications here. It could limit my dating potential. Future boyfriends might be less forgiving if they know I'm married and divorced so young. I'm only 25 now. And it's not like I chose this. It's not like I looked at Ethan and thought, oh yes, marrying him would be brilliant. Jesus, no. Marrying Ethan Blackthorn is my biggest fumble yet. Agreeing to this ridiculous plot has to be up there in my top 5 blunders, maybe even gunning for first. I return to my stack of books, trying to think of a way out of this, even though I know how screwed I am. That's the deal. I signed a contract. I'm obligated to fulfill this disaster to collect my 6-figure payoff, which suddenly doesn't feel like it's nearly enough for an engagement that's bound to haunt me for the rest of my life. My lungs are cement. My throat clenches and I launch into a coughing fit. Calm. Calm down. Mom will make this ordeal unbearable. But there's time to fix that. It won't be easy. Telling her she's not welcome at a place she'll be stampeding to get into feels a bit like yelling at the TV. Not just pointless, but it makes you look unstable. The thing is, she has a way of making you feel like you're in the wrong by opposing her. If I ask her to stay away, she'll huff and she'll puff and she'll point out my many other failures, slinging dire warnings that I'd better not screw this up too. She really believes if I let her manage everything, I'd be 10 times more successful. Of course, that wouldn't involve working with books, but she's never understood that obsession either. I press the heels of my palms into my eyes. How the hell do I explain this to Ethan? "Hattie?" Mr. Sneed snaps from behind me, his voice as sharp as always. "There's a crazy man here to see you." "Crazy man?" I echo, dropping my hands and turning around. Mr. Sneed wears a cardigan half off one shoulder and a scowl that could rival Ethan's. Stop thinking about him, smartass. My boss folds his arms, like my inability to process his bizarre statement offends him. "Yes, crazy." "What do you mean? What's he doing?" "Oh, I don't know." He throws up his hands. "Maybe because he's offering to buy the entire store to accommodate your scheduling conflict?" He drops his hands again and narrows his eyes at me. "Do I call the police? Do you have a stalker?" I shake my head. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Blame my imagination. It's clearly conjured up my own personal devil. I'm cursing it even before Ethan rounds the corner. You guessed it. Scowling. "Hattie!" he barks. Mr. Sneed draws himself up to his full height, which, compared to Ethan, is pitiful. "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the store." Ethan sighs and looks me dead in the eye. There goes my chance to flee. Besides, he's blocking the way to the exit, and the fire door is blocked off with piles of books. Another task to finish on my long to-do list. "Hattie!" Ethan snarls again. His tone tells me he's about to lose his patience. "Tell this man who I am." "Oh!" I panic. The word fiancé feels ridiculously large in my mouth. "Mr. Sneed, this is my friend." Ethan rolls his eyes. "Friend? I swear to God," he mutters. "What are you doing here?" I demand. Mr. Sneed looks between us warily. "Friend?" he repeats. "You know him? Then why the hell is he bothering you on duty with these bizarre demands?" "She knows me very well," Ethan growls, shooting my boss a withering look. "We're engaged." The corner of his mouth twitches like the idea tastes sour, but he meets my gaze. "I'm serious, Hattie. This place is yours if he sells. No more excuses for dodging dinner." "Ethan, no!" I say it as forcefully as I can. "No flipping way. You can't just go around ordering people to—" "Sir, if you'll show me some proof to back up your offer, this place is yours today," Mr. Sneed tells Ethan, not seeming to notice the steaming pile of betrayal he's just handed me. This is insanity. Mr. Sneed, no, you can't, I insist.
He can, and I have the cash,
Ethan says to Mr. Sneed. He watches me drag my jaw on the floor.
We'll talk later, after you've closed up. Do whatever the fuck you need to get done before I transfer the place and hand you the keys. Ideally by tomorrow.
Wait! I reach out and grab his arm, trying to force him to stay and talk him down. But if he notices, he gives no sign. He just brushes my hands off him and turns around with a soul-shredding smirk. 2 seconds later, the bell dings, and he's gone. The second I'm home and have some food in me, just so I can tick hangry off my list of reasons for feeling this annoyed, I pull out my phone and start texting Ethan. Hattie, we had a deal, you psycho. Hattie, 6 months and not a second more. Hattie, $500,000 and not a cent more. Hattie, you're not buying my bookstore. It's tempting to lose my shit. Just yell at him for several wall-of-text paragraphs about how much of a colossal nightmare he's being, but I rein it in. Margot wouldn't be proud of me, but if she saw what he just did... Actually, I don't know if it would bother her that much. Why would it? She was born with all the privilege a person could ever want. For her, for them, buying a small-time bookstore probably isn't a big deal. It doesn't put a pinprick dent in a billionaire's bank account. He probably had enough cash on hand to buy it outright when he walked in today. Not that anyone uses cash anymore, jerk. The power imbalance is off the scales, so gaping it leaves me queasy. I do not need some rich guy storming in and taking over my life by throwing around dollar signs. My phone buzzes and I snatch it up. Ethan.
Too late. I've drawn up the transfer docs with Sneed.
Ethan.
Congratulations. Figure out a better name than Sneed's Pages. Fuck that.
My phone shakes in my hand as I stare at the screen. Oh, it's so tempting to hurl it at the wall. I just wish I could shrink him down and lock him up inside it first. Asshole! I yell. Right on cue, my screen lights up. Ethan, in bold letters. He can't be calling me. Begone, Satan! I snarl as I answer. You're about to apologize. Tell me.
For what?
For buying me an effing bookstore, Ethan. I shoot up and start pacing, running a hand through my hair and freeing it from its hair tie so it falls down my shoulders. The tension headache squeezing my skull eases a little now that I get to yell at him, and for acting like it's no big deal.
Pages, I don't get why you're so bent out of shape, he says sharply.
I don't think this man ever learned tact.
You love books. I need you to meet my folks. How is this not the easiest solution?
Not like this. That's the worst part of this whole thing. In isolation, he's handing me a crazy fairy tale come true. I always wanted to own a bookstore and try my luck at calling the shots. Maybe I could even find a niche that's less susceptible to ebooks and AI slop slaughtering good, honest, life-giving words. But not like this. This is a travesty. If it's in the cards, if I'm meant to be the queen of books, I want to earn it honestly. And with declining print sales and no startup money in the tank, it was a pipe dream. Until now. But this just makes me feel unworthy. I don't know if I really want to take over Sneed's Pages and save it from drowning. It's a nightmare dished out on a silver platter, dressed up like a fever dream.
What's wrong?
He growls into the silence.
Can't you see I'm removing an obstacle and giving you what you want? Have some common sense.
The obstacle isn't gone, though. It's just my responsibility, if I'm the owner. Someone will still have to run the place, unless I shut down for a while, which will eat into skeletal profits. Not to mention the jobs of the few other part-timers on payroll. If I own it, I'm also responsible for the upkeep, the taxes, the insurance. Holy crap! I don't have a clue how that adds up. Closing my eyes, I suck in a slow, ragged breath. Calm, calm, serenity now. Mom always stressed the importance of finding your happy place and never losing your temper, never letting anger take over. Good advice from her new agey health classes, I guess. If only it was remotely possible to follow through. No one, not another living soul, has ever made me want to lose my temper like Ethan does now. Common sense? You've just made this 1,000 times more complicated than it had to be, I tell him. And my dream wasn't having someone drop 6 figures on a bookstore for me. Why did you do it? You're already paying a fortune for my cooperation. If I'd been left to my own devices, maybe I could have used that money to invest in my own shop one day. Ethan goes quiet for infinite seconds that pluck my nerves almost to breaking. Pages, here's the thing. He starts. Weirdly, there's no arrogance in his voice anymore. You're doing me a big favor, and I know it. Sometimes I can come off rather, he clears his throat, brash, impulsive, whatever. But I haven't forgotten how much I owe you. You're saving my company and my ass personally by going along with this. Any amount is worth that. If it helps make this easier on us, on you. If you're giving me back my inheritance, why can't I give you a small bonus? My heart twists. Oh, I whisper. I have no idea what to do with that. Is Ethan Blackthorn being humble for once? Doesn't feel legit, but it also does. And before I can figure out what I'm supposed to feel besides raw confusion, he clears his throat again. Take this shit in the spirit it's intended, Pages. I'll see you soon for our dinner plans in New York. Then he hangs up, leaving me holding the phone in one hand, along with my bristling temper.
8. All dressed up. Ethan. There's nothing more pretentious than flying on your private jet. I'm fully aware of it, just like I'm fully aware that this is the fastest and most efficient way of traveling to New York City. I board nearly an hour before takeoff, taking one of the seats with the enormous lump of Aries sprawled out on the empty seat across from me. You can do anything when you fly private, and that includes letting the laziest basset hound alive rest his paws on designer leather while the jet cruises at 30,000 feet. Not that I would have brought him if it was entirely up to me. He could have stayed at home, slobbering by the fire with my cleaning staff taking care of him. Only, when Mother heard I wound up with the dog, she threatened to massacre if I didn't bring him to visit. So here I am, bringing her the only legacy from Gramps she'll ever care about. Aries snorts like he knows what a chore this is. His big bloodshot eyes cracked and staring at me. I can't tell if it's an adoring look or not. He wears the same numb expression all the time, like someone just banned him from gobbling down his daily pile of salmon treats. I feed him generously. Even when he's wagging his tail, he doesn't look happy. Finally, he stands, smacks his lips, and bellows a yawn like a dragon as he turns away from me, pawing at the cushion to make a nest in the seat with the blanket a flight attendant draped over him. Ignoring him, I turn back to my laptop. Better to get some work in while I wait. A little while later, I see a car pulling up on the tarmac. Hattie gets out. There's a black dress on a hook hanging over her arm, and her hair's piled up neatly on her head. Margot's touch shines again, right down to her makeup. Subdued pastel pink lips today. Probably best if I don't look at her mouth, or the way her hips sway as she walks, or damn it, anything. Every movement she makes rocks that innocent librarian look that twists my balls in a vice. I force my eyes back to my screen, reading the same sentence in my report 3 times as Hattie struts up the rollaway staircase and enters the jet. Aries looks up and wags his thick tail the second he hears her greeting a flight attendant. An ear-splitting scream splits the air. I'm about to toss the laptop aside and leap up, thinking Hattie's hurt, but she's running up the aisle to Aries. "Good afternoon, beautiful boy." She cups the old dog's wrinkly face in both hands. "I haven't seen you in ages. Do you remember me?" He does, I'm sure. Unfortunately. And with this slobbery reunion, I'm also betting I won't get much work done on this short flight. It's not like when we were kids, and she was too shy to mutter more than a few words. She has an energy now like a live current. Although she isn't the loudest one in the room, my sister steals the honor any day. She's definitely the brightest. I hate my imagination. Aries licks her hand with the most enthusiasm I've seen in years. Overgrown traitor mole dog. I can't believe you brought him along for the ride. Hattie gushes, glancing up at me with wide eyes. I thought for sure you'd put him down. He's perfectly healthy for being 500 in dog years. I'm not that much of a bastard. I throw back. No, I guess not. She kisses Aries' wrinkled forehead and I take the dress, hanging it up for her since she just got her hands dirty with the dog. You should go wash your hands, I tell her. She settles in beside him, flippantly rolling her eyes. Why? Not much point when I'll just pet him again in 5 minutes. I'll wash up when we get there, before I change into the dress. She eyes it cautiously, a spark of excitement and trepidation on her face. I can't believe we're doing this. Hauling around a dog who was on Noah's Ark? Yeah. I scowl at his wrinkly face. No, I can't either. Not Aries, you dork. This, I mean. She sweeps her arm around the space. On a private plane. Going to New York to meet your parents. An unfortunate necessity. And you've met them before. Yeah, but not like this. Not for dinner. Be glad it's just dinner. You wouldn't want to linger a second longer. Hattie looks at the dress again. This thing is worth more than all my books put together. I spare it a second glance. Margot has her faults, but she knows how to pick them. It's a pink floral halter neck made to show an enticing amount of skin. Are you complaining? I ask. No. I still haven't forgotten the way she reacted when I bought her the fucking bookstore. Overkill? Perhaps. But she needs to get it through her head that the sums of money we're dealing with are negligible. With Blackthorn Holdings, I could buy every library in Maine without noticing the change in my account. So yeah, buying her the bookstore felt like the logical conclusion. It was getting in the way, and I don't have patience for endless interruptions. Besides, she's always wanted to live with the pages. I just sped up her destiny, thank you very much. But the way she responded, like I'd somehow gone behind her back, or it was dirty money, made me feel like I overstepped my bounds. Never my intention. I'm a cold-hearted brute sometimes, sure, but I never want to make her feel small, like she doesn't deserve what she's earned. The trouble is, good things don't come to people who deserve them. That's not how the world works. You have to bite and claw for every drop of blood, no matter what your name is, or how many good cards you're dealt in the first hand. I'm not better than anyone else because I was born wealthy with a name that means something. I simply got lucky, and after too many years of wasting my luck, I finally figured out what to do. Unlike my parents, who decided early on that lucky was the final destination. They don't have a fucking clue what to do with their money beyond their next exotic spa treatment or mom's next big social, as long as they get to live off Gramps' generosity until the day they die. Me buying Hattie the bookstore instead of letting her muddle through loan applications and investors doesn't mean she hasn't worked hard. She throws me a cautious glance, chewing her lip. Not complaining, she says eventually. It's just a lot. I really hope it's up to their standards. I nod briskly. My parents are particular. I'd say their eye for appearances and luxury are all they've ever cared to develop. I don't say more. Part of me thinks I should give her a fair preview of the family dynamics. But where do I fucking begin? Mom only cared what Gramps' money could buy her next, and then what miracles their travel agent could work on his dime. You have to get real creative when your clients have soaked in several dozen sunsets on Lanai and woken up to coffee with wild elephants in Zambia before they were middle-aged. If Gramps' life revolved around building empires and making money, Mother's exists to spend it, which makes the strained relationship they had until the bitter end even more baffling when it was so symbiotic. Still, if the old man didn't die rich, I doubt my mother would have acknowledged his passing at all. When she found out he turned his nose up at a funeral, her relief was palpable. They'll see the designer label, and that's enough. I give the dress another long look. Salvatore Fig? She gasps. How did you know? Spend enough time around crowds flaunting it, and you know it on sight. Not that I've ever cared for designer labels much, but it helps to have a sense of what wows potential future partners. I make it my business to care about the details in life, and Margot's too, though she'd laugh in my face if I told her. The way Hattie looks at me now says she can see there's something more under the surface, but I'm not about to feed her interest. Soon, she turns away and focuses on scratching Aries' comically long ears. By the time the jet taxis down the runway again, I open my laptop and try not to think about how damnably content they look together. My parents send a car to pick us up from the private airport, and we arrive at their Long Island estate a little while later. Even I forget it's so ostentatious it's stunning every time I come back here. The elegant wrought iron gate opens to a long driveway lined with pear trees and well-sculpted hedges circling the house, which is vaguely colonial with modern touches. Perfect for the image my parents like to project. Refined, classy, old money, even though they never earned a penny of it themselves. And by East Coast blue-blooded standards, Gramps was a baby in the money game. Hattie changed into her dress just before we landed. She's all fire beside me, even though tension radiates from her shoulders and her mouth sets in a firm line. Relax. I promise you'll come out of this alive, Pages. I whisper roughly. Easy for you to say, she hisses back. You've met my parents before. They haven't changed. I wrap the leash around my hand as we step out with Aries. Amazingly, the old dog tries to break away to chase a butterfly. He's surprisingly spry when he wants to be. It's not a big deal unless you make it one. You keep saying that, Ethan, but you don't know what this means. It's different. I roll my eyes. Or maybe you need to stop being so uptight. And maybe you need to learn how to be considerate. You met them dozens of times when we were kids. I remind her with a snort. I met them like 10 times over the years. They never came to Portland to pick up Margot, remember? Half the time when I'd visit her here, they were gone somewhere. And I definitely wasn't supposed to be your fiancé then. There's no supposed. Get it right. I scowl. You are my fiancé, and you'd best start believing it if we want to convince everyone we can tolerate each other's presence for more than 10 goddamn seconds. It's clear as day she doubts it just as much as I do. Maybe more. Which shouldn't sting. Neither of us chose this fuckery. But it seems like all the money in the world and a shiny new bookstore can't win her over. I'll be right here. Won't leave you alone for a second. It's going to be fine. I say as we climb the stone stairs to the porch. Aries objects, and I have to pull the leash to coax him up on his stubby legs. There's barely time to grab her hand before Dad throws open the door. Ethan, he says cheerfully, stepping back and letting us both in. And Hattie Sage, how long has it been? Great to see you both. Hattie blushes. Thank you, sir. It's Scott to you and the rest of the world, Dad says jovially. Want a drink to unwind from your flight? Come pick your poison. We have anything you like. The latest wine just came in from our favorite place in Napa. Some water would be lovely. Hattie looks at me with a wooden smile. Dad's smile doesn't shift. Coming right up. Ethan? Whiskey, I say. The usual Irish stuff. Nothing fancy.
No, never. A man of simple tastes. He winks. God, this charade is going to be painful. And I don't just mean the pretend engagement. Everyone's playing their parts today, including my artificially happy and loving parents, so well it turns my stomach. As Dad goes to fetch our drinks, Mom floats towards us from the kitchen, searching desperately when she hears Aries' nails clicking the floor. Oh, there he is. She bends down, ruffling Aries' long ears. So glad you brought him, Ethan. What choice did I have? Didn't want any blood on my hands. I bend down to kiss her cheek. Oh, big boy. What a little baby. Mom coos. Do you want some nice cheese? Mom. I clear my throat pointedly. This is Hattie. She starts and looks up from smothering Aries with kisses. Then she gives Hattie a long once-over, slowly taking in the dress, the shoes, the elegantly curled hair, and the flawless makeup. A genuine smile curves her lips. Hattie, dear, she says fondly, you've grown up, and you look wonderful. She inhales deeply, holding a breath as she gives my mom a hug. Thanks. I love fig dresses. They're becoming an addiction. She lies effortlessly. Oh, yes. Mom beams. Always so elegant and original. You should meet him if you get a chance. The man's a treasure. For a second, my girl looks deranged, stunned into silence. That's the thing about Mom. Even though she loves all the finest things in life and loves to make sure everybody knows it, she doesn't know shit about them. Yes, she can smell money from 20 miles away, but the qualities that separate the expensive from the cheap elude her. All she cares about is the price tag or the awe-inspiring name. It's fabulous to see you again. Wow, I think the last time was Margot's graduation party? Hattie says, still practically rigid from stress beside me. But my mom gives her another welcoming smile. It's our pleasure to have you here. I know it's a lot, being engaged to my son. She throws me a playful look. Fuck this. It's all a show. Mom and I have never been close enough to be playful, but I guess they've decided today must be all about making them look like the perfect parents. For Elvira Blackthorn, appearances are as supreme as famous expensive labels. Christ, where is that drink? What's for dinner? I ask, gesturing forward impatiently. Oh, yes, right this way. Mom beckons with one hand decked out in shining rings. Her hair is freshly dyed, a shade of ash blonde that's too light. We brought in a sushi chef, Hattie, so I hope you're hungry. He's very impressive. 30 years between Kyoto, Honolulu, and Seattle, working his trade. Of course he did. And of course they fucking did. It would have been too much to expect them to cook or serve up something simple. I don't think Mom knows how to boil pasta. Gramps made her take a few lessons when she was a kid, apparently. But now, if the food isn't prepared by a culinary wonder, it doesn't live in this house. The entitlement shouldn't piss me off as much as it does. It's always been this way. Before we can settle in, though, there's a distant tap at the door, and a trilled yoo-hoo that makes my blood run cold. Hattie stiffens beside me, absolute horror etched on her face as she slowly turns. Oh no, she whispers like she's been gutted. Mom gives us a puzzled glance. Do we have more company? I wasn't aware you were bringing another guest, Ethan. Neither was I. Not until Julia Sage lets herself in without invitation and rushes into the dining room, smiling at us. She's gone for a modern casual look today. Baggy green suit pants, and an off-white blouse that makes her look like she's turning up for an interview at a California tech company. Hattie, darling, she says, pushing her huge sunglasses up onto her forehead. Hattie's sigh sounds more like gagging. I'm so sorry for the surprise, guys. But you both know my mom, she explains as Julia walks around the place like she owns it. The sight of her brings back memories of the green sludge. I don't know how I kept that vile potion down. Elvira Blackthorn. Oh my God. It must be, what, 10 years? Julia makes a beeline for Mom, who just looks confused. The other day when Hattie mentioned she was coming down here to see her new in-laws, I knew it was the perfect chance for us to all come together and reconnect. Hattie's eyes flutter shut, pained. Who the hell can blame her? Mom pats Julia lightly on the back and smoothly disengages with a split-second annoyed grimace, a move I've seen countless times. She even used it on me as a moody kid a few times to gracefully wiggle out of having to be a parent. Nice to see you again, Julia. Welcome to our lovely home, she says. So lovely, Julia gushes. So sickly sweet it makes my teeth ache. Hattie winces like she has the same reaction, and I nudge her with my arm. Did you know she was coming? A warning would have been nice, I mutter, as Mom leads the rest of the way into the dining room, which is already set and ready. Large windows overlook the green gardens and the glinting sea beyond. When you reach this level of money, you start to measure your wealth in landscaping fees, but it shows. This view is almost as close to paradise as you're going to get. I might have accidentally mentioned it to her, Hattie confesses miserably, taking my arm and digging her fingers in. But I didn't think she'd actually come. We flew. I never even dropped the address. Damn, she's one of those people then. Why did you bring it up at all? She found out we were engaged and, yeah, pretty unavoidable when people have been writing about us online. Mom loves the gossip mills, and when she found out, she dropped in on me at work. Right before you did, actually. Ah, it makes sense now. That's why you were so worked up. What? No. She glowers at me, smoky eyelashes framing those green eyes as they spark with irritation. I was worked up because you were being ridiculous. You still need to talk to Mr. Sneed and take it back. Too late. He's been paid. So your mother came to the bookstore and what? I pull out her chair and let her sit. She looks like she's scared one wrong move will ruin this whole thing. With her mom talking the ear off of mine, though, it doesn't look like there's any way I'll make her relax anytime soon. She just bombarded me with a bunch of questions. I didn't know how to answer anything. I'm not a great liar, Ethan. She looks down at her lap, smoothing a wrinkle in her skirt. Then I got flustered because, what am I supposed to tell her? I let it slip that I was meeting your parents, and now we're here. You're not telling her the truth? I asked too harshly. No way, she says too quickly. Definitely not. She'd eat me alive. Good, I growl, as long as we have an understanding and maintain total OPSEC. The hate she smiles back almost makes me laugh. I remember it's not just my parents we need to convince, but Julia barely notices us, already looking like she's made herself at home. Later we find out she drove down from Portland ahead of us. There's damn near nothing that would have stopped her from being here. Hattie's her only daughter, don't you know? Dad makes himself useful today, keeping the drinks flowing throughout this torture session. I grab the bottle on our end of the table and fill Hattie's wine glass to the brim. She grabs the stem like it's a lifeline and sucks it down so fast I almost laugh. If you want the full medicinal effect, you have to pace yourself, I mutter. Aries, finally bored from Mom's needy scratches, waddles over and collapses at my feet with a loud groan. I give him a knowing look. He's perfectly positioned for table scraps. Pretty sure this bottomless pit with ears that reached the floor has chowed down on more fine food in his lifetime than 80% of the human population. I can't believe this is happening, Hattie whispers, shaking her head. Be glad they're not looking at us. I nod at our parents, lost in conversation. Mom leaves Julia awed, talking about their last trip to Greece.
The chef emerges soon with his creations, laying them out on the table. All the classics are here, and I can't complain. Gyoza, milk bread, and hibachi fried rice with a half-dozen fresh sushi rolls and neatly arranged sashimi. Piles of tempura, golden brown and cooked to perfection. Hot rocks waiting for small cuts of A5 Wagyu on demand. Julia dominates the conversation, even when she's gushing about my parents' travels and their recent charity work in rainforest preservation. Charity. It's obvious she hasn't done her research if she's this easily impressed. My parents love to pretend they're fighters for a cause, campaigning for the end of deforestation or whatever it is this time. But really, it's just another excuse to travel without other rich people nagging about their carbon footprint. This time, it was a glorified glamping trip to Thailand and Vietnam. Hattie lingers beside me, mostly silent. I'm content to keep quiet too, enjoying the feast and feeding Aries' greedy mouth small scraps under the table. His tail thumps the floor like a drumstick. The old beast is the happiest one here by far, easily satisfied. He's not so bad when he's fed, though. I could have inherited a far worse dog. I ignore the way Mom's eyes stab me every time Julia Sage stops talking to inhale more rice and wine. Someone could care less about her carb intake today. I also notice the way Julia kicks Hattie's leg under the table. She leans over and mouths a few hurried words, looking pointedly at Hattie's half-full plate, and it only takes me a second to figure out what she's signaling. Watch your portion. What the fuck? Not a chance. Not here. Not today. Not right under my nose. Hattie's shoulders lock up. She looks down at her plate with pale-faced shame, and my hands ball into fists under the table. I reach for her hand, prying it open. She jumps at the touch. I don't look at her as I unfurl her fingers and link them with mine. Excuse me, chef. My smile feels like it's doing a shitty job of hiding my teeth. Can we get more hibachi rice and lobster rolls, please? More of that yum-yum sauce, yeah? Fill the bowls to the top. I lock eyes with Julia. Fuck yes. I want her to know I overheard what she whispered to Hattie, right in front of my parents, and it was unacceptable as hell. If Hattie needs carbs to help take the edge off this agony, let her have them. I don't care if she isn't a damn stick. She's curvy and real and fucking stunning. There's nothing wrong with her, and I'm not about to sit and watch this nagging obsession with what she eats. Julia turns red and clams up, finally leaving Hattie's leg alone. When Hattie moves again, she squeezes my hand hard. She doesn't say anything, not overtly, but it's easy to get the message. Thank you. Dinner takes too long, but eventually we escape outside to the beach, only a short walk down from the boathouse out back. Aries gives us the perfect excuse, needing a walk and a bathroom break after eating half his weight in sushi scraps. The overgrown lump doesn't truly care to move around, but I drag him along anyway. Hattie joins me gratefully, sighing the instant we're out the door. For once, the silence between us feels easy, light. I'm not looking for idle conversation, and she doesn't look like she's searching for the least painful way to crawl out of her skin anymore. Lush green trees frame the road. The beach is a half-moon crescent of white sand, hugging the shore with a few other houses behind it on the hills. The perfect place to dog walk, though with Aries, it's more, like coaxing him with every step. Hattie pauses on the sand to pull off her heels and sling them over her finger. Thank you again, she says, watching the waves churn. You were a lifesaver back there. It was nothing. Not to me, she insists. Just thank you, okay? Sure. I look down at her, barefoot and pretty, digging her toes into the sand like she's intent on absorbing every moment. What's with your mom anyway, obsessing with your diet? Can she check the damn attitude for even a second? She shrugs briskly. She's always been like that. Pushy. I've always been a little thick.
And Mom has always been just, she lets me know. I guess she thinks the extra weight will magically melt off if I just follow her advice. Honestly, she isn't wrong. Her heart's in the right place. But she just doesn't know how to make her point without being annoying. Anger kicks my gut. Before I think better of it, I'm grabbing Hattie's shoulders, turning her to face me. Fuck that, Pages, I snarl. You're crazy if you think there's anything wrong with your figure. Her eyes shine as we lock stares, and I realize my mistake. I drop my hands quickly, wiping my palms on my pants. Point is, I know what it's like having difficult parents, I say. I'm just glad we survived without a meltdown back there. Just survived? I mean, they didn't seem half bad. You were right. They're a lot like I remembered. Very polite and kind of formal, she says cautiously. We both turn, walking down the beach, step in step. That's their routine. Trust me, they're not always so welcoming. They can be selfish and bitter as hell. I debate what to tell her and go for the ugly truth. They weren't fazed when the call came through about Gramps dying. Hattie doesn't say anything, but I hear the way her breath catches. Their first thought was the estate. Not that they needed more on top of Mom's trust. And seeing as I've inherited the beating heart that powers that estate, they're going to play nice. Trust me when I say their language is dollar signs. I snort. It gets old. Real fucking quick. God, that sucks. I'm sorry, Hattie whispers. That's just how they are. When I was younger, I used to think they'd change someday. Maybe they'd get older and wiser. Or maybe something would open their eyes. But they're the same in their 50s as they were 20 years ago. Life's no fairy tale. She half smiles. Life was easier when we were kids, right? Enormously. Just dicking around on the beach and riding Gramps' yacht. Nothing to worry about except the end of summer break. She turns her face up to the sunset. We knew how to be. Never knew how good we had it. Kids never do. I chuckle bitterly. Back then, the only thing I had to worry about was how many ways Margot had to try to fuck up every date I went on. Hattie giggles, covering her mouth as she shoots a glance at me. She was bad. Kind of her favorite way to liven things up. Do you remember the time she put hair dye in your shampoo and turned it that crazy green color? Couldn't get that crap out for weeks. I looked like the fucking Joker. I scrubbed my hand over my hair. Little shit. She laughed so hard she peed. You also laughed it up when you saw me, if I recall. I say dryly, staring at her. You snorted so hard snot came out your nose. Did not. She clamps a hand over her face like she's afraid of it happening again, glaring. You're just saying that. Am I? I cock an eyebrow, enjoying how the color crawls up her neck to her ears. You found it hilarious. Green-haired Ethan, the biggest hit of your boring life. The dye really was insane. Worse than any emo kid, I turned into a walking cartoon. I was so pissed I canceled my date just so I could chase Margot around the house. Didn't stop until I had her favorite stuffed animal hostage. You remember that elephant she used to sleep with? The one with the lazy eye? Like I could ever forget. She laughs. Yeah. I washed my hair like 5 times that night trying to get it out. No luck whatsoever. Hattie snickers through her hand. We were all pretty awful back then. I'm sorry. You used to date a lot in Maine, didn't you? My face blanks. Yeah, used to. I should be thanking you guys, seeing how none of those dates worked out. If only that stunt with the dye would have happened a couple summers later. If they'd fucked up my first date with Taylor, a lot of trouble would have been avoided. The last decade of my life could have been very different. Why did you leave Maine again? Was it your parents? I mean, being here, I can see why you'd want to get away from New York, but I get why Portland wasn't far enough. She looks at me, questions swirling in her eyes. Fuck. Margot never knew you were thinking about the military until you joined up, she adds. You just up and left. Damn it. I did. If there's one thing I don't want right now, it's falling down that rabbit hole. The self-inflicted hell I endured, let alone how much of it was my fault. Especially not when Hattie looks insanely gorgeous tonight, with her blonde hair falling in supple waves over one shoulder, and that halter-neck dress showing smooth skin, inviting my mouth. That dress hugs her, showing her tits in sharp relief as she takes a deep breath. I know I shouldn't keep staring at her like this. I know, but I don't stop. This can't end well, no matter how good it's going today. She looks damnably alluring in the evening light, her eyes glinting like jade, and I don't realize I've taken a step toward her until she catches her breath. Ethan, she whispers, why did you leave? I don't answer. I'm too busy looking at her mouth. Another mistake. Delectable, lush lips with a permanent pout that's asking for my teeth. She has a mouth made for fantasies made of pure filth. When I slide one hand around her neck, tilting her head back gently, she doesn't move. Her lips part as she draws another breath. It was a mistake, Hattie. I have a terrible habit of making them, I whisper. Then I kiss her with the force of my entire soul.
9. All the apologies. Hattie. He's kissing me. Ethan Blackthorn is flipping kissing me, and not just any kiss. His mouth is volcanic, hot and demanding and greedy. My toes never had a chance. They curl up like caterpillars in the sand, trying to keep me tethered to the ground before this man flings me into the heavens. In Regency books, the heroines always have weak knees when the brash rake or the noble prince finally breaks down and claims what's his. After reading a few dozen books like that, I sometimes scoffed and skipped past the all-consuming first kiss. Not one kiss in my life has ever made me airborne. Until now. Until I taste pure sorcery. Until Ethan shatters the laws of gravity. With one rough hand in my hair, cupping my neck, he urges me closer. His other hand slides to my waist. Although he's not after anything else, I know he could take it so easily. A shiver rips through me. This is my first time kissing a man this tall, too. The way he looms over me, his body practically surrounding mine, makes me dizzy. There's a delightful power imbalance here. If he wanted, he could do almost anything. But he doesn't, of course. Ethan isn't totally senseless, and this is a public beach. No matter what we're feeling in the moment, we're not so drunk that he's about to throw common sense to the wind. But the thought is there, and it leaves me breathless. Along with a sharp pulse between my legs I haven't felt in ages, especially with kissing. But this isn't just kissing. This is a ruthless conquest. My nipples peak. My skin flushes. And before I know it, I'm wrapping my arms around his neck, holding on for dear life, chest to chest, heart to heart, breath to breath. Ethan groans, shifting his hand to the small of my back with a hunger that's insane. I had no idea it was such an erotic place until now, and I'm pressed flush against him. I can feel a bulge I'm almost certain might be, oh my God, is it? I'm very, very lucky his arms are snug around me, holding me up. Otherwise, I'd have fallen and face-planted in the sand. Ethan, you madman, what have you done? He pulls back like he's asking himself the same question, freeing his hand from my hair to steady my waist as I stumble slightly. Cool air floods the space between us. Reality bleeds back in. The upside-down life where I just kissed Ethan Blackthorn. Oh boy. On my list of no-good horrendous ideas, this is top-tier brainless material, gold medal imbecile stuff. He's breathing so raggedly, though, and do not look down. Do not. I swear if I get one glimpse of the enormous package he's sporting, if I even acknowledge it's there, I'll go down in a fiery blaze, mortified forever. Yes, he kissed me first. So it's not like there's a reason I should be feeling so embarrassed, but something warm and liquid churns in my belly, and I don't want to think about it. Good practice, he says after a torn second. Huh? What practice? I shake my head trying to get my senses back. Oh, because we're dating. You mean? Fake dating? Fake engaged? Fake whatever. I'm so flustered, I'm rambling, sweat coating my palms like sticky syrup. We need to kiss, sometimes, Pages, he says flatly, to make it more believable. Yeah. A broken giggle slips out of me. God, after a kiss like that, I can't disagree. I can't do anything except feel like a love-struck little fool. But I also need him to go back to being the prince of all asshats, fast, just so I can remember all the reasons why I don't like him. He's been too nice today, and not his usual nice, where he cynically buys me an entire freaking bookstore just to streamline schedules, but nice. He's being sweet, and that's not supposed to happen, rushing to my defense with Mom's nagging about calories, open with the reminiscing about better days, intense when he told me I had to be crazy to think there's something wrong with me. This isn't the Ethan I know. It's not even the Ethan from roughly a week ago when I signed on to be his prop. And then that kiss. Holy hell, I have no idea how to interpret anything that's unfolding now. Practice, fine, but was that really what was on his mind when he kissed my face off? I don't know why he kissed me, but he definitely felt like he liked it, if the battering ram in his pants is anything to go by. I shake my head a little to clear my thoughts. Aries shakes off sand and yawns, watching us through his big, handsome, slightly gloomy brown eyes. You're right, boy, I tell him silently. This is bad. Catastrophic. This mess is already complicated enough. How bad will it be if I start catching real feelings? 2 days later, it still feels like a dream. We're home now, back in Portland, and I'm trying not to think about the fact that Ethan hasn't called, not once to decompress from the strangest evening of my life. Which is fine, obviously. It's not like I'm expecting him to be clingy, and he has no obligation to check in for a daily update or whatever. We're fake engaged. Everything we do together is for show. That's the only logical conclusion. And if certain knees start going weak and wibbly again at the mere thought of kissing him a second time, well, that's just what good practice kisses do. A lot of rom-coms with this silly plot say so. So does my recent experience with one bad-tempered man. At the time, I thought he liked it, or at least, he didn't hate it. But the more time that passes with crickets from him, I'm starting to question everything. Maybe he walked away in horror, thinking it was gross. Maybe I'm such a bad kisser he never wants to look at me again. Ugh. After the kiss, we just went back inside his parents' mansion and said our goodbyes after another hour of conversation. On the plane, he got out his laptop and started working, barely looking up for the brief flight. Meanwhile, I was stranded in my own mind, alone and distraught while he behaved like the kiss never happened. Or maybe he quietly wished it never happened the whole way back, which makes me feel bonkers for having weak knees. Is this a preview of what's next? I've offended him so bad with my rotten kissing technique that he never wants to see me again, and now we won't meet until our wedding day.
That should not make me feel like I've swallowed a geode. "Hattie," Margot says, tying her hair into a messy bun on top of her head. She's dressed in a baggy shirt and leggings, yet still looks effortlessly chic somehow. Me? I'm in a white tee and jeans and covered in all the dust from the bookstore's back room. Margot has some weird natural immunity to dust, magically repelling it. "Margot," I say, wiping my forehead. Technically, the bookstore is closed until we figure out what happens next. Margot, bless her heart, volunteered to sift through all the inventory I've inherited. Turns out Mr. Sneed had a mountain of it in storage, years of acquisitions I didn't even know about. Finding the gems worth selling is like searching one haystack after the next. "You're not listening," she pouts at me. There's no point lying to her, and I'm a terrible liar anyway. "Sorry, I was just thinking, about?" I sigh. "Meeting my parents," she guesses. "Yeah, that, I guess. How was it? Ethan keeps freezing me out. Typical annoying older brother stuff, but I'd like to know what happened. Don't tell me you've taken a vow of silence, too." I fight to keep the blush off my face. "Nothing, Margot. Pretty boring day." For a long second she stares at me, then her eyebrows slowly lift. "Come on, what was it?" "It's my parents." "What did they do?" She flicks her fingers dismissively. "At least you were dressed up. Did you mess up your hair? Oh God, did Mom say something?" I wish. My hair stayed perfect. Until Ethan kissed me. I try not to shudder, remembering his fingers threading my hair, the way he brushed my skin, claiming and strong and delirious, holding me against him while he kissed me like I was his for one brief, reckless, totally awful fit of bad decisions. That's not something I can ever tell Margot. No, I say. "You took Aries, right? Ethan shot me down when I offered to watch him. Mom loves the doggo more than us." Margot rolls her eyes even though she loves Aries just as much. "Yep, he was there, licks and all. He got plenty of sushi." She beams like the sun. "Cool. It sounds like everything went great then. Did Mom drop any hints about wedding planning?" Margot gives a snort that sounds bitter. "No, nothing that easy," I say, running my finger down the inventory list, all on paper. Mr. Sneed never did digital. He wouldn't even put up a Google business listing. Actually, my mom decided to join us. "What? Your mom? She invited herself?" Amused, Margot drops the book she was holding. "Yup." "Oh, man." She pulls a sympathetic face. "I take it back. Things were not great. How did you guys survive?" "Well, obviously she thinks the thing with Ethan is real, so we were covered there, and she was busy sucking up to your parents about 80% of the time." The memory makes me want to shrivel up like a prune. "I mean, it could have been worse. Mom probably loved that part." Margot shrugs. "She's a big fan of anyone who's a fan of her." "Yeah, your folks were polite enough, in their own way. So was Mom, reminding me not to eat too many carbs. Or, really, any carbs at all." My skin tingles at the memory of Ethan reaching under the table to take my hand, shutting Mom up with one headshot comment. And then later on the beach, telling me I'd have to be crazy to think there's anything wrong with my weight. You're doing that again? I thought it was just the books at first. But no." Margot squints at me. "Doing what?" Margot bends down and peers at me closer, narrowing her eyes to slits. Blushing. "Hattie Sage, why?" Ugh. Nothing gets past her beady little eyes. "No, I'm not. It's just the heat from juggling all these books. How many boxes are there?" I huff an exaggerated breath. "Girl, you're about as white as you come. A blush on you is as obvious as fireworks, and you didn't go red until we started talking about the big meet and greet." She leans her hip against the desk. "So what happened?" I decide to feed her a partial truth. Mom was, well, she was Mom. You know how she is. She didn't want me eating too much and turning into a pumpkin in front of my perfect new family. Holy shit. Right there? Margot's mouth twists sourly. I hope you told her where to stick it. A burst of humiliation washes over me. Margot wouldn't have hesitated clapping back at her mother, but their relationship has always been different. Or maybe I'm just a giant pushover, at least when it comes to my mother. I know it comes from a place of love and concern, which makes it harder. For all her obnoxious faults, she does love me, but that doesn't excuse her rotten behavior. Out of habit, I brush a hand over the soft curve of my stomach, pinching the excess skin down there. Mom always warned me you were fat if you could pinch off more than an inch or two, and I know it's BS, but I can't help going back to it. Always testing, worrying I'll gain a few more pounds, and then I'll never hear the end of it until the day an extra cinnamon roll kills me. Hattie! Margot slaps her hand away. You can't keep falling for her crap, okay? You're gorgeous just the way you are. Do you want me to have words with her? No, I sigh. It's fine. Actually, Ethan came to my rescue. He stood up for me. Ethan? Margot does a double take, blinking like a startled chipmunk. My dumbass older brother, Ethan. The surly idiot who pushed a ring on you to get his money. That, Ethan? I was just as surprised as you. He basically insisted I should eat what I want and enjoy, right to Mom's face. He did, huh? Wow. Margot chews her lip before dismissing whatever thoughts she had. Not gonna lie, it's suspicious. Then again, if he's turning into an actual human being for once because Gramps is gone, fine. I didn't think it was possible. But if I'm wrong, hey, cool. I poke her in the side. He's not always awful. I mean, I guess not if he had a secret personality transplant I never knew about. She looks at me. Which seems likely if you're changing your opinion of him. I wouldn't go that far. I rush out. It was one time, Margot. I was just grateful. That's all. Before she can say anything else or get too up in her head about me admitting Ethan isn't evil incarnate, the bell to the front door rings, and I look out just in time to see a tall man walking into the store. I must have forgotten to lock up after moving some books in earlier. Sorry, I call as I run out, fixing a polite smile on my face. We're temporarily closed. I point to the sign on the door which says, closed, in pretty cursive. Will you forgive the intrusion for a friend? The man says, flashing his abnormally white teeth. That smile triggers a memory. Cooper Daly? I frown. His smile widens with delight. You remembered! You're better than I am with faces, Miss Sage. I stare at him, trying to find my own smile again. After the way Ethan reacted, he'd be a hard face to forget. That's great. Although I have to say, part of me hoped you wouldn't. Why's that? Because I bungled my first impression. He approaches, giving me ample opportunity to notice he's wearing a shirt and suit pants that look runway-worthy, almost absurdly attractive. Anyway, I was hoping I could give it another try now. What is going on? I swallow hard. Margot arrives by my side and gives him a brief once-over, then a smile. Not the devastating, flirty one she uses to impress, but a polite one. Definitely not like Ethan, who swooped in, bristling with aggression. Margot Blackthorn? Cooper whistles, looking just as pleased to see her as he was to see me. I wasn't expecting to find you here. Margot jerks her thumb at me. Hattie owns this place now. I'm helping her spruce it up and get organized. Besties till the end. Couldn't do it without her. I joke. Margot smirks. I am kinda invaluable like that. I roll my eyes as I turn pointedly back to Cooper. I haven't thought much about him since Ethan exploded in his face. Now I wonder why. In the middle of the store, eyeing the books with interest, he doesn't look like a bad guy at all, although I'll admit, I might be more than a little dazzled by his appearance. I'm not shallow, but I'm a human woman with eyes, and he is very nice to look at. Can a bad guy really pull off tan suit pants and a classic Ralph Lauren look like he just walked off a sailboat? He places a hand on his chest and gives me another disarming smile, noticing my observation but not seeming to mind.
I really am sorry for making a mess of things at the dinner, he says. Truth be told, I've been beating myself up over it ever since.
The corners of his eyes crease with sincerity as he looks at me. Margot returns to sorting a smaller stack of books from a box near the register, ignoring us again as she puts in her earbuds and hums to the music. Beating yourself up? Why? I ask cautiously. Don't do that. I'm not sure what got into Ethan, honestly.
Nah, don't apologize. I never wanted to cause any friction between you two. Ethan had every right to get a little territorial, and at such a sensitive time for the poor man, too.
The sides of his mouth turn down in a frown. It is a bit difficult right now, I agree, glancing at Margot again, though she doesn't seem to have heard. When she glances up, she just offers me a shrug. Guess I'm on my own. Can I ask what's up with you guys? Ethan doesn't like you very much, but I'm not sure why, I offer. Actually, he warned me to stay away from you. Cooper smiles, grabbing his chest in a pained motion.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm not surprised. Frankly, I think we got off on the wrong foot years ago. He never liked how close I was with his grandfather, and perhaps he had good reason.
Redness lights Cooper's cheekbones, and he runs a hand through his hair, looking chagrined. Well, I don't know what went on, but
hold on. Let me get to the point.
He holds up a hand, digging around in his pocket until a brown envelope appears.
I'm no villain, Miss Sage. Hattie. Can I call you that?
The flash of his teeth is mesmerizing. Sure. I blink to try and clear my head.
I'm afraid I have he grimaces, a complicated history with the Blackthorns, and I'm somewhat at fault for Ethan's suspicions, I'll admit. However, I came to make amends.
I give him another frown. The bookstore, you mean?
That's right. I heard you worked here.
How do you mean? That's a little weird. Granted, Portland can be a small place with lots of loose lips, but he still would have had to do a little digging, at least for my social media. That weirds me out a little, but he hands me the envelope with Ethan's name on the front in neat print. I don't follow, but he nods at it roughly, like it explains everything inside.
Consider this an apology and a confession of sorts, he says. This industry gets as cutthroat as it comes, and if I have any regrets, it's...
He shifts uncomfortably.
Well, it's the way my mentorship with Leonidas ended.
How did it end? I ask bluntly, knowing Ethan will never tell me. He's a human porcupine with so many secrets.
Like I said, it's complicated,
Cooper tells me again. That doesn't explain much.
Ethan, he would never let me apologize face to face, but I'm hoping a letter delivered by you might get through. Will you make sure it finds him?
An apology, huh? If that's all it is, then it can't be half bad. Still, there's something disarming about Cooper's smile. I nod slowly. Whatever Ethan's beef is, Margot doesn't seem to have problems with him. Maybe it's an Ethan problem rather than a Cooper problem. I feel weirdly guilty for thinking it, though. I'm sure Ethan has good reasons, and Cooper's basically admitting he did something wrong. This is a confession, after all. But a handwritten apology can't hurt. Margot heads to the back with another pile of books, leaving me alone with Cooper. He flashes another ivory-white smile.
I really am sorry about the old man.
He sounds so genuine.
For what it's worth, he meant a lot to me, and I'll miss him like mad.
Me too, I speak the truth. No matter how eccentric Leonidas could be, or how bizarre this marriage clause is, he was always kind. My heart twists, knowing I'll never see him again. It's a grim reality to contend with every day, and I feel another rush of sympathy for the whole Blackthorn clan, even Ethan, known heartless ass that he is. Losing someone you love never goes down easy.
I'm sure you do, Cooper says sympathetically. Were you close to him? I know you're good friends with Margot.
We've been friends since we were kids, so yeah, I've known the Blackthorns for a long time.
So that's why you wound up engaged to one then, Cooper says with a wink. Give him the envelope, won't you? And do tell him I'm sorry and I hope to work with the Blackthorns again one day.
I nod hesitantly. I'll pass it along. But if you're hoping for a reply, I can't promise anything.
Certainly not. That's not what this is about. I just want him to know how I feel.
He gives me a sad smile.
It was nice seeing you again, Hattie.
You too, I say, but he's already leaving. The bell over the door jingles on his way out. The envelope lingers in my hands, and when I look down, I realize I'm pinching it so hard, it's wrinkling.
10. All the plans. Ethan. That sneaky two-timing cobra fuck. I slam the letter down on my desk and Hattie flinches. Yes, I regret my temper. But didn't I tell her to stay the fuck away from Cooper Daly? He had no right barging into your bookstore. What part of closed doesn't he get? I growl, trying to moderate my tone and failing. My blood roars in my ears. Cooper Daly has a sixth sense for pushing all of my reddest buttons. It doesn't matter if this engagement is a farce designed to appease my dead grandfather and satisfy his bizarre will. Hattie's mine for the duration. As long as she's with me, wearing my ring, he needs to keep his greasy paws off her, or there will be severed fingers to deal with. She watches me cautiously behind those green eyes. See? I had a feeling you'd blow up like this. I knew I shouldn't have given you that letter. Fucking yes, you should. Definitely not before we meet with the wedding planner. She sighs. Right. The damn planner. That's why she's over at my house for the first time since I stormed her lips. We have a wedding to plan with a professional. Not with Margot's half-baked input, thank God. She was pissed as hell we excluded her today. But this is a big deal. A seminal event. I can't afford to make a single mistake. Not when our reputations are on the line, and everything leaks to the press, one way or another. I'd like to be the one controlling that drip, showing the world that everything is solid, and my grandfather wasn't the last living Blackthorn with any sense. It's just hard to do that when I'm focused on what Cooper Daly has up his sleeve now. I close my eyes, trying to clear my anger so I can shift back into the present. I need to be fucking grounded. Whatever. Let's table this for now. I take the note and shove it in my desk. I'll read the cursed thing later, after my blood pressure returns to baseline. For the record, Daly isn't getting in the way of anything I can handle now. Business I can hopefully handle. This is my first wedding, and probably my last. How's the bookstore coming along anyway? You made any big decisions to make it fit your vision? I change the subject, but Hattie's face pinches. Her lips pressed together. There's a crease between her eyebrows I want to smooth with my thumb. Slow going, but that's okay. She sighs like she's holding up the world. Another touchy subject. Should have known, seeing how she never asked me to buy it for her in the first place and drop it in her lap. But what's done is done, and there's no way I regret doing it. That ratty place is better off in her hands. She could sell nothing but dirty gardening books, and it would still be a massive improvement. You can tell me what's new. I won't bite your head off, I say, rolling my shoulders and strolling across the room to the couch for the harbor view past the window. My unruly brain snaps back to the way she tasted on the beach. Ever since then, I've been doing my damnedest to forget. But the kiss returns to haunt me every time I try to banish it from my head. That memory's a siren song I can't silence, repeatedly assaulting my senses. Hattie's soft, full curves in my hands. Hattie's lips, sweet as wine, drugging me to the brink of madness. I was so fucking hard when I ripped myself away from her and marched back to the house. 10 more seconds, and I would have been grinding against her like an animal. Even Aries is better behaved in the humping department, for fuck's sake. Scrubbing a hand through my hair, I exhale between my teeth so she doesn't sense the gutter my mind is stuck in. I'm lucky I have Cooper Daly's bullshit to hide behind. It's nothing new. My mind's been spinning since she showed up earlier this evening, wearing a cute button-down and leggings. A far cry from the elegant dress last time, but somehow just as appealing. Hell, maybe more so because she's in her element. Learning Cooper Daly ambushed her at the bookstore made me furious enough to forget the sexual static between us for 5 seconds. But now that there's nothing but the sound of Hattie chewing her lip, it's all I can think about. Fucking helpless man, losing my wits over a kiss. It's pathetic. Too long since I last got laid, perhaps. And I have zero interest in hookups right now. Hattie and I are engaged. Boning some random girl would be mighty disrespectful, and an invitation for Portland to curse me again for the same sin. Also, no matter what kind of raging asshole she thinks I am, I'm not about to cheat on her. I don't care if we're not technically together. I'm not disgracing myself and humiliating her and making this harder than it is. Easier said than done when the only person my cock seems to be interested in is her. She walks around and perches on the armchair beside the sofa, drawing her legs up under her and wrapping her arms around them. I don't know what I'm doing, Ethan, she admits. Bookstores are in decline across the whole industry. Fewer people are interested in showing up for print, so I'll have to change something drastic. So do it. The question is how. Right now we sell every genre, but I'm thinking we're going to have to niche down. Really think about the market and what buyers we can appeal to. Who even visits bookstores anymore if it's not for school? What are the demographics in Portland? Market research, I say idly. An important aspect of any business. Right. But I don't have tons of data or endless time for research, she says, like it's my problem. Either way, I'll figure something out. I'm not throwing this opportunity away. It just feels like a lot right now. You need inspiration. Wow, she deadpans, pushing up her glasses. Helpful. What do you want me to say, Pages? You're a damn brainiac, and you breathe books. Why wouldn't you have this down? It's my turn to throw her an incredulous look. A wild dimple pops in one of her cheeks. I stare at it too long. Easy for you to say, she says. You weren't thrown into this head first without a day to prepare. Close enough. I dove into the family business on a whim when it seemed like my last option. Without Gramps connecting me with a few people in the office, I would have been lost, I say. But I figured you'd find some way to blame me. No good deed ever goes unpunished. It is your fault. Her lips curl, teasing. You're the reason why I own a bookstore I don't know what to do with. Tough break, Pages. I lean closer on my elbows, not looking away from her face. What if I said you've got this? Because if anyone can turn around a musty-ass store that's probably been failing for years, it's the dork who'd dive into the harbor for a chance to meet some big-time author. She flushes. I definitely should feel the victory surge at the sight. God damn. But, I say, leaning back, only if you rename it something besides Sneed's Books for starters. The name has to go. And here I was thinking you loved it. So much history. The name is only half of it. The vibe sucks. Reminds me of a school library. You'll be busy for sure with that awful place. Why awful? Because it has books? She tilts her head, silky hair pooling on one shoulder. Did you forget how to read when you left Portland? I hold up my hands. You got me. I have a trained monkey who handles my correspondence now. Former lab ape. They give him a brain implant that lets him rip through emails 10 times faster than any human. Such BS. She rolls her eyes, but she's smiling. Just being around old books gives me a rash. Paper allergy or something. I lie. Okay, stop. She laughs harder now, throwing her head back, and I have another brief surge of happiness before I crush it. I only need this dumb fucking banter to take the edge off. Nothing more. Then the doorbell rings, and I start walking, putting as much distance between pages and me as humanly possible. There's the wedding planner, I say, relieved as I march forward to let her in. I think I'm dizzy. The wedding planner, Mrs. Ann Radish, is a small, owlish woman with glasses that make her eyes look too large for her face, permanently pursed lips too much like a beak. She has both a tablet filled with pictures and videos, plus print catalogs for us to sift through. Today, I've learned that weddings have more moving pieces than a custom-built house. I knew they were complicated. Everything in the public eye is, but I was coming at it from a business perspective. Cameras, press, public image, fancy food. Whatever suits our perception as the newly minted Blackthorn power couple, but forgettable enough to separate in 6 months without a spectacle. Only it turns out there's so much more to it than that. So many little details. Appetizers, drinks, the different entree options, wine lists and open bars and custom invitation cards. Seriously, fuck those cards to hell and back. What they look like, what names they'll have, whether we want special versions for our parents. I'm about to head down to the nearest drugstore and burn every card in sight just for spite. We're grown adults, and this wedding isn't real. We don't need to obsess over the invites. If Julia Sage wants to fuss over a lackluster design, let her come and cuss me out to my face. Worst of all, the fairy godmother planner is just getting started. She opens a fresh book thicker than an encyclopedia and carries on. My eye twitches. Place settings. Sample music scores for the ceremony and DJs for the reception. At least Hattie seems to be enjoying herself. While I'm melting into my seat, not giving a shit if we have Black Forest chocolate or Italian lemon cake, or something entirely different like strawberry or coconut. Her eyes shine like diamonds. It's not that I think she actually wants to marry me. No. It's obvious she has more of an eye for this than she initially let on. When the planner asks for our opinions, after asking politely if I have one, I tell Hattie to choose. Thank God for small favors. Sometimes I wish I knew what was going on in her pretty blonde head. The process takes hours, yet she doesn't seem to mind. Or maybe she just doesn't notice it passing when she's so engrossed in girly wedding day fantasies. I resist the urge to check my watch again. Eventually, Mrs. Radish leaves, assuring us she's got the basics. The fucking basics down, and she'll get follow-up soon. That was fun. Hattie chirps with a smile that's way too relaxed after enduring over 3 hours of style interrogations. Fun. Do you stock dictionaries at your bookstore? That's not the right word. She smacks my arm. Oh, hush. It's not every day a girl gets to plan a wedding with an unlimited budget. I thought you wanted to keep it small. She has the grace to flush. Okay, so maybe it can be medium-sized. Maybe? She bats her eyes. She suggested 200 goddamned guests. Only for the reception. That's the part where we need to put on a show, right? Damn her. I nod. She has a point. I would be pissed off, except she's got the most adorable smile at the corner of her mouth. I can't find it in me to be annoyed with her enthusiasm. Margot will have a field day whenever you throw her a bone, I say. Hell, even after you tell her about all the decisions you've made. Hattie beams me a heavy look, tucking some hair behind her ear. Maybe after she gets over you cutting her out of the process, Hattie says. I shrug. Margot's feelings aren't my problem. She'll plan her own wedding someday, assuming she finds a man who can handle her spoiled ass. She will, Hattie says, rolling her eyes. But what's next? I check my watch again. Dresses. They should be here any second. What dresses? Who should be? Stylists from Seventh Haven in Manhattan, I say. They specialize in wedding dresses. Her eyes light up. Wedding dresses? You mean, yeah. You can hardly get married without one, I say dryly. From what I understand, they'll bring you some sample dresses to see what styles suit you, and then come up with a unique design for the big day. She's still grinning like a kid in a candy store when I let the army of fashionistas in. After greeting me, they go to work, fawning over Hattie, complimenting her hair and coloring and figure. She glows like the moon. I get to see you model them, I tell Hattie. All of them. So I can help you choose. She flushes. That's not very traditional. The groom isn't supposed to see the dress before the wedding day. Pages. Nothing about this marriage is traditional, and you know it. So show me. She bites her bottom lip as she nods slowly. And fuck me. I know I should keep my distance. I shouldn't watch her pose and twirl in an expensive dress for both of our sakes. But I can't help myself. It's not like tradition matters much. I say it myself. Gramps took a sledgehammer to anything normal about this when he decided to force me into a wedding pact with my little sister's best friend. Soon enough, I'll go back to only seeing her in public, so the chance of me losing my mind over her won't be an issue then. Why the hell does that bother me? I sit and scroll through emails on my phone while Hattie disappears into my bedroom, accompanied by all the ladies. I wonder what's taking so long. At last, the door creaks open. Hattie's hair is tied up into a neat knot, leaving her shoulders bare. She's wearing a cloud. It's a full-skirted, lacy, traditional wedding beast. Sure, it's pretty, and she looks good in it. But she'd look good in a paper sack as long as it hugs her curves. Diamante glitters around the bodice, sleek and shiny and modern. I tilt my head, noticing the hesitation in her eyes. She's not sure about it. Fine. If she's not comfortable, I don't want her wearing it. No, I say authoritatively. Relief flutters across her face. I'm not sold on you showing that much skin, knowing there'll be cameras everywhere. Try something more traditional. She looks down at herself, tracing some of the lace on her stomach. The girls say it's a statement dress. Statement? It says Vegas Strip Club. I lower my voice. But that's not the point. Is it even comfortable? She takes a few seconds, mulling it over. No? Then pick something else. They only have 100 other choices. She gives me a quick, hesitant smile. Okay. Thanks, Ethan. Welcome, Pages. Her smile reaches her eyes for a second. Then she disappears back in the room. I'm left to twiddle my thumbs until she shows me the next dress. Chiffon this time. A smooth, full skirt that gleams in the light. It's less decorative, but the pinned waist and flowing skirt just doesn't quite suit her. No good? She asks, correctly reading my expression. Nah, better though. More you. Her face screws up. What would you know about me, Ethan? When I see it, I'll know. Fine. Waving her finger, she disappears into the room again. This time, she takes so long that I think they must be having some kind of wardrobe malfunction. But when she finally steps back into view, my brain shuts off. Holy fuck. This dress looks molded to her, hugging every curve I've done my best not to think about since that kiss on the beach.
The lace bodice is partly sheer, revealing pale skin, dipping low to show off soft, suckable breasts. The mermaid-style dress skims her hips and flows down her thighs. Small waist, rounded hips. Fuck. I'm almost delirious with the need to touch her, to get it off, to peel away that dress and see what's hiding underneath. It's modest, though, showing just enough to make me thirst for more. "Well, what do you think?" she asks when I don't say anything. "Do you hate it? I think Mom will kill me if I show up in this." "Forget your mother." My voice is so rough I need to clear it. "That's the one. Search over." "Really?" She smooths a hesitant hand down her waist. "Do you think—" "Yes." "Absolutely no doubt?" In my head, yes. But my cock screams no. "None. It'll do you justice, Pages. It fits your shape without being blinding or giving away too much." Her green eyes meet mine. Something flares in them that makes me shift in my chair. Against my will and better judgment, my cock rises. "Okay. I'll tell them." She swallows and nods. "You can try on the rest if you want, but that's what I want to marry you in." My voice is unintentionally gruff, probably because I'm speaking insanity. Yet I still can't look away. Her nostrils flare, and she nods one final time. The moment she's gone, I drop my face into my hands. Stupid, stupid man. This Jekyll and Hyde attraction is out of control. That's what I want to marry you in? Who am I turning into? I don't have time for more complications, let alone the self-inflicted kind. She's my baby sister's best friend, and we're not just doing this for kicks, much less love. No matter how I tried to make up for it, she's also the girl I teased relentlessly when we were kids. Not a girl I can fuck any time this century. Only, she's getting naked in my room. That's where my mind keeps going. The thought of ripping that dress off her and marking up what's underneath. Exposing every inch of that creamy skin for my wolfish mouth. Her tits, her throat, her tight little pussy. Fuck. When I inhale, I'm snarling, almost inhuman. This is what leading with my dick does. I kissed her once, and now she's an unhealthy obsession. I knew this dress show would pulverize my mind. The door opens, and the gaggle of women exit first, stampeding out with dresses hanging from their hands, offering me smiles and a few giggles as they explain they've left Hattie with the dress she's wearing, since I liked it so much. "Not to worry," one of them says. "It's a stunner. Truly one of a kind. Amazing choice." I wish I could give a fuck about the dress itself, or the only thing that should really matter. Hattie likes it. Not just because I'm ready to offer up my soul to see it fall off her. The moment they're gone, I head into the bedroom. Hattie stands still in the dress, one hand on her stomach, frowning at her reflection in the full-length mirror. The silky back is undone, so she can step out of it without assistance, and I can see her smooth skin. Also, the fact that she isn't wearing a bra. My imagination spits fire. Leaning against the doorway, I try to calm down without leaving teeth marks in my wrist, like the carnivorous fucknut I am. Pages doesn't want me to push her up against the wall and tear that dress off, no matter how much I might want to. My cock jerks at the thought, and I inhale sharply. Across the room, Hattie braces both hands on the flare of her hips and pushes. She frowns, biting her lip as she runs her free hand down her bare arm, pinching her skin between her fingers. She shakes her head. Thoughts of shredding her clothes fade as I scowl. "What are you doing?" She shrieks, leaps a foot in the air, and throws me a shocked glance. "Holy shit! Do you ever knock? You shouldn't be in here." "Didn't we establish this isn't a traditional marriage?" I step forward, unable to help myself. My fingers itch to touch the dip at the small of her back, just to see if it's just as soft as it looks. "You shouldn't be here, though. I'm not decent."
What were you doing? I ask again, stopping behind her. From where I was standing, it looked like you didn't like what you saw in the mirror.
It's not that. It's just... the dress is insane.
The material is too thick for her to pinch her stomach through it, but it looks like she wants to.
I'm worried it's a little revealing, that it doesn't hide enough. Not like the first dress, but...
Pages. Hattie. I force my voice to gentle on her name, even though I want her to see all the dark things roaming my mind. I'm half a second away from losing my sanity, but that's the last thing she needs right now. I don't want it to hide anything, I say. I didn't pick this dress because it hides shit. I like it because it shows you off.
But my stomach isn't flat.
Her voice strains high.
And look how big my hips are. Ugh, my skin isn't even smooth.
She takes my hand and draws it along the lush curve of her hip and down her thigh.
Feel that? That's years of lobster tacos catching up with me. You can see everything, Ethan.
Fuck me. Here I am, staring at my hand on her hip.
And see that? Bingo wings. And these stupid muffin tops around my boobs?
Enough. I swing her around to face me in one quick movement, my hand still on her hip and the other resting on her back. Dangerously smooth. Painfully warm. Silk under my fingers. Woman, shut it. You are perfect, and I want to marry you, not your fucking mother. I whisper. I'm done being gentle. I'm growling, furious that this insufferable girl has so many insecurities about her looks when she's stunning. What did her mom's nagging do to her? How can she dwell on a little extra cushion so much? Doesn't she understand it makes any sane man want to fuck her into next year?
Ethan?
Did I say you could talk yet? Do you want to know what I see? I jerk her closer so her body goes flesh against mine. All the voices in my head telling me to stop are missing. I see a gorgeous woman I can't forget. She has curves for miles, roads to filthy fantasies every man dreams of. The way she gasps makes me think I've gone too far. But when her eyes meet mine, they're molten. I don't think. I just keep going. She has lethal hips and breasts to die for. Everything I've been dying to touch, ever since I saw you again for this ridiculous agreement. You, Hattie, are grade A jerk material. And I don't want to hear you fretting about your weight or any of your mother's bullshit as long as we're together. She doesn't say anything. She just looks at me with wide, disbelieving eyes. So I do the only thing I can think of to make her believe me. I hook my hand around the back of her neck and jerk her face to mine. The kiss isn't gentle. With her, I've forgotten how to be. Days of stinging repressed need erupted once, and I run my hands up and down that lush curve of her hips, squeezing, digging my fingers into her flesh. I can't believe she could ever think she's less than perfect.
You're lying. That's kind of you, trying to build me up. But Ethan, you don't have to.
I wouldn't change a thing. I bite off, my mouth still against hers, my words lost against her tongue. Not one fucking thing, Pages. With a moan of surrender, she gives in, melting against my chest as my hands pull fistfuls of expensive fabric, and I rip that infernal dress off her shoulders.
11. All the ruin. Hattie. Everything is happening too fast, but also not fast enough. 1 minute, I'm dressed by a bunch of brilliant women moving like speed demons who compliment me on my future husband and how beautiful I look, all while they're fussing over me in the mirror and ignoring every flaw. The next, Ethan's hands are on me, lightning swift, possessive, peeling the gorgeous dress away and devouring my mouth with pure intoxication. Holy hell! I can't think straight to save my life. Some dormant part of my brain flashes, warning we should stop, but I don't want to. Let's be real, no part of me wants to. He nips my bottom lip, and when I lean back to look at him, his eyes are blue dusk lit by fire, his red mouth parted and breathing too fast. Animal. Ethan Blackthorn gazes down at me like the hungry wolf he is, a creature who's carried this hunger around for ages, and now he's staring at a meal long denied. The crazy thought makes me tremble. His eyes dip to my bare chest, my nipples pebbling under his inspection. There's a heavy ache between my legs, a dampness, and agony I'm not used to. I'm no virgin, and I've been with a couple guys before, but it's been boring and predictable. They kiss me, we fondle a bit, and then we head into my room where we have basic tab A in slot B sex. And that's pretty much the end. Maybe we'll see each other a few more times. Usually they ghost, and I don't even feel enough for them to be pissed. When it's over, I don't miss them, or their lackluster touch. They scratched an itch. They supported a moment. With Ethan, it's different. This wild man, a fantasy come true, a comet streaking into my world with a tale of dangerous emotions. Fuck, Hattie, he rasps, grabbing my breast with a roughness that makes me tingle. More heat flares in my veins. Even better than I imagined. He rubs his thumb over my nipple. Pleasure zings straight to my core. I press my legs together to keep from combusting on the spot, my panties so soaked, it's indecent. It's been so long since I've really wanted anyone. I don't even know what to do with it. Ethan has a better idea, though. He bends his head and flicks his tongue over my nipple. Hot, wet, sticky heat. It slices through me, the intimacy and the hum in my veins. I have to bite back a gasp, so sharp, it's shameful. I reach up, my fingers weaving through his hair. Yes, this. With his eyes gone feral, he places two big hands on my waist and looks down past my breasts for the first time, catching sight of my dark green lacy panties. His eyes darken. His breath catches in his throat on a curse. Crazy that I did that. Me. The sugar rush blanks out my brain. It's enough for me to drag his mouth back to mine. His fingers go lower, roaming down my rib cage, his hands calloused from his time in the army. Something about that roughness and the force in his skin makes me liquid. There are 1,000 reasons why we shouldn't do this, but I can't think of a single one. He wastes no time as he picks me up, carrying me to the bed. I wrap my legs around his waist, surprised he doesn't struggle with me when I'm not the lightest girl. From this angle, I can feel his erection, massive and insistent. He's harder than granite already. For me. Oh my God, he wants me. And yes, on the beach I felt his erection too. But that was different. That was a spontaneous whoopsie, and we still had the good sense to stop before it went too far. Tonight there's no chance that happens. The way he grunts when he feels me shifting against his cock says the moon colliding with the earth couldn't halt this. Nothing will. Certainly not any worries about being too careful as he drops me down on the bed and hooks his fingers inside my panties. With his nostrils flared, he rips them down, skimming over my legs before he tosses them aside. Now I'm truly naked. Naked in front of Ethan Blackthorn. Not something I ever thought I'd be until recently. Until he filled my head with electric fantasies after the kiss to end all kisses. And he devours me with a glance. God, there's so much night in his eyes. I worry I'll keep falling. Falling, drowning, losing myself. Will I ever stop? There's no blue left except for this midnight shadow, so dark it's almost menacing. The cool air kisses between my legs, and I close them so he can't see everything, suddenly self-conscious. But when he sees me hiding, he takes my knees, pulling them open. Everything. Pages. He commands with a gruffness that zips up my spine. Show me everything. Oh, I'm painfully aware of my imperfections. From this angle, my ample boobs slump, and there's a crease in my belly from the way my thighs are propped up. A dozen good reasons to hate my body come flooding back, especially when I remember who's feasting with his eyes. Ethan. He's been with tons of women, and I bet they're all model perfect, beautiful, flawless, either naturally amazing or airbrushed by expert stylists and pruned by surgeons in ways I never will be. My thighs have cellulite. I've never been able to lose that extra ring around my lower belly, and my skin, almost untannable after a lifetime in Maine and the worst British genes. Here, too much fun in the sun makes me skip right past the golden brown tan and throws me straight into lobster-worthy sunburns. Hattie, look at me, he whispers. He isn't moving now, even though his wide chest is heaving. I swallow thickly. I suck in a slow, steadying breath because, well, I'm scared of what I'm going to see. Frustration clashes with the desire in his gaze, and the sight of it makes my toes curl. Whatever you're thinking about yourself right now, stop. His hand on my knee slides over, tracing my inner thigh. Be in the moment with me. Listen and believe when I tell you. I want you. Every word cuts like a flaming sword, and it's hard to ignore the truth behind his words with the large, pulsing bulge in his pants. He leans over, his eyes still boring into mine. Deal? Do we have one? His lips are soft as he ghosts them over my jaw. You know better than this. You're too damn smart. You're not going to think you're anything less than gorgeous before I fuck your brains out. He murmurs against my skin, his teeth grazing my throat. I shudder. Does he hear himself? Does he understand he's killing me right now? Pages, talk to me, he demands. Oh, okay, yes, I stammer, sighing as his kisses take full control. Show me how much you want me. The challenge ignites his eyes. He smiles as he unbuttons his shirt. Not slowly, but with real deliberation, like he knows that every revealed inch of skin makes my mouth dry. He'll never know my struggles, and that's what makes this so intense. A man with such confidence in his looks, ordering me to sprout some with mine. He's supremely chiseled, boasting rigid, defined muscles I thought were myths until I saw them in real life. A very smug, very male, very satisfied look shines on his face as he watches me bite my lip and blush. Please tell me I'm not drooling. But every girl has this kind of fever dream at least once in her life, I think. Wanting a man like him, this gorgeous beast, getting naked and growly in front of you. But it's actually happening. That's what's so hard for my brain to accept. When he tugs down his pants and boxers, letting his cock spring free, it's like my own personal fantasy come to life. Yes, he's punishing, girthy, and angry. This hammer of pulsing veins made for judgment. There's a tiny bead of moisture on the end of his cock. Before I overthink it, I push myself forward, grab him, and lick it off, inhaling his scent as I press him against my face. He groans like a storm. Then his hand comes down, fisting my hair like rope. Fuck, little Hattie. You should wear your glasses for this. His voice grates, knowing I took them off for the big dress parade. If I get full sexy librarian sucking my cock, you should look the part. My pussy throbs as I get up and find my glasses on his nightstand, then quickly walk back over, no hesitation. I obey the demands of his greedy hands when they find my hair again, urging my mouth to engulf him. Yes, he's flipping huge. Yes, I need a hot second to adjust. And the pressure on the back of my head eases as I fight to accept his size, his width, his heat. That's fucking right. He whispers when I move again, taking him deeper. That's it. Good girl. Oh, the unexpected praise sends fresh heat spiraling through me. I adjust on the bed, my legs shifting open automatically. I'm not expecting his hand there a few seconds later, running his fingers through my slit, hungry and wild. Damn, woman. He rubs me again, tracing lazy circles with his fingertips. You're so wet for me to fuck your pussy. I moan my agreement, letting my eyes flutter shut. Do you know how divine you look, with my cock in your mouth? Not a clue, but I don't dare disagree. This is unbearably hot. I clench around his fingers as he pushes in deeper, stroking in and out, faster and hungrier with every thrust. My body is so ready, and it's a good thing, too, because everything happens quickly. Fuck. He curses again, easing me into a rhythm as his pace intensifies, crooking his fingers against the sensitive spot in my inner walls until I see stars. I moan around him as he thrusts in my mouth, giving a low groan from his chest. Ethan Blackthorn feels this good thanks to me. One day I might actually stop thinking about him with his full name, but that's not right now. This moment is too magical, too much not to marvel at the fact that it's him. My bully, my beast, and now my destroyer in such different ways. If I ever had a clue how he could make me feel before, I wouldn't have been so quick to hate him. Honestly, I haven't hated him for a good while now, not since we reconnected. How could I hate a man who keeps insisting I'm beautiful? How could I hate a man who wants me more than tomorrow's sunrise? And every cutting glance proves he's not faking it. How is this unholy man even real? Unholy or not, he brings me close enough to heaven to taste it. My thighs clench around his hand, trembling, and I open my throat, inviting him to thrust harder, deeper. I'm trying not to gag, but I swear it's so worth it. Something I've never done with other guys. Oh, this isn't me. It's rough and dirty and transformative. I don't regret him using me one bit. Every time his groan becomes a snarl, he just brings my orgasm barreling down faster. I'm almost in a trance until I feel him stroke my hair. Are you going to come for me? When I nod, he pushes deeper, quickening his thrusts. Fireworks, Pages, blow the fuck up and wow me. And I do. It's like he's put a spell on my flesh. A second later, my orgasm hits full force. So relentless, my eyes roll back in my head and my vision whites. And then I'm lost to the world, given to the stars, the only thing grounding me, the feeling of his hands in my hair and his cock in my mouth. Beautiful. Motherfucking magnificent. He whispers as I'm gliding down, pulling his cock out, saliva dangling from my mouth. He wipes it away with his thumb. Then he looks at me and asks bluntly, birth control. You use it? I shake my head. I have an IUD, but the first time I don't usually. He doesn't show a flicker of annoyance, crossing to the nightstand and pulling out a condom. Of course, he has a stash. I lick my lips. This isn't the sort of thing I usually do. Casual sex outside normal dating has never been on my radar. But then again, neither has Ethan Blackthorn since the day he fake proposed. And now? Now I'm technically his fiancée. Planning a freaking wedding and picking out dresses. Fantasy or not, that changes things. It also makes me regret not telling him to forget the condom. If Ethan cares at all, he doesn't show it. He just tilts my head back when he returns and kisses me with pure hunger, not caring where my mouth has just been. I like that. I like it a lot. The kiss also feels like a question. Oddly careful at first. Like he wants to know if I'm still on board with this and not drowning in second thoughts. There's an ache between my legs, despite the recent mind-splitting O. I take the condom from his hands, ripping open the little foil packet and sliding it on him carefully, making sure to massage up and down his length to make sure it's in place. His next growl vibrates my bones as his mouth finds mine and he pushes me back on the bed, his body eclipsing mine. What we've started feels inevitable now, and I love it. Nothing will stop this now. I spread my legs, wrapping around him, and with one quick thrust, he's in me, all the way in. His lips seal our union, and he swallows my gasp. Holy shit, he's big. Thankfully, I'm wet enough so he slides right in. But holy mother of dick, he fills me to the brim, almost to the point of discomfort. Almost. I roll my hips, shifting to find new angles, and he catches my hip. Wait, he clips. His eyes are almost black. The hunger in them scares me. Give it a second. Let yourself get used to me. He isn't wrong. It feels better already. Easier. The friction. Glorious. I catch my breath as I shift again. Hattie. Feels good. I whisper against his mouth. He shudders and starts moving again, gently at first. Then when it's obvious I really am enjoying it as much as I claim, his strokes get rougher. In no time I'm riding a human wave, tossing me up and down like a ship he wants to wreck. His hips fall like boulders, almost bruising, making me feel every vein in his cock. Holy flaming shit. He grabs my breasts, pinching my nipples hard enough to send a little sting to my core. Pleasure consumes me, and hovering over me, Ethan's face is tight with it. This carnal delight that sharpens every feature and gives his shadows depth. God, does all sex with him always feel like this? It's like I've spent my life in a cave and I've just stepped into the sunlight. Sex has never been great. Never anything remarkable or worth going crazy for beyond the heat of the moment. I've chased intimacy more than raw, blind pleasure. But with Ethan, it's like chocolate and peanut butter. Two perfect complements. Two delicious halves of one whole. I'm so deep in the zone I reach down to touch myself, but he catches my hand and pushes it away. No. He pulls my hand to his mouth, gently biting it. You'll come when I tell you, Pages. Not fair, but it's also strangely reasonable, because I've already come once. Still, I wiggle under him, biting my lips so he can't see me panting. I think he notices anyway, though, and he gives me a rare smile. I love seeing you frustrated. Payback. Do you know how many damn times you've had me dying from blue balls? He cups my breast and squeezes. How many times I've thought about that kiss, fucking my cock with my fist, and spraying cum. No words. I shake my head, trying not to quiver. Now he's the one to reach between my legs, rubbing so sweetly right where I need him. I couldn't get that shit out of my head, no matter how many times I tried. I thought you regretted it. Hell no. I knew I shouldn't have done it, but I never regretted it for a second. He nips my neck, then kisses the sting. Are you close? Tell me. Yes. The way he stares brings me to the brink, even as my face heats. Don't come yet. I fist the sheets in my hands as I try to hold back. Impossible when he drives in harder, throwing his full power into it. Ethan! My voice is a whine. Good girl. Make that pussy listen to me. Ethan, I can't. 2 more minutes, sweetheart. Then you go to Kingdom Come. Madness. It should be illegal, how sweet and rough he is, especially when I'm 3 seconds away from self-combusting. His breathing is so harsh, sweat gleaming on his skin. To distract myself from the demanding pleasure, I stare at him. It's like his body was made for attention, a sculpture breathed into life. All rigid muscles, rippling as he thrusts with devilish intent. All abs that could stop a semi-truck. A smattering of dark hair just above his cock. Bad place to look. I whimper with frustration, and he grins down at me, cruel and amused. Another minute, he says. I'm fairly sure his sense of time is arbitrary. It's more the idea that I come at his whim, and I'm so ridiculously close. pressing my heels into his lower back, pushing him deeper inside me. I shudder. He trembles too, his eyes heavy, glowing with focus. There's nothing left in his soul but thirst. Baring his teeth, he pounds me harder, tracing another tantalizing circle around my clit. Oh, I'm barely holding on. I can't. Ethan! Screaming. His name barely sounds coherent on my lips. Fucking now! He snarls and I break apart. White-hot pleasure strikes so fast it's blinding, bordering on pain, overwhelming, intense, too much, but exactly enough. I am disembodied, floating, and I hit the ceiling and shatter into 1,000 pieces as his hips piston, and with a roar he finishes deep inside me. Even through the latex, I swear I can feel him coming. When it's over an eternity later, we collapse on the bed together. He wraps his arms around me, holding me tight against his chest. It's all I can do to keep breathing, feeling him, knowing he's real. But Ethan is so patient, and his massive shield of a body curls around mine in a way that makes me feel safe. My last thought before I drift off to sleep is the fact that sex is ruined with anyone else. I wish it ended there. By the time this arrangement ends, what if he's ruined me for love? I wake up alone in his enormous white bed. The sheets still smell like him, like us, and he must have draped the duvet over my naked body before he left. I'm sore everywhere. Good sore, I think, or what would be good if my anxiety didn't instantly mule kick me in the gut. I just slept with Ethan Blackthorn, my fake fiancé, the man I'm going to marry purely so he can get his inheritance, the man who bought me a bookstore and who's paying me to marry him to shut up, look pretty, and play Cinderella for a few months. That's the guy I just had a whole thing with. The best sex of my life with a mister I can't ever have for real. Also, my best friend's brother. Oh my God, what am I doing? And he saw all of me too. The stretch marks on my thighs, on my breasts, on my sides. At least I think he did, when I can still feel the phantom imprint of his hands all over me. They were everywhere. Dueling beasts hell-bent on extracting pleasure. I sit up slowly, taking in the room. It's definitely empty and it's still dark outside. I slept away the afternoon and we're well into night. Well, shit. Where is Ethan, though? He said something about trying to get the kiss out of his mind when we had sex, so he's probably busy regretting this. I wonder if he's fled halfway across the country on that fancy jet, desperate to pretend this never happened. Ugh. He probably didn't even mean for it to happen. Maybe he's in a dry spell between girls, or he's actually honoring this engagement and staying celibate for me. Maybe he was just horny, and I was just accessible. Maybe he's wondering how he can ever smooth this over. Maybe he'll make me sign a shiny new non-disclosure agreement so no one will ever find out about the atrocity. Or maybe he was so disgusted when he woke up and saw me that he couldn't bear to share the same oxygen. Maybe I'm being a ginormous idiot. Better to face the music sooner rather than later, I guess. The visceral regret that rips the air from your lungs. The wedding people left a robe hanging over the back of the door. I get up and slip it over my shoulders, wrapping the belt securely around my waist so there's no skin visible. Then I push open the door and sniff. Because, unless I'm very much mistaken, that's buttered lobster? But there's no mistaking that smell. Confused, I pad downstairs toward the kitchen, winding through the cavernous house. Ethan stands in front of the stove in a pair of shorts and nothing else, humming to himself as he cooks. On the floor by his feet, Aries looks up, thumping his tail a few times when he sees me. Am I still asleep and dreaming? This isn't really happening. Ethan Blackthorn is half naked and cooking dinner? And singing to himself? No flipping way. I have to be asleep. Oh, you're awake, he says, gesturing to a chair by the island. "Great timing. Just finishing up. Should only be a few more minutes." "You're cooking dinner?" I say flatly, like I can't believe my eyes. He sends me a scolding glance. "I'm not my parents, Pages. I don't employ home chefs unless I'm hosting a large dinner party or a cocktail social for work. That rarely happens here. Restaurants are more practical, but when it's just me, I rarely eat out." "Right," I say, because there are absolutely no words coming right now. "I figured you might have worked up an appetite after that fuck." His arrogant smirk cuts me in two. Yes, that fuck. God, this is so surreal. I sit quietly, watching the muscles in his back ripple as he plates up food, feeling like I've stepped into an alternate reality. And I guess it's a universe where literally everything is turned on its head. Ethan smiles. Somehow we've had sex and he's still here. He's not fleeing the building like a man on fire with a swarm of killer bees descending. The only thing that feels like it's the same is me, because no matter how nice Ethan is, I'm still plagued with insecurities, uncertainties, doubts, like wondering how he can throw together dinner like nothing happened. "Thanks. Smells incredible," I say when he delivers me my plate. It's a buttery garlic lobster pasta with a cucumber tomato salad on the side, doused in some vinaigrette. "Hope you're still a lobster fan. I'm guessing that hasn't changed since you never left the state." He sits next to me and bites into a succulent piece of claw meat. "Yeah, no, still a big lobster fan like any Mainer. I guess I sneak a glance through my eyelashes. I thought we should talk." "Okay, talk." He keeps chewing. "About what happened? I mean?" "I was there, Pages. Go on," he says, chewing more slowly this time. "Are you, okay with everything? You're not worried or anything?" "Worried we fucked?" he asks matter-of-factly. "No, more like fucking ecstatic." "Ecstatic?" My brain scrambles to keep up. "Sure. The closer we get, the easier it'll be to pull this off seamlessly. There's no harm in being believable. Also, we need a sexual outlet if we're going to survive more than 6 months together. That's only practical. And if we keep it in-house, that's a lot less complicated." He takes a bite and chews happily, totally unbothered. "An outlet," I repeat. He's obliterated my entire vocabulary. "We're engaged, aren't we? I'm not about to go prowling after other women in town or anywhere else, and I know you wouldn't bring another man around while the knot's tied." His eyes boil with jealousy. Whoa, like I wouldn't dare. Like it would be so disrespectful it's almost unthinkable. The thought makes something unfurl in my stomach. "You're right," I agree. "That's not something I would ever do." What I don't say is it's not something I'd want to do. Not while I have Ethan looking at me with those dangerously hot ice blue eyes. I clear my throat and look down at my plate. He must have remembered the lobster mac old Leonidas used to throw together for us when we were kids, even if his pasta is different tonight. It makes me smile. It's hard to believe I ever hated this man. I can't even put my finger on when that changed. Maybe the last bit of hesitation faded when we went to see his parents. I saw where he came from, and he saw my past in Mom's antics, too. Sorry I fell asleep. I think that's a safer subject than the way he fisted my hair in his hand as he fucked my mouth, or the way I felt so deliciously vulnerable and bare when he pushed inside me and claimed every part of me, the way I wanted him to. It's fine. The corner of his mouth curls up. You snore. I do not, but I also can't remember the last time I shared a room with anyone besides Margot, and that girl sleeps like the dead. So what if I do snore? He smirks at me. You're cute when you blush. And you're weird when you're being nice. Is this just how it is from now on? Unless you give me a reason not to be. His eyelids lower as he looks at me. Get used to being treated decently, Pages. Why? I whisper. Because I like the way you look when I compliment you. It's a crime it doesn't happen often. and although his voice is perfectly calm, totally steady, it feels a little like a confession. Dangerous territory, indeed. But the warmth in my stomach spreads through me. I have to bite back my smile as I look down at my food and take another big mouthful, losing myself in the rich cheese and velvety meat. Almost as good as Leo's, I say. Ethan snorts. He'd scold me for using less cheese. Always thought the man raided Wisconsin whenever he made it. So what are your bad habits? I ask. If I snore, you must do something unforgivable. Mine happen while I'm awake. Mostly. He shrugs. Don't think I have many. Now I know that's a lie. His laugh is quiet, turned inward, and I try not to let it carry me away. No, don't do this. You can't fall harder. Why don't you tell me, Hattie? What are my flaws? I hold up a hand so he can see me tick them off my fingers as I go. You're short-tempered, grumpy, kinda mean sometimes, and you throw your weight around when you really want something. Short-tempered, grumpy, and kind of mean are all the same shit, he says bluntly. But just as I worry I've offended him, I see the humor gleaming in his eyes. And you don't mind me throwing my weight around sometimes. My cheeks heat. I don't know what you mean. He cocks his head skeptically. Eat up. He nods at the plate. Then I'll show you again. My thighs tremble at the memory, and fresh heat pools in my core. I try not to shovel the food in my mouth, hoping I don't seem too eager. Dessert can wait. There's ice cream in the freezer, and it'll be good later, he announces. The moment I'm done, he pushes back his chair and lifts me off my feet. While Aries watches us from the floor like we've lost our minds, I kiss him desperately as he carries me back into his bedroom.
12. All night long, Ethan. If I'm incurably sick, I don't care. If this is some kind of disease or brain malfunction or clinical insanity, I don't want it cured anytime soon. Because Hattie Sage feels too fucking good to quit. She smiles shyly up at me from bed, her robe falling open. I help shove it off her shoulders, exposing those magnificent tits I want to drown in. They're better than I could have imagined. Her skin supple and dusky around her nipples. She gives back a buttery moan with every kiss. Always so responsive. That's what makes this worse. What drives it toward mania. I can't resist taking one of her sweet nipples in my mouth, flicking my tongue across the bud, making her give up more songs of pleasure. Fucking addiction. The way she reacts. With my other hand, I reach between her legs, finding her clit. Her sweet cunt's as drenched as I expected. I'm glad I took it light on dinner because this woman really does love it when I throw my weight around. My cock jerks, aching to be inside her. Ethan, she gasps softly. Music to my ears. Hearing my name with that purr, all breathy and needy and on the brink of madness. Tell me how you want it, Hattie. I sink 2 fingers into her slick pussy. Tell me how much. Her cheeks flush red. I know she's not used to doing this sort of thing. It's a crying shame if her past lovers never gave her this much attention. It's obvious she loves it. Evident every time her pussy hugs my fingers, screaming for attention. Who knew my little book nerd was so starved for touch? I want it, she whispers. What do you want, woman? Talk to me. She bites her bottom lip shyly. The sight so erotic I lean down and free her bottom lip with my teeth, sucking it into my mouth until she gasps. Speak the fuck up, I growl. What do you want from me, Pages? Slowly, I fuck her with my fingers, loving how she arches into my touch. I want you to fuck me? My heart almost stops, because that's what I've wanted ever since she sailed into my kitchen, wearing that robe and nothing else. Her hair still mussed up from being fucked,
and her eyes hazy with sex dreams. There's nothing in life sexier than a well-fucked woman coming from your bedroom, eager for more. The fact that it's Hattie just adds an extra forbidden thrill. Truthfully, I haven't wanted another person like her for eons. I haven't let myself want another woman like this for a very long time. And now I feel like a horny young buck again. 6 months of this should satisfy the itch, I hope. This raging need to have her, morning, noon, and night. Then when we split, when we go our separate ways, we'll scrub the desire from our systems. We'll have done everything we could ever want, and it'll be easy to walk away. For both of us. Why does that feel like a damned lie? I withdraw my fingers and suck the taste of her off me. Incredible. I kiss her deeply, hungrily, sliding my tongue against hers as I pull out a fresh condom and slide it on. Then I grab her and reposition her so she's on top of me. The view from this angle is flawless. Big round breasts in my face, that voluptuous flare of her hips, her legs splayed open and gripping my body. Fuck. Her eyes are so wide and bright, but as I hold my cock up for her delight, she slides down on it without a word or any more prompting. Perfection. I close my eyes for a second and savor. Hattie's pussy might be the closest to heaven I'll ever get. Is that good for you? I ask, my voice rough as I grab her hips and thrust up into her. Do you like that? Yes, she whispers. Her hair falls over her face, leaving 2 jade eyes staring out behind the mess, spearing me with green. I'm not one for extended eye contact during sex, no. But something about this has me captivated. 6 months. 6 fucking months. That's practically an eternity, yet also the blink of an eye. But it should be enough. It has to be. Growling, I guide her into a rhythm, teasing her clit with my thumb. She tightens around me, moaning softly, and I know it won't take too much to get her close, especially with the way she's grinding on my dick, finding the best angle, taking the pleasure I drive into her. Seeing her like this shreds my senses, all her inhibitions gone as she chases raw pleasure. There's no time for politics here. Nothing but the hard reality that I want her and she wants me, even if she'd never admit it if I hadn't claimed her first. I don't regret a single solitary second. Neither does she, judging by the way her eyes finally flutter shut. Already so close. Damn it. So am I. I'm determined to hold out until she's come on every inch of me, though. Usually I'm a brute, insisting the woman I'm with come more than once before I unload. It's a dark pride, the way I leave them in a heap after the hardest fit of their lives. But seeing her bouncing on top of me does terrible things, and fuck, I won't be able to hold back for long. Ethan, oh my God, she whimpers, opening her eyes and looking right through me. Come for me, Pages. I hold her gaze, hazy with pleasure. She looks half drunk as she licks her lips, rolling her hips one last time. I rub her clit. She moans long and low, shuddering with the force sweeping in, and I don't let up, fucking her through the storm, watching the way her eyes roll, the way her mouth pulls open. Goddamn, I don't think she's ever looked more beautiful. She's never seemed so divine, and it's for my selfish, greedy eyes. Nothing could stop me now. I slam my hips into her, fire churning in my balls, a forest fire in every nerve. I clench my teeth and come so hard, I swear I'm turning inside out. Every muscle turned to steel. Pure plasma heat leaps up from the base of my spine, igniting it like one long fuse. Hattie. Fuck. I'm probably hurting her as my fingers dig into her ass and I plunge so deep. I don't care.
I'm barely conscious as my vision reddens and it hits my cock, erupting, hurling hot seed, hating that condom for preventing me from marking her. Fuck, this is dangerous. These aren't sane thoughts. Neither is the lightning in my veins, the way my hips slap hers, the greed in my cock when it unloads so close to her womb I give up my soul. Dangerous, dangerous fuckery. When I open my eyes, I'm spent like I never knew I could be. She gives me a slow, knowing smile as she slides off me a minute later. Before she gets too far, I pull her into my arms, needing to feel her skin against mine while it's hot and sticky. Ethan? Her voice has a low hum as she kisses my jaw. Yeah. That was incredible. No argument there. I just wonder what happens if it doesn't slow down. How much sanity will I give up to hold on to gravity-breaking sex? How much collateral damage will be done before it's time to let go? The room is dark when I wake, blinking groggily at the ceiling. Hattie snores peacefully beside me, making adorable little purrs with her face half buried in the pillow. Strips of moonlight cut through the room in ghostly ribbons, illuminating her arm as it stretched out toward me. Over by the door, I see why I'm awake. Aries paws at the wood lightly, letting out a low grumble. Hey, buddy, keep it down, I whisper, as I swing myself out of bed in Hattie's warm embrace. Don't wake her up, okay? He wags his tail as I open the bedroom door and lead him downstairs. I have some sympathy, knowing he's an older dog. The canine bladder doesn't age gracefully, and where will mine be if I make it to his age in human years? Still, I suppose it's nice having some company in the house, even if it's an ancient dog creeping closer to incontinence. Hattie? She's only temporary. Neither of us should get used to this sleepover shit becoming a regular thing. I'm a busy man, and I like my space. I'm also keenly aware our expiration date isn't that far off. The thought doesn't make me feel good, so I swat it aside and let Aries out into the backyard. It's a full moon tonight, and the air smells like distant summer campfires, evening clam bakes, and hints of sea breezes. Even though you can't see many stars from here, the moon's glow illuminates everything. I left the porch light on, and I blink against the sudden brightness. Aries sniffs around his favorite bushes, and I think back to when Hattie first showed up, when both of us tried to pretend the kiss didn't happen. Back when Cooper Daly's letter. With everything else going on, I forgot he ambushed her at the bookstore and asked her to give me a message. Like I'd be more likely to listen to his bullshit when he went behind my back to target my fiancé. Hattie isn't stupid. I know that. But she's also human, and she doesn't have my reasons for distrusting Daly. Leaving the door open for Aries, I head back inside and find the letter in my office where I left it. My hands twitch with anger as I rip it open and start reading. Ethan, I know I'm the last guy you want to hear from right now, but if you read this, hopefully you'll understand why it's so important for me to reach out, and why I need to confess. I haven't always been honorable with the old man, or with you, but he meant the world to me as a mentor. I can't stand to be the bad guy any longer. Back when I was still working with your grandfather, I spotted an opportunity I wouldn't have had without my time at Blackthorn Holdings. As soon as I left, I scooped up the perfect Long Island properties that Leonidas and his team personally identified, but didn't formally target for acquisitions. There's no doubt Blackthorn would have gotten them later if I hadn't struck first. I was greedy. I put my own interest ahead of my morals. I'm not proud of what I did. In fact, I hate myself for it. I acted out of ambition, hungry for my own little piece of the Atlantic pie. Leonidas Blackthorn taught me how far you can soar, and I wanted that desperately. However, I never meant for it to turn out like this. I always figured I could make it big, apologize to the old man, and make it up to him in good time. But now he's gone, and I don't have that chance.
I have to live with knowing I fucked up, and I can't put things right, much less justify my actions with some flimsy excuses. So that's why I'm reaching out. I have another project in mind, and this time I want to do it right in a way that's mutually beneficial for us. I have a lead on some land upstate that would make an excellent ski resort. It just so happens to neighbor a large tract of acreage held by Blackthorn but never developed. Together, we'd have the largest property on prime land in the whole state. We'd split the profits both ways, 50-50 of course. Think of it as my way of making amends for Long Island. Leonidas can't give me a second chance, but his grandson can. And there's no one I'd rather work with to make this vision a reality. If you're interested, kindly let me know. I'm at your service to discuss details and strategy anytime. Yours, Cooper. I rub my chin, the lack of sleep catching up with me. What the actual fuck? This is the last thing I expected. Cooper Daly never struck me as the sort of man to apologize and fall on his sword. He's always been so confident, so certain once he makes a big decision. I don't trust it, especially when his big confession comes with strings attached. I was right about one thing, though. His Long Island acquisitions didn't just happen because he has a hawk's eye for business, as many assumed. I hate that Gramps ever gave this vulture the benefit of the doubt. I fucking knew Daly blatantly stole the prime real estate from us. Gramps must have known what he did and kept his mouth shut. Why? Because he liked Daly? I snort loudly, tapping my throbbing temple. Damn. I have no clue what to do with this besides slam the door in his face if he comes calling. Instinct tells me that's the only reply, but then again, that might be short-sighted. That's old, grouchy army me, not the man who's learning to put his company first as CEO. If the old man could forgive and forget, why should I close the door without some due diligence? I'm just not used to things ever being easy. Every time I've come close to a win, something goes to shit. 10 years ago, I was half resigned to grow up and try working with Gramps. Then Taylor happened, and I went into exile. The military was good for discipline, until it wasn't. I came home to take my place much later, with barely a year to learn from Gramps before it was too late. And what have I gotten for my trouble? A long list of blunders, shortcomings, defeats, and fucking bad luck. All part of the process, son. You don't get sausage without a lot of grinding, Gramps used to say. Smiling, I snort again. He never let me feel bad about offerings falling through. Not when he considered it part of the learning curve. And the more mistakes I made early on, the better. And what if this is an opportunity, rather than another bear trap? Right now, I have Cooper Daly on a self-inflicted guilt trip, eating from the palm of my hand, offering me a no-strings-attached deal. I never saw that coming. But can I trust it? I also have a beautiful woman sleeping in my bed. How can I trust my instincts at all? It's not that I don't trust Hattie when this thing we have is nothing more than an illusion. It's not going anywhere. And now Cooper. If it were up to me, I never would have read the damn letter at all. Only Gramps must have seen something in him once. Or he wouldn't have let him get away with swiping that land from under his nose. For some reason, Gramps trusted him enough to take the job I should have had if one cursed summer hadn't derailed everything. A little goddamn jealous? Yes, I am. I throw myself into a leather chair the color of burned caramel as Aries pads back inside and licks my hand, his thick tail wagging slowly. His nose is wet, his paws damp from the dew. I know, boy, I say, stroking the top of his head. He lets out a content sigh and sits, leaning against the chair. 2 months ago, I would have been annoyed, chasing after this lazy dog while I drag myself through a sham engagement just to fulfill Gramps' bizarre terms to get what I'm owed. Now, here I am, sitting up with this old hound in the middle of the night, talking to him like he holds the secrets of the universe. But you don't.
I tell him. Aries' ears prick, and he lifts his droopy eyes to mine.
This is a mess, and I have to figure it all out on my own.
I still have Cooper's letter in my hand. I give it one last glance before tossing it on my desk. Gramps stares out at me from an old photo sitting on the corner. It's the time he took me fishing off his yacht when I was about 11 and I caught a big one. In the picture, I'm beaming, and he looks so fucking proud of me. Like I'd done something more impressive than just haul that flopping monster back up on the deck with his help. He grilled that fish for us on the beach that night with potatoes, and this otherworldly butter lemon sauce I can still taste in my dreams. He gave me a long grandpa talk about boosting my grades, especially in history and English, 2 subjects I came close to flunking. It worked. I upped my scores just enough to pass that year. I lied to my parents about why. They wouldn't have understood it if I'd told them, taking the old man's wisdom to heart. Damn, I miss him sometimes. He left his mark. Because of Gramps, I'm somehow about to fake marry Pages and consider a deal with the devil. Maybe I'm not as doomed as I always thought. Maybe it's not too late to make Gramps proud one last time.
13. All the Ghosts. Hattie. Margot holds out her arms as she walks along the dock, her smiling face tilted to the sun. I asked her to meet me, but now that she's here, I can't remember what I planned to say. Hi, Margot. So I'm sleeping with your brother. Yes, the one you thought I couldn't stand. Yes, my soon-to-be fake husband. Yes, it's still fake, but the sex is real. No, I don't have a clue what I'm doing. Brutal. Absolutely not the conversation you want to have with your best friend. But I'm afraid it needs to happen because this thing with Ethan keeps happening. More than once. I just spent the weekend with him, and a whole week later I can still feel every blistering kiss. Margot. She'll understand, I hope. I can't lie to save my life, and she should have the truth. It's only fair she knows, right? I just dread telling her. But I guess that's the price of sexy mistakes. She loops her long blonde hair into a bun as we make small talk about the bookstore, strolling past enormous fishing boats and private yachts with long, sleek noses and too many windows. Leonidas used to take us to this marina when we were kids. It still feels like there's a part of his ghost on the breeze. He's one with the lapping sea and the squawking seagulls overhead. A cute, chubby harbor seal floats by, diving back underwater when it sees us. There's an old man fishing off the end of the docks, one leg dangling lazily into the water. I smile, remembering how much Leonidas loved fishing. Ethan was usually the one going out with him, though. Margot preferred to sunbathe, and I preferred my books. Sun and scenery, that's just fine, but I was never big into fish guts. So, what's up besides working yourself raw? She prompts when I don't launch into what's bothering me. She can read me way too well. I sigh. Okay, so, first, you have to promise you won't freak out. The corners of her mouth turn down. You do know that's like the one thing you could say to make me freak? Yeah, I squirm. But if you could just not, that'd be helpful. Right. Okay, Hattie, whatever it is, let's hear it so we can grade it on the freak-out scale. Oh, no, she winces. What? My eyes snap to her. Don't tell me you're turning the bookstore into a hookah bar. She sighs dramatically, rubbing her face. Tempting, but no. Pity. She bats her blue eyes, and they look way too much like Ethan's today. I'm so screwed. I can keep guessing if you want, she says. But it might be better if you just spit it out. The sun suddenly feels blazing on my shoulders. I'm going to burn out here if I'm not careful. I'm also not remotely ready to tell her, but I can't put it off any longer. With a deep breath, I pull every bit of courage from my depths. So, Ethan and we kinda slept together, I blurt out. Silence. Lovely. I close my eyes where we're standing, ships swaying on either side of us, blank windows staring, pointed noses too sharp. Margot stares at me in stunned silence. When I risk a quick peek at her, she's scowling in a way that would make Ethan proud. You slept with my brother? She says slowly, like the words are foreign. Oof, not a good start. Yes, I say. Hattie, why? Things got weird, and we got carried away. Several times. Several brilliant, breathless, sheet-ripping times. I don't get it. Margot twists her lips like it's a struggle to digest the news. I thought you hated him. I did. Back when we were kids, for sure. But now? He's different. He's not so bad. I bite my lip as I try to think of the perfect adjective. He's nicer. I knew it, she snaps her fingers. Fucking Ethan, I knew my idiot brother would make a mess of this somehow. I predicted it the second you agreed. He's dead. Wait, my protest is weak. It's not just his fault. No? Well, whose fault is it, Hattie? Did he trick you into falling on his dick? There's no one to blame, actually. That isn't it at all. I trail off again at the murderous look on her face. He didn't force me into anything. I was a willing participant. Of course you were. She gestures at the sky in clear exasperation. It's Ethan. You know he fucks a new girl every week. My heart shakes like it's been kicked. Is she right? I think back to the way he looked at me when he said he wasn't going to be with anyone else. He expected my loyalty, too. Maybe, I whisper. But we're engaged now. That changes things. Her eyes flash with horror before she hisses, Hattie, it's not real. I know. I do. I'm not stupid, Gigi. She huffs. Never said you were. But my brother, really? You're actually falling for his crap? Holy shit. You can't tell him you know. I don't think he'll forgive me, but I didn't want to leave you in the dark. We're friends. Obviously, I won't. Girl code and all, she says with another harsh eye roll. But seriously, what were you thinking? I wasn't. Not at all, really. When he kissed me, there was zero chance I was ever going to think straight again. Not about the infinite reasons why we shouldn't do this, and all of them are linked to my body and the tantalizing things he does with it. We've been cool about it. We talked and agreed it's just while we're, gulp, married. With a defeated sigh, she shakes her head. But you know this isn't real, right? Her eyes narrow. Or is it? No, it just happened. Okay? God, why can everybody else do some weird casual hookup thing and I can't? And it will almost certainly happen again if I get my way. I know what I'm doing, Margot. I worry for you, she mutters. Shit. I can't believe he'd do this. It's just the kind of dumb tomcat crap I hoped he was finally growing out of. I mean, I always knew he was starting to like you, but... Wait, what? What do you mean he was starting to like me? I feel lightheaded. I thought I was the one delivering the bombshell. Then again, to Margot, who makes reading people into an art, she probably thought it was obvious. The way he looked at you, she says with a sigh. I think you know. At dinner, he couldn't pry his eyes off you. We were pretending. Remember Cooper? Ethan went off like a jealous idiot in front of everyone. She folds her arms. Tell me he'd do that if he was just pretending. In case you hadn't noticed, you've had a glow-up since we were young, and I think he's noticed. The idea sends a little thrill through me. Personally, I wouldn't go that far, but I'm more confident than I was as a dorky teenager being bullied by her older brother. Back then, I could barely string a sentence together around him, and now he wants me. He noticed how I've changed, and he doesn't want me to diet and slim down into supermodel mode just to feel like I'm good enough. That's crazy. Borderline incomprehensible. Oh no, Margot says, her frown deepening the longer she stares. You've got it bad. I do not. You do, she sighs again. I guess that's why you've got that sappy little smile on your face. How serious is it? Not serious. I'm almost shouting. She sniffs. For your sake, it better not be. You don't want to get tangled up with Blackthorn drama, babe. Not a second longer than necessary. I mean, I spent whole summers with you and Leo, and that was fine? Margot raises an eyebrow. Pop basically made Ethan get engaged to you. Does that strike you as a normal thing to do? No, I say eventually. It's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out. Why do you think he did it? Margot takes my arm, leading me back off the docks. Her face is set like stone, unusually serious. A sad, strange part of me wants to believe Leonidas did this because he wanted to set us up. I want to believe he knew, or at least he was hoping, that the legal handcuffs would blossom into something real. But that's just the thing. We didn't choose this. To have a lasting love, at some point, you choose each other. Although deep down I wish it could be more. I know it's ridiculous. I'm so not the one for Ethan Blackthorn. Not for real. Not in this life. Just like Margot says, this sham marriage thing isn't real, and I'd better get that lodged in my brain front and center. He's only going through with it because 6 months down the line, we'll go our merry ways. As for the sex, well, that's just it. Sex. A freakishly good romp to relieve tension and stress while we're stuck with make-believe. That doesn't mean there's anything more. Leonidas couldn't have predicted it would go this way if he forced us together. The old man was eccentric, but he wasn't a raving lunatic. When we were teenagers, we sure weren't magnetic, and it had nothing to do with the age gap. We hated each other. I would have rather licked the beach for an hour than gotten a crush on Ethan. But why me? Why did he make his grandson choose me, of all people? There's no good reason for him to think we would be perfect for each other, because Margot's right, and we're not. We move in very different circles. Our lives couldn't be more different. And when this is over, he'll want a woman who matches his brains and money and violent good looks. I'm totally not her, even if a tiny part of me wishes I could be. Maybe he did it because he sees you as part of the family brand? I think he wanted to teach Ethan a lesson. Something about life he couldn't teach in the office, she says eventually. I mean, our families have been close forever, so it kind of makes sense. A big public marriage forces Ethan to shape up and take things seriously, even if it's all for show. Could be, I say. You know he's wanted Ethan to step up for ages. When he decided to come back and dive into the family business, Pop was thrilled, Margot shrugs, bumping her shoulder against mine. I think this is his way of making Ethan a man. One more test he couldn't deliver while he was still alive. Yeah. But I'm not sure. Ethan doesn't strike me as the selfish, immature bully he was before, and what could he really learn from a sham marriage? Talk about heavy-handed. I mean, it's possible. It's a better explanation than anything I've come up with. We'll probably never know what he was thinking unless he reaches out through a psychic or a Ouija board. So basically never. I just can't quite believe Leonidas would go this drastic. He knew his grandson better than anyone, and from what I know, he was proud of Ethan for stepping up to carry on his legacy before he died. There must be more to it than just family branding and a bizarre way to emotionally manipulate Ethan into being responsible. I just can't figure out his motive, and it could mean everything for deciphering the rest of this craziness. The sun glows like a flaming pumpkin when I meet Ethan at Leonidas's old estate. We head down to the beach near sundown and stroll along the sand, Aries walking calmly beside us. Ethan hasn't bothered putting him on a leash. He's too lazy to go chasing seagulls or get lost at his age. One more thing I love about Portland's best boy. Though he won't admit it, I think Ethan's coming around to him too, occasionally bending down to pat the old dog, sharing treats to encourage him to keep up. It's a struggle not to laugh when I catch him pulling out a secret dog cookie. "You carry dog treats around now? Who are you?" "He's highly motivated by food," Ethan grumbles. "I figure it'd sneak him a couple cookies, or I'll have to lug him back." "Right," I giggle. "Anyway, you asked about the house," and he fills me in on the remains of Leonidas's estate. It's a long process involving a lot of people. Margot plus hard-ass Holden and other former staff, they're still cleaning it up and sorting through everything. Eventually, when everything's done, the old mansion will be sold, but I'm not sensing any great rush. Wilkes still has unfinished business with the will before the house goes on the market. My cousin Cleo, she's big into art, and I guess he left her some treasure that's very hush-hush. Glad it isn't my problem, he says with a shrug. The old man left enough on my plate. His hesitation makes sense, all things considered, but there's still a hint of sadness in his voice. Will you miss the place? The memories, I mean. I know it won't be the same without Leo around. I love the old house, but it hasn't felt the same for a long time, he admits. We spent our best summers there, you, me, Margot, and Cleo, but I have my own place. Margot does too, and it doesn't make sense to keep it around purely for nostalgia. The place costs a pretty penny to run. Even if we started offering tours as a historic home, the maintenance would be insane. That's a shame, Ethan. I'll miss it. End of an era. He agrees. As we dig our toes into the sand, just like we did in New York, I reach out and take his hand. Hesitantly at first, still thinking he'll pull away. If mind-blowing sex isn't too intimate, this totally is, but he squeezes my fingers, twisting so our fingers are linked. After everything else we've done, it shouldn't feel like a big deal, but somehow it's intense and real, the way we're palm to palm, fingers intertwined, a tingle racing through my skin. Oh no, it's nothing. It's nothing. Just a fling, just a silly, impulsive ruse. Not that I'd know what a fling should feel like. This is kinda my first, keeping things casual. Shit, there it is. When I talked to Holden yesterday, he said it was still around. I thought he was joking. Ethan slows, nodding at an abandoned, washed-up fishing ship, half buried in a sand dune. I recognize it instantly. The same old boat, only a little more worn by time and the elements. When we were kids, we'd explore this spot and build giant sand castles. Margot and I would hide out in the shade from the hull while I weaved elaborate stories about pirate treasures and ghost crews trapped in its ruins. Captain Harvey's coffin, we called it. We were convinced the old wreck just had to have a skeleton lurking around somewhere with a few morbid secrets. Today, I'm thinking it's just a cheap lobster ship that got tossed in a storm and blew over to this beach maybe 30 or 40 years ago. I'm pretty sure Ethan used to bring girls here to make out with, at least until Holden got wise and quashed his fun. As he tugs me to the old boat, the moody mask he wears dissolves into one of his rare smiles. My heart skips. I wonder if he'll make out with me here today, and how I'm supposed to feel about that. I'm not much different from his other hookups, minus the contract that says, "We'll be hitched for 6 months." Ethan carefully climbs up a few battered boards and enters the ship's small cabin. I follow reluctantly, reminding myself it's not really haunted. Aries pushes past me, sniffing the worn boards cautiously. It's just like I remember. Far too modern to be a pirate ship, but with just enough old, flaking, sun-bleached wood for it to feel ancient to a kid. Now, the wood bristles with happy memories. Ethan's eyes meet mine as his smile fades. Maybe I don't want him to kiss me like one of his old local girlfriends. This place is sacred to us in a way it never was with his hookups. Margot and I would screw around here all the time. We scared ourselves stupid with ghost stories. I glance around the small space, a little dazed. I think Margot even hid your smokes here once. I bite my lip as I glance up at him, trying not to smile. Payback for that time you buried her favorite sandals and told her they were under a clamshell? She dug around all day.
Rat had it coming, he growls. Does that mean she hid my old silver lighter? Never did find that thing.
I shrug because even though I was around, the heist was all Margot. Probably. Do you want it back? I didn't think you smoked anymore. He forces open a drawer warped by age and moisture, peering inside.
I don't, but I still want that lighter. Gramps gave it to me for Christmas one year.
Following his lead, I tap on the wall, trying to remember where we put it. It seems like the old boat has a ton of secret compartments, adding to its mystery. Ethan works his way around the other side of the cabin, the ample muscles in his back shifting as he bends and taps every hollow place he can find. I spend more time watching him than I do actively looking, hanging back to make sure Aries doesn't get stuck in any of the small compartments. He opens an old liquor cupboard, empty besides an empty whiskey bottle. Frowning, he taps lightly around the walls. Then, with a victory cry, a square board pulls loose. Even in the dim light, it isn't hard to see something small and silver gleaming inside.
Jackpot! Hey, come hold this,
he says, reaching in and passing the treasure over. Leonidas never supported Ethan's smoking habit, but this antique lighter is a thing of beauty, carved with Ethan's initials.
Go ahead, try it out.
I flick it open and jump when I try the switch, surprised to see a flame. Dang, it still works.
I hope so,
Ethan says, but he's distracted, still frowning at the hidden cupboard.
There's something else in here. What else did you guys steal?
Huh?
I have no clue.
I forget about the lighter as I lean over trying to see past him. He slowly pulls out 2 ancient pieces of paper stuck together. They're crinkled and slightly water-damaged, having clearly been left there for a long time. One of the edges is uneven and feathered soft, like it's been ripped. I put the lighter in my pocket and step closer. What is it? He turns it over, frowning at the spidery black writing.
A letter, I think. From Gramps.
I chance a quick look at Ethan's face, trying to see his reaction. Do you think we should read it? Someone clearly hid it away.
Looks like it's written to my mother,
he says absently, like he doesn't hear me.
Fuck. He must have wrote this a long time ago. Before I was born, I think.
He holds the 2 pieces together, trying to read it, but the ink looks faded and there isn't good light. What does it say?
I'm trying.
He frowns.
Can't quite make it out. Something about my dad for sure. Here it says, I wish you would slow down, darling. Don't do anything rash. However, since I've done enough damage, your very accurate words, I won't dare stop you from taking your money and leaving. Your forgiveness is all I will ever ask for on bended knee.
Damage? What damage? I stare at the faded paper. What did he do?
No clue. It doesn't say.
Ethan folds up the 2 pieces of paper, shrugs, and puts them in his breast pocket.
I'll take a better look later. Might explain why they were estranged my whole life.
Weird. I think back to what I know about Elvira Blackthorn, which isn't much. She didn't exactly come around to see us when we'd spend our summers here. In hindsight, her absence was glaring. Why did she avoid her father like he was poison? From what little I've seen, she seems like a cartoon of wealth and power, living an easy life centered around chasing comfort. She seems more concerned with social clout than she ever was with raising her kids. But if some tragic backstory made her that way, well, that's a little more interesting. But I shouldn't get carried away. This isn't some amped-up Netflix drama. These are real people. If Elvira has more dimensions than a showy love of wealth and luxury, that's hardly a bad thing. Maybe Leonidas caused her to be that way. Except, I can't believe that either. The rare times he mentioned his daughter at all, he always danced around the subject. Deep down, I think he was sad that Elvira kept her distance. I eye Ethan's pocket, wishing I'd had the guts to read the letter myself. Maybe we should take a closer look now?
No point. I'll ask Mom later, Ethan says, sounding as wary as I am about it. I wonder if Mom found your hiding place before Margot did. Or hell, was it Gramps? Think that empty bottle next to it was ouzo. He loved that stuff. Always said it took him back to his trips to Greece when he was young. It's weird thinking about them coming here like we did. Yeah. His gaze lands on me and heats. My dress feels too small. It would be a plot twist if you found a real skeleton digging through the old pirate ship. You Blackthorn men and your deep, dark secrets, I joke, hoping for, well, something. Him opening up to me, telling me what little he knows. Instead, a shadow crosses his face, almost too quick to notice. His smile, when it comes, feels bittersweet. Aries, bored of the boat, barks impatiently, basking in the evening sunlight on the sand. Yeah, we're coming. Don't get your long-ass ears into a knot, Ethan says, taking my hand and guiding me forward. Despite his touch, there's a restless ache in my belly. And it isn't the first time I wonder just what secrets he keeps so close to his chest.
14. All too sudden, Ethan. It's a hard damn thing to accept when life starts going too well. Most people just take it at face value. They're not naturally suspicious of happiness. But I've learned it's the kind of thing you can't trust. It doesn't last. Life has this way of dangling it under your nose like a carrot, making you think you want it, making you think you can have it, right before snatching it away. It's been a few weeks since Hattie and I started fucking, and everything feels too easy. That has its benefits. The thought of marrying her come July no longer feels like drowning. That alone should worry me. When I first learned about the marriage clause, I was livid.
Disturbed the old man went that far to make sure I tied the knot with a woman I barely knew.
Now, I've accepted my fate. Hell, I don't mind it.
6 months of easy conversations and soul-soaring sex doesn't scare me.
Another reason I should worry. But my worries feel as distant as the receding shore as we take Gramps' yacht out for one last spin. It's been a harder decision than I let on, coming to terms with selling the yacht and the old house. There are so many memories attached to this place. The happiest times of my youth still live there. The days before I found out just how stifling and brutal life can be. Aries sunbathes on the deck, with Hattie's flip-flops beside him, and an old chew bone under his paws. He seems comfortable in his new life with us, ready to lumber up for walks or deliver a few slobbery dog kisses between napping the rest of the day. Surprisingly, Aries is the easiest part Gramps left behind. Selling the house is going to take serious time and probably a lot of emotional second-guessing from Margot and Cleo. There's also more inheritance to sort out with both of them. And I told Wilkes I wouldn't interfere when the time comes. Maybe I'll keep the yacht after all. It's not like I have any special need for it, but it would be a shame to see it go. Especially when Aries is still around to enjoy the summer sunsets and the wind blowing his mile-long ears back. I snort, shaking my head. When did I go so soft? When did I start caring what this geriatric dog wants so much? Even so, the boat has a certain charm aside from Aries. The steel railings are warm under my arms as I lean forward, letting the wind rush over my head and my hair. The deck rocks slowly under me as we ride the shallow waves, cruising gently not far off the shore. Sometimes I still want to dive in, even knowing how cold the water gets. Gramps used to take me swimming with the rest of the kids. We'd cannonball off the side of the yacht into the water and do quick laps around offshore rocks and shallow areas. It was always refreshing to feel the frigid bite against my skin in the summer heat.
Like clockwork, my mind goes to Hattie. The way she leaped off the side of this yacht because I told her a legendary author was just a quick swim away. Impulsive little dork. And a dick move by yours truly. I shake my head again, trying to clear it as Aries abandons his chew and trots over to chase off a stowaway seagull on the deck. The old hound never comes close, bellowing a couple low woofs before the bird takes off. But you've got to admire his effort. "Hey," Hattie says, sliding up with drinks in her hands. A cocktail for her, a green martini by the looks of it, and plain whiskey for me. "Hey, yourself." I swirl the drink, wrapping a grateful arm around her waist. Being with her feels weirdly natural. Another problem, even if I can't believe it's a dire one. "Having a nice time out here?" I ask. Aries has guard duty covered. No worries about stepping on any bird shit. She laughs and her head falls slightly against my shoulder, leaning into me. She's wearing a yellow sundress today that shows her cleavage and incredible legs. It's damnably hard not to rip it off her and fuck her through the floor. Aside from a couple crewmen for navigation at the helm, we're alone, which makes the thought of getting that sundress off impossible to ignore. "It's nice to be out here again. I forgot how relaxing this boat could be," she says dreamily. "How was your morning? Seems like you were busy." Well, there's good news. I reach down and kiss her shoulder, then her ear until her breath stutters. My cock hardens, wickedly tuned to her every breath now. I've had some long discussions with Daly about that lodge he had planned. If everything checks out, we'll be breaking ground on it next year. "See? I knew he wasn't so terrible," she teases. I nip at her warningly. "He's still too fucking smarmy for his own good. We're taking this one small step at a time." "You're just saying that because his teeth are whiter than yours." "I'm saying that because I need to put him in his place. And I don't need my fiancé having anything to do with his horn dog ass." I trail my other hand down her waist. I'm well aware I'm being overprotective and idiotically jealous. Sue me. She's my fiancé, damn it. If I'm not allowed to flex a little, then who am I allowed to be overprotective with? She giggles, turning in my arms so she's looking up at me. "You could just admit I was right. It isn't hard." "You know that goes against my principles, Pages." "What? Admitting I was right for once?" "Admitting I'm wrong," I growl, stroking over her bottom lip with my thumb. She's adorably makeup-free today, freckles dusting the bridge of her nose and cheeks. Perhaps I could be persuaded it isn't the end of the world. "Ethan," she laughs again. I can't believe how much it thrills me. Everything about this girl is insatiable. "You're impossible," she whispers, but she wraps her arms around my waist so her breasts push against my chest. "So things are going that well with Cooper. I'm kind of surprised." "Well enough. Like I said, no big deals overnight, but the odds that there'll be one are growing," I confirm. "And yes, you can take credit if and when the place opens. If we get that far. So stop smirking at me, brat." She grins. "You love it." "Let's not get carried away. Although I would like to get carried away. Ideally, right here on the deck with far less clothes. If only we didn't have the slight risk of an audience. What about you? Good morning." "Actually, yes." She breaks away to take an excited drink of her martini, while I savor another look at that dress. Honey yellow, which might be my new favorite color as long as it's on her. That low square neckline suits her so well. It's an effort to keep my gaze pinned to her face. If she's noticed how rock hard I am, or that feral glint in my eye, she doesn't show any sign of it. Just beaming at me when she meets my eyes again. "Oh, Forgot to tell you. I think I'm close to figuring out our theme for the store. Viral books. She announces it like she's just solved world hunger. Her enthusiasm is infectious. Viral what? I blink at her. You know, popular stuff from Book Talk or Bookstagram? The book-loving side of social media? So many new books blow up there and get discovered. I'm aware of social media, yes, but it's never been my bag. I don't keep any active profiles for unloading personal moments. When you're me, the last thing you want is to invite a bunch of anonymous interlopers to drool over your life. Margot says it's bad enough on Instagram. The avalanche of DMs she gets for being an attractive young woman and a Blackthorn with a shoe obsession. Entertaining strangers who don't have the patience to be entertained beyond a 20-second clip. Fuck that. People get book recommendations from influencers now? I ask, but I'm not surprised. Yes, they do, Granddad. She teases. I wonder if she'd notice if I manhandled her thigh. Would she keep talking books if I hiked up her skirt and fucked her with my fingers right here on the deck? My dick throbs, demanding an answer. Book talk. I snarl it like a curse, pulling her closer, turning her so my body shields her from view. What's your plan? And don't tell me these are coloring books. She laughs, giving me a suspicious look. No, a lot of them are romance and thrillers. Some fantasy. Fast-paced reads with a bit of action and spice gets a ton of attention. And, what are you doing? Listening intently to my fiancé's business plans. What does it look like? I slide my hands around to her ass and squeeze. Keep talking. I'm all ears. Like hell. Hanging on every word. I squeeze her lush cheeks again for emphasis, watching as her eyes darken with delight. That ass is a masterpiece made for the sweetest insanity. You were talking about your Pulp Fiction? How readers like their smut? Fast and hard novels? Laughing, she shakes her head. Well, close enough. There's no controlling reader tastes. The books go viral and get millions of views for good reason. They're not just smut, though. They're well-written and exciting. She licks her lips as my hands dip to the hem of her dress, then crawl up under it. Anyway, I thought maybe if we pivot and feature popular books, we'll bring in younger readers and help support authors too. We could even stock up on fancy special editions or host signings and book clubs for more attention. I see. I gently ease her thighs apart. So, you're going to fill the store with books no reader over 40 has ever heard of? Not exclusively. I mean, Mr. Sneed left quite an inventory behind, so we'll still be selling everything from ancient history to old-school mysteries and science books for the college kids. But viral fiction, it's a big market with a lot of leverage. Her head tips back as I slide a finger over her clit. Her pussy quivers as I drag my finger down. She's so fucking wet for me, my breath stalls in my throat. We might niche down more if this works out. Not sure yet. Sounds like it's worth a try. Same for the way I tease her cunt, pushing 2 fingers into her wet heat. I have big plans, she gasps, gripping my shoulders. I feel her tremble. A grand reopening, when the time comes. And the name pages? That's your biggest problem. Sneed's out of the picture. We're working on it. Margot's helping me brainstorm. Right now we're leaning towards something like Pages and Sage. Very personal. I blow on the shell of her ear, holding my fingers in her, stroking her walls so slowly. Are you excited? Yes. Oh, God. Her voice ends in a squeak as my hand thrusts deep,
My cock jerks like mad, watching her redden. I'd like to reopen once we're back from our honeymoon, before it gets too cold and the tourists drop off. If we're back by fall, I mean.
The honeymoon. Fuck. I haven't given it much thought. The wedding planner suggested would come up with something on her own, and we've been too busy working to think about it.
We can be back then if you want.
I fuck her slowly with my fingers, watching as her eyes turn glassy. No one sees what I'm doing. No one but me. And it makes my blood molten. I can smell her scent.
Ethan?
She moans, shifting her hips restlessly against me. Let's talk about the honeymoon now, I demand, adding more pressure with my thumb. We've been fucking long enough for me to know exactly how to play her. All the secret buttons that get her off.
What? What about it?
She squeezes my hand between her thighs. I'm thinking somewhere close to home. Cabins in Upper Quebec or Nova Scotia. It isn't important, really. We have the budget to go anywhere on Earth. Anywhere I end up with my wife under a blanket will do.
Okay. Yes.
Her voice hitches as she trembles, already on the edge of coming real sweet for me. Focus pages. What do you want?
You know,
she whines and I grin.
Please, let me come.
Since you ask so nicely. I drag my fingers against her inner walls, and she collapses against me, convulsing as her orgasm hits full force. My free hand grabs her face, covering her mouth to muffle her cries. God damn. I love it when she bites me. Holding her close, I hide her, making sure no one at the helm gets a glimpse of what's for my eyes only. Our little secret with the sea. But I've had enough. The hellfire in my blood makes me want her spread out in front of me, legs apart, those glorious breasts free to suck as long and hard as I want. I want to make her squirt on my mouth. About that honeymoon, I growl once she's recovered.
Holy shit. Anywhere. Anywhere with you is fine.
She stares up at me, her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright.
Wherever you think you can make me feel like this.
That can be arranged. I scoop her up in my arms, loving the hot little gasp of surprise she gives as she wraps her arms around my neck. She always thinks she's so heavy with her mom's twisted opinions. But nothing could be further from the truth. I want her to stop worrying about her size and shape and start realizing how beautiful she is. If she sees herself in a new light by the end of our fakery, my work will be done. She kisses me the whole way back to the ship's cabin. Inside the master suite, I lay her down on the double bed, thankful Gramps never skimped on the furnishings. When we were kids, we always used to get the cabins with the singles. But now it's just us, and this big bed is mine. Laughing, she folds her legs around my waist. I pull her dress up and help her wiggle out of it, then her panties. Fuck, you're so beautiful. I take her nipple in my mouth and tug until she gasps. Her hips shift. I already know her pussy is soaking, dripping for me like honey. Are you going to make a mess on these sheets?
Only on your side.
She squeals as I turn her over and smack one luscious ass cheek. Brat, be careful. She pumps her ass at me.
Is that so bad?
I lean over her, loving the feeling of her naked skin against my clothes, even if my outfit feels stifling with the lust racing through my veins. Want me to show you how bad you are? She shivers.
Yes, please.
I twist her around, positioning her head at the end of the bed, and unzip my fly, pulling my cock out. A bead of fluid glistens on the tip, and she licks her lips when she sees it. Show me. No using words. I whisper. She pushes herself up into a sitting position, crossing her legs so I can see her pussy, and reaches for me. I want to taste you, Ethan. Too happy to oblige. My cock slides between her pretty pink lips, and I watch the way her eyes glaze as she struggles to take me deep. There might be men in this world who don't enjoy choking a woman with their size. I'm not one of them. Good girl. I thread her hair until it's fisted. That's fucking right, Pages. Inch by inch. Everything you can manage. She moans her agreement. Her left hand strays down to her clit, and I allow it, rubbing in slow circles as she sucks. Her other hand works the base of my cock, following the movements of her mouth. Small pumps that quickly devolve into a steady, wet suction. The most fucking erotic thing ever. It's not the first time I've used her mouth. I don't care how many times she sucks me off. It's still mystical seeing her green eyes flicker with desire, the way she moans around my cock, sparking this energy vibration that cuts me in two. It's like she makes a spectacle of my size, struggling deliciously, reminding me I'm almost too big for her. Insane. And I'll never get sick of it as long as I live, as long as we're together. Another lethal thought, but I don't have time to dwell on it as her hold on my dick tightens. Pumping desperately, her rhythm perfect with her mouth as she works low to my balls. Damn. Fucking hell, Hattie. I grind down, my hips rolling forward on instinct, thrusting automatically. You want me to come down your throat? The hand on my balls gives another squeeze before she moves to my thighs, her nails digging in. That's a yes, then. But while I half want to spill in her mouth while she gets herself off, I'm more interested in her pussy. This psycho need to claim what's mine. She's very good at wrecking my senses, reducing me to an animal. I need to be inside her right the fuck now. With other girls, I'm not like this. With her, it's this mad urge, this need to thieve one climax after the next from her greedy little pussy when she comes on my cock. I don't let myself slow down to ask why. With the hand in her hair tightening to slow her rhythm, which throws me closer to an orgasm I'm not ready for, I pull out of her mouth. My cock gleams, and she licks her lips. You taste so good. Who'd have thought you were such a filthy slut for me? But you love it. She lies back and spreads her legs, smiling. What the fuck have I done to her? There's no sign of the shy, bookish thing Margot reintroduced into my life. Not when she's splayed out in front of me like a 7-course dinner. I know it's my fault, and there's an evil pride in that. I've unlocked a sexual demon, or a goddess. I'm not sure which yet. I yank off my shirt and my pants, stripping down before I crawl up over her. I love what I see right now, I say, and I love that you're mine until this is over. I love that I'm going to be obsessed with fucking my wife daily. I don't dare say that shit out loud. I'm not that stupid. This isn't about making her mine for real. It's about enjoyment, the stress relief, making the best of this weird situation that suddenly isn't torture. She's so wet. I push into her with a single thrust, the head of my cock stretching her soft cunt. Instant heaven. Best fucking thing that could ever happen. Better than her mouth even. And that was so good I almost blew my nut down her throat. Shit, she breathes, angling her hips so I can bottom out in her depths. I brush the hair back from her face. How good does that feel? Amazing. Her eyes flutter closed. So good. She's got that right. So damn good, I repeat, thrusting inside her again with an animal urge. So fucking good, Hattie. I hate how I can't hide it. How pussy drunk this woman makes me. She has the power to make me lose my goddamn mind like no one else. I bend down to suck on her nipple, growling into her skin. First one, then the other. Her hands scrape my scalp as she slides her fingers through my hair, even though there's not much to grab onto. Maybe I'll grow it out one day for her, like I did when I was younger. Only for her. Stupid, crazy thought. But there are no limits to this fever. We're burning hour after hour, fucking our wits away. And today, I fuck hard. Her hands move to my shoulders, nails digging in for support. She'll leave ribbons if she isn't careful, and she doesn't even seem to be aware. Her eyes are wide, her mouth half open, her gasp coming faster and faster. Like I said, art. And the world falls away under me. This doesn't just feel like sex anymore. Yes, we're fucking, and it's unbelievably good. But the tightness in my chest isn't just the pleasure hammering through my heart. She moves under me, meeting me thrust for thrust. Nothing else exists in the moment except her little pussy hugging my cock. There's nothing but my hips colliding with hers. Just us. Just this wanton destruction. Just a hungry, greedy drive to possess each other. Her nails stab my shoulder and her mouth sucks at mine. Her legs grip my ass, and my body pummels her into the bed. Hot and hard, wet and willing, fucking relentless. The only thing that keeps me from blowing right now is the sound of her pleasure. Her eyes meet mine then, and I know she's lost it. Pure magic. A spell of otherworldly fuckery I never want to end. But I also want her to come, so that's why I focus. I'm only human, and there's only so much a man can take with these punishing strokes and soft whimpers serenading my ears. Only so much of us. Only so much of her. Growling, I reach down between us and find her clit. Not slowly, not gently, but hard. Pressing where she needs me most. Her eyes widen, her head falls back, her fingers shake as she grips my shoulders. Ethan. Her voice is all raspy seduction. Holy yes. And then she's gone, coming her soul out under me, squeezing my cock so hard I see stars. A mountain couldn't hold me back. Seeing her like this, totally broken by pleasure, hips crashing into mine and out of control, lost in soft, sexy moans as she comes on my dick. It's officially too fucking much. I come so hard I'm temporarily blinded. Nerve endings I didn't know I had light up like fucking Christmas, slashing down my spine, pouring fire into every extremity. Feels like my hair's burning, standing on end, and my balls go off like live grenades, pouring their heat into her, claiming her raw pussy for the first time. I come so hard my brain inverts. No, I didn't grab a condom in the rush, and she didn't protest one word. We're past barriers now, dangerously close to some animalistic union that might ruin every future hookup. This is it. The pinnacle. Nothing else will ever compare. And when I collapse and roll off her, Hattie's there with her buttery gaze, smiling as she kisses me. I think I'm holding an angel as she laughs softly, tracing my face with her fingers.
We spend the afternoon fucking, eating, and fucking some more. Finally, as the yacht heads back to the harbor, we lounge on the ship's deck to enjoy the sunset,
and our own simmering afterglow. The stars come out full force, sprawling across the night sky in glittering swirls and constellations. Call it cliché, but I wish this day didn't have an end. Not because it had more hot sex condensed into a few hours than most men get in a month. Not just because of that, but because Hattie talks to me. Not like I'm Ethan Blackthorn, heir to a powerhouse real estate magnate, and someone people fear when I enter a room. We're just Ethan and Pages. She gives a damn about my hopes, my woes, my wisecracks about Aries. Before, I couldn't fathom how much I needed that, and she rolls on the blanket we've spread out on the deck, trying to pull it tighter around us, and the lump of Aries at our feet as she looks up at me. She's wearing an oversized cardigan over her dress, and her hair is in a messy bun. No makeup. Freckles everywhere. God damn, I love the freckles. I love that she doesn't race to the nearest salon to eradicate them whenever they pop up like some of the women I've been with. I have the absurd urge to count them and commit them to memory, just so I can know how many she has. You know, she says with a half laugh, I don't think I've seen you happy. Terrible news. I wave a lazy hand. I have a reputation to keep as Leonidas's asshole grandson. No, I mean, I don't think I've seen you this happy ever since you skipped town. You haven't smiled like this for years. The temperature drops a handful of degrees. I sit up. You barely seen me since then. Recent times aside, obviously. Her eyes search mine, hunting for whatever she thinks she'll find. Of course she knows it's there, locked inside my head like a demon in the attic. I wish she knew how important it is to keep it chained up. There's no way around her knowing something must have happened to drive me away. Why else would I have gone so quickly and never returned to Portland again until the 11th hour of Gramps' life? But that's just it. Nobody knows the truth. No one can find out. It's a pitch-black nightmare I'm not ready to speak back into existence, let alone relive. Especially not with this green-eyed, soft woman with the smiles. If she knew what I did, would she give me those glittery green eyes at all? Would she ever look at me again like I'm lovable? Or would she just flee, breaking the contract and cursing my name? It hasn't been that long. She's only started looking at me like I'm not the scum of the earth. I don't want to lose that now. I don't want her to know the childish antics I've outgrown didn't end with punking her and Margot. What I left years ago, what I caused, fuck. There's no outgrowing that. No outrunning it either, apparently. But God knows I'm going to try when it's all I can do. Maybe that makes me a coward. I don't care. A man can make peace with that, but he can never undo the past. It's nothing, I clip, breaking her gaze. I've had a lot of practice with that line. Yet when I rattle off with her, it feels like lying. You keep wondering why I left? No big story there. Just some moody teenage drama. That dumb urge to get out in the world and find myself. Teenage drama? She repeats skeptically. Yeah, you know, the kind of shit every spoiled kid with a chip on his shoulder goes through. Do you really think every rich kid has drama that chases them away for years? Margot said you didn't come back once until last year. My face heats. Nothing ran me off, Hattie. I left for the military because I was fucked in the head. I needed a few drill sergeants screaming in my face and dangerous patrols to straighten me out. It was good for me. Her lips twist as she studies me. But you said you left the military because it wasn't so good, right? Damn. I'm not normally this shitty a liar. I stayed too long. Wound up getting tangled up with private mercs I had no control over. Big difference. Part of me didn't want to come back and face life without a uniform by then, I guess. You get used to a different life overseas. It doesn't take long before it's the only one you know. Army responsibility, I could hack. It was easier than coming back here, facing the music, taking over Gramps' company, even though he begged me every damn time he wrote. And you know the rest. Eventually I cracked. I came around. But it served its purpose all the same. She frowns, staring at the black water, gold flakes and ink from the lights of the yacht and the swirls of stars above. Okay, she says. She doesn't push it, but it makes me feel like shit. Yes, I'm frustrated, but it's for her own good. Certainly for mine. I'm not ready to have Hattie's sage look at me differently. What she doesn't know can't hurt her, and it won't explode in my face like a screaming rocket. I hate that a tiny part of me feels like she deserves to know. If there was some way to tell her without opening the gates of hell. But in 6 months, we'll go our separate ways. And if I have anything to say about it, we'll split without her ever knowing she married a monster.
15. All the courage. Hattie. So, I made a spreadsheet, Mom tells me, tapping the tablet she brought with her to lunch. Here we go. As far as mom lunches go, this one has been surprisingly okay so far. Not entirely insufferable. She hasn't pushed me to join her yoga classes 10 times yet, or scowled at me for grabbing a cup of clam chowder with my lobster salad. Still, it's Mom, and that means nothing stays unseen or uncomplicated. It's never just nice. If she didn't come at me, I'd worry about her mental state. I dig my fork into my salad, spearing leaves and lobster meat with more force than necessary. I told you, Mom, we already have a wedding planner, a really fabulous one. She's like my fairy godmother. I think it's the 5th time I've had to say it during lunch. Oh, well, fairy godmother or not, you can't leave everything to her, no? Mom says dismissively. She's literally a professional. Maybe so. But she doesn't know you like I do, darling. I just think you should consider some feedback for your venues at least. Water weddings are very in. Water weddings. The words remind me of the recent trip on Leonidas's yacht. Well, technically Ethan's yacht now, even if he's dead set on selling it eventually. The past and the present keep blurring into one. And the way Ethan looked at me out there, my heart still sputters. So I know I've let my head swell up like a balloon over it, making it more than it was. But the way he touched me, my face heats. Probably not the best thing with my nosy mother sitting right across from me. I don't want a water wedding. It's trendy because it's what every rich person in New England does, I tell her. And I know you think you're helping, but Ethan was pretty clear. He's even shut out his own sister from any extra duties beyond bridesmaid. I think he could be a little more open, that's all. He is being open, Mom. She sniffs and looks down at her spreadsheet, giving me that practiced, kicked puppy look. She's a master manipulator. Of course, she's assembled a detailed list of venues, plus menus healthy enough to fit her obsessions, vibrant flower arrangements, everything she'd love at her own wedding. Everything she still has the nerve to throw in my face. Apparently, mother of the bride means living vicariously through her daughter. I'm so tired. Have you thought about your wedding party? She asks, blinking intently. And the rehearsal dinner, Hattie? The seating arrangements? Can I see your invitation list? Where is it? Holy shit, Mom! I bite back the urge to tell her she's not on it. Could you please just lay off a little? I'm your mother and you're my only daughter, she pouts, brows pulling together. Don't you want me involved? No. Honestly, I'm not even a little bit excited about bringing her into the wedding, even the big day itself. It's just a necessity, a giant PR stunt to show off something that's not real. Except maybe it does feel real, and I don't know what to do with that. And now I'm worried that once we do get married, things could change, mutating in terrible ways my heart won't understand. We can leave it to the professionals, way less stress, I say again. I've given them my preferences. Your preferences? She frowns. Yes, Mom, mine and Ethan's. Well, I'm glad he'll be involved. Some men can be so hands-off. Her tone doesn't match her words at all. She sounds more like she's gritting her teeth. He always was a lovely boy, so focused, but he should allow you a little more flexibility. I thought our wedding was supposed to be about us, I huff loudly. He's a man, sweetheart, she says. He doesn't care what happens, really. No man does. While that might be true with Ethan, there's no denying he knows his duty, and he's determined to check every single detail. If this was a real wedding, it might be different. But this one's all optics to help fulfill a contractual obligation. Still, it feels good knowing I have him right beside me, supporting me through this, helping make all the major decisions. We agreed we wouldn't decide anything alone, I say. Technically, that's not a rule we've officially established, but I know it's true. Ethan is a control freak. He wouldn't want me making any executive decisions without his approval. But that's okay when he gives me the same respect. Mom bites into her fish wrap, disappointed. Well, fine. Although I must say I think he's being very heavy-handed. Heavy-handed? He just wants to make sure it's a wedding we're happy with. Then I suppose there's only one thing left to plan. I have a bad feeling about this. She has a manic gleam in her eyes. What? I ask cautiously. It's coming up fast, moving at the pace you are, but if you work hard and really push yourself, you could lose a few pounds in the time you have left. I simply want you to look your best. Oh, God. The worst part? The very worst part? She makes it sound like she's throwing open the door on a great opportunity rather than slapping my face. Are you serious? It's what I did, she explains, apparently blind to the fact her marriage didn't last. You've still got time, honey. You can do it, and tread lightly with desserts on your honeymoon, or you'll put all that weight back on. Freak out, activated. I'm standing up before I know what I'm doing. The only thing I can feel is the ghost of Ethan's hand on my leg, the way he whispered to me so many times how perfect I am, how beautiful, how he loves my body, and he doesn't need me to change. The restaurant quiets as people turn to look at me. My fists stay clenched in shaky little balls at my sides. I'm wrestling with my temper. I've never stood up to Mom and her pathological fixation on health and appearance before, but this has to be the day. Hattie, sit down, Mom pleads, her eyes shifting around, very aware we're now the center of attention. That's her all over, always worried what other people will think. You're making a scene, she adds miserably. Yes, because I've heard enough, I tell her. Enough shaming me into starving myself. I'm a grown woman. I make my own choices. I'm marrying a flipping billionaire hottie who wants me for me. Can't you respect any of that? She stares at me, frowning, her fork clattering against her plate. Hattie, please, you're being rude. Rude? No, that's you. Always pecking, refusing to leave me alone. Holy shit, my heart drums. You know I just want the best for you. I always have. And I want you to hang on to this wonderful man. Hang on. Like one wrong move or one extra pound, and he'll be out the door. The words sting, and they shouldn't. Deep down, I know this marriage isn't real. I agreed to it, no matter how amazing it's been lately. Just like I know Ethan isn't really marrying me for me. He's marrying me for money, to satisfy his grandfather's wacko requirement, and 6 months down the line we'll amicably divorce. I won't leave empty-handed, of course. Quite the opposite. I've got my bookstore and my dreams served up on a silver platter. And Ethan? He can walk away with his inheritance and whatever weird secrets he still won't open up about, even though we'd had some perfect moments. Like whatever it was that drove him away when he was young. Ugh. Every time I think this might be getting real, he shuts down. He reminds me what this truly is, and he makes it all too easy for Mom's ham-fisted remarks and judgments to shred my heart. Sometimes it feels like he'll never fully trust me, even if we had to stick together 6 years rather than 6 months. Sighing, I throw myself back in my chair, my knees suddenly weak. I don't need you to look out for me anymore. Not like this, I whisper. She covers her hand with mine. Hattie, you're taking this all wrong. I just can't bear to see you heartbroken again, sweetie. You remember that boy in college, the one you couldn't keep up with? He was a huge dick, Mom, and a marathon runner. Yes, but you were really into him at the time. Jake, wasn't it? And he just left you behind, and I don't want that happening with Ethan. Hang on to that wonderful man. It won't, I throw back, but the words are on autopilot. I'm back to fuming about all the ways I'll never match my fake husband. The marathon runner was a boy, a kid who only cared about how many times I hit the gym and how small my waist was. He secretly liked my figure, I think, but he always pretended otherwise. He also hated that his strength was all in his legs, and he couldn't throw me around like a delicate little flower. He was a jerk, and Margot was right. I wound up better off without him. But Ethan is a billionaire. Or he will be soon. He's respected up and down the eastern seaboard for being a shrewd businessman in his own right. People know his name instantly, and he's wildly attractive. The kind of hot that's so outrageously beyond my league that it's actually insane. I'm just a girl who failed to get a library degree and who only owns a bookstore because my future husband dropped it in my lap, so I had no reason not to meet his parents. He bought it as a bribe. Right now, things are fresh and exciting, and it's easy to forget how messy this truly is. We're sleeping together, sailing around, and having fun. Fine. But it was fresh and exciting with Jake once, too. The one time he complimented me, he was drunk, and he told me he loved my boobs. Until I couldn't keep up with him hiking the hills on a trip to Bangor the next weekend. I pressed him about it. He insisted he didn't mind my weight. He just felt obligated to tell me I needed to push myself and overhaul my entire diet. No surprise, we broke up a few days later after our trip. What happens when Ethan comes to his senses and decides 6 months is a very long time with a girl who will never be worthy? Who he'll never truly love? How long until my imperfections become too glaring and he distances himself long before the official divorce? How many lifetimes of I told yous will Mom make me suffer? With the engagement and the fact we're sleeping together, I'm spending very little time at my apartment. We should keep up appearances. People today practically expect engaged couples to live together, and staying at Ethan's house is certainly no burden, but it's also just nice to be together. When I get back from the bookstore, I head over to his place and get busy in his sprawling kitchen, mostly straightening up while I consider baking a pie. I'm no cook, but it's awesome having so many luxurious bells and whistles at my disposal. The man spared no expense whenever he had this kitchen updated and modernized. He also has a great room and a lovely sitting room that doubles as a small library. I can't help but see my books living there while we're married. Temporarily, of course. What bookaholic doesn't dream her very own Beauty and the Beast library fantasy now and then? It's one of those crazy things I've wanted since I was a little girl, and now I almost have it. A grand reading room I can walk through and sit in and read to my heart's content as the sun sets the ocean on fire outside the large windows. A dream I never thought I'd taste until now, not without a lottery win. But Ethan Blackthorn is the kind of rich most people can't comprehend. He has space he might not see for weeks inside this big old house. I'm not sure he uses the library much outside of treating it like an auxiliary office. Half the shelves are empty, filled with sparse modern stone art instead of the books. And the books that are already there? Oof. They're almost all slim business paperbacks and a smattering of girthy history titles, plus a few old worn storybooks from when he was a kid, which make me smile. Hungry caterpillars, wild things, velveteen rabbits, and fuzzy Seuss creations never go out of style. These books make you happy whether you're 9 years old or 90. But who even has a library this awesome and keeps it so sparse? Then again, he hasn't been back in Portland that long, and this old house clearly had a big renovation. I wonder if he bought the place on a whim. For him, it's more of a place to crash that fits the stereotype of a billionaire's grandson and heir to local real estate royalty. I'm not sure it truly feels like a home, at least, not yet. Most of the days he's here, he's moving from the office to the kitchen to the great room to brood in front of the fire before he heads into the bedroom for the night. The empty guest rooms feel decorative, more like living on a movie set or in a museum. For some weird reason, that makes my heart ache. This place is beautiful. There's no reason Ethan should feel like a stranger in his own gorgeous home. I let myself in through the front door with the key Ethan gave me, my mom's words still ringing in my head with warning. Hang on to that wonderful man. Don't I wish I could? And not just because I've fallen in love with his house. It's a strange thought when the whole plan is for me not to hang on to him. This entire arrangement, the freaking contract I signed, has a fixed beginning and end. I just hope we'll part ways as friends when our 6 months is finally up. But as I walk through the hallway, heading for the kitchen so I can pour myself a nice glass of wine after my stressful lunch, there's a nagging sense I can't keep avoiding. I don't want this to end. Call it ridiculous, and yes, in 6 months, I might feel differently. But right now, walking through his house that's becoming too familiar, I can't imagine being able to walk away without missing this. Us. The us that doesn't exist. The us that can't happen. The us that's a terrible figment of my imagination. When I walk into the kitchen, though, I find Ethan leaning against the counter and stop in my tracks. His sleeves are rolled up. His suit jacket is folded and tossed over the back of a chair at the island, and his face looks worn, tired, conflicted. He looks the way the pit of my stomach feels. I stop in the doorway, anxious thoughts crowding my head until all I can think about is when he'll decide this is bonkers and send me into exile early. After the big wedding spectacle, there's really no good reason we have to spend much time together to keep up public appearances. He glances up and sees me, offering a brief smile that doesn't touch his eyes. They're so dark, a starless blue night without moonlight. My heart leaps in my chest. No point in trying to tame it, or reminding myself for the 1,000th time that nothing between us is authentic. The heart isn't rational, especially when it wants Ethan Blackthorn. Desperately. But when his smile drops, the brief rush of relief and happiness at seeing him turns to dread. "Hey, Pages," he says. "You're home early? Everything okay?" I force a smile, walking around the enormous kitchen island to kiss him on the cheek. He reaches out and presses a hand to the small of my back, holding me against him. His lips find the top of my head, and I melt helplessly when I feel him inhaling me. Who would have thought this surly, scowly beast was capable of being so gentle when he smells me like a rose? "Everything's fine," he says. But there's still this tension in his body that doesn't mirror his words. "Work's done early." Just work? Is that all that's fine? Oh no, I stiffen and pull back against my better instinct. How about off the clock? Is everything okay? Not what I meant. His knuckle drags across my cheek so lightly I almost miss it. Things are good with us, don't worry. But my heart slows. A lot's changed in a very short time. He releases a long, slow breath. I want to leave the past behind and move forward. But to do that, he stops cold, his eyes so piercing. It's okay, I tell him, even though I'm dying to know what he's holding back, why he's being vulnerable. What's he still hiding from me? There are so many secrets hidden in those stark blue eyes. Sometimes they feel like they're drowning me, but more than anything, I don't want to see him like this, like some invisible fear or regret or bad memory has him by the throat. You don't have to tell me now, not unless you're ready. My voice is whisper soft. His eyes flash, anguished in a way that almost breaks my heart. But I do, Pages. That's the trouble. If I ever want to move on, I need to tell you why I left Portland. You should know what happened that summer.
16. All the regrets. Ethan. Years ago. The small pebble in my hand feels warm from the sun. I toss it a couple times and catch it in my palm before whipping it over the waves. It's August. Almost time to go back home to New York City, and I'm so fucking sick of it. Home? Nah. Even the thought makes my shoulders tighten with stress. Too many expectations, too many lectures, too many pointed questions about when I'm going to get my shit together. Pretty rich, coming from parents who never worked a day in their lives. Everyone wants to tie me down, but at least I don't have mom and dad dragging me around to their charity pet projects anymore. That's something, I guess. Deep down, I didn't mind the causes, but the events were just as awful as the people. Selfish, shallow pricks, all of them so optics obsessed they masturbate to their own reflections. Even my parents. I was only there to make them look good. Smile for the camera, play along, be the mature, smart, kind-hearted Blackthorn son I'm not. One more reason why the summers in Maine are never long enough. Except now Gramps is on my back, trying to get me to join the family business, tying me down with his legacy, even if it's better than anything my parents offer. Bullshit. I shrug, rolling my shoulders before I slump down on the warm dock. I idly trail the toe of one shoe through the water until I feel the sting. Shit! A sliver of wood jams itself up my fingernail, and I yank it out, watching as blood wells in a rusty red bead. Human frailty. Pain. Something real. Isn't that what I want most? Even if it means signing up for the U.S. Army. Beside me, the glossy recruitment pamphlets stare up at me, and I pick one up, flicking through it. Joining up means escaping family hell. All the people determined to decide my destiny for me. Maybe at boot camp I'll get a fucking break from everyone pecking my head for favors and obligations and expectations. It's exhausting when everyone looks at you and just sees whatever future they have planned. They never see me. Even Gramps, who's always had my back, keeps trying to shoehorn me into a winter internship I have no interest in. Pushing paper in his office, working for him, trying to develop an appetite for charming people in suits into giving up property for cheap. I get it. He's old. He has a giant legacy with no one else to leave it to, and my parents barely speak to him. Still, it's my life, and he'll be the first to agree I shouldn't live in anyone's shadow. Also, isn't this like nepotism or some shit? Sometimes it doesn't feel like the life I'm living is even real. Why does it matter so much what I decide to do? The whole family could throw their money in a bonfire and burn it for heat all winter. The sun's almost dipped below the horizon when I hear the slap of flip-flops approaching behind me. I'm expecting Margot, the little brat wanting to bum some extra cash for ice cream. But when I turn around, it's another goddamn nuisance. Taylor Rollins. Shit. Can't she take a hint? And why didn't hard-ass Holland do his job and keep her off the property? I sigh before she even opens her mouth. Back in June, when I came here after graduation, we hooked up a few times. I took her out on the mandatory dinners and beach dates that never lasted more than a couple hours before I fucked her and sent her home. I guess you could call it a summer fling.
until I got bored, like usual. It's August now. I haven't seen her since around the 4th. I almost forgot she existed. I stare at her, waiting impatiently as she raises her hands to cup her elbows. I'm so not in the mood. I'm not sure what made me sleep with her in the first place. She's pretty enough, yeah. A soft round face with that curly brown hair and big amber eyes. But she looks like a spooked colt whenever I look at her. I'm surprised she mustered up the nerve to come chew me out at all, or whatever she's planning. "Hey, Ethan," she says hesitantly. My glare deepens, a frown pulling at my lips. The last thing I need right now is drama. I might have archived our little fling in my memory, but now it's all coming back. The cringe way her family was desperate to encourage the relationship the moment they saw us together. One whiff that we were a couple had her mother showing up at the house, armed with more blueberry pies than Gramps and Holden could ever choke down. We started giving them to the help so they wouldn't go to waste. Like I said, cringe. She'd still been poking me by text every week or two, but I decided early on I wasn't into her. It's not like I can't find amazing sex with passable girls anywhere. The last thing I need is some needy Portland girl wanting some stupid distance thing, or worse, begging me to take her back to NYC. "So you're not going to talk?" she asks shyly when I don't respond. "You've been ghosting me half the summer after, Yeah, about that. Look, Tay, I think you've got the wrong idea." I glance back at the ocean, weirdly uncomfortable with the way she's looking at me. There's an intensity in her eyes I don't like. I decide to let her down easy. I try. Thing is, I'm not looking to settle down at this point in my life. I have a busy time coming up. A lot of shit to sort out once I get home. This might be my last trip to Portland for a while. Sorry. "Ethan, we need to talk." Why does her voice sound so strained? We really don't. I just tried to be nice. I push up to my feet. I think we're done here. I really don't have the patience for an ugly scene. She's blocking me on the narrow dock, though, wearing a cute little summer dress I peeled off her one hot night a couple months ago, and those goofy-ass pink flip-flops, one size too big. I start to walk past her, but she grabs my arm. "Ethan, wait." There's a desperation in her voice that makes me uncomfortable. "Just hear me out, please." Her fingers are digging into my flesh. I'm not violent. Definitely not with women. But fuck. This whole thing makes my skin crawl. Where is Holden Fuckface? Isn't it his job to protect this house and keep annoying people away? Now would be a good time for him to barge in like he always does and escort her away with a few polite, gruff words. What am I supposed to do if she won't leave me alone? Then I know I'm screwed. Several big tears start rolling down her cheeks. Now that I'm looking more closely, I notice she must have been crying before she showed up today. Her eyes are red-rimmed in a way that doesn't happen instantly. Then her face crumples. "Ethan, I'm pregnant," she sobs. The world stops spinning. Or maybe I'm the one who stops. So frozen I'm thrown off to the edge of the planet. Pregnant? She can't be pregnant. No fucking chance. You're not. I growl in disbelief, but she's shaking her head, her lips trembling. "It's yours, Ethan. That's why I've been trying to get in touch with you so much. It's your baby." "No," I say weakly. The one word, the only word I can get out. "Yes. Trust me, I checked. I checked 3 times and..." Her voice chokes off. "I'm definitely pregnant. And you're the father. I haven't been with anyone else." Shit. Holy fucking shit, this is bad. "Please," she whispers, but I don't have the first clue what she wants. Money? A ring? What is she expecting?
I'm just a kid myself with no experience, and too much life to figure out. Only, now it's like my whole future just went up in a cloud of smoke. This doesn't happen to Blackthorns. What the actual fuck am I supposed to do here? It's not like she's my girlfriend. I'm not remotely ready to be a dad. Christ, I don't want to settle down, especially not with this boring chick I used to get off and never expected to see again. We used protection. I know we did. I say weakly, but I'm not talking to Tay. I'm trying to reason with the goddamned universe, bargaining to undo reality. Maybe I'm setting up a cosmic kick in the nuts, and I don't even know it. I know. It doesn't make sense, but it's... How? Tell me how, Tay. I swipe an arm through the air, pure frustration boiling out of me. She shrugs frantically. Dunno. Maybe the condom broke? I'm on the pill too, but maybe... Her nostrils flare. I have a terrible feeling I'm supposed to be comforting her or something, but all I can think is that she shouldn't be having a baby. I know I damn sure shouldn't. She can't be pregnant, and this can't be happening. Ethan. Her voice breaks around my name and her hand falls, then curls into a fist. Her nails are chewed down, the color from her last manicure faded. I never liked her nails much. Always wanted her to use her mouth instead of her hands on my cock for that reason. Because she always went for blinding bright colors and fake extensions that were too long. None of my thoughts make sense. I feel like she just punched me in the nose and I'm reeling. This is my fault too, because I'm the idiot who fucked her a few too many times. But I can't bring myself to say any of the right things. I'm too young, too dumb, too shell-shocked. Be nice. That's what Margot keeps telling me, and it might go a long way here. But right now in my moody punk-ass brain, I don't have the neural connections for kindness. Taylor looks up at me, her expression shuttered. She looks like she's ready to flee all over again. Maybe I'm glaring or scowling at my jaw falling off. I can't tell. Everything goes numb. I need time. I bite off, forcing the words out. To think, to sort this out. She takes a step back. Her flip-flops gently slap the wood. Whatever she hoped for, a hug, a promise, an answer to how we can possibly unfuck our lives, it isn't coming. Time? She stares at me, her lips trembling so brokenly again. Jesus, I knew this was stupid. Goodbye. She rushes out, her face breaking into hot, messy tears again. Then she's gone. And I'm alone on this dock in the creeping darkness with the damning knowledge I'm going to be a father. It takes me hours to move, like I've been made one with the wooden boards under my feet. When I finally do, I skip dinner, go straight to bed, and stare at the ceiling until morning, trying to wrap my head around the end of my world as I know it. Way to go, shitbrains. You're going to be a daddy, and you're not even man enough to work for Gramps. I twist up and punch the pillow, wishing I could drive my fist into my own face without leaving a mark. It's a tantrum, the most pathetic damn thing in the world after getting a hookup pregnant. But I think about everything I dreamed, all the things I hoped to escape, and the bitter, bitter fact that it's gone forever now. If she was going to get rid of it, she would have done it after I blew her off half the summer. I don't have the heart to ask her, or the head to make a decision that big. Ultimately, it's her choice, and it sounds like she decided. I'm going to be a father, a fucking dad. Me, who limped through school and still can't pull it together enough to figure out what he wants to do with his life, except not to be tied down. Now, presto, I have another human being to ruin for 18 years. I've never been so confused. The obvious solution, the cowardly one, is to tell her I don't want to be a part of her life, or the baby's. I'm no good for her, for them, and it wouldn't be a lie. I've got no shortage of money I could throw at her. My parents only police my bank account to make sure I'm not blowing every penny they give me on bad habits, illegal shit, scams. I don't feel a damn thing for Taylor Rollins, and I don't think I ever will. But the baby, that's complicated. My parents never acted like they wanted me. Not really. They always said they did. They said the right things and went through the motions. I don't doubt they love me in their own way, the same as Margot. But I never felt like I was truly important to them. How could I ever pass that along to my kid? Having a child grow up thinking its father never gave two shits about it. Hours pass as I try to sort out my existence in my head. What I'm going to do, what I'm going to tell her, how I'm going to approach the new life. By the time the sun rises, I haven't slept, but I know what I need to do. I get dressed and head out of the house before Gramps or Margot are awake, driving over to Taylor's place. I'll face the music, tell her what I should have said yesterday. Tell her I'm stepping up. I'm going to be there for her and the baby. We don't need to be together for that, but we'll figure out this co-parenting thing, and I'll find a way to stick around. I'll stay in Portland long term, and I'll do what it takes to be the best dad humanly possible. Hell, maybe I'll even take that internship at Blackthorn Holdings after all. I'll open my mind and broaden my horizons. Right now it feels suffocating, giving up on other plans, but that's whatever. I'm slowly making peace with it. I'm ready to do what's right. I can get past my future mistakes just as long as I try. Taylor's parents live in a small house with an overgrown front yard, weeds springing up past the fence. I've been here a few times. What I'm not expecting is the police cruiser parked out front. What now? I frown at the cruiser as I park along the curb outside their house, keeping my distance across the street. Not the audience I hope for, and I wonder if it's a good time. I need to talk to Taylor alone, but if her parents have to be around, so be it. My gut churns as I climb out of my car, slamming the door behind me. The walk to the front door feels like an eternity, but eventually I'm there on their porch. Here goes nothing. Just before I knock, though, there's a terrible sound. A scream? Definitely a sound so raw, so visceral, it slices through me. Jagged and painful, setting my hair on end. I stop cold and listen intently, straining my ears. No, no, no. Someone keeps repeating. Taylor's mom. Glacial worry settles inside me as I hover on the doorstep. No, no. Taylor's mom keeps repeating that single killing word until it crawls inside my head. Damn. Maybe I should leave and try later. This is clearly an awful time, and I'd be pouring fuel on the fire, whatever's burning this woman down with anguish. Only, I've turned to stone, and I can't move fast enough. Not before the door swings open, and Police Chief Jim Saunter steps out, staring at me like I'm Lucifer incarnate. Yeah, we've had some run-ins in the past, but for once I'm not here to cause trouble. Chief, I mutter. Ethan, he says distantly, his voice low and grave. My skin prickles. Usually the chief just glowers at me, unable to hide his suspicion and irritation. Today, it's different. His expression seems tinged with sympathy.
Is this a bad time to see the Rollins?
Depends. You Taylor's boyfriend? Fuck. There's no good answer to that. We were together, I say carefully. Why? What's going on? He opens the door wider. Yeah, I guess you should come in. The sound of horrific sobbing only gets louder. My heart drops into my ankles. I don't want to go in there. I already know I won't find anything good. Just tell me, I whisper raggedly, not moving an inch. What's wrong, Chief? What happened?
The old cop gives me another sympathetic look that scares me.
It's Taylor, I'm afraid.
Icicles knife me in the chest. I lick my parched lips. What about her? Beyond Jim, I see a dim figure. Taylor's mother, slumped on the floor in a ball. Her hands are pressed to her white face, her shoulders shaking. She was the one who let out that soul-ejecting scream. No question. The one who keeps repeating, "No, no, no," like an announcement for creeping insanity, even now oblivious to our conversation outside. The poor woman looks like a marionette with its strings cut, broken. Her rattling sobs never stop. My stomach flips over, heaves once. A heart-sick part of me knows what happened, but I need confirmation. I need to hear if it's really the disaster I think. The seconds between each heartbeat become years.
Taylor Rollins ran her car off a cliff last night,
the chief says softly. His words go in one ear and out the other, leaking like cracked glass. My head too fucking shattered to hold anything in.
We found the wreckage this morning.
The wreckage. She didn't make it, I say flatly.
No,
he says bluntly.
Afraid she didn't. I'm so sorry, kid.
That's the moment the lights go out. That's when the sun stops rising, and I'm handed over to eternal night. And I know I don't deserve the tiniest pinprick of stars. I'm an accessory to murder, officially or not. And when the chief asks me to give a quick statement outside, I lie through my teeth.
17. All of you. Hattie. Holy flying shitballs. I stare at Ethan, thinking my heart just caved in. For him. For the boy he was. Just a clueless, confused kid faced with one of the harshest realities any young man can deal with. And the man it made him into now. No wonder he's so... Ethan. So closed off with barbed wire and dragons guarding his heart. And no flipping wonder it feels like he's bleeding alone, quietly curled up and wounded in a place he won't let anyone else tread. Well, he looks at me expectantly. Holy crap. My voice is hoarse with my heart lodged in my throat. I want to reach out to him, but I don't know if he'd even let me right now. I had no idea, Ethan. I never would have guessed any of that. Not in a million years. I hit it well. Looks like it worked. Yeah, wow. Margot never told me. I grip the counter for support, completely stunned. My knuckles are white, but I can't bring myself to relax my grip. Wait, did she even know? Hell no. There's a harshness in his voice that isn't normally aimed at me. No one did. Not another living soul. No one except Gramps. I blink slowly. You told Leo? Not with words. I limped home and raided his liquor cabinet the second I noticed Holden was off for the day. Gramps found me on the verge of blackout drunk, nearly blind and almost dead on the floor. Ethan breaks away from my stare, pacing the room like he can't bear to remain still. I get it. Sometimes when you're hurting this bad, it feels like your skin is too tight. You need to keep moving for the distraction. It must have been terrible, I whisper. For me? He scoffs. No. I got off too lightly, Pages. I deserve every second of grief. I should have just told her from the start I'd figure this out. It wasn't hard. I never should have let her leave the house, not in the state she was in. What kind of good-for-nothing piece of shit? He stops, his hands shaking, gnarled into fists. She must have figured out real fast it was hopeless. She came to me looking for help, for reassurance, and I spat in her face. I ache for him. Every breath feels like inhaling salt water, and I try to hold in my tears as my nose burns. Ethan, no, you can't do that. You can't beat yourself up over something that happened when you were barely grown, just starting out. His eyes are remorseless. They flick to mine,
more bitter and cold than Casco Bay in January. Like hell, Hattie. Don't pretend it isn't my fault. I'm the bastard who knocked her up, the asshole who ignored her. I'm the chicken shit little worm who ran her off. She left blinded with pain, not in her right mind. She thought her life was fucked because of me. And she wasn't paying attention to the road. She lost her life, and so did my kid. He inhales like he's breathing needles, each breath tearing him apart. And he turns away, his huge shoulders slowly rising and falling, sick and battered with the nightmare he's lived. I wipe a tear before I come closer, before I gingerly clench his shoulders, one with his pain, and oh my God, it's overwhelming. You didn't know. You couldn't, I whisper, willing him to breathe, to look at me. Eventually he turns, and his gaze settles on mine, but it cuts straight through me. I don't know how to ease heartbreak this savage. I don't even know if I can. But I hate feeling so useless, so lost in the face of something like, Jesus, like this. I was too much of a selfish punk to care, to take this seriously. There's so much self-hatred in his voice, I flinch. When she found me on the docks and we had that blowout, you know what I thought about? Me, number one. I thought about how much having a kid would shit up my life. That makes sense, though, I venture. You were scared. Scared or not, it's a shitty thing to do when you're talking to the girl you knocked up. She'd just finished high school and she was looking for a job. She didn't have the family or money I do. Single motherhood would have wrecked her future far more than it would have scrambled mine, and I flaked out when it mattered. Couldn't even tell her it would be okay. His face screws up, contorted like a man possessed. He is. Ethan's been haunted for years, scorched from the inside out by more than a decade of emotional horror, beating himself up for a tragedy he couldn't control and can't take back. Ethan, please, that's not fair. I can't bear to see him hurting like this. You didn't want to be tied down and you panicked a little. You're allowed to. What young man wouldn't? Taking on a baby, a family, that's heavy stuff. But I wasn't going to be with Taylor. I could have left whenever I wanted and just paid child support. I could have flown in and supported her however I could. There are 1,000 things I could have done instead of brushing her off like a goddamned mosquito. But you were so inexperienced. You didn't know. My voice breaks as I lay a hand on his arm. He glances down at the contact, muscles flexing, and it's a lot to take in. You had no idea until she told you, and you just reacted. He shakes his head again. It only took you one night to be brave, I continue. One night to decide to stand up and be a dad. That's hardly the worst thing. It's courageous and mature to admit you made a mistake and no damn excuses, Hattie. The time for that was the second she told me. I swallow thickly, stepping closer, pressing my body against his, wishing he could see inside my head just for a second. It's not fair. It's not right for him to keep immolating himself for years over this, even if dreadful mistakes were made. Ethan, I whisper again. Everything in my body feels like it's breaking apart, my heart cracking like ceramic. Ethan, you're dead set on thinking the worst about yourself. I should be. Damn it, I'm a horrible man. Don't you see it? He snarls. I think you tried to be kind. For the longest time, he doesn't move. All I can do is bury my face in his chest and be there. Let him know his darkest secret doesn't scare me. I'm here, I'm listening, and I'm not going anywhere. More importantly, I don't blame him. He acts like he killed her with his bare hands, but he didn't. Eventually, his arms find their way around me. He sighs, slowly running his hands up my back, my sides, his fingertips brushing under my breasts. I smile. I can almost feel him thawing.
You weren't there, he mutters, gentler now. His head dips to mine until we're forehead to forehead. I can taste his ragged breath. And I love your generosity, Pages. But I was wrong. Absolutely fucking wrong. You can't escape that. You can't lie to me. No lie. It's not your fault she died. It was a freak accident. You didn't steer her off the road. I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him closer. That's no burden you should carry around for the rest of your life. He says nothing, just breathes. I can feel the reassuring weight of his embrace. His palms make gentle, soothing circles like I'm the one who needs to be calmed, and it cuts my heart in two. Gramps was the one who told me to leave. He says into the silence, resting his chin on top of my head. When he found me, when I sobered up, I told him everything. He warned me Portland would be poison if I stayed, and the only way I'd ever get the venom out of the wound is with time away. Go, he said, go and don't look back. And that's exactly what Ethan did. He ran, because he was a boy and he was scared, trapped in the kind of trauma no one should have to suffer so young. Tears sting my eyes again, but I hold them back with sheer will. I'm not falling apart, no matter how much my heart aches for him. I need to be strong. I need to help heal him, even just a little bit. Until now, no one else knew. Just finding out it's a huge deal, and I need to do this right. Hearing the truth feels like such a precious thing. Even if I don't know what to do with it except cradle it to my chest. He told me. I'm amazed you ever came back, I say, but I'm glad you did. Yeah. His lips brush my forehead as he turns my face up. Some days, so am I. I do have a question, though. I hold him tighter in case he pulls away from me, but I need to know. Why me? Why now? He's so quiet, and the silence makes me nervous enough to keep speaking. You've spent over 10 years sworn to secrecy, never telling a soul, but now? And now you've told me, after avoiding the subject every time I tried to bring it up. I didn't even have to ask. His fingers trail my shoulders. You asked plenty of times, Pages. You wore me down. His tired smile says he's joking. Is that a good thing? I smile back. His laugh comes slow, like it's being dragged through him, but there's a warm, honeyed edge to it. He cradles my head in his hands. Maybe you're just the first woman I trusted. Me? The word lodges in my throat. Yes, you, Hattie Sage. He bends down so his lips brush mine. Guess you proved something by taking on this fake marriage fuckery with me, despite the risks, for having an open mind and open heart. You're paying me to do that. Very generously, I might add. His eyes unexpectedly soften. Perhaps. Or maybe it's just this fake engagement shit getting to my head. I don't know. I don't have a list of reasons mapped out. All I know is I had to tell you. If I ever want to move on and close the chapter like one of your damn books, it had to come out. I grab his face softly, just kissing him and kissing him and kissing him forever. There are times when words can't compete with warm, charged lips. His mouth on mine, my tongue frolicking with his, two souls swirled together like paint smears, forming brilliant new colors. Usually, our dynamic shows me what he wants. He uses his body to communicate, and I give it to him. But today, it's different. This time, I show him what I want. I'm the one guiding him back until he's backed against the counter. He's big enough to stop me, but he doesn't. Maybe because he needs this too. Me. I want him to need me. Yes, I know that's selfish. But there's no innocence when there's so much emotion erupting out of a man who has your heart in his palms. He's already hard when I slide my hand down his body. When I grip him, I shudder. I run my hand up the length of his magnificent cock, letting his groan melt in my mouth. His hips jerk forward,
seeking the pressure, the friction. I fumble with the button to his pants, and instead of helping me out, he lets me move at my own pace. He helps me pull open his pants, yanking them down, then his boxers, then his shirt, until he's naked and ready to be worshipped. I take him in my hand, loving how his eyes flare. Hattie. He whispers my name gruffly, but I see his naked desire burning like a flame. My own lust must be kerosene. I give him another long stroke, watching his muscles flex. His chiseled abs ripple, and I can almost sense the restraint he needs not to push himself into my palm. I don't care what's going on with our fake engagement. There's nothing make-believe about this, nothing fake about the fairy tale way he looks at me now. My throat closes as I pull off my dress. This mutual lust is a visceral thing, a storm front demanding release. And there's something inevitable about the wind, the lightning, the way he'll soon be pelting every inch of my body with passion. Once I'm naked, I hop up on the marble island. I'm almost the same height as him up here, and he rewards me for being so eager, sliding a hand to my clit as I stroke him again. Fuck, he hisses. You keep this so wet and hot on demand, Pages. Never fucking stop. I shudder. I need you inside me. He doesn't hesitate. This is for both of us, a need for more. With one hand at the nape of my neck, he pushes a finger inside, then two, and I arch against him. My breasts brush the wall of his chest, sending electricity arcing through me. Heat pools between my legs. Oh, it won't take much today. With my free hand, I take his cock again and stroke him, this time faster. Moisture beads at the tip, and he's almost painfully hard now, pulsing in my hand like an angry animal. We kiss, teeth nipping, breaths catching as we work each other over, until I can't take it anymore. I need him to fill me. I'm obsessed since we dropped the condoms, crazed to have him skin on skin, to feel him pour out inside me. Now, I whisper, biting his bottom lip. His growl sends fire through me. Now, Ethan. He removes his fingers, putting them to his mouth so he can taste me. With eyes cut from pure midnight, locked on mine, he pushes inside my pussy, filling me. I groan at how good, how right, how worthy he makes me feel. This is what I need, more than my next breath. This is where he should be, where he belongs. This is where we consummate a truth we're only starting to put into words. Yes, I whisper as he drags my mouth back to his. Yes. Growling, he nods, cupping my face in his hands as he pushes into me and finds his rhythm. Hattie, fuck, he whispers, right before his curses become incoherent desire. We kiss like we're starved, holding each other so tight, our bodies melding together in a new symphony. This doesn't feel like fucking anymore. It hits all the right notes for that, yes, but it's so much more. Too intimate to be so limited. With my nails dragging down his back, I open my legs wider and let him take me. Today, Ethan makes love to me for the very first time. When his hips crash against mine and drive deep, when his groan becomes a roar, when he thrusts into the hilt, and the first rope of his cum douses me in flames, I'm so gone. I close my eyes against the pleasure, the emotion, the bittersweet hope and heartache and humility overflowing in my chest. Like it or not, it's happening. I'm falling for this tortured man, and it scares me senseless. What do you think? Margot asks, holding up a handful of deep red roses. Each one looks so perfect, from petals to stem. It feels like they can't be natural. Even the color is crazy vibrant and uniform. But my mind can't stop and smell the roses today, let alone come up with original puns. Standing in the finest floral shop in Portland doesn't help. Ethan wanted to tell me his secret. I didn't drag it out of him. He came home from work early with his confession ready, and we made love 3 more times that night, staying up well past midnight without even talking much. Just being together in the afterglow was enough. It still feels like one of those beautiful dreams you never want to end. Like at any moment I'll wake up, the illusion will vanish, and I'll be plunged back into reality, where he's distant and growly and only tolerates my existence as a means to an end. But so far, it hasn't happened. In the dreamland that's becoming our life, he's still this wonderful, hurting, precious man, and I'm just Hattie Sage, new bookstore owner. I'm no one special, possibly not even special enough to carry his secret with the care it deserves. I can barely keep up with living. How can I handle this dark shadow hanging over his life, and by extension mine? How can I shelter him? It was easy when I believed this was nothing. Everything was easy when we only expected make-believe with a 6-month countdown to get back to our real lives. But somewhere along the way, lines blurred. Ethan Blackthorn chose me to be more than his partner in this fake marriage crime. In over a decade, he hasn't told a soul until he chose me. Overwhelming, dizzying to have his trust. Now I can't help wondering if he's made a mistake. If I can trust myself, what if I slip up and say something? What if something else happens that won't keep this tragedy buried forever? Hey! Margot snaps her fingers under my nose. Earth to Hattie. Come in, book babe. Do I need to break out the smelling salts? Where are you today? Quite literally, world-altering secrets and heartbreaking sex with her brother is not the answer she's looking for. Right, the bookstore. There's so much to sort out. I've barely just started on the financials. Thank God for the CPA, or I'd really be lost. Bookstore later, flowers now. She shakes the roses at me. What do you think about these? I rub one velvety leaf. Are they real? Oh, yeah, best florist in town. I told you this place doesn't disappoint. You couldn't find roses this red if you painted them yourself. Her voice falters as she lowers the roses to her lap with a frown. Hattie, are you sure you're okay? Yeah, just a little stressed over the big day. You know I suck at being the center of attention and all, but I guess pretty flowers take the pressure off a little. I look around the florist's shop, approved by both Margot and Mrs. Ann Radish, our wedding planner, and try to absorb the sheer number of flower options. Unfortunately, lilies are out no matter how much I love them. They're just not marriage material. Margot keeps reminding me how much flowers mean at big fancy weddings. They're a statement piece, and in her words, they need to scream. Not what I love to hear when my heart prefers low-key and elegant. Not the roses, I decide. They're a little too much. Perfect. Margot frowns at them, a tiny wrinkle forming between her eyes. Hey, it's your wedding day and you can basically afford anything, but don't you want perfect? I want natural. Modest, too. I know that's a crazy concept for a billionaire wedding, but you asked. Okay. How about we look at the peonies, then? She waves her hand at a bunch of peach flowers. My gut knots at the sight of them. Flowers. For a fake wedding. Before, planning a Potemkin wedding sounded like fun. But now I'm just stressing over everything. What if we screw up and people see right through it? And if I'm not good enough for him to trust me? Sure, let's keep moving. I try to keep my voice casual. Margot throws me another suspicious look, like she knows I'm hiding something, but she goes back to scanning pretty flowers. I want to ask her about Ethan's past so badly, without sounding like I'm weird or prying. Trouble is, with Margot, there's no subtlety. She drags any hint of it out by its feet, kicking and screaming. Still, I have to try. I can't believe this is happening, I say. Remember when we were kids? Imagine me being fake engaged to Ethan. And going at it like rabbits, Margot reminds me with a feral grin. Yes, and that. I try to be brave, but my cheeks flush anyway. I didn't see it coming, she says, pursing her lips. I mean, I obviously always figured you'd get married, but not to my brother. Ah, the opening I hoped for. Surprise. Pretty crazy considering what it was like when we were kids, I say, hoping my voice seems calm. And he was always dating around. Yeah, Margot laughs. I wonder, I hesitate. Did he ever say much about his summer dates? Just curious. Real smooth, Hattie. Why are you really probing? Not really. Margot leads us down another aisle, bursting with more colorful, pre-made arrangements. He kept things pretty low-key. I don't think he wanted me knowing who he was boning, you know? I'm his sister. It's weird. That's not what I was looking for, but I nod, touching the bouquets absently to pretend I'm interested. That makes sense. The flings never went anywhere, she shrugs. I think he always ghosted the girls or self-sabotaged. It was easy with his looks and his name to leave girls flapping in the breeze. I guess he never wanted to commit or let things get too serious. He'd cut off pretty ruthlessly. Same crap he still pulls as an adult, I'm sure. You think? I hate the way I gasp. She stops and looks at me. I mean, whenever I asked him about it, there was always something wrong with the girls, you know? Like the kind of BS that's only an excuse. Margot rolls her eyes. Too boring, too plain, too skinny, too tanned. I think he complained about a gap in some lady's teeth once. All superficial stuff. That shouldn't surprise me, knowing what Ethan was like back then, but for some reason it slams me in the gut. Surely he's grown up, right? I catch a glimpse of myself in the window. It's just a smudge of reflection, really, distorted by dusty glass and light, but it makes my thighs look enormous. Hello, insecurity. I stiffen, fighting to chase the intrusive thought away. None of this should matter. Ethan told me repeatedly he likes me just the way I am. Why can't that be enough? You don't need to worry, though, as long as you don't start taking anything too seriously. Don't let it go to your head and get attached. Best way to not get burned. Margot smiles at me. I'm sure he's changed. I rush out. Ouch. Too defensive. She looks at me with a frown wilting in her blue eyes. You're sure, huh? Why would that be? Shit. I look away, pretending to smell a flower. I don't even know what it is. Way too intently. My face is burning so hot it makes me sneeze. Nothing. No reason. I don't think he'll continue the same pattern he had when he was 18, you know? That was a long time ago. You're giving him a lot of credit. Margot leans in, filling my field of vision. What is it really, Hattie? Oh no, is this because you guys are sleeping together? Please don't let him get in your head. Absolutely not, I lie. She hesitates. You seem kinda worked up about him today. Is there another reason? Margot chews her lip. Look, I know I said all that, but you're a special case, you know? Hardly just another fling. He's not out for a quickie or to break your heart. Nice save. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. I mean it, fake engaged or not. He never would have hooked up with you if he thought you had some terrible flaw he couldn't deal with. Wow, thanks. You're making me feel so much better. Well, my brother is a ginormous asshole player. I don't want you getting hurt, and that means no getting your hopes up, she says gently. But he's not that much of an idiot to leave my bestie in shambles. I hope. Okay, never mind. Can we drop it? Not a chance. I'd love to know what has you fixated on Ethan's dating life. She gives me a long look until I wince. I know she can see right through me because her lips curl into a smile. You're sitting on something juicy. What's the big secret? Nothing. Don't lie to me, Hattie. Remember how long we've been friends? I know when you're holding out. I resist the urge to tell her she'd have never known about us at all if I hadn't come clean. The nightmare Ethan shared about Taylor Rollins? He wouldn't want me to tell Margot in a billion years. It's too big, too devastating, too unspeakable. And it also could have broad ramifications for the family if it ever came out. God, the media alone would crucify him, maximizing misery for every Blackthorn. If Ethan wanted Margot to know, obviously he would have told her by now, or at least asked me to tell her. He didn't ask me to keep a secret, but I'm sure that's implied. "Spill," Margot says, fluttering her eyelashes. "Are you for real? That might work on a date, but it doesn't work on me," I say, mentally fumbling for what I can tell her. Basically nothing. Her lip juts out in a pout. "I thought we were besties." "We are, don't be silly. So tell me, what's going on with him? What did you find out?" With a sigh, I give in, offering the one little tidbit that seems weird but harmless. "We found a letter recently." "We as in you and Ethan?" "Yep. Remember that fishing boat wreck by the old house?" I briefly explain, walking through the old boat and finding that worn letter stuffed in a secret compartment. She snickers when I mention Ethan's lighter, but sobers when I explain the letter's contents. "So it was written by Pop-Pop? Strange." "To your mom, yeah. And it was in the boat all this time? Like, before we messed around there as kids?" "Probably. He found it not far from where you hid the lighter," I say. "I'm surprised you never noticed." "Oh, I was oblivious that young. Pirate fantasies aside, I didn't think there would be anything to find." She chews her lip, screwing up her face. "And Ethan took it?" "Yeah. He's probably forgotten about it, honestly. It wasn't a big deal, and he has a lot on his plate with that ski lodge deal." "What did it say?" "Not sure. He just skimmed it, but some of the writing was hard to make out. He just read out a few random lines, something about your mom leaving town, and your granddad letting her go, and something about a mistake, maybe? I don't know, tons of drama. Secrets, secrets." Margot's long pastel blue nails flash as she pulls out another bunch of flowers, stroking the petals like a pet bird. "I'm glad I love them. My family's rich and weird, which means we're full of them. At least that gets her off my ass about Ethan's past." I force a grin and laugh. "Yeah, I bet. Just don't get too worked up about it. I don't think he cares that much since he hasn't mentioned it again. It's not like there's anything earth-shaking in there." "Probably not. Still, I'll have to ask him the next time I see him." Margot flashes a wicked grin. "Pop-Pop took enough mysteries to the grave. I wonder if it's about the lake house?" I throw her a puzzled look. "That cabin he had with my grandma upstate, not too far from Bar Harbor. He didn't go there much after Grams died. I've heard it's in kinda rough shape, but it hasn't come up yet, and I'm wondering if it has my name on it. I need to talk to Wilkes soon." "Could be," I agree, encouraging her distraction. "If there's anything bonkers there, we're going to find out," she whispers, a determined look crossing her face. "Trust me to keep digging."
18. All the heat. Ethan. There's nothing worse than New York when a summer heat wave hits. Give me Phoenix or Las Vegas any day, where people have a real excuse to huddle inside their air-conditioned caves until the desert goes dark, and nobody questions it. New York City is at its best in the cooler months, when the asphalt doesn't turn into an oven, and the trash in the alleys doesn't leave your nose reeling. The sun brings out the worst in the people, too. Grouchy tourists and overactive kids, plus frustrated residents who just wish the seasonal drop-in crowd would fucking disappear. I don't like New York in hell mode. I especially don't like being stuck here, sorting out office business at our headquarters in Manhattan. Gramps needed a proper office within striking distance of Maine for his large, prestigious firm, even if he called most of the shots from Portland. I also hate the minefield that's staying with my parents, and knowing they'll skewer me alive if they find out I'm crashing in a hotel or Airbnb. For all their selfish distance, they take it weirdly personally if I'm in town and I don't come home. With Hattie by my side, though, the whole affair feels tolerable. Since her bookstore hasn't had its grand reopening yet, she has the luxury of traveling along like a second shadow. Perks of fake engagement, I guess. My relationships were never this sticky before. She doesn't seem to mind the heat either. Hell, it's like she thrives in it, dressed down in airy summer dresses that cling to her curves or tiny shorts that make my teeth clench. It's almost enough that I don't want her leaving the house without me, because I know what sort of attention she'll attract from men who need to learn to keep their eyes riveted to their sockets. Yes, I know. That kind of psycho-possessive behavior won't go down well if I actually try to put her under house arrest. Even the sexy kind. She made that very clear at the power dinner where I caught Cooper Daly moving in. And that was before we were together the way we are now. Not a relationship, exactly. But it sure as hell feels like one as she clings to my arm, feasting on the cityscape sights and sounds like it's all new to her. Is it even a real visit if we don't get a hot dog from a street vendor? She asks as she passes a loaded dog over, licking mustard from her fingers. Careful, we're in public, I say wryly, trying to ignore the pull in my dick that reminds me how much I love watching her suck her fingers. Get your mind out of the gutter, she beams. With you and that hot dog Pages, that's where it lives. With a dramatic sigh, she leads me around the corner, into Times Square. The massive billboards flash all around us, and she pauses to take everything in. You know, I always think it'll be less impressive in person. There's awe etched on her face. Figures. I can't count the number of times I've been here. You get plenty of tourists. People like Hattie standing with their faces turned up and eyes shining. But mostly, the people there are like me, just trying to get somewhere. This isn't your first time? I ask. Pretty much my first as a grown-up, she says, spinning in a circle. She stops abruptly. I haven't been here since I was little. Mom never wanted to come back after Dad left. Left? I look at her gently, curious because it's the first time she's mentioned her father, and I know it can't be good. I barely remember him, and that's for the best. Aside from our little trips, they fought all the time. She smiles bitterly, lost somewhere in the past. One day, Mom told me he decided to go on a really long trip. She didn't know when he was coming back. A couple years later, that became never. Shit, Hattie. I'm sorry. That's life, she shrugs. People make mistakes, and they don't get a chance to fix them. When I was older, I found out the truth. He was having an affair with a woman in Vancouver for years. He'd made a lot of trips there for fishing crabs some seasons. After Mom told him they were done, he moved in with the other woman and kept working there. Heart attack hit him on one of those fishing jobs and, yeah. She doesn't need to say more. My embrace senses the rest when I pull her into my arms, realizing how special this day must be for her. Coming back to confront memories that are almost as dark and confusing as mine. He never contacted you? I think he meant to. Years later, Mom said he was asking about me, after he knew they were over. He was human. He screwed up a lot, but I'll always love how he'd take story time so seriously and act out the books he read to me before I'd go to sleep. He helped me love reading, and he also passed along this bucket list he always said I had to finish if he couldn't. Mundane bucket list? Yeah, the ordinary places you want to visit that aren't totally crazy. The places most people have a chance at before they die. Like, I want to go on a date and watch the sunrise in Maui, and I want to eat gelato made by an actual Italian under an orange tree in Sicily. Dad never made it to Hawaii or Italy, and I guess I got a little more specific. But they're in the crazy bucket for sure. Not crazy. You'll find plenty of gelato places in New York, as good as Palermo or Catania, I say, unable to stop looking at the woman in my arms. What else is on the list? Yours, I mean, not the one you inherited. I want to buy a book from 50 independent bookstores, she says, totally seriously. Oh, and I want to get cotton candy at a real fair. You've never done that? I went to county fairs when I was little, but I never got cotton candy any time, so I added it on my little mundane list. I grit my teeth, knowing that was probably her mother's doing. I also wonder if her marriage falling apart fed Julia Sage's health mania. What else is on the crazy list? The interesting one. She steps out of my arms and looks at her phone, bringing up the next bookstore on her list, finding directions to it and leading me in that direction. Just the usual stuff. Pretty mountains, picturesque oceans, lots of pampering. I want to swim with dolphins or check out sea lions up close. I'd love to see New Zealand if I'm really lucky. But honestly, I'll settle for anything with cool history or movie scene vibes. Never took you for a dolphin girl, Pages. She wrinkles her nose as she grins up at me, her skin freckling from the summer sun. Maybe you don't know me that well yet. Book nerd on the outside, marine biologist on the inside. Got it. She laughs, and the sound warms me. You make me sound more interesting than I am. Not fucking possible. Before she can drag me too far out of my way, I lean down and kiss her forehead. I need to head into the office for a meeting, though. A couple presentations on deck for the ski lodge plans. You sure you'll be okay on your own? She raises her eyebrows. With books? I'll be fine, Ethan. See you at home, then. Try not to lose track of time and end up in another dimension. No promises, but go. She flashes me an adorably wicked look before she waves and runs across the road with her bag knocking against her hip. Reluctantly, I turn and head to the office several blocks away, speed walking through the sweltering midday crowds. 5 torturous hours later, after it feels like my head's been pushed through a paper shredder and set on fire, I return to my parents' house via Uber. Hattie's still lost in the city's bookstores. I'm not worried since she's been sending me photos of her finds nonstop. When I get home, Margot waits in the living room, a tablet on her lap with some shoe design feeding her damned obsession. Hello, brother, she says with a sharp smile. Great. The last thing I want to deal with right now is my sister and her snide comments about my fake engagement. Why are you here? Flew in to help Mom round out her shoe choices for the next charity bash. I convinced her to go custom, and I have an eye for it. Good thing, too, since it's never been her strong point. She rolls her eyes and I roll mine back. What about you? Business. Okay. Is that why you brought Hattie? I glare at her. Leave her out of this. I wouldn't have thought you were the clingy type. Man, you're taking this seriously. Margot grins. At least someone's having fun at my expense. Dragging her around to boring meetings while she drags you to bookstores. How many have you been to so far? 30? Fuck off, Margot. You realize books are her passion, right? You'll never compare. If I didn't know how much she loves them, I'd have figured it out after the first half-dozen bookstores this morning. That's when I checked out. Partly because I had a meeting. Partly because the smell of old pages activates new allergies after a while. But I don't miss the way Hattie's face lights up when she's with her true love. And I'll do just about anything to see her like that again. No way in iced-over hell will I breathe a word of that to Margot, though. She's a book lover, I snap. So what? It's not the book lovin', dearest brother. It's the fact that you're humoring her. I scowl. Do you really expect me to be an asshole constantly? You've had a lifetime of practice. Pot and kettle, I snarl, heading past her to make a drink from the wet bar. You want anything? I'm ready to cool off and calm down. It's been hot as hell today. I'm good, she yawns, and follows me over to the bar, sitting on the counter and watching me as I pour some of Dad's scotch. Ending the day with Margot requires something strong. Why don't you go dig out your old dollhouse and stop bothering me? And let you bring Hattie around here without being relentlessly teased? Never. She takes the glass of white wine I reluctantly pass over and holds it up in a salute. If I'm drinking with her on my ass, I'm not doing it alone. And I don't care whether she wants it or not. Should have known you'd be a brat about it, I mutter, taking a long pull. It's what I do. But I've legit never seen you so whipped. I'm not whipped, Margot. Shut it. She raises an eyebrow. Right, because you totally go bookstore crawling with any girl. She laughs. In case you missed it, I'm not about to marry just any girl. Oh, right, she says, touching her chin with one finger as she pretends to think. This fake marriage. Except I know you're screwing. I wince. Damn. I knew Hattie would probably tell her sooner or later. This is a big deal, and Margot's her best friend. But that doesn't mean I like my dumb sister knowing. Whatever we do, that's between us. I tilt my glass, pointing at her. Keep the hell out of it. She smirks. Hey, it's not like I'm planning to ruin your fun. I'm just saying, I noticed you liked hanging out with her more than you ever liked bumming around with your old girlfriends back in the old days. My thoughts jumped to Taylor, though she wasn't even my girlfriend, and I definitely wasn't into her. Margot probably never even knew we hooked up. Why are you bringing up my girlfriends from eons ago? You that bored? I take a long swig of my drink and clink the glass down. I'm not 16 anymore. Does Hattie know? What? Nothing. Margot toys with the swirl of the wine glass as she looks at me, watching my reaction. You haven't been treating her like one of your old summer flings, have you? Something's gotten into her, and I'm a little worried. Just be nice. I don't care if you're hooking up, but if you mess with her head, I'll be pissed. She raises a little fist and shakes it for emphasis. Nice? I frown. She seemed fine today. Yeah, well, what did you say to her? What has she said to you? Nothing specific. But she was asking about your old man-whore habits. What the fuck? Man-whore, huh? I sharpen my glare. Not very feminist of you, Margot. Maybe. But she wanted to know about your dating past. So I figure something you said got under her skin. My fingers clench the glass, and I suck in a sharp breath. Anger lashing through my blood, stealing my voice. I don't like what I'm hearing. She's been prodding Margot for breadcrumbs about my past. After I told her my darkest secret in confidence. My silence is too loud and Margot zeroes in. What? She can't know what a gross player you are? She knows, I clip. And she knows about Taylor, too. I try to beat back the fear that Hattie told Margot. Only, if she knew, she wouldn't be mocking me right now. Hattie didn't. She fucking wouldn't. Even so, the idea that she'd come sniffing around for more about those times leaves me unsettled. This isn't what I expected. Hattie didn't think twice before running off to her best friend and telling her we'd been hooking up. I thought you were just being your normal asshole self, Margot continues. But after seeing you today and hearing about the books, I know that's not the problem. You like her. My blood cools, but my fingers are still clenched around the glass too tightly. Calm the hell down. You're reading too much into it. Hattie didn't tell Margot anything about that summer. She wouldn't, when she knows what a massive deal it was. Fuck. She mentioned a letter, Margot says. Panic slams through my bones until I realize this isn't about Taylor. The weird old letter you found in our pirate ship? Shit. I'd almost forgotten. Come on. You're old enough to know it's not a pirate ship, Margot. I take a moment to find some of that steely calm I'm famous for. No one does cold-hearted like Ethan Blackthorn. I don't care about the ship. That's not the point. she says impatiently. What about the letter? What did it say? Gramps wrote it to Mom, I tell her, but it didn't make much sense. What did it say? Don't know exactly. I'll have to look again. I frown, trying to remember. At the time, it was odd, but I just tucked it away and forgotten about it. There were more important things to deal with, like fucking Hattie boneless for one. She'd slid into my life and restructured my priorities too seamlessly. It seemed conflicted. Gramps feeling like he did something to drive her away, I say eventually. I don't know what happened, but he sounded guilty as hell. Guilty? Weird. She paces the room, then grabs a bottle of water from the beverage fridge under the bar. But is everything okay, Ethan? You and Hattie aren't fighting, are you? Before I can tell her to fuck off for the 100th time, Margot looks past me. Hey, Mom, she says. Come tell us about leaving Portland. Did Gramps used to write you a lot? Why do you ask? Mom stops halfway toward us, her mouth pressed in a thin line. What are you talking about, Margot? We found a letter, I say. Her face turns the shade of lumpy oatmeal. Letter? What letter? Her voice is urgent, nearly a shriek, and she puts the water on the side with so much force, the bang makes Margot jump. What letter are you talking about? I exchange a glance with Margot, but there's uncertainty written on her face. This isn't the mother we know. Usually she's laid back, happy to let the world revolve around her as long as she's comfortable in it. Not now. There's something wild in her eyes as she jabs a finger at me. Ethan, what letter? One Gramps wrote you years ago? I shake my head. It turned up stuffed in the old pirate ship. Had an envelope with it. Like you read it and sent it back to him. Oh, Jesus! Mom almost sobs the word. Why can nothing with my father just stay buried? Do we have to jettison his ashes into the sun, too? Mom, Margot starts. Didn't he do enough when he drove Ethan away and almost got him killed overseas? Mom demands, angrily twisting her water bottle in her hand, fury vibrating through her. Does he have to ruin this, too? We've only just gotten you back. I keep staring long after she storms away, bewildered. God damn it. What is wrong with this family? Margot chews her bottom lip, her expression pensive. Okay, now we have to know. Whatever this is, it's big. I almost don't care. The secrets, the constant tensions, the boiling grudges, it gets tiresome. Even here, it's like the walls are drenched with them. Gramps might be dead and gone, but his ghost isn't. I catch Margot's arm as she starts to leave the room. Hey! She smacks my hand like a kitten. Hold up. Don't push her. You won't get anything useful out of Mom right now. Ethan, I'm not stupid. I know, she says scornfully, wrenching her arm free. I'm not going to ask her again. No one wants another meltdown. I'll try Dad later. The last of my drink hits the back of my throat. So potent I almost gag. What the fuck ever. If Margot wants answers to glaring mysteries that might be better off buried, she can knock herself out.
19. All at once. Hattie. I smooth down the skirt of my dress. We're going out to a lovely French restaurant tonight, one of the best on this side of the Atlantic, and I've decided sleek and elegant white was the right choice for today. You know it's great food when you're willing to risk a catastrophic stain. Good day with your dusty books? Ethan asks as we pull out of the driveway. Amazing. It felt like one long maze of surprises. Good thing I set the reminder on my phone to head back or I'd still be there. I can't hide my enthusiasm, and I love that he doesn't ask me to. This Ethan doesn't laugh at me for geeking out. He just teases. He doesn't look down on me because my heart and soul are bound to reading and reading forever. It's refreshing to be with a man who accepts me for who I am instead of cruelly brushing off my unserious obsession. He also doesn't look down on me because I don't have a master's degree in upper-class etiquette, like most of the women he's been with. For now, I've decided to stop looking at the past, stop searching for reasons why this has to end painfully. Today, we're together, and we're smiling, and we're good. Why ruin that by dwelling on tomorrow? Thrilling pages. Abandoning your fiancé for fictional characters. How can I ever compete? He teases, though there's something a bit distant in his voice. Well, I'm not sure any human man can measure up to a vintage set of Jane Austens. Did you buy them? No, they were way expensive, even if they could sell pretty fast at the store after we reopen, I admit sadly. They were beautiful, and still in their original bindings. But even with all the money Ethan pays me to marry him, I can't justify cutting that deep into my own savings. They were just too expensive. He frowns, giving me the side eye. Hattie, don't you know who you're talking to? If you loaned me your credit card, I don't finish that thought. I just grin at him, but even though he smiles back, it doesn't touch his eyes. And when we're stuck in thick city traffic, his hand doesn't drift over to my thigh. The rest of the drive feels oddly silent. Ethan isn't a blabbermouth, of course, but we've settled into this cute routine lately where we ask each other about our days, and he teases me to death. It usually ends in kissing, lots of groping, if I'm lucky. At the very least, smoldering eye contact and a smile that makes my heart combust. Although I'm respecting his quiet today, I'm a little surprised his mood continues once we reach the restaurant. Not even a smile. It's like we've taken a step back to when he was Scowly McScowlface, and he doesn't want to spend a second with me longer than whatever this obligation calls for. Weird. The way his eyes lingered on my chest when I came out of the bedroom earlier suggests he has some interest in being here with me tonight. Why doesn't that give me the usual warm glow? Obviously, I want Ethan to want me, and he does, incessantly. But I don't want him to just want me for my body and the gravity-defying sex. I want more. I want him to want to open up like he did when he spilled his guts in all their bloody, sad glory, when he told me about Taylor, and I was convinced we were finally making progress. But why did that just stop? Why does he seem so off since this morning? He leads me into the restaurant with a gentle hand on my back. A waiter comes by instantly to check on us and take our order, running down a long list of specials that include the season's finest oysters and the best coq au vin outside of France. Once the man leaves, I reach across the table and touch his huge hand with mine. Ethan? Yeah. His eyes are brighter now, like he's finally coming back into himself. I was just wondering, you've been sorta quiet all evening? Did something happen? He squeezes my fingers, wearing a shadow of a smile. I'm fine, Pages. Just drained from the heat and the meetings, I guess. It's so much legwork making sure this deal with Daly's viable and really benefits Blackthorn Holdings. He's also been damnably picky about who he talks to. Daly likes to blow off my team. He only talks to me. That would be annoying, but his face hints at more. It's a half lie, I think, and something curls up in my chest defensively. Is he having second thoughts about us? Does he think he revealed too much and now he's in retreat? I'm glad you had a nicer day than me with your books, he says, giving me another smile that doesn't touch his eyes. As usual, you're more enticing than anything on the menu, woman. I love the white. No lie detected in the compliment. I blush shamelessly. The waiter returns with our drinks a few minutes later, wonderful cocktails with oversized ice cubes and strong citrusy lime notes that fade as the ice melts. I've never been a smoker, but the experience is what I imagine smoking a good cigar must be like. My earlier high from browsing bookshops fades as we sip our drinks and devour our appetizers, oysters, and a nice spread of croquettes. Despite the divine food, I'm left with a growing hollowness in my belly that has nothing to do with hunger. We make casual conversation through the starter course. Although Ethan tries a few times, he's still withdrawn, somewhere deep inside himself with whatever his real worries are. Sad. I feel like I'm going crazy for overthinking it, but every time he looks at me, like he doesn't really see me, I feel my heart slip further into the abyss. It's like he's made a private decision not to invest in me anymore. Did I do something wrong on the flight here, or dragging him through the bookstores? Was that it? Was I too clingy? Probably not, judging by the way he laughed and gave me good-spirited crap about it. But I keep replaying everything I've done for the past week, trying to piece together what's causing this hairline crack in our easy living. There are so many possibilities. Maybe I was too focused on my store, and he decided it bored him to death. Or maybe he met someone else he likes more in the elite New York business circles, and he's pissed because we've agreed that this thing, whatever it is, has to stay exclusive. Or he's seen enough Hattie Sage for this life, all my boring imperfections wearing out their welcome, and he's wondering if he can have his grandfather ruled insane posthumously and overturn a 6-month prison sentence wedded to me. Sigh. I should have expected this. I just wish I knew why. What's inside his mind as he looks past me or down into his glass, swirling his drink? By the time the main course comes, with the heavenly scent of braised chicken, herbs, and rich wine, I'm not that hungry. I can't bear the silence anymore. Okay, before we dig in, you have to tell me, I say. He looks up in surprise. What's wrong? I already told you. Nothing. I know you keep saying that, but look at you. Look at us. Something's eating you up, and it worries me. That comes across more accusatory than intended, but my frustration boils over. Ethan frowns, studying my eyes with the full weight of his soul. You have to know. It's ridiculous, really. Stupid family drama. What drama? Earlier, Margot brought up that letter I found, and Mom walked in. When we asked about it, she got up in arms, said some weird shit about Gramps ruining everything, running me off. She's normally subdued, cold when it comes to him. I've never seen her freak like that. The waiter comes over to check on us and our meals again. Man, he's dropping by a lot, but I guess that's just Michelin-level service, which reminds me to eat. My dish is incredible, but it's hard to enjoy it as we lapse into silence and my thoughts gather like thunderheads. So it's a sensitive subject for her? Interesting. That's putting it mildly. He growls. She was livid. Wow. I'm so curious, but I'm also a tad relieved. At least this explains why he's so reserved, even if it doesn't cover the severity. I try to rally my thoughts between bites of heavenly chicken stew. Did she explain? When Ethan looks up, his eyes are frigid, blue sky turned into a field of ice. No, and I couldn't begin to guess. Don't know why she dialed it up to 11 and went off on Gramps like that. Maybe a delayed grief reaction or something. She hasn't had one since he died. They were always estranged, but this seems odd. Oh, secrets. He's steeped in them, and finding out the people he's closest to have plenty more probably doesn't sit well. Who can blame him? I might have chosen this fake marriage, but I'd never choose to be born a Blackthorn. That's intense. I take another bite of my food, beginning to truly enjoy it. I never would have thought some old letter would be such a big deal. Never. Ethan's frown deepens. Did you and Margot talk? Do you guys have any theories, like anything you know about your mom and grandfather that might explain it? Ethan's fingers tighten around his knife before they relax. No, Hattie. It's not like Mom ever came clean with either of us about her history. With Gramps, she kept her comments brief.
Sometimes she'd get irritated or leave the room if she ever mentioned him at all. Honestly, Margot wouldn't know where to begin any more than I do. And even if we did, this is family bullshit. You don't need to get too deep in the weeds.
Hurt hits me like a blow to the chest. You wouldn't tell me if you knew? I say flatly. Because I'm not family?
Because it isn't worth your time and grief. Also, yes, we need to keep it in the family.
Ouch. It shouldn't feel like a bruising kick, but it does. So what, you're saying I can't keep a secret? I can't handle the big, scary inner secrets of the Blackthorns?
That cold blue gaze intensifies. There's no sign of the Ethan I know in this stranger, who's so deep inside his own head he's iced over.
Did I say that?
He snaps. It's what you implied, I whisper, putting down my knife and fork. My hands are on the verge of shaking. But you can tell me personal stuff, Ethan. I'd never tell anyone.
Does Margot count as anyone?
The acid bite in his voice flays my already raw nerves. Margot, what? I never told her anything. I'm so confused. I mean, I might have asked her a few indirect questions about your dating history, but that has absolutely nothing to do with...
You know.
Yes, I do know, he snarls back.
She told me.
Crap. Classic Margot, never able to keep her nose out of things. Then again, she probably had no clue this was such a sensitive subject for Ethan. I had no idea. Taylor, yes, but everything else? I'm sorry if it bothered you. I try to keep the words steady. I just wanted to know you better, to understand.
Understand what? I told you fucking everything,
he clips. In his anger, Ethan's voice sharpens. People from nearby tables watch us, though I don't think they can hear the discussion, but I don't dare tell him to keep quiet. I swallow around the rock in my throat. I know, but... The way he leans forward stops me in my tracks. I told you I got a woman killed.
Isn't that enough, Hattie? What else do you need?
Silence. And that's right when our annoyingly attentive waiter pops up from behind me and asks if everything's lovely, the dessert menu in his hands.
Give us a minute.
Ethan waves him off, still glaring at me. All the tension that's been simmering under the surface braises the air between us now, and my throat goes so tight. I can't cry, not here, not now.
Why isn't that enough?
He demands, quieter now.
Why do you need my whole goddamned life story?
For me? My words feel like mud, thick and disgusting. My eyes burn from holding back the tears. So I can understand what sort of women you dated and dumped before, and so I can... I'm choking, shaking my head. Believe me, I know confessing my real motives, searching for a snowball's chance in hell of being with him for real, would be like opening my chest for an Aztec sacrifice. His frown changes from brooding mad to just uncertain, wary. Pages. Just forget it. I toss down my napkin as I stand.
Fuck. Wait.
He mutters under his breath as I storm through the restaurant, unable to see through the blurry veil of tears. I need air. I have to get outside. Should have worn waterproof mascara, too. More importantly, I should have known fairy tales don't come true. Everything was going too well before I opened my fat mouth. I clatter through the door into the warm summer evening, pressing a hand to my unsettled stomach. Breathe. Not as easy as it sounds. My body seizes up like I have invisible ropes wrapped around me tight. Leaning against the wall, I try to remember how my lungs work. Every breath is suffering. Even though the cynical part of my brain insists this was bound to happen, I can't believe how everything fell apart so quickly. Ethan doesn't trust me after all. I'm not sure he ever did. And that feels like someone slamming a 10-pound art book square into my ribs with enough force to fracture them. All because I asked Margot a few innocent questions about his dating life. Because I just had to figure out if there was any chance he'd ever be interested in me after this sham expires. Because my self-confidence is more brittle than a wafer. Thanks, Mom. Now I have my answer.
and it's a resounding hell no. Hattie, Ethan says, crashing after me through the doors. I straighten up and look brave. I try, my spine cracking and my chest aching. Fuck, Hattie. I blink back some tears with mixed success. Ethan, it's fine. The pathetic way my voice cracks gives me away. He caresses my face with both hands, smoothing away the tears. I never meant to make you cry like this, Pages. I'm sorry. It's been a confusing day and Fuck, never mind. No excuses. It's fine, I lie, pulling away and wiping the back of my hand on my cheeks. Moisture wets my skin like the soggy mess I am. Too many damn surprises lately, he rumbles, taking my hand and clenching it tight. I never meant to go off on you. If you're questioning your looks, then— No! I take a step back. No, don't say it. You're gorgeous. You know that, right? Gorgeous. Normally, just hearing it would make my heart flutter, but now it feels like one of those code words men only use when they want to screw you over. At least Ethan still wants to screw me, even if that's all he wants. I really should get out of here. We're making a scene. I'll get an Uber back, I say coolly, relieved to find my voice is finally calm. You've got all your family business here, and you're right. I'm not a part of it. It's none of my business. I got a few ideas from the booksellers in New York, so I'm going to head home early and work on planning. If that's okay? He nods slowly. It's a flimsy excuse, but it feels right. This is what I need. Space. Time to clear my head and try to do something productive without pushing anyone's heart through a cheese grater. Ethan threads a hand through his thick hair. You don't have to leave alone, Hattie. Just because we had an argument. Actually, I wouldn't mind heading home early. If there's any way I can fly back to Portland, I ask. I don't want to put you out, and if you need to stay in touch base with Margot or your family, I understand. You won't be in the way, he growls. I'll take Aries, too, I say, thinking on my feet. I think he's happier in Maine, more seagulls to chase, or, tire himself out barking. My lame joke falls flat. Pages, Ethan says, but there's a resigned sigh in his voice. He knows this isn't an argument he'll win. It's fine, it's okay. I'm okay, I promise. He pulls me in for a kiss, still wet from the salty tears on my lips. His tongue flicks over the seam of my lips, and I open for him, letting him hold me against his body. For the briefest moment, I pretend everything's fine between us. I let his kiss reassure me in ways I wish it truly could. I'm just not sure any kiss can bridge the canyon between us tonight. But God, I wanted to, desperately. So I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss my delusions right back, losing myself in the hot sweep of his tongue and the greedy way his hands wind down my back. Mine, they say. But only yours for now. That's what my kiss says back. I'm frantic, breathing into his mouth in a way that's inappropriate for a public sidewalk outside a rock star restaurant in a major city. But I don't care. And when he pulls away, he rests his forehead on mine. Just for a couple days. I'll be back soon, he says. Are you sure you're okay with this? Yeah. I run my hands through his hair. Fine. See? His fingers trace my jaw. I shiver with want. It's not fair how good he is at pushing my buttons after a fight. Even after knowing he doesn't trust me, his touch melts me like butter. I'll miss you, he says in a way that makes it clear what he means. He'll miss the sex when he's permanently horny. That has to be it, I tell myself. My heart throbs harder, torn between desire and disappointment. I'll miss you too, I whisper. I mean something totally different when I say it back. Oh, if this walking contradiction only knew. Aries flops down with his head in my lap for the short flight back to Portland. I stroke his long ears absently as his weight slowly makes my thighs go numb. Ethan insisted I use the private jet. For Aries' sake, I couldn't turn him down, even if I've never felt this out of place in my life on this fancy plane alone. Flying away from Ethan is one of the hardest things ever. As the plane takes off, the engine force vibrating my stomach, I bite my lip and punch a few words into Google on my phone. Taylor Rollins, Portland, ME. The AI search tab pulls together a whole list of results, complete with photos. It was just a little over 10 years ago, so the articles are still online. Taylor's obituary, her youthful round face, forever frozen with her arched brows and the kind of shiny lip gloss young, showy women like. She was pretty, never mind the makeup. In one pic, she's smiling at someone holding the camera like she's holding in a belly laugh. She looks so heartbreakingly alive, like it could have been posted on Instagram yesterday. It makes my stomach lurch and my heart plummet. She also doesn't look anything like me. Yes, it was a whole decade ago. No, I'm not self-centered enough to feel jealous over a dead girl. I just wish I could pin down the restless, melancholy feeling I get when I study her. She was a vibrant young woman who never had a chance to grow up. If she'd stayed with Ethan, maybe everyone would have been better off. If she'd just waited one more day, if she'd cried it out before she got behind the wheel, if she'd taken a different road, she would have lived to see Ethan swallow his emotions. And he'd be a dad now to a preteen, and a very different person. I swallow hard, trying to imagine that. Would they be together after all, reunited by their accidental baby? Everything could be different. None of the news articles mention a baby, though I think they must have known if there was any kind of autopsy. Maybe the police didn't release that info publicly. It's not clear from Ethan's story if her parents knew either. It's very possible they never did until it was too late. Such a tragic, senseless ending to a young life that could have risen to the challenge. I believe she was smart enough, determined, like most women get when motherhood activates dormant instincts like hidden superpowers. Poor Taylor. Poor flipping Ethan. My heart breaks for her and the agony she endured before a terrible end. It had to be terrifying, and I hope she didn't suffer long. No doubt feeling like she'd hit rock bottom, this all-consuming pit where hope could never live. Ethan said he was never truly interested in her, yeah, but I wonder. He was certainly a selfish bonehead with an ego like a wrecking ball. The pictures show a beautiful, vivacious girl. Seriously, if he wasn't interested in her for more than a few hookups, what kind of girl captures his attention and holds it? "Stop it," I mutter, slapping myself so hard the flight attendant leans forward in her jump seat by the galley to look. I smile and wave stupidly, signaling I'm fine. "We're not doing this, Hattie. We're not reading more than we should into an ancient history hookup that just so happened to end horrendously." But sitting here on his private jet, I want to lie to myself. I want to believe I could be the magic girl who charms Ethan's heart, not just his dick. Oh, I know the odds. I'm not as pretty as the girls he went for, especially back then. I'm sure I can't be nearly as sophisticated as his more recent dates. I've never been so scared of losing a man who was never mine in the first place. When we started sleeping together, I thought I knew what I was doing, but now it's clear I'm in way over my head. Maybe Mom was right. I need to find ways to impress him, to enchant him, to keep him. But it almost feels like it's too late. And desperation is not a good look on me. If he doesn't trust me, no amount of fantabulous sex will ever change that. I belong in the Blackthorn's alien world for 6 months. No longer. Aries grumbles in his sleep, shifting and burrowing against my belly. Smiling, I stroke his warm head with one hand, still scrolling articles about Taylor Rollins, feeding the growing lump in my throat with every ghostly crumb of her existence. Her Facebook page is still up. The privacy settings let me see her old feed. A couple people tagged her in posts as late as last year. sharing happy memories and stricken grief to mark occasions like her birthday. I want to throw up. Margot and I have been besties forever, but I was an escape for her, someone who isn't part of her inner world and doesn't need to be. As Ethan's wife, I do need to be part of his. And right now, choking on grief that isn't mine makes me feel so helplessly out of reach I could scream. I'm not from their world. I'll never be part of it. And I'm a hilariously bad liar. How do I survive this? How do I get through 6 months living an illusion that's breaking down before my eyes?
20. All the poor bastards. Ethan. With Hattie gone, there's nothing left to do but drag my sorry ass home. Even so, I take my sweet time, seeing her off into the Uber, making sure the jet's ready for her at the airport, then walking back to my car with that fatal sense of having fucked everything to bits. Isn't that what I do best? The minute life starts handing out bananas, I become the anxious monkey boy. This giddy, reckless little ape who can't just take what's being offered without ripping it to pieces and lighting everything on fire. Hattie left in fucking tears because of me. Because I let my emotions burst like a defective pipe. Because I was so pissed at her for picking at the past, even if she never touched anything related to Taylor. Yet, the nasty little chatter in the back of my head whispers. She didn't blab about it yet. I squashed that prick like a bug. Paige deserves better. I should have tried harder to stop my bad mood from escaping and pelting her in the face. After days of walking around like lovesick kids, I made her feel like a burden. Like she'd just get in the way. Like she's already broken my trust when she hasn't done a thing. Fucking idiot. I drive home slowly and get stuck at every stoplight for what feels like hours. When I finally get back to my parents' place, the house gleams in the moonlight. This suburban castle hidden in its soaring green hedges that still can't contain the worst Blackthorn instincts. All the memories of living here come charging back. How stifling this house could be while looking like a luxury architect's wet dream. And I have to crush them one by one. The past is the past. Over and out. It won't control me unless I let it. The front door opens soundlessly when I shuffle in. No Aries here to greet me with a disinterested sniff or dismissive yawn. It's insane how much that disappoints me. Just silence, and bitter memories, and noise? I frown when I hear it for the first time. Distant sobbing, I think. Muffled, but unmistakable. Welcome home. Here's a nice cup of piping hot shit to settle in. I sigh so hard my shoulders drop as I scan the foyer. Large imposing oil paintings with abstract faces stare back at me as I lock the door and will myself to breathe. The air feels like syrup. The house is silent except for the faint crying, which frays the hair on the back of my neck. This takes me back to showing up at Taylor's house, even if that was another time and place and tragedy. Her mother on the floor, the guarded cops, the hideous realization that they were looking at the man who basically drove Tay off the cliff. Fuck, but I can't afford to go there right now. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I lurch forward, trying to pinpoint the source of the sobbing. Following it to the library, there's only one small lamp on by the desk below the cavernous shelves, casting the large room in shadows. At least I use my library for work. This one's always been pretentious as hell, ornamental more than anything else. No one in this family actually enjoys reading. Hattie practically jumped into my arms when she first saw it. The first person in a generation to appreciate what it's meant to be. My chest squeezes. No, don't think of her. I focus on the sight before me. Margot and Dad, standing by the window, illuminated by the lamp's glow. My sister's cheeks are streaked with tears, mascara smeared under her eyes. Christ, She looks as bad as she did after Gramps died, and we reconnected for the first time. My blood goes cold. What the hell is going on? I bite off, announcing my presence. Margot looks up, her face pinched with fear. Dad puts his hand on her arm. "Calm down, dear," he says soothingly, but she wrenches it away with a look of pure venom. He flinches away, uncertainty adding lines to his face. Probably wise. I know from experience Margot can be as vicious as Mom when she's angry. "Don't fucking tell me to calm down," she snaps. I shut the door behind me with a thunk. "Is someone going to tell me what happened?" I demand. First Mom, then Hattie, now this. "Margot, no." There's a panic in Dad's tone I've never heard before, but Margot marches toward me, shaking him off. She stops right in front of me, staring, her blue eyes blazing like storming seas as she grabs my hands. "Ethan has a right to know," she snarls. "Right to know what?" Damn, I need a drink. And 10 more hours of sleep. What the fuck happened? For a moment, neither of them say anything, and I'm on the verge of losing my calm. "Margot." Dad steps into the light, and it's like some sort of weird vampire movie where the monster makes his grand entrance. Only, it's just Dad. His graying hair slicked back, and his face tired and worn instead of his usual mask of calm. "Tell him," Margot demands, her voice practically a shriek. "Tell him, or I will." "That's not your place," Dad flares. "It's your mother's alone, not yours and not mine." But Margot heaves another broken sob, fresh tears streaming down her face as she rips herself away from me before throwing the door open, exiting before anyone can stop her. The heavy French doors swing shut behind her. "Dad?" I hear the warning note in my voice. He sighs and walks to the desk. "I'm going to have a scotch. Join me." Like I have a choice. It's hereditary. This is how Scott Brightly learned to deal with his problems. Have a drink, a nap, and hope they go away in the morning. Too often they do, all cleaned up by someone else willing to get their hands dirty. It's a habit of privilege I hate to admit he's passed down, because I just nod and watch as he pours. He hands me a glass and we stand together in silence. He sighs, looking as old as some of the books in this room. "There was no delaying it forever. I suppose it was always inevitable." "What, Dad?" "Your mom said you found the letter. Why in God's name that old man ever stuffed it away instead of burning it like an intelligent person?" "The letter? Shit. Will you just tell me? Or do I have to ask her what the big goddamn deal is? It didn't go well when we brought it up." "It's hard for her," he says raggedly, drawing a hand down his face. "There's a reason she didn't get along with the old man. All that friction, the distance. They had their reasons, Ethan. We all did." Friction, yeah. Like I could forget. The way Mom turned into a short-fused grouch before we'd leave for our summers with Gramps in Portland. She resented our trips away like a root canal. But she wanted his money, so she let it happen. That's what I assumed. I figured they must have had an understanding. Perhaps they argued over money at some point. Or me and my sister. Or some combination of the two. And fuck. I hated the fact that she put money over family. Again and again. Why couldn't she just talk to her father? Why couldn't they make peace and sort out their crap before it was too late? Dad takes a long drink, and I sort through my thoughts, turning them over until I know I'm in control. Enough to speak and ask the right questions. "Why did she hate him?" I ask. I know Gramps thinks he screwed up. He said it in the letter we found. Dad stares blankly at the windows, our washed-out reflection staring back at us, his eyes heavy. Before I say anything else, Ethan, I want you to know, he whispers. I want you to know I love you. What the hell does that mean? I shake my head. It means you'll always be my son. He finally looks at me, sadness in his eyes. But biologically, you're not. Boom. Headshot. What the fuck? I rock back like I've been punched, almost spilling my drink on the carpet. What do you mean? Dad sets his empty glass on the desk, the lamp's orange light spearing through the glass. Your mother should be the one explaining this, if it weren't so hard on her. My brain short-circuits. I don't understand. He's my father. He's always been there, ever since I was a kid. They were married at least a year, maybe a couple, before I came along. Sure, neither of my parents were particularly doting or deeply invested in me or Margot, but... Shit. Margot. Does that mean she's not my full sister? Only half? I can feel my ego shutting down, refusing to accept it, stunned into silence. So Gramps' letter to Mom is... what? I demand. Some fucking fight over an affair she had? Why? He helped her hide it? Dad, what happened? The library door swings open then. Mom stalks into the room, just as teary as Margot, but her eyes are redder, her face thin and papery, like it's about to tear. For the first time in years, she looks her age through endless spa treatments. She holds both hands out, but I back away. Honey, she says pleadingly. Don't. My voice is harsh, but fuck this. 30 damn years. And this is the first time you tell me the truth? All because of some musty old letter I found? It's not what you think, she hisses. You have no clue what I'm thinking. I look between them, my gaze harder than steel. Then my eyes flick to Dad. You always knew? He nods soberly, his expression pained. Then he reaches for the scotch bottle, sighing as he pours another glass. All these cracks in their perfect gilded exterior, all these terrible lies they weaved into my life. Mom reaches for me, but I knock her hands aside. Explain it. Right the fuck now. I bite off. Did you cheat on Dad? Do I even call him that now? Son, Dad says, a different kind of pain entering his voice that makes me feel like an asshole. But fucking hell, what do they expect after blowing my head off? You'll always be mine, no matter what your DNA says. So why didn't you tell me? I'm vibrating, shock and anger running through my bones like a current, the fury of not knowing who or what the fuck I am. Mom shakes her head, tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. It was a mistake. A stupid... She stops and drags in a deep breath. Sit down, Ethan. Let me explain. Please. No. I want answers, damn you. Dad goes to her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, muttering something softly in her ear. My chest heaves like it's ready to explode. It's okay, Elvira. Take your time, he murmurs, softer with her than he's ever been with us. She grips his hand, squeezing it before looking back up at me. Your grandfather was a strict man growing up. He had certain ideas about how our family should be, and he never approved of Scott. She whispers, her eyes flashing with a lifetime of anger. Your father was an artist, you know. Leonidas always thought I could do better. He refused to understand we were in love. That miserable creature, he... Shh, Dad murmurs. I stare at them. A united front. I think I always vaguely knew Dad never really got along with Gramps either, despite my mother's feelings. He never stepped in to broker peace and kept his distance. I thought he was always deferring to Mom, though. Apparently not. I tossed the rest of my drink back, letting it burn the back of my throat. When Scott proposed, of course I said yes, Mom continues, sinking into the sofa. She waves away Dad's glass when he offers it to her. We got engaged, but Leonidas was angry. He went off, said I was throwing away my life, the family legacy. He insisted Scott could never provide for me the way I deserved. We fought like mad. We both said a lot of hurtful things, but with Mom gone, I had no one else to step in, let alone offer any advice. And the pressure he applied was so crushing. That's when I messed up. I started thinking maybe he was right. I let his doubts poison me. Scott and I argued, and I cracked. I ran back to Maine, planning to break things off. A gnawing sensation in my gut tells me I know where this story is going, but I have to listen, even as it carves away my soul. Mom's face crumples. She turns away from Dad, pressing her fingers into her eyes. I'm not proud of what happened, she whispers, her voice so low I can barely hear it. It was the worst mistake of my life. Hands down. Even though I know what she's saying, and why, the words sting. Whatever else happened, the outcome was me. I'm her biggest regret incarnate, the bastard made flesh. I was drunk, Ethan, she continues. Drunk and angry and lonely. I thought Scott was done with me, driven beyond the limit of any man. I thought we'd broken up, so I... You don't need to explain, Dad whispers, still in that weirdly tender voice. But I see the hurt carved on his face. Damn. I drop my face into my hands. Who? I ask hoarsely. Who did you... I don't know, she says, her voice thick. A random sailor staying somewhere in Kittery. I can't even remember his name. It was only 2 nights, and I never saw him again. When I realized when I knew, I tried looking for him. I found out he was married with a family. The hits just keep coming. And Dad took you back? I snarl, though the answer seems obvious. My father's a kind man at heart, even if a lifetime of money has made him selectively generous. Infinitely better than the cheating stranger fuck who knocked up my mother. Then again, how the hell do I know for certain when he's a ghost? Your father blamed your granddad's interference. And he was right, she says bitterly. There's plenty of blame to go around. But without that old man meddling, making me doubt Scott. Her nostrils flare and she swallows a sob. God, it was my fault. But it was his too. And he knew that. Your father understood what a terrible mistake I'd made. He knew how much I regretted it. It was rough, Dad adds with a nod. But your poor mother was under tremendous strain. Simply awful. Ridiculous understatement. I watch them slowly, trying to process this insanity. Every muscle in my body rebelling with stiffness. So she slept with someone else, and you raised the bastard like a cuck? I go off. But it isn't him I'm angry at. I can't hate a man who brought me up when I wasn't his. I hate the bastard, and that bastard is me. The boy whose father Mom will never know. I can't remember the last time I've been this livid, this torn up. Only, I do. The morning after Taylor. Dad sucks in a rough breath, his eyes narrowing and his shoulders tense. Would you rather I hadn't, Ethan? I knew full well what happened. I made my choice because I loved Elvira. And that's what you do when you love. You work it out. You forgive. You find a way back home. I may be glaring, but it's hard as hell to argue with any of that sentimental shit. The thought of Hattie sleeping with another man trips my murder instinct. But that's different. She doesn't have a high-class father, blustering and telling her to run away from me. I chased her away on my own just fine. We never agreed to a relationship, never committed to being exclusive. If she wanted, she could choose another cock tomorrow, and I'd have no right to get territorial. With the big revelation, the thought makes me physically sick. But this isn't about Hattie right now. This is about how secret, disloyal, and fucked up this family really is. Plus, the soul-crushing fact that I'm not who I thought I was. Everybody knew. Everyone I loved. And they smiled in my face like it never happened. Nausea reaches up from my gut, choking me. What did Gramps think? I asked gruffly. He knew. He knew. And he never fucking told me. The man I trusted more than God. When your father took me, and you, back, he realized he'd gone too far. But it was too late for me. That man did damage that could never be repaired, Mom says, shaking her head. You don't heal from something like that. Not completely. I don't think he ever forgave me for leaving. No matter what he said in that letter you found. I read it once and sent it right back. Why he was stumbling around on the beach and stuffed it away, who knows? He always loved his little puzzles. That was his favorite thing to do with Mom. But he had no right, absolutely no right, to treat people's lives like a game. I see it now. Hell, the few times Gramps ever mentioned Mom was when we sat around by the fire or on the deck of his ship, working these grand 1,000-piece puzzles of pretty pictures. And he always carried around this regret that they didn't have a better relationship. He never pushed for anything. And whenever my parents asked for money, he never hesitated, as far as I know. As a kid, I hated him for it a little. I didn't want Mom and Dad having all this effortless comfort and money they could throw around on designer condos in cities they only visited twice a year, and African safaris, and my father's high-end gallery shows for his highly mediocre paintings. I wanted a normal family, damn it. Now I see why I was robbed. And my whole childhood with Margot starts making a terrible kind of sense. Gramps kept the easy money coming out of guilt. He tried to buy his way back into our lives. Or he bribed my mother to at least let him spend time with his grandchildren. God damn. The full horror stabs me then. The whirling black void in this family where love was devoured decades ago. It mixes with the anger until I don't know what I'm feeling. All I know is it's building with a dangerous pressure. That's not fair, Elvira, Dad says quietly. No. He should know everything. She looks at me again. That's why he took you and Margot every summer, Ethan. Payback. If he couldn't have me, he needed you kids for himself, like some stand-in son and daughter. Then he sent you off to the military like some cruel joke. Enough! I'm roaring, the world red and blurring. That's fucking enough. Ethan, Mom pleads, but I barely hear her as I stagger out of the room, desperate for air. Margot waits down the hall, curled up against the wall, pretending to stare at her phone as she makes herself as small as she can. She reaches out for me with both hands, shaking her head. I didn't know, she says weakly. Tell me something I don't know. No one knew except our parents and Gramps, and none of them bothered telling me until they had no choice. I am a grown man, and I only found out the wretched truth by accident. If I hadn't found that letter, would they have ever come clean? Ethan, It doesn't change anything, Margot says. Her face is still smudged with tears. It doesn't look like she stopped crying since leaving the room. You're still my brother. Half brother, I correct sharply. What? No, it doesn't matter. It matters a lot, I say, disentangling myself from her. I'm not kind, not gentle. I don't have it in me now. Right now, I don't know what to be. All I know is I need to get away, to think this shit through before I get blackout drunk. My entire existence is a lie. That's not something you just shrug at and go on your merry way. Out of my parents, Dad was always more invested, the one who occasionally asked me to have a drink with him as I update him about my life. Mom checked out a long time ago. Hell, I wonder if she completely dissociated the day I was born, even if she went through the very basic emotional motions when I was a kid. Playing the perfect parent is just acting. Is it all a lie? She can say she loves me, but I know she regrets ever conceiving me. Dad, he accepted me. And Gramps, where to begin? He felt like the most grounded, most present, most honest and real family I had. Now I find out that was a lie. He wanted to be a part of my life, and that should be a good thing. But now it's tinged with the accusations Mom threw at him. Dad said they were unfair, but were they? Gramps always had a special connection with me. The girls were perfectly welcome, my sister and Cleo, but they'd rather have story time or go to the beach than fish or hike through the woods. Margot never cared to learn how to prep fish and raw lobster on the beach, and Cleo was too little. They were more interested in sunbathing on the yacht than swimming, and my sister had Hattie by her side for company. At the time, I thought it was only logical Gramps would default to keeping me company, seeing as I had no one else. But now, looking back, everything feels like a house of mirrors, distorted and ugly. Margot, she was left to her own devices, hanging out with Hattie so often because Gramps was more interested in hanging out with me. But that wasn't just because I was his grandson. I was his own personal apology, his penance, his personal crusade. If I kept going like the moody, rudderless fucking punk I was, the disaster Gramps created would be total, and he couldn't have that. Christ! And even when I was a teenage asshole, getting into trouble, smoking, screwing off when I could with girls even when Gramps warned me not to, and put Holden on my ass, Gramps never punished me. Not really. He handed out advice and let me find my own path. The opposite of how he was with Mom. I'd always thought he wasn't trying to be a parent, but now I know better. He was just trying to be a better father than he'd been with Mom. He was trying to make it up to this family and the universe by making sure I didn't detonate my life. It's fucking twisted. And all that time, he lied to my face. He couldn't tell me who and what I was. I don't know what to do with this information now. All I know is I can't be in my parents' house anymore. I need to go. I need to get away and never look back.
21. All lost words. Hattie. Bang! The rattling gunshot jerks me awake from my sleep on the sofa. Another nap, seeing as how I haven't managed to squeeze in more than a few hours of shut-eye at a time ever since I came back to Portland. Something always wakes me up. Sometimes just the window, or Aries getting up to stretch and slurp some water. Sometimes it's just that heavy feeling in my chest. This time it must be a storm. I wrap the blanket around me as I sit up, groggy and disoriented. For a second, I forget where I am. My brain expects to see my old apartment. Instead of piles of books on cheap particle board shelves, I see another sofa, just as large as this one,
and a wall-mounted TV. High ceilings with fine wooden accents. A vase of flowers I had freshened up because it looks more cheerful. Ethan's house. I don't know why I came back here. Everything was such a blur yesterday. Or was it today? I spent the whole flight stressing, and then the driver picked me up and brought me back here, so I stayed. Aries needs company. His wet nose nudges my hand, and I stroke his long, warm ears. Hush, big boy, I whisper, just a little thunder. But although rain pelts the house with a steady patter, there's no sign of thunder or lightning. I listen carefully until I hear footsteps instead. Closer, closer, pinging my nerves with panic. Crap, there's a security system here, right? I never gave it a second thought before settling on the sofa because I didn't want to sleep in Ethan's bed. No intruder should get in unless they know the code or disarm the system. My heart crawls up my throat and adrenaline pounds fear through my veins. My breath catches. Soon I'm fumbling with my phone, making sure I have 911 on lock just in case, when a silhouette appears in the doorway. Lightning rips then, illuminating him in the flash. My scream catches in my throat. No stranger, though. I'd recognize that figure anywhere. All broad shoulders, bristling muscle, the way he holds his arms by his sides, like he's spoiling for a fight with a mountain lion any second. Ethan? My voice is thick with sleep. Is that you? He doesn't say anything, just turns and heads down the hall. Swallowing, I wrap the blanket around my shoulders and follow, aware that the temperature has dropped and I'm wearing nothing but skimpy PJs. He wasn't supposed to be home tonight. Weird scenarios start flashing through my mind. He's here to apologize. But that doesn't make sense, because he would have said something. That means something's wrong. But what? There's no other reason why he'd be back so soon, unless unexpected business came up with Blackthorn Holdings. But that still doesn't quite make sense. The Portland office is small. If there was a major issue, he'd probably hunker down in New York and fight it out. I find him at the bar downstairs, tossing back a glass of bourbon and pouring himself another a second later. He doesn't look up when I stop a few feet away from him. Ethan? I reach for the bottle, but he drags it back jealously. What's going on? Go back to bed, Hattie. Everything's fine. He can see I wasn't in bed. Surely he knows I'm not sleeping well, and maybe I'm not in the mood to just go to bed and let things go. Not fine. You came home early and you're drinking like a fish. So what is it? I try to keep my voice calm. Inside, I want to scream and shake him. I want him to go back to the man he was when we were together and before he ripped me to pieces at the French place. He doesn't answer. He just pours himself a few more fingers and throws them back in one gulp. Holy hell. By my count, he's on his third or maybe fourth drink in just as many minutes. I need some time alone. Leave, he says. Only after you tell me what's going on. Raw anger flares in his eyes, jolting me to the core because I've never seen this look before, not even when we were fighting at the restaurant. Do you still have ears? I said, leave me the fuck alone, Pages. He announces every word, slowly and brutally. Don't swear at me. I try to snatch the bottle again and succeed at hauling it out of his limp grasp. I'm not leaving you like this, and I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what has you acting crazy. You're pushing your luck. So tell me. His eyes are dark and dangerous, glazed from the alcohol flooding his system. It'll take a second before it hits his bloodstream full force, but I guess he's feeling it already. The old Hattie inside me shrinks at seeing him like this, but I'm not about to give up on him that easily, so I clutch the bottle to my chest. Don't do this. My voice shakes, but I refuse to let that stop me. Don't let your anger win. Did your mom teach you that one? Sounds like her, he snorts loudly. Don't make this about my mom. Then don't lecture me. His blue eyes sharpen. What would you know about dealing with anything? Working in a bookstore makes you pretty immune to giant assholes, and you're being one right now. He grabs for the bottle, ripping it from my hands, but we both fumble and it falls to the floor. Although I know it's impossible, it feels like time stops as I watch it fall, waiting for the inevitable mess. Of course, it shatters. Bourbon spills everywhere, splattering the floor. A piece of glass grazes my toe and I jump back. Shit! He stares at the mess, bewildered, his brow furrowed and his mouth a flat, hard line. Fuck, he mutters. We'll clean it up, I say. For fuck's sake, Hattie, stop trying to fix everything. I've got it. Go back to bed, or the couch, or wherever the hell you're sleeping. Definitely not in your bed, I think sourly. Biting back the comment, I grab some towels from the bar and throw them on the floor as I start collecting shards of glass. It's fine, I say, though to him or myself, I don't know. It's fine. We'll have this cleared up in no time. You don't listen. And you've got bare feet. Ethan eyes me coldly as he picks me up and puts me on the counter, keeping my feet clear from the floor. Stay. And don't move. Before I can protest, he's bending down again, picking up the glass and depositing it in a small empty tin. When he straightens up, we're silent, staring at the paper towels soaking up the brown liquid. My feet are damp. I think there's a bruise or small cut blossoming on my foot. It doesn't feel a fraction as bad as my heart. Ethan, I whisper, I know we've had it rough lately. We've made mistakes and I'm sure you're hurting. But whatever it is, this isn't healthy. He looks at me and laughs harshly as he pulls out another unopened bottle to resume his self-destruct sequence. My heart sinks. Ethan. Hattie, enough. His hands shake as he pours himself another glass. I won't. I need to know what's going on. Why are you back? And why the hell are you trying to poison yourself? Lightning spears the sky and thunder rips a second later. Ethan stays silent, his chest rising and falling like he's just finished a long run. You won't understand. You can't, he answers finally, as decisive as slamming a door in my face, again. You've always known who you are. A woman who gets to live with most of her drama confined to the fucking pages where it belongs. Until now, I want to say. Until you. I like the drama, I whisper. It's boring if you only live a life where books have all the action. Ethan doesn't seem to hear me, raking a hand through his hair in a desperate gesture that makes my stomach flip and my heart squeeze. I'm sorry. Sorry as hell I ever let that lying old goat inject more drama than you needed. What? My heart pounds, slamming my ribs and sending tremors into my fingers. What are you talking about? Who do you mean? He throws me a disdainful glance that tells me I should already know. Who do you think? Leonidas. I just don't know how or why. And the confusion, the sensation of everything turning upside down, sends this weird stabbing pain through me. Leonidas was a good man, I think. I bite back against the rush of denial. Whatever happened, Ethan clearly feels betrayed. He glares at me now, still angry I'm up in his business and keeping him from knocking himself out with booze, even though he's the one who put me on the counter. The paper towels are almost soaked through. What did he do? I ask softly. Thunder vibrates the room again. Upstairs, Aries lets out a deep howl, calling to the storm because I know they don't scare him that much. For a second, Ethan laughs bitterly, shaking his head. His eyes are the darkest circles I've ever seen. This is ridiculous, all of it. Go pack your shit, he tells me. It takes a second to sink in, and it cuts me to the bone. We're in the eye of the storm, I think. Everything oddly quiet now except the soft rain and the sound of his voice. When you told me to leave, you meant leave? No. You don't get to do this. My voice quivers. You don't drag yourself in, get stinking drunk, and end it just like that.
Wait until the storm's over then. Whatever. I'll be gone, if that's easier.
His eyes are wild, almost glowing in the light.
Hattie, I'm fucking gone!
His words punch a hole through me. I shake my head, fighting back scalding tears even though they're pushing into my nose. You can't. Your inheritance.
Fuck it all to hell. I don't care anymore, woman.
He bares his teeth, breathing harshly.
That was a sick game Gramps played. One more game in a whole life of them. It's over now. I don't give a fuck whether I inherit his fortune or 1 wheat penny. I'm done.
For the first time tonight, I'm scared. What? No, I say again numbly, still shaking my head. You don't mean that. You can't.
Don't tell me what I mean. And don't worry. His voice gentles. You still get your money in your little store. I'm not screwing anyone over. I'm not a complete asshole.
It's cute that you think that, I spit. His eyes flash with surprise. But my anger, my hurt, are unleashed. Until now, I'd push them down because I figured Ethan needed some kind of calm, some time to regain his senses. But this is too far. Are you being serious? How much did you drink before you came home on the plane? I search his eyes. They glitter with irritation. Too many blue fires to count.
You sure you want to pick a fight right now?
Why not? Why the hell not, Ethan? If you're going to end things on a whim because you're mad at your grandpa and you won't tell me why,
don't.
Jaw tight, nostrils flared, he narrows his eyes.
Don't go there.
I have to. I'm so mad I'm not hearing the words leaving my mouth. My biggest fears are coming true. That's all I know. Everything I stressed about, everything I tried to believe was irrational, coming out to play. I don't know what happened to you, I tell him, but what gives you the right to take it out on me?
I warned you. I told you to leave several times.
And Margot warned me about you. She said you back out the second things get real, and maybe I'm projecting, but that doesn't give you the right to crumple me up and throw me away like a dirty tissue.
This conversation is over.
He shakes his head, striding to the door. No, it's not. Ethan! I hop down and chase after him. You know what you could have done tonight? You could have been an adult and talked to me. Ethan throws open a side door that leads out to the path winding down to the rainy beach. Pine trees ripple, bending in the wind. The rain savages on the paved walkway with punishing impacts, and he just keeps walking into the mess. Away from me, away from us, away from giving me a flipping explanation. It doesn't have to be like this, I yell after him. Scream, really, forcing the words out so harshly they scrape my throat raw, and I can feel the panic hardening. This was always the ending I feared. Ethan, flippantly walking away after grinding me into the dust. You can be better than this, you big idiot. You don't have to be an emotionally stunted caveman who shuts down and runs from his problems. If I was actually good enough for you, you'd know that. You'd know! The words hang in the air, suspended in the rain. But I don't even know if he can hear me. Then another lightning bolt splits the night and thunder interrupts us. I gasp when I see him turning around and striding back, his face furious and too close. Water drips from his hair, jet black and shadowed, and his eyes gleam like volcanic stone. I want to choke on my words, claw them back. Instead, they're out in the open, and I know he heard them. The rain soaks my hair as I wait helplessly, miserably cold for the summer. Our wedding was supposed to be a few weeks away, a stupid thing now, but it's in my head and I can't get it out. This beautiful, complex, infuriating man who won't ever fake marry me. Not when he's determined to destroy himself. I'm not fucking running, he snaps. Not anymore. That's the entire point. Then why are we standing in the rain? Because it's storming and I need you to go inside and you won't. How is that not... I start, but he cuts me off, slashing one hand in front of my face. For the first time in my life, I'm living on my terms, not someone else's. His face almost looks like it softens as he looks down at me, though it must be a trick of the light, because there's nothing soft about him right now. There'll be nothing soft again. You won't understand it. Not now, not tonight, but someday you'll know I did this for your own good, he says. I want to laugh in his face, or just slap him. My own good? He thinks any of this is for my own good? It's the weakest excuse in the book. He might think he's alive, but he's acting possessed. His demons have taken over, and he's reaching deep, finding excuses to run away from me. I look up at Ethan Blackthorn for what might be the last time. Strong jaw, bold lips, a hint of dusky stubble, eyes that I know are blue even though they're nothing but shadows. He's more forbidden and unreachable than ever. Water runs down his temples in rivulets, and the longer I stare, the more his mouth presses together into a hard, bloodless line. This isn't for my good. None of it, I say softly. The storm eats my words, but I know he hears me. I said you wouldn't understand, he says. I'm not standing here all night, trying to pound it through your head. What bullshit. My heart disintegrates. But I'm fighting my battle my way, he says, and I sure as hell don't need you in the crossfire. That's it. He doesn't say another word as he turns and walks down the winding path to the beach, into the weakening rain, and I don't know if he'll come back tonight. I wonder if he'll stay there until I've cleared out my stuff and left. Whatever we had, it's over as fast as the lightning. Gone, like it never existed. My tears melt into the rain as they roll down my face.
22. All by myself. Ethan. With Hattie gone, the days are an inhuman blur. One miserable minute stretches into a wretched week. They drag by, wretched and empty, torturing me with knowing I created this mess. I lost control. Even my phone never stops ringing unless I shut the damn thing off. Blackthorn Holdings in crisis. A legacy that makes my soul sick. Every executive officer desperately trying to reach their MIA head. Mom calling to apologize. Trying to talk me down from becoming a different kind of bastard after revealing I basically am one. Dad echoing everything she says and asking if he needs to step in and appoint a stand-in for the company while I'm ghosting it. I don't care. Not my problem. Not my fucking circus. It's hard enough to wake up sober and grind coffee after finding out your entire life's been a lie. I'm not here to sort out my parents' guilty conscience. Mom never gave me this much attention in her life. Dad isn't even my blood father, and I think he knows the company won't be mine in a few more weeks. That was only locked in if I married Hattie. If I worked one more fucked up little puzzle crafted by Gramps like a trained monkey. And since I haven't so much as called the office, I'm expecting my CEO title to be stripped any day now. That's fine. Better to get it over and done with. Then I can stand to look at my phone again. Hell, what do I care if it falls apart without me? I have no special talent in real estate. I'm still inexperienced. Blackthorn Holdings was always the boulder Gramps shouldered, and he's not passing it off on me anymore. I don't want his passion. I don't want his life. Not after he lied to me, along with everyone else. The old man used me. This warped marriage game was just his way of rubbing it in one last time, I think, making sure I behaved like a well-trained dog from beyond the grave, humoring him even when he wasn't alive to see it. Fuck that. It's my turn to figure out what I want. Without Blackthorn holdings, I still have a decent nest egg, enough to escape back to San Diego or Scottsdale, or maybe the dark side of the moon, wherever the Blackthorn name means nothing. Hell, I could start my own venture without needing much outside capital. Margot was never sold on me taking over the company after Gramps died. She always thought I could do something else with my life. Here's my chance. I lean back in my seat, swirling my drink before I take a sip. There's nothing obvious beyond my next buzz, and that's the problem. Nothing but a black hole of possibilities. But I'm not thinking straight. Not yet. In a matter of days, my life ended and the ground crumbled under my feet. Do I have enough left to care about building a career? A future? I finished the bourbon, feeling the fire sweeping through my gut. Dad passed on his love of good scotch and bourbon. One of the few things he did, considering we're complete strangers genetically. My lips curl sourly. Why must human beings be so fucking complicated? Aries lifts his head from his place on the rug in front of the fireplace and whines. It's like he can read my thoughts. His ears perk hopefully. Now that I'm officially an outcast, I've gone full hermit. We're holed up in this little cabin just outside Portland while I plot my next move. It's secluded enough to spend my days walking the dog and forgetting the world. The quiet nights among the tall trees and the glittering shore below the hills are for getting shit-faced drunk and forgetting the Ethan Blackthorn I've been. At least, for trying. Only, forgetting isn't nearly as easy as I thought. Not when you're haunted by 1,000 regrets and the sad face of one beautiful woman no drink can banish from my mind. Do you still miss her? I asked the basset hound. My voice slurred. The sound might shock me if I were sober, but I'm not. I'm over it, boy. It wasn't even real. Another huge face-eating lie. Another reason I had to move the hell out of my own house. As big as the place is, I knew every room would smell like pages. Every surface would glow with faded passion. The unwelcome memories of me bending her over them. When I came back inside, I expected to find her there, staring at the remnants of glass on the floor with horror and dismay. But no. After dragging myself in from the storm sometime after sunrise, she was gone. Smart girl. I'm better off away from that place, and all thoughts of an existence built on lies. Aries clearly feels differently. He's pining after her, looking around and whining every few hours, waiting for the girl who delivered pets and too many treats to come walking through the door. My phone buzzes and I manhandle it with a groan. Just a text this time. I already guess it's Margot before I see her name. Damn near everyone else is blocked or being ignored. But Margot was just as blindsided by the big reveal as me. She shares a sliver of my pain, and that's why I open it and read. Still alive? You might be the biggest idiot ever born, but you're still my brother. Call me so I don't have to say that again. Damn. Ignoring my sister is the second worst part of this grim isolation after my drunken tantrum sent Hattie packing. Idiot? No, that's too polite. I am a colossal demonic fuck-up. Snarling, I drag a hand over my face and pour myself another drink. Aries watches me with his judgmental big brown eyes. What? You've got to stop looking at me like that, I grumble. Good news, you'll see Margot again at some point. But she's not coming here while I'm in this state. Sit tight, pal. Smacking his lips, he grumbles and settles his snout on his massive paws, turning his face away from me. I wish I could shut out everything so easily. Yes, being here feels better than being haunted at home, but barely. Hattie would have loved this place. The old paperbacks lining that old bookshelf in the corner. They're mostly cheap pocket paperbacks from the 80s and 90s. They would have spoken to her, especially the romances with their raunchy covers of long-haired princes and women in half-ripped dresses. Even the dry nonfiction texts about fishing and birdwatching have their charm. They'd been read so many times their bindings are loose. She probably would have found a way to fix them, knowing the soft spot she has for old words. Pre-loved books, she calls them. But it's not just the books she'd adore. She'd have loved the quiet, too. The fireflies coming out at night to dance like tiny stars. They're rarer now than I remember back when I was a kid. But that's probably the same story everywhere, not just Maine. And she would have laughed at the ways I can never get Aries to make room for me in bed. The old dog stubbornly occupying my spot every time I'm not in it. She had the magic touch. That lazy pile of bones would always move for her. Pathetic. My hand tightens around the glass. I resist the urge to hurl it into the fireplace. I'm not used to missing anyone like this. When Gramps died, it was a blow, but it was also natural. And after his betrayal, it can't compare to the way I miss her. It's a different kind of ache, chewing its way under my skin, and I can't dig it out. There's so much of her imprinted on my life, even though she's only been part of it for a few months. Still, breaking it off was the right move. I couldn't stand to hurt her as I turned into a berserker, smashing everything I thought I knew like an angry bull. Hattie Sage doesn't fit my ruined world. Not the one where I'm done being some weird emotional pawn of Gramps. She doesn't need to hang around for the wreckage. No one deserves that. We both need to get the hell on with our lives, and I need time alone. Time to figure out my life and what the hell I want to do with it now that everything I thought I knew is a lie. Keeping Hattie around would only be a distraction, a bitter reminder of Leonidas Blackthorn's delusions. Sighing, I drag another hand through my hair and move over to the small desk. My laptop is still open from the last time I tried to cobble together some sort of viable business plan. I have ideas, but it's refining them that's the hard part. Figuring out which ones might have a real place in the market. I have tabs of spreadsheets I can't remember, and so many conversations with AI open, the bots might as well be talking to each other. Not a rational way to hash out anything. But you can only mope around getting blasted out of your mind for so long. I need a fucking future to cut the anchor of the past. I scan through my options again. The bolder ones that would take me to new places far away from here. I had an idea for a new platform where people can stream health, cooking, and wellness videos. But it's not enough to build an entire company around. That would have to be a side project. What about the high-end rental market? With that, I'm not starting at ground zero. Plus, I've seen a few articles about the meteoric success of the Rory brothers and higher ends in the Midwest. They've done well for themselves, pushing through a whole heap of drama. Could I do something similar in upstate New York or New England? Niche markets for luxury vacation properties are everywhere. Nothing's fleshed out yet, but it's a spark. The germ of an idea I could feed, maybe. It doesn't excite me, but nothing has since I thought I was taking over Blackthorn Holdings. Correction. Since I thought I'd have 6 more months with Pages. She hasn't tried to contact me since the blowout. I don't blame her, of course, considering the way I chased her out of my house. Every time Margot pings me with the text, I can't help wishing it was her best friend instead. Fucking stupid. I don't regret breaking things off with her. I can't regret it. I couldn't keep her tied down a second longer, let alone shackled to a man who can't tell up from down. I forced myself to drink some water to mitigate the next hangover, doing my best to dredge up more about the outlook for local rentals. Before I get too deep, a lawyer's email lands in my inbox. Daly's guy. I think it's the 3rd time he sent an urgent subject line about the status of the ski resort project, and I'm tempted to ignore it again. With things at Blackthorn Holdings being so tenuous, it really grates. There are other people in the organization who can deal with Cooper Daly and his golden retriever energy. Best to establish that as the precedent before I revoke my right to inherit the estate. Jackie Wilkes might get flustered for the first time in her life when she finds out. Hell, everyone will. I can't bring myself to care. Still, The email sits there. The opening lines accusing me of not doing my job in perfectly polite, formal legalese. My eyes stick to the preview, annoyed. We sincerely hope you will resolve the issues regarding your future at Blackthorn Holdings. As you know, contractually this could pose a serious obstacle to moving forward. In other words, get off your ass, or at least confirm where everyone stands. Yesterday another email came through from Blackthorn's acquisitions about the resort project. I barely glanced at it until now, and only because Daly's lawyer annoys me. It doesn't take long to notice there's a troubling wildlife report in history attached. Naturally, I ordered a thorough investigation of the property before disappearing, and the results have come back. I flip back through the many-page document now. From what I can tell, it isn't the first time Blackthorn's acquisitions looked at this land. Gramps originally considered a lodge there twice. He even thought about buying the adjacent land now owned by Daly. He never moved forward due to environmental concerns. Apparently they were bad enough to shelve the whole idea. That poses some huge glaring questions about Daly's scheme. But I'm not the one making the decisions anymore. He latched onto this because it was personal, his desire to make amends. But he approached the CEO of Blackthorn Holdings and his deal was with me. Fuck. At least Cooper tried to play it straight. I can respect his willingness to look his past sins in the eye and try to move past them. As far as annoying assholes on my personal shit list go, Cooper Daly's ranking has plummeted. I should tell Daly's lawyer I'm out of the game and let the chips fall where they may. Regardless, I'll leave him something workable, whether the ski resort moves forward or not. A final goodbye, tying up loose ends. A few weeks ago, the report would have been a fire-breathing dragon. Now, with my life blown to shit, it feels more like an angry kitten, scratching frantically at the uncertain void of my future. If only I knew what the fuck I wanted. But even that feels out of reach now. It's going to be a very long road back to sanity, and I sigh. Ares mirrors me, heaving a tired groan as he twists his head in his sleep. Outside, a few stray seagulls land on the deck, looking for scraps. All the birds in the world to chase, and he's oblivious, peacefully leaving bird problems for someone else. I wish I had it so easy. I snort and slam my laptop shut. The last bourbon courses through my blood now, punching fire into my brain. I'm old enough to know this bad habit doesn't help worth a damn. No amount of booze will erase my problems. No drink can make me forget. The last time I faced tragedy, drinking made it worse. Except I was a kid then. I got blackout drunk because I didn't know any better. If Gramps hadn't found me, if he hadn't dragged me off the floor and sent me away, I might have died face down in my own vomit. At the time, it felt like a gift. A second chance at a freedom I never deserved, but I clung to desperately. This time there's nobody around to save me from myself. I have to know when to quit, when to put the bottle down and flush out my system, especially when it feels like Gramps was sweeping his guilt under the goddamn rug. Once again he failed, and it curdles my stomach. I stagger up, walking to the sliding door and into a summer evening free from woes. Out here the fireflies play, and the crickets chirp like a band. The stars shine full force, so bright I feel like a shadow. I haven't felt this dazed and hopeless since Taylor's death. Unlike then, I don't think there's anything I can do to outrun this. I've spent my whole life trapped as somebody else. If I want to break the cycle, I need to meet the real Ethan Blackthorn. But I don't know how.
23. All in the wreckage. Hattie. Stupid me. Stupid Ethan. Stupid life. My eyelids start drooping until I smack my cheek. It's an effort to stay awake as I stare at the closed sign on the front door. Behind me, Sarah, one of our part-timers who stayed on, is busy sorting books. I have my version of a business plan in front of me. Lots and lots of scribbles in a dark green notebook.
a disjointed mind map of ideas and authors and plans for redecorating when we have the funds to spare. I've run the bookstore through every AI renovation design app in existence. Not the most technical approach, but it's the kind of mindless, semi-productive entertainment that helps keep my brain in a happy place. It helps me avoid remembering why I have this freaking store in the first place. I never wanted it like this. I never asked for it, but Ethan just had to let his ego off the leash. He had to step in like the impatient, heavy-handed prince he is and buy it for me on a whim. And now I'm saddled with a place that reminds me of him everywhere I turn. At least my employees are happy, and so hard-working it screws my head back on. There's a second wind around here since musty Mr. Sneed left. If I won't take this seriously for me, then I have to do it for them. That's the only reason I'm here, pretending to be a manager instead of a useless lump curled up on my sofa with a book and a pint of Jenny's. I'm their livelihood, and I won't be the reason these book-happy people get borked right out of a job. The bell jingles. I look up to see an elderly gentleman walking into the store. Sweet, a distraction. "Hello, sir," I say too brightly, swinging out from behind the front desk. Sarah also looks up and approaches the guy, ready to help. It's an unintended pincer movement. The old man looks briefly intimidated before her smile softens him. She's the kind of girl who could charm a nail out of the wall. Her smile has just the right amount of teeth, and her green eyes sparkle. She gets to him first, probably just as bored as I am, though probably not as desperate. "Hi, I'm Sarah. What can I help you find today?" Deflated, I go back to my mind map. Even to my eyes, it looks childish. I have no clue what I'm doing running a business, and definitely not running Sneed's books. Also, yes, it's a terrible name. Ethan was right. Oh, Ethan. My stomach cramps when his stupid, cocky face appears in my brain. I should probably be used to him when this happens multiple times a day, but every time it hits me like a sickness sweeping in for the first time. We weren't together. It wasn't even a breakup. It shouldn't feel this awful. I hate him with every itty-bitty fiber of my being. But sometimes I dream about the way he touched me, gently and delicately, like I was something precious. I smile in my dreams where he still cherishes me. Then I wake up with hot tears scalding my face. All because he showed me what it meant to matter. What it was like to be touched and kissed and adored. What it was like to be loved, even if he only showed me silently and never said it. Then he dropped a sledgehammer on my head. God, I steady my hurt breathing and tear a few useless pages from my scribbles, crumpling them in my hand before I toss the paper in the trash. On a new page, I write a simpler plan. Pay dickhead back. Believe me, I know I can't until I'm 70. He might think he can pay me off by gifting me the store, which was never part of the agreement, and sending me the rest of the money for a job I never finished. But that's not how this works. That's not how I let him live rent-free in my head forever. So maybe I'll take the original wad he paid me because I did pretend to be his fake fiancé for a bit. Fine. Fair compensation. That's all I agreed to do. Also, the practical voice inside me reminds me I could really use the money. There's not much of a cushion around here when the bookstore is barely up and running, certainly not with a lasting vision yet. I'm not Ethan. Even without Blackthorn Holdings, he's still a rich man. He has enough funds to hit reset on his life 100 times over. And seeing how he's disappeared from Portland, I guess he's punched that button a lot. No big goodbye. Even Margot hasn't heard from him. She called me the other day to ask if he'd gotten in touch, because he hasn't been texting her back. But no. Good thing, too, because if he texted right now, I'd drop my phone in a vat of acid, just so I don't have to see his texts anymore. Crazy, but so what? I'm entitled to be a little unhinged and live my best Bateman murder fantasies. I hope he falls in a vat of acid. Ideally after I've paid him back for the bookstore and the second installment, which sits in my bank account, teasing me to spend it. I feel nauseous. Because I'm the petty bitch I am, I hunch closer to the paper and draw Ethan, drowning in the nice big acid pool. Then I doodle him getting crushed by the big pile of money I send back. Maybe I should mail it to him in $1 daily increments, starting today? Is that too cruel? Ha! He'll beg for the acid after a few weeks of that. With a bitter giggle, I hope he feels guilty. I hope he feels every sting of guilt and shame for what he did. But I also hope he's okay. Damn it. Wherever he is. I hope he hasn't let his demons win. I hope they aren't making him drink himself to death. Mostly, I hope I never have to think about him again. My chest caves in every time he strays into my thoughts, the same way he only struts into my life to pummel the happiness out of it. Thunk. My forehead falls forward onto the paper I've been doodling. I stay there long after the old gentleman leaves, and Sarah goes back to sorting shelves, pretending she's not looking at me like she's watching a crazy person. This sucks. With a bad book, you can just close it. With life, it's never that easy. I have a sampler of my favorite books piled up beside me, starting with my pretty leather-bound copy of Pride and Prejudice, then a massive Edgar Allan Poe collection, poems by brilliant new poet Dakota Burns, and my old fave W.S. Merwin, several Harry Potters, half the books ever written by Kristen Hanna, and even a few fun reads by Lauren Landish and Brittany Sahin. But nothing's working today. That's how you know it's bad. The rainbow portal to Happy Reading World just won't open. Ethan, soul-sucking lizard man from the heartless deep, has stolen my ability to enjoy books. I hate him. Is nothing sacred? I whine out loud, looking around my apartment like I'm expecting the tall stack of thrillers on my coffee table to answer me. Nope, I contemplate pouring myself a drink. I'm not a big solo drinker, but I think Margot might have left some vodka and Baileys here from the last time we had a girls' night. Right now, the idea of sitting and drinking alone has a Bridget Jones kind of feel. If I dramatize my life, it doesn't have to feel so real. But then that searing hot poker jabs me in the chest again. I briefly forget how to breathe, function, or generally survive. But a girl can't have everything. For now, I'll settle for a little peace and quiet. Then the buzzer sounds, gratingly loud from the intercom on the wall. Ugh, pretty sure my heart leaves my body, cartwheeling through a whole panic gymnastics routine. Ethan, that's my first thought. It's not even a sensible one. Mr. McHeartstabby wouldn't just drop in uninvited without so much as messaging me. There's no scenario where I open the door and find him standing behind it, ready to apologize and eat his last cruel words. Still, my mind goes wild with possibilities. I walk to the door and he's standing there, handsomely disheveled and slightly wet, even though it's not raining. His eyes are haunted. "Pages, I'm fucking sorry," he says breathlessly, his voice torn, over me. "I never meant to hurt you. I love you. Let's start over. What can I do to make it up to you?" For a second, I just stand there, sad and conflicted, and barely breathing before I answer, "Will you jump into a pool of acid?" Ha! You know it's a fantasy when it's too perfect for real life. The buzzer growls again, shattering my daydream. Just in case it is him, I hide my depleted box of tissues on the table and scoop all the used ones into the trash. No need for him to see I've been crying over him, but when I answer the intercom, it's not Ethan. I knew it wouldn't be, but my heart still sinks through the floor. Mom shows up a second later after I let her in. "Hi, Hattie," she says in front of my door, holding a small white box. "I thought you might enjoy this." I peer through the plastic window pane at the pie underneath. Did I wake up in a mirror universe? Because my health freak mother brought me blueberry pie, not an egg white quiche horror, which might have a few blueberries baked into it with piles of spinach, not a blueberry smoothie that looks chalky brown from protein powder, not some low-calorie blueberry ice cream that's actually just a lump of frozen coconut cream flavored with crushed blueberry skins, an honest-to-God pie made with sugar. "Mom, are you okay?" I croak, sounding as broken as I feel. "Yes, dear. Can I come in?" she asks. I step aside, waving her into my apartment with the offering. She wrinkles her nose when she sees the place, and I sniff, wondering when I last showered. No one at work hinted I smell, but I'm losing track of time. Then again, no one at work has looked me dead in the eye since the news spread that Ethan and I broke up. Devastating, really. That's what happens in a town as small as Portland with celebrities you can count on one hand. A fake relationship turned into a very real breakup, and it's already public. No doubt the gossip accounts are tweeting all sorts of awful rumors. They probably say Ethan figured out he can do better. Maybe he's already met someone else. The thought makes my heart pinch like a fist squeezing blood from it. Mom carries the pie into the kitchen, and I trail after her like a lost puppy. "Why don't we open some windows? It's so stuffy in here." She takes off her tote bag and places it on the table. Her tone isn't what shocks me, but that pie leaves me gobsmacked again when I notice the label on it from a local bona fide bakery. "Mom," I stop, unsure how to continue. I wonder if she'd have that drink with me today. "What's going on?" I ask as she walks around opening the windows, then digs in my drawers to find a lighter before she lights the ancient vanilla-scented candle on my bureau. Yes, I have a bureau. I bought it spontaneously at an antique sale a few years ago. It seemed like the sort of thing Jane Austen would have. Back then, I could still pretend I was Jane, updated for the 21st century. But Jane Austen didn't get her butt kicked by a fake breakup. She was the one doing the breaking. Now my bureau is saddled with bills, books with loose pages and broken spines I'll fix someday, and all the feather quills and old pens friends buy me when they know I like historical fiction and old things. And, it turns out, an old candle. It smells like burning dust when she brings it back over, but it's supposed to smell like vanilla. There's a harsh sweetness underneath the burning smell. "There," Mom says. "That's better." "What are you doing here?" I ask again. She waves me into a seat at the counter. "I heard about you and Ethan," she says sympathetically. Well, no stopping that. Knowing it was coming doesn't make me feel any better. "Hey, if you're here to point out all the ways I should have behaved differently to keep him, I don't want to hear it," I say. "Not now. Maybe never. I know you're disappointed, but Hattie," she says, taking my hands and holding them in hers. "Hattie, honey, I would never say that." "Didn't you say that about Jake?" I ask. "You know, how I should have been better for him so he'd stick around?" She looks mortified. "Did I say that? When?" "You said it again earlier this summer, back when you were telling me not to mess things up with Ethan. So much for that." Oh, the tears are coming in hot. I press my lips together firmly so the sting stops at my nose and can't make it to my eyes. "Oh, honey," it's all she says. But she does the most un-mom thing imaginable. She steps forward and pulls me into a hug. She smells like Chanel and my childhood. The last time I remember hugging her like this, I was a teenager, late high school. I hadn't gotten the English grade I wanted on this paper about Hemingway. Maybe his macho, stripped-down writing just didn't connect with me. But I also wrote it when I was sick, and my half-hearted efforts got me a C+. Total disaster. Especially back when the only people I idolized were authors. I figured I needed a good English grade to be like them, and my personal brand was nerd. That's what people knew me for, the little niche I'd carved myself out at school. Suddenly I felt like a fraud, like I hadn't just let myself down, but everyone else around me. But instead of getting mad and saying I should have studied harder or been more focused during the exam, Mom just hugged me, stroked my hair, and told me there were more important things than grades. Then she'd straightened up and braided my hair. We watched an Audrey Hepburn movie with popcorn. For a moment, everything was right with the world. I'm an adult now. My problems can't be fixed by a big hug and a movie night. But I have that same childlike sensation when I linger in her arms. If she just holds on a little longer, maybe the heartbreak will go away. Maybe I'll be okay. It's tantalizing enough to hang on, to make this hug last. My eyes burn and I know there'll be no holding back my muffled sobs. It's like she senses the oncoming storm, rocking me from side to side. "I know, baby girl," she murmurs, just like she did when I was even younger, a child really, when I'd scraped my knee and she had to clean the scrape and bandage it up. The alcohol was the worst part. I cried then, unashamed, never feeling like I had to hide my emotions from her like shiny rocks from a magpie. She rocked me then just like she's doing now, telling me she knows, calling me her baby girl. Holy hell, I'd forgotten this. The older I've gotten, the more she'd get hung up on my appearance, my weight. Puberty came late and she never had my body shape. I doubt she ever had my self-confidence issues either. But when I was a kid, oh, I miss that. And I've missed my softer, loving, non-judgy mom. "I know," she whispers again, one hand stroking my hair. "Let it all out. It's okay." "Does everyone know?" I mumble against her shoulder. "Don't worry about that now," she says softly. That's a yes. Instead of crying my eyes out, I pull back before the tears hit full force. As much as I missed being comforted like a little girl again, so much has happened between us. This can't be as comforting as she might want it to be. But she touches my face with the tips of her manicured fingers. "You've lost weight," she whispers. Thrilling. Maybe I should get my heart beaten to a pulp more often. I throw back. "Oh no, honey, it's not a compliment." Her brows knit together and the corners of her meticulously outlined lips turn down. "Look, Hattie, I know I've been worried about your weight before, but starving yourself because you're unhappy is never a good thing. My jaw drops like I'm ready to swallow a hummingbird. You need some cheering up," she whispers, opening the blueberry pie box and finding a knife in the drawer to carve 2 big slices. "If anyone's earned this, it's you." I slump down in my seat. I'm still slack-jawed. All the ugly tears I've been pushing back return with a vengeance. God, if she'd just come at me with one of her smarmy comments, I would have been prepared. I would have been protected. But my heart has no shield just now. We've bickered for so many years over appearances and health, it almost feels second nature. Now with one kind gesture, she's turned me into a heap of hurting gravel. I don't know how to deal with it. My face crumples. "It was never real," I moan as she hugs me again. This time it feels more like embracing an old friend I've missed forever. "What I had with Ethan, it was fake, Mom." She shakes her head, staring at me. "I don't follow, honey. This is as real as anything I've seen. None of your boyfriends ever upset you like this." Way to rub it in. But she's also right. I don't know how to explain why it shouldn't be worse than a tiny needle prick. Sure, he spread up the breakup timeline, but this was always the plan. "I don't know the full story," Mom says, rubbing circles on my back. "But I do know Ethan's a troubled young man. There's been plenty of talk about him fighting his own demons for years. He was always too much for you." He was, but he wasn't. It's so confusing. Ethan broke things off because he couldn't cope with the fact that he's not who he thought he was. Margot filled me in on all the gory details the minute she heard about the breakup, after she fumed for 10 minutes straight, cursing her brain-dead ego freak of a brother. I just listened because it was better than talking over the ice ball lodged in my throat. She impatiently explained everything she knew, how pissed he is at his parents and Leonidas for keeping it from him, and now the big identity crisis, just when he was getting his crap together. I feel for him, I do, and I'd sympathize more if he hadn't responded by going scorched earth and exiling me from his existence. One minute he says he doesn't trust me, all because I let my usual doubts take over and asked Margot about his past dating life. The next, he wants me out of his house so much he's risking a direct lightning strike. I hate it. I hate that I could have helped him if he'd let me. But nothing like the way I hate that he wouldn't give me a chance. And now I'm back to my acid fantasies, imagining how fast he'd dissolve away with his anger and regrets and allergy to love. It shouldn't matter who he is or what's in his DNA. If he loved me, he would have checked his anger. He would have stayed. Even so, in my twisted little acid daydream, I always try to pull him out before the tips of his shoes melt. I always take him back, and he gives me that kicked puppy look before he whispers, "Addie, you were right. I'm sorry, and I love you." Yep, I have no self-respect left in my tank. It doesn't help that Mom's wrong. Before all this stuff came between us, he was my perfect man, and he still could have been, even after all this, if he'd just talked to me. If he actually wanted me, that's what he'd do, right? It's an odd pain, the kind that skins me so slowly, sharp and dull simultaneously, the way it pierces swiftly and then gets replaced by the ache of scar tissue, over and over again. It's been days, well over a week, I think. Time heals all, they say, but I don't know if I'll ever be over him, no matter how much I want to be. I don't know what's going on with Ethan, Mom says gently. But supposedly he's vanished and left his company. It's safe to say his issues go a lot deeper than anything that happened with you. But I wasn't enough. I was just one more issue he couldn't handle, one more lie he had to run from. It's a rogue thought I can't banish. I never should have acted like I deserved him, I whisper, even if it was just pretend. What? No, Hattie, you stop that. Mom's tone sharpens. Listen to me. You're a smart, funny, gorgeous, generous girl. You deserve so much better than a shitbird who can't tell up from down. Mom, I half laugh. I thought you liked him? I did. Clearly, I thought he was better than he really is, dear. Now eat. Mom hands me a fork, gesturing to the pie on my plate. When I first found out about you guys, I thought he'd be a good match. I let Blackthorn money dazzle me. Never again. Yeah, I agree sadly. So let's just eat some pie and forget his stupid lying face for a few minutes. And I want you to remember it's never your responsibility to save a man from himself. You offered to help and he still walked out, didn't he? There's old resentment in her voice. Everything that happened with her and Dad burbling up through years of hardened pain. I smile weakly and dig into my pie. It's so good and fresh, it distracts me for about 5 seconds. It's not quite that simple, Mom. Ethan, he was shocked out of his skin. He found out his whole family lied to him. Well, I don't know much about that drama. But the way he's handling them, that's his choice, she says firmly. There's no denying he's a tortured soul, perhaps through no fault of his own. Still, you shouldn't be dragged along on his train of suffering. I'm proud you have a backbone, Hattie. That's a lesson I learned too late. Oh, Mom. We quietly stuff our mouths with blueberry heaven. I don't dare tell her I'd let Ethan drag me through 100 miles of absolute horror if it meant he'd apologize. If it would bust open the vault around his damaged black heart and show me he feels something for me. If he has to suffer and upend his life, I'd rather do it together, right by his side. But there's no point in outing childish fantasies. I may dream a lot, but I'm too old to be a daydream believer. This is real life, not a romance novel. Ethan isn't riding back on a white horse to throw himself down at my feet and gush out his sappy, secretly obsessed with me heart. I don't mind Mom being weirdly nice and supportive, though, or watching her inhale blueberry pie like a desert dweller who hasn't seen a drop of water for months. I guess years of hardcore sugar denial and kale juice gut rot finally caught up with her. And yeah, she bought it instead of making it, but it clearly came from a real bakery. That's worth indulging this mother-daughter moment. Despite my shattered heart rattling in my ribs, I smile. If my breakup with Ethan fixes the relationship with Mom, that's something. Never settle for anything less than the one who'll treat you right. You deserve a man who will love you and stick by you through anything, no matter how awful, Mom says sagely. Even if you don't run a marathon or if you don't want him inflicting his snotty billionaire money problems on you. She says the last part with healthy bitterness. Obviously, she wishes I was going to be a billionaire's wife. That makes two of us. Thanks for coming today, I say. For real. Oh, honey. She reaches over and I take her hand, feeling her squeeze. I know I haven't always been the best at that. I haven't always had the clearest head. But I always loved you. I just want the best and I want to see you happy. I know you do, Mom. It's just, my best isn't always yours. And I should have realized that sooner, sweet girl. Thanks for the reality check. This is going too well. I nod and give her a weak smile. Having her love bolsters me in a way I wouldn't want to admit a few weeks ago. I suppose every girl just wants their mother to love and accept them deep down. The thing that's harder is taking her advice. Maybe she's right and I do deserve better. But if that's the case, why didn't Ethan, who saw all of me, realize that? Why couldn't he want me when it mattered most? Why wouldn't he stay and fight? And why can't I get his flipping face out of my head? Want to watch Breakfast at Tiffany's? Mom suggests brightly. It's her favorite Hepburn movie, and it takes me back to being a kid. Audrey Hepburn won't fix my life, especially when I think Mom wanted me to be more like her growing up, including unhealthy Hollywood thin. But I accept the offer and get up to fetch us more pie before we regroup on the couch. She doesn't comment on the pile of books or the second serving. She doesn't tell me all the ways I could handle this better or healthier. She just opens her arms for me to snuggle into her side, and she picks up the remote and turns on the TV. Someday I could see this becoming the new norm, and that's awesome. I just wonder when I'll stop missing Ethan so fiercely. Even though our entire relationship was an illusion, he's never coming back to salvage anything. The sooner I get used to it, the better.
24. All I am. Ethan. So you are alive, Margot says. I blink at her, trying to erase sleep from my brain. When I heard a knock on the door in the middle of the night, I didn't think too hard about who it might be. A lost hiker, or just the wind knocking an overgrown branch against the side of the cabin. No one knows I'm here. My nosy damn sister certainly shouldn't. Now I'm glaring at her, and she's staring right back. Her blonde hair up in a messy bun, and her hands on her hips. Her power pose. And it means I'm in for one hell of a lecture. My jaw clenches. I don't unblock the doorway. Margot, it's 2 a.m. What the hell do you want? Oh, nothing. I just got tired of waiting for you to crawl out of your little hidey hole. Her smile is all knives. Plus, you never texted back, so somebody had to do a wellness check. Better me than the cops, right? Can I come in? For fuck's sake. How did you find me? I mutter, opening the door just enough so she can brush past me. She sniffs loudly as she looks around. As cabins go, it's nice enough, but I've been camped out here long enough to make a mess with cheap instant noodle cups overflowing the trash and beer cans everywhere. A shameful row of empty bottles of whiskey line the kitchen counter. I meant to straighten up about 10 times. But it isn't easy once you've reverted back to pissy 17-year-old. I'm sure I deserve her judgmental death glare. I don't want you here, I growl. There's a reason I didn't text you. I know. You have a packed schedule, moping, she sighs. But holy shit, Ethan. Look at this place. If it offends you, leave. She raises a brow. Nice try, brother. But no. You need a full-on intervention. Even if you don't want one. Especially if you don't want one. She sniffs again. Jesus, what is that smell? Please tell me you've been letting Aries out. Fuck you. He gets more walks than he's had in years. It's not like I'm doing anything else besides taking the dog out hiking. Snarling, I stride past her to rip a window open, almost breaking its old crank. Better? Not yet. Ethan, how could you? Her tone shifts from standoffish to sad. I'm your sister. Did you really think I'd love you less because we have different dads? Ah, shit. Here we go. 10 seconds into this, and I'm already sick of it. I fold my arms and glower. You first. How did you find me? Like it was hard. She throws herself on the sofa with a huff. I mean, I figured you wouldn't go too far. It took one call to find out you haven't taken the jet anywhere. Then I asked around. Didn't take long to find the 3 places around here that still have summer vacancies. I asked if any of them gave up a long-term rental to a grouch who probably offered them 10 times their summer rate to clear their schedules for him. Smart, I say dryly. Yeah, that's Portland. Everybody's nice, and they like to talk. Everybody with one exception, I mean. Sighing roughly, I scratch my neck and stalk away, throwing myself into the armchair. My head is fucking pounding. Remind me why I let you in again? You didn't have a choice, dearest brother, she says in that same hard voice. And because no matter what, I'm your sister, and you love me. And I couldn't stand cutting you loose to drink yourself to death. I'm not... What the fuck ever? She leans forward, her elbows on her knees. Look, now that I know you're not dead, I'm not going to give you crap for scaring us half to death, or going AWOL with the company, or any of that. How kind, I bite off. I'm here because it's serious business. And I do mean business. She holds my gaze. Blackthorn Holdings is being sued by Cooper Daly. What the fuck? I'm back on my feet, rubbing grit from my eyes. Tell me you're kidding. That goddamn rat? I knew I should have... Nope. She reaches into her tote bag and pulls out a manila folder. But before I can take it, she jerks it out of reach. Nuh-uh. Before you take this, you have to agree that you're not going ostrich man again. No more burying your head in the sand. Let me read it, I growl. Fucking Daly isn't going to get away with anything. Satisfied, she passes the folder over, just as Aries wanders into the room with a yawn, drawn by her voice. When he sees her, his thick tail wags furiously, and she falls to her knees beside him. Hi, big guy, she coos. It was so mean of Ethan to keep you away from everyone who loves you, wasn't it? I tune out her baby talk as I flip through the papers. Christ. Most of it's legal jargon, but there's a summary page near the back that sums up the situation. When my lawyers drew up the deal, I didn't think much about the fine print. Specifically, the stuff that says Daly's firm would only partner with me directly as CEO and sole representative of the company. In other words, a Blackthorn by blood. Which means all those emails I ignored... Shit. Now I've de facto resigned and put us in breach of contract. Technically, I never sent any official notice. For the lawyers, technicalities aren't good enough. Cooper wants to buy out the rest of the resort for pennies on the dollar. An unlikely, backstabby penalty clause in a contract I farted off because at the time it seemed ridiculous. I wanted easy money and a chance at a redemption. A win, a change, and a future with... No. Don't even think her name, you fucking corkscrew. My own lawyers who reviewed it at the time brushed it off and barely commented, though. After all, what was the likelihood I wouldn't be around? Especially when they knew I was about to be a happily married, fully vested man. That scheming ball of rat shit, I grind out. Margot looks up from the floor where she's still petting Aries. I'm shocked you ever trusted him. She shrugs. Looks like your instincts were right. And I didn't listen. It looked like a good deal at the time. No one saw this coming. And now with everything going to shit, he's coming in for the kill. Where's my phone? Margot lunges for it first, holding it against her chest. Hey, take a second and breathe, she says sternly. Don't just leap into this headfirst like a moron. Sit down. Don't tell me what to do. Then don't act like an idiot and sit down. Her eyes spark as she glares at me. I might have a temper, but Margot's can match mine on my worst day. We waste a few more seconds on a staring contest. Yeah, there's no way in hell I want to sit down and have a talk about my shitty decisions with my little sister. Right now, the only thing I have any intention of doing is finding a way to put it right. But Margot's stubbornness matches mine, and she pins her mouth together in a way that means trouble. Sit down, she repeats, and get a freaking grip. I pace away from her, every breath burning my lungs. This is the first time I felt anything besides disgust in a good long while. I let myself embrace the anger. I'll make him pay, I say as I pace back toward her. That slimy fuck. He can't get away with swindling us. Ethan, come on. She puts her hands on her hips. Sit the fuck down. Why? What else is there to discuss? I wave the sheaf of papers at her. You came to me because he's pulling this shit. So I'm going to fix it. Isn't that what you wanted? Not quite. We need to talk about Hattie. Her words crackle around us, cutting through the night with that special kind of light only Hattie brings. She's not even here in person. Now, will you sit? She says, narrowing her eyes. Let's talk about why you're here. Oh, fuck. I already know how much I fucked up. I know I strangled her heart. I don't need to hear it from Margot. What's your point? I snarl. You're fiending to lecture me that bad. Have you never heard of talking? She shakes her head. I'm not stupid, Margot. I never meant to blow her off like that. But she caught me at a bad time. I even left her the money. What else can I say? It's done. Harsh or not, I did the humane thing, sending her off with the means to reboot her life. My sister snorts so loud I think the roof shakes. Humane? Are you joking? She got a goddamn bookstore out of it and 6 figures. Full compensation. I ended the deal, so I paid her fairly. And that makes up for breaking her heart? She punches me in the arm hard. Why are you so stupid? Excellent question. Do not hit me again. You're right. I could have handled it, but she never even wanted the stupid store. You know that? Margot sighs. And she really didn't want to be paid off like some whore after a bad night. We shouldn't be talking about this. I snarl through clenched teeth, pacing to the other side of the room. The crushing feeling in my chest whenever I think back to that awful night and the storm and spilled whiskey presses down like a tombstone. I know I frightened her. I know I hurt her. I know I trashed the best thing I ever had and set it on fire. There was no disguising the horror in her eyes when I told her to leave. So yeah, maybe I broke her heart. A harsh truth that just makes the crushing guilt bear down harder. Still, she couldn't fucking fix me. It wasn't her place. Hattie didn't need to be saddled with an impossible task. And for what in return? All my broken pieces magically pulling themselves back together? My humanity healing enough to swallow my pride, my hurt, my bullshit, and admit what turns my heart into bloody hamburger? Admit that my crazy ass loves her? It's for the best. You won't understand, but you have to accept it. I hear the words as they land, knowing they're just as lame as I think. Best for who? Margot demands. Because it sure as hell isn't Hattie, and I'm not sure it's you. Do you really think giving her the store made her happy, Ethan? Be honest. This is Hattie we're talking about. I snort again. If it was anyone but Margot, I might be able to lie to her face. No, I clip. No, she repeats loudly. That's my point. And you went and did it anyway. You tried to kick her out during a storm. Fucking hell, Ethan. I left first, I grind out, dragging a hand over my face. That doesn't make it a damn bit better. Margot keeps glaring with a hellfire I've never seen on her face before. Or have I? For a second, she looks so much like Gramps that it freaks me out. He'd give plenty of other people that look when they disappointed him or pissed him off. But for me, I only saw it once. Just once. The day he peeled me off the floor after Taylor died. My soul feels bruised. The past and the present colliding until it's hard to decipher what's real. What pain came from which heartbreak in my cosmic joke of a life. This is why I let her go. I didn't have a choice. I'm no damn good for her. And staring at the mess of bottles I've left like some demented raccoon proves that. Not my best move, Margot. I'll admit that. But I didn't have a choice. I growl into the silence. You always had a choice, Ethan. Everyone does. I set my jaw tight. My life is a flaming wreck. All I can bring her is trouble, and she doesn't deserve that. To my surprise, Margot rolls her eyes and picks up the nearly empty bottle of bourbon from the floor next to my armchair. Right, she says doubtfully. Because what you're doing right now, this is totally sorting it out. Hey, maybe if you drink enough, Cooper will just drop his lawsuit and send us a Christmas card. Beating his ass will help, legally, I add reluctantly. Cut the crap, big brother. She aims one long blue nail at me. Cooper Daly has nothing to do with your pity parade, or the reason you smashed up poor Hattie. I was trying to save her. Oh my God, you still don't get it. Still not releasing the bottle, she digs an envelope out of her purse, slapping it down on the table between us. You're a moron, Ethan. Brother or not. Hattie never needed you to save her from you. Before I can answer, she nods at the letter. Read it. If I can't convince you to get your life together, maybe this will. Or maybe it'll just send you into another conniption fit. Who knows? She throws me another disgusted look. I see my name printed on top in perfectly neat handwriting I don't recognize. Margot takes a swig from the half-depleted bottle as she goes to find Aries' leash. The screen door shuts behind her a minute later. I'm all alone. A human volcano. I want to go after Daly, but Margot storming in brings back everything I've tried to repress for so damn long. The look on Hattie's face when I finally left her, because she wouldn't go. I told her to leave so many times and she still wouldn't do it. Fuck. I slit the letter open, running my finger along the flap and grabbing the 2 pages inside. One page looks handwritten and the other, the one on top, is printed on expensive legal paper. A quick professional note from Jackie Wilkes, authorizing the early release of a final letter from Gramps that was originally supposed to show up on my 5th month of marriage. Shit. For an entire minute, I don't move, afraid to see whatever new scheme or lie he's concocted. If I tear it up right now, I'll never have to know. Even in death, the old man won't fucking leave me alone. But curiosity has me in a chokehold. I toss Jackie's letter aside and turn to Gramps' note. It's not long, just half a page, but the sight of his spidery handwriting sends a bolt of nostalgia through me. How am I supposed to hate a man I miss like a father? Everything feels tangled and gnarled. So many wires and circuits crossed, I want to rip the letter into 100 scraps and cast it to the winds, along with all these feelings. Instead, I sit my ass back down in the armchair and start reading. Dear Ethan, by now you're probably madly in love. I sincerely hope you are. If you're not, give it time. I've watched you and Hattie over the years. I know how good the two of you could be together if you only give it a chance. If you only move past everything that happened when you were young. I knew it. I fucking knew he was setting me up for another guilt trip. My hands shake as I clench the letter, forcing myself to finish. There's a lot I never told you. I made so many mistakes with your mother. She's never been able to forgive them, and frankly, I don't deserve it. I see that now. I've made peace after a lifetime of denial. But this isn't about my past errors. You deserve to know why I've saddled you with the marriage neither of you asked for, and why I insisted on setting up this grand facade. I know what it's like to beat yourself up forever. I saw you trapped in that pit after Taylor. The grief, the responsibility you felt over her demise, even though it wasn't your fault. Now don't worry. Your secret will follow me to the grave. It already has, if you're reading this. However, I couldn't let you stay in that abyss with no way to climb out. Not without doing my utmost to drop you a ladder. I knew I couldn't fix this alone, Ethan. But I knew someone who could. Someone we trust. Someone tender. Someone who believes in adventures and secrets and second chances. Someone who cherishes love as much as long evenings stuck in a book. In time, perhaps you'll come to see what I did, if you haven't already. Open your eyes and look hard. She can dispel your darkness. Margot already loves her like family. She who can weather your stormiest attitude. She had plenty of practice every summer she spent with us. Oh, hell. My chest is imploding. I pinch the letter until the paper bends, so close to ripping, but I can't bring myself to relax my hand. Once, I refused to accept your father, and my ego cost me dearly. Back then, I thought your mother could do better. But all that pain proved it was never money or prestige that matters in the end. It's having the right person to balance the scales, and your heart. For Evie, her other half was always Scott. I see that now. For you, your half must be Harriet Sage. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. And if you just give her a fair shake, I believe you'll see it too. As Hattie knows, fairy tales are made, not told. And if you can open your heart enough to pry clear your eyes, young man, you'll see it too. Then you'll hold on tight and keep her. All my love, Gramps. Fuck. I throw the letter down and spring back up, pacing the floor. I am a self-propelled wreck. If Margot was in the room, I know she'd agree with Gramps, but god damn it, he's right. My last chance, my only chance to unfuck my future was always Paige's. My light, my love, the one woman who slays problems with a sassy smile, or pins me in place with another god-awful joke. Even when she's just reading a book, my world glows brighter. Hattie's the only person who makes me feel alive since Taylor drove herself off that cliff. Not because I ever loved Taylor, no, but because that was the last time I felt like I deserved to look forward to tomorrow. With Hattie, I don't have to hide. She knows about Taylor's accident, and she didn't go running. She looked at me like she knew my hurt, like we shared the pain, and fuck, my eyes are burning. I can't remember the last time I cried. Not since Taylor. Not since everything went to shit. Even when Gramps died, I didn't break, even if I was damn close at times. Margot was the weepy miss, and I was the one who held her like a rock, smothering my own emotions. I can't anymore. Hattie burns me alive, even if Gramps is the spark. She undid every coping mechanism, knocked down years of fortified walls, and now I'm here, cursed with knowing how bad I derailed destiny. I pace around unevenly, my furious red-eye reflection in the window mocking me. Why am I still here? I told Hattie I wanted to fight, but that's not what I've been doing. Not when I've been screwing off, playing hideout while my legacy and my woman go up in smoke. That isn't fighting. That's giving up. I haven't completely forgiven Gramps for his lies by omission. And yes, the whole fake marriage scheme was a bridge too far just to set us up. But fuck, he's right about this. I need to get my life back. I need to get Hattie back. Through the window, I see Margot making her way back to the house, the bottle in one hand and the leash in the other. Her head is down. She looks as crushed as I've been feeling these past few days. I open the door and she looks up. You read it? Yeah. Watch Aries for a bit, will you? I eye the bottle in her hands. I figure you were planning on staying here tonight anyway. I was, but what are you going to do? She tries to catch my arm as I pass, but I dodge her. Ethan, talk to me. Where are you going? Need to pay a couple people a visit. Whoa, wait, slow down. Stop and think this through. She runs after me, Aries reluctantly tugging behind her on the leash. Wait for morning at least? Please don't do anything stupid. Fair request. Ignoring her, I open the car door and shut it in her face. It'll be okay, I say from behind the glass, locking the door so she can't wrench it open. I know my sister. She stamps her foot and screams. It's the middle of the night, Ethan. What do you think you're going to do? Exactly what I told you. I brace one hand on the headrest of the passenger seat in reverse. I'm going to set this right.
25. All wires crossed. Hattie. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might have too many books. Boxes are scattered across my living room floor, taped and labeled, some filled to bursting, many way too heavy for one average girl to lift. My mistake for buying up a heap of used romance books online, plus some fancy new hardback special editions, and having them shipped to my place for sorting before they go to the store. Unfortunately, one average girl is in charge of hauling them right now. Mom should drop by later to help load them into her more spacious SUV, but right now it's just me finishing up the packing process. Fine, obviously. I definitely do not miss a certain mountain of a man with biceps for days. There's nothing I want less than for him to turn up with an apology and a lot of muscle. Sigh. The acid vat is still my best option, and yes, I'm aware I deserve better treatment than what Ethan Blackthorn delivered. I have to own it. Mom might not be right about Ethan being a total piece of work, but I know I'm worth more than being chucked aside like an expired banana gone mushy. Unforgivable, no matter his reasons. I'm not even sure he can grovel his way back. I legit want a man who loves me harder when times get rough. Somehow I deluded myself into thinking Ethan might be him. Now, all I have to do is figure out how to stop wishing he'll ever fill that hole. Margot recommends revenge. Pretty intense, coming from his own sister. She's probably thinking glitter bombs or pies to the face. But while that would be hilarious, my plan is a little different. Living well, quietly and peacefully, never having to lay eyes on his smug, selfish face again. The best kind of revenge served cold is showing the other person you don't need them, showing them exactly what they're missing. Right now, Ethan is missing out on not having to wrestle a few 100 pounds of books and ferry them to the store. But when Hat Trick Books reopens and becomes the best niche bookshop in Maine, then he'll notice, and he'll be miserable. Wishful thinking. I even have a revenge dress in my So We Meet Again fantasies. It's red, backless, and there's a slit up to my hip. Margot called it devastating spy chick wear when I told her, and I'm inclined to agree. If Margot ever brings us together at some social event, you'd better believe I'm going to wear it like armor. Eat your heart out, Mr. Jackwagon. I am thriving. At least I will be once I've pushed through this hollow feeling and come out the other side, preferably without blowing my back out today moving this much inventory. Maybe someday I'll buckle down and write my own book. A life story about a shy girl who used to wear glasses and have frizzy hair, and her journey to single Cinderellahood, and, naturally, the idiot prince who threw away his chance to be with her. But daydreams won't help me get this done faster. Sighing, I set down another box and grab a Sharpie, scribbling romantic suspense on the side. Hat Trick Books is going to be dreamy as hell. A haven for the dark and stormy stuff alongside the lighter slapstick rom-coms. The best dreams come from the pages of brilliant writers who capture love and heartbreak like a fisherman trawling the waters for lobster. As I box the books by category and seal them up, I dream about what I would do if I was a struggling writer. The greats never quit when they hit a wall. They always find a way to reignite their creativity and punch right through it, charging back better than ever. And rave success usually means you fall in love. Jane Austen never married, and look at her, absolute powerhouse. She made history say daddy and carved her name on its skin, even if she never enjoyed much fame while she was alive. What would Jane Austen do? Not sit around moping and waiting for things to happen, that's for sure. With a lion-sized yawn, I finished taping another box of reverse harem fantasy books, then added to the corner where the finished boxes are. I'm overdue for a coffee break. It's nearly 10 a.m. and I've been at this since 7. Mom should be here soon. That's one huge silver lining since the ugly breakup. After seeing me hurt, Mom is acting like everything a mom should be. No more digs about my weight. No more pushing swamp juice. She keeps sharing fresh ideas for the bookstore, articles about mad successes across the world, and cute little Pinterest boards with decor ideas. Some of her ideas are out there because, hey, it's Mom. Her latest brainworm is having a yoga section in the back room, surrounded by books about wellness and meditation. Of course, she included a mile-long list of titles by yoga gurus and fitness freaks to stockpile. Not quite the direction I'm aiming for, but I appreciate her enthusiasm. My vision feels more universal, and if I'm lucky, it'll pay off, too. It's going to be a shrine to popular genres, especially the ones loved by my fellow ladies, the biggest readers of them all: romance, thrillers, historical fiction, fantasy. I want to promote the hell out of successful women authors, too. There'll be a shelf for local writers, a book talk/bookstagram section, and eventually an outreach program for young adult readers. I want my book shrine to jive with Portland seamlessly, locals and happy tourists alike. In time, I want my store to make a difference, to matter to folks who want a human face and a fun conversation with a fellow reader whenever they come searching for their next true love between the covers. If I can help get folks genuinely excited about reading again, the money will come. I just know it. No more barriers. No more staged influencers who only promote the popular books for views. No more detached online orders where an AI algorithm shoves your next book in your face. I want to deliver nostalgia. The full experience of roaming the shelves and feeling the print in your hands. I want customers drowning in the smell of books, new and old, and have them free to flop down in cozy chairs and let the books hook them right in the store. If I can achieve that, if I can spark a few miracles, it'll all be worth it. Adrenaline feeds the giddiness in my blood. Oh yes, I want payback for Ethan and his heartbreaky ways. But more than that, I want meaning. I want to hook people up with the books that will inspire them for years to come. I want wisdom to flow like inked words, true and beautiful, the moral compass that never disappoints, unlike so many people. With a little cold brew from the fridge in hand and re-energized, I finish packing my last box and eye the door. Time to get these babies down to the parking lot so Mom can transport them to the bookstore. At least the elevator works today. That's never guaranteed in this building. I bend down and lift the first box, groaning at the weight. My knees tremble. My tired arms threaten to dislocate from my shoulders. I know. I need to start a gym routine, or at least do a few kettlebells at home. Slowly, I stagger down the hall to the elevator and dump the box in the small lobby. It's a quiet building, especially this early, so I'm not worried about anyone taking them. Now, for the next box, and the next. By the time I've lugged down 8 boxes of over 400 paperbacks, my back is ruined. I stretch out in the elevator, bracing one hand against the wall as I tap the button for the lobby. Mom greets me as I'm carrying the last box outside. She's wearing pretty olive pants and a white tank top today. "Hi, Mom," I grunt, half bowed over by the weight of the books. "Are your seats down?" I let her guide me with one hand on my arm to the car. Between us, we wrangle the first box in. "Only 350 more books to go," I mutter. "What?" Mom's mouth parts in horror. "Tell me you're kidding, Hattie." I smile sheepishly. "It goes faster than it looks, especially with your help." I turn, reluctantly ready to get the next box, when a car screams into the parking lot. Margot. She lurches to a stop across 3 parking spaces and cuts the engine. When she opens the door, Aries jumps out. "Is he here?" Margot demands, her eyes looking around wildly. Aries bellows excitedly and runs at me, banging against my knees as his tail swishes the air. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen this old dog move so fast. His happy hand licks bring back bittersweet memories, like how Ethan used to think the dog was such a burden, only to wind up with a new best friend. But why is Aries with Margot? My heart sinks. "Hey, boy," I whisper, dropping to my knees so Aries can lick my face, chasing back my tears before they start. "Long time no see." Margot turns to Mom, her always stylish heels glittering in the yellow sunlight. "Is Ethan here?" she demands, almost winded. Ethan again. I should have known. His name rocks through me and I straighten up, wiping my cheeks with the back of my hand, only to wipe away Aries' drool, of course. "Ethan?" I ask. "Yes, Ethan," Margot says impatiently. "I guess that's a no. If he is, do not let him back in easy." I don't understand. Why would he be? I'm so stunned it's hard to speak. "I don't know. I just thought he'd—" "Never mind. Honestly, I don't know where he's gone." Margot rakes a hand through her hair. "He left hours ago, last night, but it was so abrupt. Someone had to stay with Aries and I couldn't go chasing after him. God, after the way he acted, I really thought he might come here, but there's no reason for that, Gigi," I say flatly. "He hasn't said a word to me since I left." "Total knuckle brain," she mutters. "Well, in that case, I'm out of ideas." "What happened?" Mom interjects. This seems serious. "Long story short, I went to see him last night to tell him about Cooper Daly suing the company. He got pissed and left." Margot's heels click the asphalt, her words almost too fast to keep up with. "He told me not to come after him. But you know Ethan, when he's emotional and angry, bad things happen." My brain whips back to the night we broke up, the churning storm, his violent anger, and underneath it all, the hurt. His grim determination to push me away and lock me out forever. Barely sealed cracks in my heart reopen. Margot gives us the rundown of what happened with the lawsuit. "So you just told him, hoping he'd grow up?" I force my voice to stay neutral. "I didn't have a choice. He's the only one they'll deal with in that contract," Margot says. "He was ignoring everything from the office, not even reading emails, no matter how urgent. He just quit life and decided he wanted nothing more to do with anything Blackthorn. Ridiculous!" My heart skips. The crushing weight that's been piling up on me since the breakup threatens to crack through. "And what did he say? Did he freak out when you told him?" "Yeah, but not like you'd think. It wasn't anger, more like icy calm. He said he was going to make Cooper pay and just left. Margot tries to straighten her hair, which looks like she slept in it without a good brushing. A first for her. Oh, this is bad. And now he's gone and I don't know where to find him. I don't like the state he was in at all. What the hell would Jane Austen do with this? There's only one answer. The books can wait, I say. Let's go hunt him down. Margot nods and takes a deep, deliberate breath. Okay, thank God. Okay, I'll call the local police department, just to give them a heads up before anything gets out of hand, like someone getting their face punched in. Cooper Daly, Mom says slowly, her forehead wrinkling. Why does that name sound familiar? He's gotten pretty big in real estate around here, Mom, I tell her. He was an intern for Leonidas once. Kinda screwed them over. Then he said he wanted to make nice with Ethan. They were planning some big ski lodge project up north. But now I wonder, maybe he was just looking for an excuse to sue and get free land? Yes, my voice is bitter. I hate that I was the one who delivered the apology that started this mess. My clueless ass believed him when he came crawling up to me and said how sorry he was. And I backed him up after Ethan insisted he was a viper. It's not my fault, no. But there's still a guilty sting. If I hadn't played messenger, Ethan might have never taken him up on the deal, and now the entire company might suffer. The inheritance that should still be his. I mean, if he ever comes to his senses and finds a way around the whole fake marriage problem, he won't be torn up and crazy forever, right? Ugh, my stomach knots. Mom leans against the side of the car, chewing her bottom lip as she thinks. Then she digs out her phone. I'm going to need some help making sure those boxes are secure, I say. Mom, what are you? Cooper Daly. This Cooper? She asks, holding up her phone. I squint at the picture on the screen. There's a pretty, fit blonde woman front and center, and the man holding her is, holy crap, Cooper. Is that his wife? Ethan mentioned one. Frowning, I lean closer, scanning every detail. It must be Cooper and his wife, I decide. She's gorgeous and regal in that picture-perfect way rich people have, decked out in a high honey ponytail and just enough makeup to mask any flaws. She could have played a cheerleader in a movie. Her smile is bright, her head tilted, and one hand is braced over Cooper's on her waist. It's a cute couples picture that looks like it was taken by a professional photographer. That's him, I'm pretty sure. Where'd you find it? Luna Daly, Mom says quietly. His wife. I know her. She comes to my yoga class when they're in town. Small world. I stare at her blankly. But what are you saying, Mom? Did Luna know Cooper's evil plans? No, not quite. She sticks her phone back in her bag and looks up, still frowning. I'm just saying, everyone in yoga has heard of Cooper Daly. The way she says it makes me pause, every word frosted over. Why's that? Are they all realtors? She snorts and shakes her head. I wish. Mr. Daly is a total alley cat, a real creeper. Mom says it like she's dropping a huge secret. But somehow I'm not surprised. Of course he is. What sane human keeps coming back for that much elective dental work? His smile must get polished bi-weekly. And now that I think about it, yikes. Just look at the way he came on to me when we met. Right before Ethan practically socked him in the face, Cooper just laughed it off like he was just being friendly. Can you prove it, though? I rush out. How do you know for sure? Well, let's see. Mom taps her chin with her index finger, thinking. He's hit on at least 3 other women in our class. Luna invited them over for dinner, and he'd make his move right under her nose. The gossip train in our little yoga circle last winter just wouldn't stop. Oh my God. Geez, that's bad. Does his wife know? Luna? No. The poor thing was already pregnant with this going on. No one had the heart to spill the beans. One lady he cornered wanted to, but the other girls talked her down. Holy shit. But doesn't she deserve the truth about her scummy, cheating husband, especially being pregnant? Now I'm seriously pissed. Mom sighs, regret dimming her eyes. I wish someone had told her now. She's a lovely young woman, and being stuck with a two-timer who cheats behind her back? Horrendous. No kidding. Mom also knows a lot about that. Judging from the photos, Luna looks like she's around my age, and suddenly I remember all the ways a rich, powerful man can treat you. Far worse than what Ethan did. Not that it excuses any of his crap. I rub my temples, trying to think. What does this mean for the Blackthorns? Cooper being a playboy snake isn't a crime. That's half the flashy, loaded men in the country, probably. But if he's underhanded enough to hit on his wife's friends under the same roof? Jesus, how underhanded can he get? And what will he do if Ethan isn't thinking straight? If he tries to solve their disagreement with more than words? I swallow roughly, wishing I could read minds. No wonder Margot's crawling out of her skin. I whisper half to myself. If Ethan confronts him, not good. Aries whines by my feet, leaning on my legs. I stroke his head absently, wiping my palm on my thighs when he pushes his wet nose into my palm. Hang on, I've got it, Margot announces, jogging back over. Her designer heels don't slow her down for a second. He's going to be at a Boston cafe in approximately... She checks her watch. 2.5 hours. With Cooper? I demand. Probably. What else would he be there for? Oh, man, Margot groans as she drags a hand down her face. I cannot wait to shake some sense into that boy. That makes 2 of us. I'm coming with. I slam Mom's trunk shut, flashing her a heavy look. The books can wait, and I can trust her to keep them safe. And I'm driving. We'll stop to unload a few of these boxes and then hit the road, Mom says cheerfully. Aries nudges my hand with his nose again. I look down at his wrinkled, lovable face and smile. Guess you're with us, big guy. If we can't get Ethan to listen, we'll try woofs instead. I rub his head until his loose skin flaps. And if that doesn't do it, we're beating the ever-loving crap out of him, Margot adds. If only it were that easy. Truly, I have no flipping clue what kind of minefield we're walking into. But we'd better get there before this meeting happens and Ethan makes a life-eating mistake. My stomach dips as I jump in Mom's car, wondering if I'm ready for this drama. When I woke up this morning, I had no idea I'd see Ethan again today. Definitely not under these circumstances. Mom fills Margot in on Cooper's creepy crawlies as we drive to her house. I do my best not to imagine Ethan in a blind rage, walking up to Cooper and breaking his face. If we get there in time, maybe we'll make sure cooler heads prevail. Not that Ethan will listen to me, but maybe he'll listen to his sister. Or even Mom. Someone has to convince him to slow down, to breathe, to think about how he really wants to solve this. Oh, good, I hear Margot say from the front seat, and when I glance up at her, she's smiling. Good? What's good about any of this? I ask. Cooper's a total man whore, Margot says. How is that good? Blackmail. If he makes one wrong move, his marriage goes poof. She snaps her fingers sharply. Is that even legal? And hasn't it been a while since this went down? I say cautiously. Maybe Luna already knows. Doubtful, Mom says as she changes lanes. At yoga, she always talks about how amazing he is. It's one of the reasons no one had the heart to tell her. She worships the ground he walks on. Sad. Even better, Julia. Margot's smile turns positively wicked. The farther he has to fall, the harder he'll fight to make sure she keeps him on that pedestal. I bet he'd do a lot to make sure it doesn't come out, and after we get through this, if someone just happens to slip Mrs. Daly a little note, well... Mom laughs. Even I crack a smile. Have I mentioned my bestie is criminally minded? That's why we love her. You really think it's enough to throw him off this huge land deal, though? I ask. What do you think is more important? Some big dumb greedy lawsuit or his marriage? Margot clicks her tongue. Trust me, this should work. Ethan isn't my problem to solve, but there's no doubt in my mind that this is exactly what Jane Austen would do. The right thing. I gripped the seat with both hands, leaning forward. Can this thing go any faster? We have like 20 minutes tops to unload 1,000 pounds of books if we want to be there in time.
26. All my fury, Ethan. I drum my fingers against the sticky table, my coffee cooling rapidly. It's more like espresso tar by now. A hole in the head would be better for my system right now than more caffeine, so I have no regrets. Coffee just gives me an excuse to sit here, staring at Cooper, who stares right back at me with that blinding white smile I want to break. The minute he walked in, I knew he'd pull the innocent act. Pretend it's nothing personal, all for the best, standard operating procedure. After all, I agreed to it, didn't I? I expected to be Blackthorn's CEO, and the only man he'd deal with. Rage gnarls like overgrown branches, screaming to be released, but I remain solid ice. Margot would be proud of my self-control. Hattie, too, if I hadn't... Damn. The thought of her kicks like a mule. I almost swallow my espresso mud just to ease the tension. Cooper rubs his jaw, lightly stubbled today. He's trying to go for the slightly rugged look lately, but he's too polished to pull it off with his baby face. Too well presented. I can tell he's shaved his scruff down to the exact gravelly dusting he wants. Nothing rugged about that. Nothing real about this smarmy little rat fuck. So if he wants to look cut up about the predicament we're in, and how he's so fucking sorry he put me here, he'll have to try a lot harder. I inhale sharply. No way I'm giving up without a fight, and letting him walk all over me. But for Blackthorn Holdings, I need a solution that doesn't involve dragging the company through a complicated legal trap I was stupid enough to walk into. First, we'll see if I can reason. We'll try to resolve this like men, even if I know I'm looking at a cheating rattlesnake. Let's cut to it. No bullshit, I venture. Blackthorn, please. I'd never bullshit you on my life. He laughs bitterly, like the very thought is preposterous. Like he didn't stuff that insane clause in the resort contract deliberately for me to stumble over. I never resigned from Blackthorn Holdings, I tell him. You know that. And insisting that I'm the sole executive officer you'll ever deal with. That's bizarre and unreasonable. Anyone would agree. Bizarre. Is it now? He raises both eyebrows. Obviously. No business deal should blow up over a personality contest. I thought this was a partnership. Daily Ventures and Blackthorn Holdings. And I partnered with the man I thought would share Leonidas's drive and vision by virtue of being his grandson. Hardly an unreasonable assumption, even if it's a smidge unorthodox. No stand-in replaces talent. Just ask any great musician, actor, artist. My glare sharpens. Do I look like goddamn Picasso to you? He barks laughter, obnoxious as hell. Deep fucking breath. Again. I grip my teeth. I can't lose it and toss my espresso in his face, however satisfying it might be. I thought you'd be straight with me. I say as calmly as I can. I am, Blackthorn. Then why are you clinging to this petty stipulation? You knew it wasn't reasonable from day one, almost like you expected something to happen. The corner of Daly's mouth turns in like he's trying not to smile. Listen, he says, leaning forward like he's about to let me in on some great secret. The only reason I wanted you heading up the company is because you're Leonidas's grandson. This is a fickle business, as you know. Blackthorn Holdings in anyone else's hands won't be Blackthorn Holdings, if you catch my drift. Who else can I trust for a project this big? And what good is the name without an actual Blackthorn? He stops and sighs. Regrettably, you disappeared and, well, we had to explore other options, just as we agreed on paper. Other options? I snort. You mean you had to see how fast you could pounce on my grandfather's property for damn near nothing, Also, for the last time, I haven't resigned. Officially. However, you've taken an unexplained absence. It's been weeks, Blackthorn. You failed to answer inquiries, even from your own team, Cooper says, sounding like he's regurgitating a statement from his lawyer. That's effectively a resignation in any reasonable terms. Wrong. If I'm the CEO, and I'm telling you face to face I haven't quit, then who are you to say otherwise? He shakes his head slowly. I was so hopeful we could turn this around and make good. But that was under the assumption you had inherited some of Leonidas's blood, and a lot of his work ethic. I see I was mistaken. Fucker. I clench my jaw, inhaling flames. Hearing him invoke the high bar Gramps set makes me want to break something. I have to remind myself we're in public. Assault charges won't do me a bit of good, especially over a waste of oxygen like Cooper goddamn Daly. Seeing how you went behind his back with your previous acquisitions, I guess that's why you wanted me to be more like him, I say. I respected him. I don't. But I also respect him a hell of a lot more than this liar. My feelings with Gramps are complicated. Yes, he lied to me. Yes, he roped me into a fake engagement that wound up smashing Hattie's heart. But his letter showed nothing's cut and dry. When the truth first hit me, I didn't want to be like him at all. Now, maybe I'm more like him than I'll ever want to be. And maybe that's okay. Especially if I learn to own up to my mistakes a whole lot quicker than Gramps ever did. Let's be real, I bite off. We both know this is a gotcha. A trapdoor you built for me to fall through at some point, knowing I don't have your experience, or my grandfather's. Just admit you want the land, all of it, and this was never a sincere partnership at all. Cooper exhales slowly. No such thing, Blackthorn. Look, I don't pretend to know what you've been going through lately, but I think it's getting to your head. All I wanted was to work with the Blackthorn, one-on-one. I wanted to work with you. Absolute bull. But that fails the first test. Common sense isn't working. Fine. On to phase 2. And if we litigate? I ask. If Blackthorn won't forfeit the land at your insane reduced rate? That would be regrettable. Cooper says in a wooden voice that isn't sorry at all. Particularly with the trouble you're in. In a few weeks, you'll wish you just resigned openly, I think. What? His tone gives me pause. My body reacts before my brain, tensing like it knows he's about to drop an atomic bomb. What trouble is that? I wrap my hands around the mug so I don't lunge for his neck. The Taylor Rollins case. So tragic for Portland, losing her so young. He gives me a carnivorous smile, even as he shakes his head with practiced regret. I remember reading about it when it happened. Just awful. And written off as a freak accident, I believe. But what if it wasn't that simple? My blood freezes over. The way he looks at me. He can't know, can he? I think of Hattie, but she never would have told him. Margot, my parents, they never knew. Even hard-ass Holden wouldn't have ratted me out if Gramps ever filled him in. His bodyguard is loyal to a fault. I can't imagine he wouldn't die first unless he's that hard up for money. Shit. What else is there? Who else knows? Or who made it their business to find out? Then again, I never knew who Taylor told about us. No one, I assumed, considering the situation. What if I was wrong? What if there's someone out there, sitting on the devastating truth for over a decade? What if I'm completely fucked, and maybe I should be? Bad memories? You look concerned. Cooper raises his eyebrows in mock sympathy. The poor girl's family never did find out what caused her accident that night, did they? Say nothing. And no, they never knew how torn up she was. How my rejection almost certainly caused her to drive recklessly and go crashing to her death. They never knew if she deliberately killed herself, and neither do I. They suspected it was a bad decision, a horrible error, not desperation. And maybe it was. Maybe. Only I know better. Because I saw the look in her eyes when I walked away. I had one chance to stop her, and I fucking choked. My heart stops for several beats. This is it. My darkest secret. The stone I've carried on my shoulders for too long. And now Cooper goddamn Daly can demolish my entire life with it. What the fuck are you talking about? I snarl. I shift my leg under the small table too hard and my knee bangs it. The whole thing shakes from the impact, threatening to collapse. Should have known it would be practically cardboard. You know what I'm talking about, he whispers. Who told you? Now, Daly says, drawing it out like the oily little bastard he is. Really? It's your own fault for running your mouth with your lovely fiancée in public at a certain French restaurant. Anyone could have heard. I'm shocked cold. That dinner was the beginning of the end, and I've tried not to think about it ever since, though I haven't gone a day without replaying everything. But no one was sitting close enough to hear us. I'm sure of it. Plenty of people would have been interested in listening if they could, but no one came near us except the waiter. I snarl. That's a big accusation. Daly smiles. True or not, you never know who's listening, or how much someone else is willing to fork over to keep tabs on potential friends. Friends. I spit the word like rotten lettuce. Bribery is a great way of getting people to talk, even to people they shouldn't. Hell, especially to people they shouldn't. I think back to the annoying way the waiter hovered around, butting in constantly to make sure everything was fine. Sure, everything was fucking brilliant. That was the moment everything started falling apart. I let my guard down. Did you hire him to spy? Were you following me, you miserable fuck? My fist bangs the table. So much for control. Waste not, want not. It's important to know every detail about the people you're working with. And the things he found out. Ouch. He clucks his tongue. Rather shocking, Blackthorn. I always heard you were a young punk. But driving a poor mixed-up girl to that? I grit my teeth against the wave of fury. If all he heard was what I said to Hattie, then he probably thinks I did something more nefarious too. I'm sure he has all sorts of theories, but it doesn't matter. He has the truth, a distorted version of it, but the truth nonetheless, and that's enough. And I can see the new trap he set for me, a conversation designed to needle them out of me, to send me into a berserker fit. He's fishing to see whether I'll take the bait and defend myself. He wants me to attack him, to lunge for his throat, and disgrace Blackthorn Holdings for good, opening the door to pull damages from the company and bankrupt me personally. He glances at his coffee, makes a sour face, and looks back at me. So tell me, how's your lovely fiancée anyway? I've been hearing all kinds of sordid rumors. Was your past a little too much? He sucks his teeth. Can't say I blame her. Leave her out of this, Daly? Or what? He asks sardonically. You'll throat punch me like the overgrown, entitled, stupid Neanderthal you really are? My hands curl into fists, so ready to do just that. Beat the hell out of him. Consequences be damned. I could kill him on the spot. But even in death he'd ruin me. And none of the people counting on me deserve that shit. Blackthorn Holdings deserves a leader, a man who puts the common good first. That may not be me, depending on what happens next. But while I still have the chance, I'm damn sure going to act like it is. Even as I rack my brain, there's a putrid taste in my mouth. Gramps would make the same decision. That's what it means to be his grandson. Cooper runs a hand through his bleached blonde hair, letting it fall back into the same carefully arranged dishevelment. I stare at him for an eternity, weighing my options. None of them are fucking good. What if he tries to drag Hattie down too? I can see the headlines now. No bookish fairy tale for struggling ex-fiancé of disgraced Blackthorn heir. That's not the press she needs. Fuck. If that happens, nothing will stop me from murdering this man. But his goal isn't Hattie. She's a means to an end, to get to me. And that's a bridge we can cross later. Right now, I need to defuse Cooper Daly's bomb. I came here with a plan. This revelation, though unpleasant, doesn't change anything. I lean back in my chair, steepling my fingers. Go ahead, I growl. Cooper blinks. Go ahead and what? Go tell the whole world if that's what makes you feel better. Knock yourself out. Tell them what you think you know. Spread your ugly gossip and rumors to the moon and back. I hold his gaze and smile, clearly infuriating, judging by the way his mouth curls and his cheekbones redden. And you're fine with that? He demands. Sure. What will hearsay prove? I lean forward, cocking my head mockingly. What do you really have on me? An eavesdropping waiter is hardly a smoking gun. For a second he bares his teeth. Yes, it's a dangerous game, daring him to destroy me. But I'm done letting the past control me when it's cost me so much. What happened was a tragedy, a cruel mistake. But it's petrified to ancient history now. It's not too late to own it on my terms. It won't be a slave to anyone but karma. And it won't cost me Hattie. For her, I'll suffer, even if my reputation goes to tatters. Somehow, I don't think it will. Daly hoped to rattle me into an angry confession right here, served up on a silver platter. I'm sure he's recording this conversation. He thought he could punch the right buttons and let me hang myself. But he's going to wind up hogtied instead. The bell above the door jingles and I look up, just in time to see Margot storming in, still wearing the same clothes from last night. The elegant bun of her hair looks more like a haystack from what must have been a very rough night. And behind her, Hattie. My heart stalls. She's paler and smaller than the last time I saw her. Her cheeks have hollowed slightly. Her collarbones stand in sharp relief above her loose pink cotton shirt with the outline of a succulent printed on it. Her hair, pinned up tight, when she normally lets those gold locks flow free. A bitter growl rises in my throat, knowing she won't feel as soft if I run my hand down her hip. I caused that. I'm the inhuman jackass who did that to her. And if I don't stop Cooper here, today, that could only be a prelude to what comes next. She's still, without doubt, the most beautiful woman to ever walk into this little cafe. Buttery gold wisps of hair fall around her face. She isn't wearing makeup, but that just highlights her vivid green eyes. They lock with mine. Emotions flash between us, lightning fast and incandescent, too quick for me to read them before she shuts them down again. Then she looks back at Cooper, who turns in his chair with a frown, following my gaze. Blackthorn, he says. Did you? Before I can move, she strikes. Margot picks up the mug of cold coffee in front of me and throws it in his face. That's for your wife, you conniving little shit, she hisses. Holy fuck. Conniving? Hattie beams at Margot. Nice touch. I learned it from you, Margot says. Am I dreaming? I don't know, but I'm already pushing my chair back and standing to get between them. What the hell are they doing here? Defending me? Hattie holds her chin up high as she deliberately avoids looking at me. Cooper regains his composure, wiping coffee off his face with a napkin as he laughs. Not like before. It comes out high-pitched and angry. Is this your big surprise? Having your women fight your battles, Ethan? I should have expected it, I suppose. Without the old man around, someone has to step in. Scowling, he looks at Margot. You're damn lucky the coffee wasn't hot, or you'd be facing prison time. Shame, she says with a yawn. Your brother has enough on his plate, don't you think? Are you trying to get arrested? No, you prick. It's a warning, Margot bristles. We can play just as dirty as you. Cooper looks at her incredulously, stone silent. Margot, Hattie whispers, placing a hand on her arm, gently urging her back. I'm sorry she roped you into this, Miss Sage, he says, smirking. It must be a terrible fall. A billionaire's fiancé 1 week, and a struggling bookseller the next. I can't imagine. One more word, I snap. Cooper looks at me, defiantly. Say one more word about her, and you'll be shitting your own teeth for a week. I clench my mug so hard the handle cracks in my hands. Ethan, always so emotional, so quick to jump to blows. Cooper sits back down, brushing his coffee-soaked shirt, apparently unbothered by how Margot seems ready to scratch out his eyes. I'm a hair away from pulverizing his jaw in thousands in dental work. I'd say it's your time overseas. How many of our servicemen never really reintegrate into civilian life? But memories run deep in Portland. Everyone remembers what a spoiled, reckless brat you were. Cooper, I have a question. Hattie's face flares red as she says his name, but she doesn't look away as he turns to her. Do you know Julia Sage? Julia Sage? Cooper frowns, the question knocking him off balance. Your wife's yoga teacher when you're in Portland? Hattie says brightly. Recognition flickers in Cooper's eyes. You're so into history and rumors, right? Let's just say there are plenty there. I don't have a clue what she's getting at. But Margot jabs her pointer finger in Cooper's face, her nail glinting like a blade. In case that was too subtle, let me fill you in. Her smile is pure malice, and I've never loved my little sister more. There are a lot of stories floating around about certain star developers getting handsy with their wives as yoga friends. I mean, really just one developer. But holy shit, it's juicy. That does it. Daly morphs into a human tomato. Deathly red, that short crop of hair on his head like blonde leaves. He lurches up with a rabid snarl. I step in front of the girls, protecting them. Now who's emotional, Daly? I bite off, keeping my voice low so we don't feed the baristas and other customers already watching us. It's not good to hold it in. Why don't I help you let it out? Go on. I dare you. He wants to beat my face in, no question. That feral spark in his eyes hides nothing, especially his outrage that it wasn't supposed to go down like this. It wasn't supposed to be this hard. I was easy pickings, weak and at my lowest. Now, he's face to face with a cornered Wolverine, and this ferocious fucker is all razor teeth. A small hand presses into my back, so unexpected I stiffen. Hattie. For a second, my blood heats. I forget where I am. Then I remember. I smile at Cooper Daly like the devil himself coming for his soul. Their help was unexpected, but I've never been one to turn down a favor. Well, I snap, watching his face go from tomato to Carolina Reaper. Damn shame it's come down to this. You don't have anything on me. His voice quivers. Oh, really? Margot pipes up from behind me. So you mean you wouldn't mind if your wife found out?
I bet she'll be so interested in how many ladies from yoga you've tried to jump every time you're in Portland.
Cooper's jaw tightens. Every muscle in his eye twitches. If I wasn't standing here, I'd think there's a chance he might launch himself at her. Either that, or go flying out the door. Time to play the final card. What a mess, I sneer. Tell you what, Daly. To show you there are no hard feelings, I'll let the land go. It's yours. He steps back, surprise overtaking his anger, then suspicion. What? Why the hell would you do that? Woodpeckers. I shrug nonchalantly. What? I don't want to bust his skull any less, but it's almost as satisfying when I say, I had my team dig deep through Gramsa's old records. One thing you never knew about old surveys: they shut down several earlier projects, all thanks to the neighboring 50 acres of forest populated by a heavily protected species, the long-beaked pileated woodpecker. Ever heard of it? It's about as big as a chicken and protected by more laws than there are ways to fry up chicken wings. Cooper's face goes wide. Woodpeckers? He snorts, his tone dangerous. That's hardly a reason to forfeit. Think again. I cut him off. Wildlife approvals for the resort will take years of studies, if it ever happens at all. I smirk right back. So yeah, you can have your land. Enjoy it. Maybe you can run a few tours for bird watchers. Yeah, and if you come back and bother us again, Margot adds from behind me, I'll show one of those big woodpeckers straight to your balls. You could use the attitude adjustment. Margot, I growl, but I'm suppressing a grin as I push her back gently, urging her to back down. As much as this animal deserves having his dick pecked off, we've won. Daly knows it too. He's gone from red to white to the color of old oatmeal. Muttering, he pushes past us, stalking out, still reeking like the coffee Margot threw on him. Damn. I watch him bolt to his car for a second too long, the sense of victory slowly fading as I turn to the two women waiting behind me. Margot wears a different expression now, almost like she's ready to sick a giant woodpecker at my balls. Hattie's face is nervous but closed off, damn near unreadable, no matter how much I want to see whatever thoughts are swirling in her brain. Shit. I have a lot to say, but it can wait. You guys should talk first. I'll show myself out, Margot says, spinning on her heel and marching to the counter for a coffee. As she passes Hattie, I swear I hear, make him grovel like a sea slug. Fucking lovely. And frankly, I deserve it. Just for the right to Hattie's ear. If only I could find a way to explain how much I screwed up, how much I regret hurting her. I gesture to the door. The coffee here is underwhelming. Care to escape before we're obligated to buy another one? She hesitates. I can almost see her wondering if any of this is worth it. Weighing her options in her head, deciding whether to follow me or let me walk out on my own with my head hanging. I'm not leaving without her. That's what she doesn't know. If Hattie stays, I stay too. This apology is long overdue, and I need to do it now. I need her to know what's in my head, even if she won't reveal what's in hers. Okay, she says quietly after a heavy second. I guess Margot wants to make up for causing a scene. Should we buy something? I'm sure she has it covered. We both turn to see my sister raiding the pastry case, her earlier venom dissipated. Sugar works miracles on her mood. That's my little sister, and it's honestly impressive. I think we're good, I say. Hattie doesn't object as I guide her from the cafe, stopping by the register to throw a crisp Benjamin in the tip jar. My fingers burn like hell, hating that they can't find the small of her back. I hold back. That cuts deep, making me think of all the times I touched her without thinking, entitled to her flesh. Can we ever get back there again? There's a small park just up the block from the cafe, and I lead her there. Heading for the first bench I find. The air feels warm and slightly damp. A typical Boston summer evening like you find up and down the New England coast. When I left Portland before, I never thought I'd miss it. The coolness and brine in the air. Even when you can't see the sea, you still feel it. Hattie sits next to me hesitantly. All my lofty words knot in my throat. I clear my throat and keep my eyes on the horizon. Thanks for the help back there, and for giving me a chance to talk. Yeah. I'm sorry Cooper went after Blackthorn Holdings, she says carefully. I appreciate you coming to the rescue, but I wanted to... Fuck. It's not Daly I want to waste another second on. This is more difficult than I imagined. I swallow hard, the lump in my throat sprouting cactus thorns. Hattie, I need to apologize. For everything. Everything, huh? Without even looking at her, I see her fingers twitch on her lap. I fucked up. Spectacularly, I say. I let the past tie me down, and when I found out about my parents, I lost the last thread of my shit. But these past few weeks, I've been a hermit, locked away from the world and drinking myself stupid, the same way I've always handled life derailing. She stares at me now, her mouth a thin line, tight and hurt and wondering. Margot came and shook me out of my stupor, but even before she showed up, I knew I had to wake up. I realized the past can only tie me down if I let it. Running away wasn't a reset, it was a retreat, and I can't do that anymore. Her shoulders tense as I finally look at her fully, her green eyes clear and beautiful as emeralds. I have to hold my breath. Okay, well, that's great and all, but what do you want, Ethan? Isn't it obvious? You, woman. Always, always you. My gaze intensifies, knowing it won't be that easy. I wasted years thinking about the dead, the way I took off and let tragedy rule my life. When all this new stuff hit, I slid back into old patterns, bad habits that never helped me a damn. Now, I'm for the future. I want to be done looking back. I take her hand then, stroking my thumb over the softest skin. She doesn't relax. Ethan, no, she whispers tensely. After what happened, I don't think we can just pick up and carry on like nothing happened. When you blew up, you hurt me. I know. I fucking know. There's no future worth living without you, Hattie, I say quietly, not shying away from the shocked look she throws back. I need you in my life. All of you. All your quirks, your books, your sunshine. I need my lighthouse pages. I need my beacon. Always bringing me back from the darkness in my soul. A reminder why I should never let myself get tossed around by bad memories and booze. Not if I still have a harbor. Not if I have you. My throat clenches around the last word, black smoke boiling in my lungs. Her free hand goes to her mouth and she gives me wide eyes, staring like she can't quite wrap her mind around how real I'm being, but she wants to. It's like she's just waiting to wake up from this dream and wind up back in the real world where I'm still a huge selfish asshole. Still walking out on her so I can frolic around with my own demons. I'm sorry I hurt you, I whisper. So goddamn sorry I can't put it into words. I know that won't make up for what I did, but I am. Also, I clear my throat roughly. Tears glimmer in her eyes and I take her wrist, pulling her hand away from her face, brushing it away gently so I can have her full attention. Also, I love you. I growl the words. And I was a brain-dead idiot for not telling you a month ago. A bigger fool to push you away when I needed you the most. Pages, if you'll let me, I'll make it up to you. I'll spend the rest of my life showing you how real that fake engagement was meant to be. The rest of your life? You can't be serious. She's shaking as it dawns on her. There's my cue to slide off the bench, kneeling at her feet, not caring that a small puddle seeps through my pants and soaks my knees. I grab her hands holding them, staring up at the judge, jury, and executioner of my future. Ethan, holy crap, you cannot be serious. Never been more serious, woman. I wish like hell I had the ring, but you left it back at my place. It's there, waiting, and it's all up to you. Say yes and you get it back. Say yes and you get me. You get my promise I'll always do my damnedest to put you before the sun and the stars. You get all of me, Hattie Sage. A whole lifetime proving I'm crazy in love with you. Oh my God. Her blonde hair waves as she shakes her head. Ethan, how can you propose right now? Like this? Because I've wasted too much time. After today, I know what I really want, and it has me by the throat. It also has nothing to do with the company or what Gramps wanted when he shuffled off his mortal coil. I press her fingers to my lips. It's you, Pages. Just you. You forever. You always. Before I even knew what it meant to love you. Her fingers tremble against my mouth as I kiss them. Her breath catches. Holy crap. Holy crap, you can't mean that. I smile, unsure whether I love or hate that she's in this much denial. I've missed you every second you've been gone. That's what I mean. I've been like a fish tossed on the shore, gasping and lost, and I've hated myself almost as much as I've missed you. You know how many times I've fucked up in my life? And none of them compete with throwing you out. Never again. I hold her gaze, making a sacred vow, here and now. A bigger mistake than taking the night to think over Taylor's pregnancy. I don't care if it sounds insane. For over a decade, I've been holding on to one gruesome mistake, carrying it with me, blaming myself for Taylor and the baby. We were just kids who fell in over our heads. Yes, I was wrong. But as terrible as Taylor's death was, I didn't murder her. If Hattie turns me down now, if I lose her, that's my fault. Undeniably. And I'll spend every last day hating myself for becoming too toxic, too repulsive for her to love. I want a wife like the boys in your books, Hattie. I whisper. A real marriage. One where we'll laugh and love and bicker and make up again. One where we wake up next to each other every morning, and you bring me coffee, and you'll cover every surface we own in books. God, you... She laughs roughly. You really want that? Fuck yes. My voice is gruff, but desperate to show her. She needs to see how I'm all in. I want the full package. You. Even the bits that aren't perfect. Because I love them, Hattie. Every single piece of you. She's crying now, and I can't bear her tears. So I reach up, brushing them away with my hands, my mouth. Predictably, she only cries harder. No expiration date this time. No bullshit contract. Just you and me. Just us. I'll buy you all the books you want and bring you to the greatest libraries on earth. Anything you want if you're with me. Happily married. Then my mouth hovers over hers, aching from holding back. I squeeze her hands so tight my fingers shake. All I can do to keep from kissing her now. Hell, from throwing her down on the ground and making a very public spectacle of reclaiming my fiancé. Say yes, I whisper. Say it so I can kiss you again. Because I might die if I can't. Kiss me now, she whispers. I mean, if you want to. I'm kind of snotty and... No hesitation. I take her lips with a noise that's more animal than man. Finally. She tastes the way she always does. Like sugar and cinnamon, and that sweetness under it that's all Pages. Her arms wrap around my neck, and I don't think it was exaggerating. I might have died if she refused. Heat rushes through me, from my head to my dick. I stand up and sit beside her again, pulling her onto my lap. She grinds against me, her mouth hot, wet heaven. You're so perfect, I whisper against her lips. So impossibly good. Before you say that, I kind of wanted you to drown in an acid bath until now. I pull away and blink at her, lost until she bursts out laughing. Between kisses we laugh, dragging my mouth along her temple. I would have deserved it. Glad you held off on melting my skin. Me too. Her hands tighten in my hair as she rocks against me again. Are you that hard? Weeks without you, Hattie. It's practically a state of being. She laughs brightly, and god damn do I savor it. I never thought I'd win that laugh back. So will you? I whisper. Will you marry me? Ethan. Her voice breaks around my name. Yes. You know I will. Thank fuck. I breathe, pulling her back in for another sweltering kiss. I love you. I love you too, she says, sniffing back tears. I thought for sure you didn't. Or if you did, I never thought you'd say it. I smooth the hair back from her face. I did my idiot best not to, but I was lying to myself. I was scared what loving you would mean. Not anymore. This life with you, that's all I'll ever need. She looks at me with her chin tilted down, green eyes shining from under those long lashes. Then let's do it. Let's do everything. I kiss her giddy little soul out again until a loud whistle from behind us snaps me out of my trance. Margot holds up 4 coffees in a cardboard carrier. Holy smokes. Good thing I went with iced coffee when I made the caffeine run. Hattie stiffens on my lap. I tighten my hold on her, partly to hide my raging heart-on, partly because I don't want her going anywhere. Not when she's found her way back to me. Since you're interrupting like usual, we have an announcement, I say. Margot isn't listening. She sets the coffee down on the empty space next to us and pulls out 2. She turns and hands one to Julia. I blink in surprise. Oh, right. Mom was with us when we drove down, Hattie explains, her hands still laced around my neck. She was just finding somewhere to park. Hi, Mom. Hi, sweetie, Julia says. She's not as brash as usual, hanging back and accepting the coffee. Her eyes, the same forest green as Hattie's, flit to me and away again. I clear my throat awkwardly, wondering if I owe her an apology too. But Paige shoots first. Margot says, spinning on her heel and marching to the counter for a coffee. As she passes Hattie, I swear I hear, "Make him grovel like a sea slug." Fucking lovely. And frankly, I deserve it. Just for the right to Hattie's ear. If only I could find a way to explain how much I screwed up, how much I regret hurting her. I gesture to the door. "The coffee here is underwhelming. Care to escape before we're obligated to buy another one?" She hesitates. I can almost see her wondering if any of this is worth it. Weighing her options in her head, deciding whether to follow me or let me walk out on my own with my head hanging. I'm not leaving without her. That's what she doesn't know. If Hattie stays, I stay too. This apology is long overdue, and I need to do it now. I need her to know what's in my head, even if she won't reveal what's in hers. "Okay," she says quietly after a heavy second. "I guess Margot wants to make up for causing a scene. Should we buy something?" I'm sure she has it covered. We both turn to see my sister raiding the pastry case. Her earlier venom dissipated. Sugar works miracles on her mood. That's my little sister, and it's honestly impressive. "I think we're good," I say. Hattie doesn't object as I guide her from the cafe, stopping by the register to throw a crisp Benjamin in the tip jar. My fingers burn like hell, hating that they can't find the small of her back. I hold back. That cuts deep, making me think of all the times I touched her without thinking, entitled to her flesh. Can we ever get back there again? There's a small park just up the block from the cafe, and I lead her there. Heading for the first bench I find. The air feels warm and slightly damp. A typical Boston summer evening like you find up and down the New England coast. When I left Portland before, I never thought I'd miss it. The coolness and brine in the air. Even when you can't see the sea, you still feel it. Hattie sits next to me hesitantly. All my lofty words knot in my throat. I clear my throat and keep my eyes on the horizon. "Thanks for the help back there, and for giving me a chance to talk." "Yeah. I'm sorry Cooper went after Blackthorn Holdings," she says carefully. "I appreciate you coming to the rescue, but I wanted to... Fuck. It's not Daly I want to waste another second on. This is more difficult than I imagined." I swallow hard, the lump in my throat sprouting cactus thorns. "Hattie, I need to apologize. For everything." "Everything, huh?" Without even looking at her, I see her fingers twitch on her lap. "I fucked up. Spectacularly," I say. "I let the past tie me down, and when I found out about my parents, I lost the last thread of my shit. But these past few weeks I've been a hermit, locked away from the world and drinking myself stupid, the same way I've always handled life derailing." She stares at me now, her mouth a thin line, tight and hurt and wondering. Margot came and shook me out of my stupor, but even before she showed up, I knew I had to wake up. I realized the past can only tie me down if I let it. Running away wasn't a reset. It was a retreat. And I can't do that anymore. Her shoulders tense as I finally look at her fully. Her green eyes clear and beautiful as emeralds. I have to hold my breath. "Okay, well, that's great and all, but what do you want, Ethan?" Isn't it obvious? You, woman. Always, always you. My gaze intensifies, knowing it won't be that easy. I wasted years thinking about the dead, the way I took off and let tragedy rule my life. When all this new stuff hit, I slid back into old patterns, bad habits that never helped me a damn. Now, I'm for the future. I want to be done looking back. I take her hand then, stroking my thumb over the softest skin. She doesn't relax. "Ethan, no," she whispers tensely. "After what happened, I don't think we can just pick up and carry on like nothing happened. When you blew up, you hurt me." I know. I fucking know. "There's no future worth living without you, Hattie," I say quietly. not shying away from the shocked look she throws back. I need you in my life. All of you. All your quirks, your books, your sunshine. I need my lighthouse pages. I need my beacon, always bringing me back from the darkness in my soul. A reminder why I should never let myself get tossed around by bad memories and booze. Not if I still have a harbor. Not if I have you. My throat clenches around the last word, black smoke boiling in my lungs. Her free hand goes to her mouth and she gives me wide eyes, staring like she can't quite wrap her mind around how real I'm being, but she wants to. It's like she's just waiting to wake up from this dream and wind up back in the real world where I'm still a huge selfish asshole. Still walking out on her so I can frolic around with my own demons. I'm sorry I hurt you, I whisper. So goddamn sorry I can't put it into words. I know that won't make up for what I did, but I am. Also, I clear my throat roughly. Tears glimmer in her eyes and I take her wrist, pulling her hand away from her face, brushing it away gently so I can have her full attention. Also, I love you. I growl the words. And I was a brain-dead idiot for not telling you a month ago. A bigger fool to push you away when I needed you the most. Pages, if you'll let me, I'll make it up to you. I'll spend the rest of my life showing you how real that fake engagement was meant to be. The rest of your life? You can't be serious. She's shaking as it dawns on her. There's my cue to slide off the bench, kneeling at her feet, not caring that a small puddle seeps through my pants and soaks my knees. I grab her hands holding them, staring up at the judge, jury, and executioner of my future. Ethan, holy crap, you cannot be serious. Never been more serious, woman. I wish like hell I had the ring, but you left it back at my place. It's there, waiting, and it's all up to you. Say yes and you get it back. Say yes and you get me. You get my promise I'll always do my damnedest to put you before the sun and the stars. You get all of me, Hattie Sage. A whole lifetime proving I'm crazy in love with you. Oh my God. Her blonde hair waves as she shakes her head. Ethan, how can you propose right now? Like this? Because I've wasted too much time. After today, I know what I really want. And it has me by the throat. It also has nothing to do with the company or what Gramps wanted when he shuffled off his mortal coil. I press her fingers to my lips. It's you, Pages. Just you. You forever. You always. Before I even knew what it meant to love you. Her fingers tremble against my mouth as I kiss them. Her breath catches. Holy crap. Holy crap, you can't mean that. I smile, unsure whether I love or hate that she's in this much denial. I've missed you every second you've been gone. That's what I mean. I've been like a fish tossed on the shore, gasping and lost, and I've hated myself almost as much as I've missed you. You know how many times I've fucked up in my life? And none of them compete with throwing you out. Never again. I hold her gaze, making a sacred vow, here and now. A bigger mistake than taking the night to think over Taylor's pregnancy. I don't care if it sounds insane. For over a decade, I've been holding on to one gruesome mistake, carrying it with me, blaming myself for Taylor and the baby. We were just kids who fell in over our heads. Yes, I was wrong. But as terrible as Taylor's death was, I didn't murder her. If Hattie turns me down now, if I lose her, that's my fault. Undeniably. And I'll spend every last day hating myself for becoming too toxic, too repulsive for her to love. I want a wife like the boys in your books, Hattie. I whisper. A real marriage. One where we'll laugh and love and bicker and make up again. One where we wake up next to each other every morning, and you bring me coffee, and you'll cover every surface we own in books.
God, you... She laughs roughly. You really want that?
Fuck yes.
My voice is gruff, but desperate to show her. She needs to see how I'm all in. I want the full package. You. Even the bits that aren't perfect. Because I love them, Hattie. Every single piece of you. She's crying now, and I can't bear her tears. So I reach up, brushing them away with my hands, my mouth. Predictably, she only cries harder. No expiration date this time. No bullshit contract. Just you and me. Just us. I'll buy you all the books you want and bring you to the greatest libraries on earth. Anything you want if you're with me. Happily married. Then my mouth hovers over hers, aching from holding back. I squeeze her hands so tight my fingers shake. All I can do to keep from kissing her now. Hell, from throwing her down on the ground and making a very public spectacle of reclaiming my fiancé. Say yes, I whisper. Say it so I can kiss you again. Because I might die if I can't. Kiss me now, she whispers. I mean, if you want to. I'm kind of snotty and... No hesitation. I take her lips with a noise that's more animal than man. Finally. She tastes the way she always does. Like sugar and cinnamon, and that sweetness under it that's all pages. Her arms wrap around my neck, and I don't think it was exaggerating. I might have died if she refused. Heat rushes through me, from my head to my dick. I stand up and sit beside her again, pulling her onto my lap. She grinds against me, her mouth hot, wet heaven. You're so perfect, I whisper against her lips. So impossibly good. Before you say that, I kind of wanted you to drown in an acid bath until now. I pull away and blink at her, lost until she bursts out laughing. Between kisses, we laugh, dragging my mouth along her temple. I would have deserved it. Glad you held off on melting my skin. Me too. Her hands tighten in my hair as she rocks against me again. Are you that hard? Weeks without you, Hattie. It's practically a state of being. She laughs brightly, and god damn do I savor it. I never thought I'd win that laugh back. So will you? I whisper. Will you marry me? Ethan. Her voice breaks around my name. Yes. You know I will. Thank fuck. I breathe, pulling her back in for another sweltering kiss. I love you. I love you too, she says, sniffing back tears. I thought for sure you didn't. Or if you did, I never thought you'd say it. I smooth the hair back from her face. I did my idiot best not to, but I was lying to myself. I was scared what loving you would mean. Not anymore. This life with you, that's all I'll ever need. She looks at me with her chin tilted down, green eyes shining from under those long lashes. Then let's do it. Let's do everything. I kiss her giddy little soul out again until a loud whistle from behind us snaps me out of my trance. Margot holds up 4 coffees in a cardboard carrier. Holy smokes. Good thing I went with iced coffee when I made the caffeine run. Hattie stiffens on my lap. I tighten my hold on her, partly to hide my raging heart on, partly because I don't want her going anywhere. Not when she's found her way back to me. Since you're interrupting like usual, we have an announcement, I say. Margot isn't listening. She sets the coffee down on the empty space next to us and pulls out 2. She turns and hands 1 to Julia. I blink in surprise. Oh, right. Mom was with us when we drove down, Hattie explains, her hands still laced around my neck. She was just finding somewhere to park. Hi, Mom. Hi, sweetie, Julia says. She's not as brash as usual, hanging back and accepting the coffee. Her eyes,
The same forest green as Hattie's, flit to me and away again. I clear my throat awkwardly, wondering if I owe her an apology too. But Paige shoots first.